Dangerous and Unnatural Things, Los Padres National Forest, the 25th to the 26th, November 2022. Los Padres National Forest. It had been so close for so long, but we'd never been there for whatever reason. Well, now was the time. The week leading up to the big day was filled with activity, hiking, movie nights, and cookouts. It all started on Sunday the 20th. Seth, Jake, and I went on a late-night hike to the hills above Arroyo Verde Park. The night was a veil of the unknown. The loop took us up a strenuous hill flanked by tall, dry grass. At the top, we got a nice view of the city, and something foreboding got a nice view of us. The way back was easier, but the steep hills just betrayed our footing every other step. My shoes sent rocks flying like marbles in a Home Alone trap, and more than once I ended up sitting next to ants. When I reached flat land, we were greeted simultaneously by a chilly breeze and a chorus of low snarls flanking the path just beyond eyeshot. Initially, we dismissed the sounds as just some bobcats or coyotes, but we had actually stirred something from another place and time, and that something would come to find out had left the door open behind it. To celebrate, we had a carne asada in the backyard. We all went all out, and Jake grilled up some chicken, pork, and beef on the grill while I warmed up the large tortillas in a camping stove. On the side, we had salsa, sour cream, queso fresco, and it was hella good. The following night, Seth, Jake, and I took a trip to Scary Dairy for the first time. It was about a half-an-hour drive down there. On the dark roads, there were fewer and fewer cars until it was just us for miles. We made the initial turn to the entrance, but found it blocked. We debated whether to park here or to go inside, or if it would be safer to find a more discreet place to park before, making the trip on foot. We turned off the car and sat inside for a minute while deciding. We were observing the traffic, and possibility of being discovered was there. As the three of us sat in silence, peering out the windows into the darkness, we started to hear a humming. It was like a distant chorus of voices behind a church organ, but eerie and mournful like something out of an exorcism flick. "Do you guys hear that?" I asked. "Yeah, what is that?" Seth added. "Thought I was hearing things. Sounds like some kind of alien music," Jake commented. I leaned forward toward the windshield and squinted into the dense brush between us and Scary Dairy. Far off in the trees and vegetation, there was a loose circle of hooded figures carrying candles and lanterns. They slowly moved in unison through the forest as if gliding on the ground. Eventually, they faded out of view in the shadows, and only specks of light remained, until those too faded. At that point, we knew we had to uncover the mystery of Scary Dairy. We decided to find a place to stash the car and make our way over by foot. The nearby housing tract was still mostly under construction. We found an open section of curb there, parked the car, before making our way over alongside the houses in various states of production. About halfway there, the area became less and less developed. Streetlights became sparse and then non-existent, and the occasional uninhabited house gave way to rows of empty dwellings. That's where we heard it. Some siren off in the distance was playing a message on repeat.
"You're trespassing. Police have been called. Leave the area immediately. You will be arrested. You are trespassing."
We stood there for a second to analyze the noise. "Is that for us or someone else?" I asked. "That's too far away. It's definitely for someone else," Seth replied. "I don't know, that sounds pretty close. Maybe they see us with some kind of thermal camera. Jake suggested. Should we keep going or turn back? I asked. I think we should turn back. If you guys want to keep going, I'll go too, said Jake. Let's just go for a little bit and see if it turns on again, Seth planned. We waited for the siren to stop emitting, then proceeded forward. We were on the same street as the entrance to the dairy now, getting closer to the point of no return. We waited for a clear break when no cars are coming, then crossed the street toward the entrance. On this side of the street, there were no sidewalks. We were in a sort of ditch filled with weeds. We heard the siren again, only this time louder and clearer.
You are trespassing. Police have been called. Leave the area immediately. You will be arrested.
This time we decided to play it safe and head back. It wouldn't be our only chance to see the dairy and uncover the mystery. That night we had another huge barbecue in the backyard. We used a ton of charcoal and grilled up some chicken, drumsticks, and hot dogs. There were so many hot dogs that we couldn't finish them all, and there were still some more packs in the fridge to cook. On Wednesday the 23rd, the stakes ramped up once again. Seth and I returned to Scary Dairy during the day. This time the entrance gate was opened. We parked in the official parking lot. We found a dilapidated barn with most of the walls and roof missing, leaving only a rusty skeleton behind. As we stood in the center and surveyed the perimeter, the wind started to pick up. The breeze sailed through the structure and in between the railings in such a way that if you listened closely, you could hear faint, distressed sounds of cattle being slaughtered. The entity that had latched onto us at Arroyo Verde was now here, affecting the temporal field and stirring up living memories of the past. We made our way to the main structure of the dairy, a crumbling labyrinth of concrete and rebar, with a single entrance hole cut into the perimeter fence. There were just rooms jutting off in chaotic directions, some of which were only accessible through broken holes in adjacent walls with no indication of a real designated entryway. Glass crunched beneath our shoes with each step, and the walls were caked in layers of graffiti. Finally, we reached the end of the structure. It was a large open-air courtyard with two long concrete troughs flanking the center. As we approached, a viscous black fluid started materializing in one end of the troughs and oozing down to a pool on the other side. Faint screams echoed in the chamber, increasing in volume as we got closer to this liquid. Something rustled in the bushes outside the perimeter fence, drawing our gaze for a second. A large black silhouette stood just outside as if observing us. It took a few steps closer, and the silhouette faded from existence. I turned around to confirm that Seth saw it too, and at the same time I noticed that the troughs were once again empty, with no sign of the liquid ever being there. After snapping sufficient pictures, we decided to head out. We knew that the answers couldn't be fully uncovered until we had a proper investigation at night. That Friday, the day of Los Padres had finally arrived. We packed the tent, the chairs, and the cooler. Since we'd been barbecuing so much, I rummaged through the fridge to find something easy to cook on a campfire. I found a rolled-up half-pack of jumbo hot dogs, tossed it into the cooler with drinks. I was bringing the blanket that I had been using that week out to the car. That's when I was stopped by Seth. "Don't bring that. We already brought a sleeping bag for you," Seth mentioned to go back inside. "You did? Is it gonna be warm enough?" "Yeah, it's brand new. We just got it for you." "If you say so." Nick, Seth, and I headed over together, and Gavin was going to meet us there. When we got there, the three of us immediately started setting up a tent. Not wanting to lose sunlight, we set off our first hike before Gavin arrived. The trail took us under a bridge, up rocky hills, across streams atop wobbly logs, and over large boulders. At one point, we saw a crudely constructed shelter made of sticks assembled in a cone shape, with a low-hanging sturdy branch for support. "What kind of creatures do you think lives here?" I asked the others. "Probably some type of witch or something," Seth replied. "We should come here at night and catch it." "That would not be a good idea," Nick replied hesitantly. We looked around the shelter and saw some discarded cans of food, animal bones of various sizes, and rocks painted with sigils from unknown languages. While we were inspecting the area, we got the feeling that we were being watched from somewhere nearby. We didn't stay too long. The wooded area opened up to a more dry, brush-type path made up of up and down slopes. Every few dozen meters, there is an offshoot in the path leading deeper into the bush on narrower, less defined trails. Seth wanted to go down each and every offshoot trail that we came across, but Nick had reservations. "Oh, new side quest. We have to see what's down this way," Seth said, pointing out a new path. "Nah, let's not go down that way. We should stay in the path." "Why? Is there something bad that you know of down there?" "Yes. When you go off that trail, you run into dangerous and unnatural things." "Nick, you're just being paranoid. It'll be fine. Just come on." We went down the first side trail, getting all sorts of stickers in our socks along the way. When we reached a point where we couldn't go further without stepping through tumbleweeds and thorns, we stopped to admire the view before turning around. When we got back to the main trail, we heard voices and saw another group heading our same direction. We stopped before getting on the main trail and let them go first. One of them saw Seth's Boston Red Sox hat and asked, "You really a Red Sox fan?" "Nah, it was a gift." "Oh, all right." After they passed, we walked on the main trail some more. Took some more side trails to see if there was anything interesting. Each side trail just led out into weeds for a short distance before becoming unwalkable, until we found one trail that went particularly far. This trail was flanked by tall shrubs and wound back and forth so that by the time we explored to the end of it, the view of the main trail was completely obstructed. When we were halfway back to the main trail, we heard voices approaching from the direction we came on the main loop. "Is it that group with that guy that asked about your hat?" I asked. "Nah, couldn't be. They were ahead of us, and we never passed them," Seth noted. "Wait, that's strange. One of them kinda sounds like you," Nick observed. "Quick, get down," I said in a hushed tone, realizing that voices. All of my power went out. Whoa, and my pedals are. Hold on. Realizing that voices distinctly mirrored each of ours. We watched from the bushes, trying not to move a single muscle. The voices grew louder until they were right in front of us. It was unmistakable. Exact copies of Nick, Seth, and myself were walking on the trail, having the exact conversation that we were having 5 minutes prior. "That's us, but it can't be us, because we're right here," Nick pondered. "Shh, just don't let him see us. We have to figure out what's going on and how to make it stop." The three of us exchanged worried looks. We waited until the alternate versions of ourselves trailed off. Then we waited some more. When we were sure that the coast was clear, we emerged from the bushes. We finished the trail and wound up back at the campground. After snaking through other campsites and clambering down and back up a ravine, we made it to our spot. To our surprise, we found a crackling fire with 3 weenies on top of it. Gavin had arrived while we were out and started cooking up dinner. "Why you cooking just 3? Toss the whole pack on there," I suggested. "That is the whole pack. That's all there was." "No way." I grabbed the empty pack, and sure enough, that is all that was in it. With 3 hot dogs and 4 people, somebody had to go without. I volunteered to make the sacrifice. "Well, toss that pack of bacon on the grill, and I'll have a bacon dog at least." We put the hot dog buns and bacon on the grill. Went to work chopping up a tree stump on our site for some extra wood. The The fire was distributed unevenly so that one end of the buns and bacon was getting all of the heat. The other side was getting none. By the time all parts of the bacon appeared cooked, the parts that were nearest the flame were black as ink. The buns were no different. I picked up a few slices of bacon and slid them into a bun, making a crude hot dog homunculus. I convinced myself that it would be best to get over the worst part first so I could enjoy the rest. So I took a bite of the black end of the crude sandwich. Immediately my lungs were filled with the smell of ash and I began to choke. I had to spit out the contents in my mouth and then write off the remaining blackened half as a gift to the flame. The regular half of the food went in easy enough. It wasn't particularly appetizing, but food was food, and I knew that if I didn't eat what I could, I'd be regretting it later. After eating, we wasted no time in going out on a night hike. We went on the same trail as before, but started from the real starting point this time, as we had discovered that we previously skipped a bit by walking on the road. The start of the trail immediately led under a low-hanging concrete bridge. I was in the back of the group. Just upon leaving the road, I felt like we were being followed. I kept my pocket knife handy, just in case. The tall forest around us blocked out most natural light, so each tree, rock, or bush outside the direct line of our phone lights became a vague shape in the void. Almost immediately upon clearing the bridge, I noticed the group stopped. Wait, was it up this hill or down this path? Seth asked from the front. Well, this path goes down across the stream. Where does that path up there lead? I think it leads to a dead end unless we're supposed to go over this tree trunk. I don't remember having to go over a tree trunk. Well, I don't remember having to cross the stream this early. It has to be up this way, Seth said, crunching piled leaves and twigs underfoot. The crunching got slower and slower until it stopped for a few seconds. What's going on up there? I asked. Okay, it's definitely not this way. Go back down, Seth directed. We doubled back and went down the hill, treading carefully so as not to fall into sharp rocks or spider-infested branches or the dark unknown of the stream. Eventually, we started seeing familiar landmarks, including the branch teepee. We had pointed it out to Gavin from across the river. Damn, that's awesome, he said. Wait a minute. Something is moving over there. The branches on all the trees swayed, made a swishing, chattering sound, but there was no breeze. A hunched gray humanoid figure emerged from the trees near the teepee. It began going about chores near the teepee, moving rocks here to there and drawing things in the dirt with a stick. In the brief moments when the creature passed through the rays of moonlight, we could make out its striking features. Its face was that of a deceased old woman. It had tree branch-like growths erupting from either sides of its head, and it had a long tongue that hung out of its mouth and dragged on the ground as it moved. What is that thing? Nick uttered in disbelief. The creature immediately dropped a bundle of twigs it was carrying and snapped its neck toward our direction, as if it heard what he said, even though it would have been impossible for human ears at that distance. Run, run! We all took off sprinting. We ran for what felt like miles through the trees and the hills, and the whole time hearing the rapid thump of inhuman feet stomping behind us. A few rapid turns took the group out of its direct line of sight. Then we found a small rocky alcove to hide in. In the trees, we could hear the creature making hungry, frustrated wails that echoed through the woods. The wails started from behind us, then grew closer and closer until they were right beside us. We held our breath as slow, searching eyes scanned the foliage just outside the hideaway, before finally advancing on. In the darkness, we heard the creature's pained howls grow more and more distant before fading into the night. We took note of the situation, seized the piece to gather our spiraling thoughts. I think I know where we are, The three of us crossed this area on our first hike earlier. Seth scanned the terrain. I looked around and recognized it as well. I don't recognize this area at all. Nick glanced side to side. We've never been here before. Seth and I looked at each other. At that point, we knew exactly what had happened. At some point during the day, the version of Nick that had existed in our universe and the version of Nick that was from a time-jumped universe that we maybe encountered earlier that day had switched places. This also meant that the original Nick from our universe was now with the group of our parallel universe selves. We decided it was best to pretend that Nick was still in his proper universe, and trusted our parallel universes to, well, do the same thing with their Nick. There was a tall rocky outcrop nearby. We climbed atop it to get a good view. From the top of the highest boulder we sat and watched the black forest blanket the mountains. The deep indigo sky above us acted as a streetlight that illuminated the long, narrow freeway passing perpendicularly below us. We took turns scaring each other with the craziest doomsday scenarios that we could think of. Dude, imagine if you just heard howling at the top of the hill and the trees started splitting in a line coming toward us. Nah, man, imagine if you just saw Siren Head stand up on top of those mountains and it just started saying random numbers and words. Destroy, 17, 45, 6, consume. Every now and then a car passed on the freeway below us, its lights temporarily blinding us before speeding away. We got a feeling for the time between that we would first see the lights and when they would pass us. We saw a string of bright lights coming down the road. Get down, get down. As we were spies hiding from the guards, we were pretending. Only this time, the light didn't pass us in normal time. The beams were a crawl, creeping along the tree line and inching over the rocks that we were perched atop. We cautiously raised our heads to see what kind of car was going so slow on an empty stretch of road. But it wasn't a car at all. We saw copies of the four of us in the road holding flashlights. They were wearing the same exact clothes as us and matched our appearances. Only each of them was covered in lacerations and various limbs were twisted in impossible ways, almost like they had been mangled in a fatal car crash. The most unsettling part about these copies, however, was that they were staring right at us the whole time, smiling with wide-open mouths. They never broke stride, continuing past us, twisting their necks like owls to continue gazing at us. Somehow, our proximity to the witch-like creature earlier had infected us with some malignant force. The air was starting to catch a chill, so in the face of this new threat, we decided to head back to camp and try to sleep off whatever supernatural curse we'd contracted. We walked in the middle of the freeway, fearing what might be lurking for us in the trees. I clasped my pocket knife, my hand inside my pocket, ready at a moment's notice. We took a different route through a campsite back to our tent, which was supposed to be easier, but took us directly through a web-filled wall of bush. After sitting around the fire for a bit, the others started heading back. I burned off the last of the firewood and then used an empty can to ferry some water from the adjacent stream to douse the embers. I heard things splashing around in the stream each trip, but couldn't make out anything with my eyes. When it was finally time to go to bed, I unzipped the tent to an uncomfortable but all too expected surprise. As I had forewarned at the start of the trip, and every trip prior, the maximum space of the tent was greatly over-exaggerated by the manufacturer. Nick had inflated an air mattress in the center of the tent, which took up a good 35% of it. He was flanked by Gavin and Seth, each taking up 30% of the total space with their sleeping bags. In a small crevice between Nick's air mattress and Seth, I saw a smashed red sleeping bag. That must be my spot, I thought. I took off my shoes, stepped into the tent, immediately knowing something was wrong. I stepped onto the sleeping bag. It flattened like tissue paper. I could feel every pebble below it through my sock. I climbed in the sleeping bag, felt no difference in the temperature inside or out. It also pinned my limbs right up against my body, allowing for no movement. I would later come to find out that this was specifically a warm weather sleeping bag in child size that my dad had won for free at some event. I turned side to side through the night, shivering. I placed my jacket on top of the sleeping bag, spreading it out as pretty much over as much of my body as I could. But the uncovered areas were easily dissipating any amount of heat that it retained. I frequently sat up and checked the others to see if they were experiencing something similar, but they were each clad in thick, real sleeping bags, so they were in a deep slumber. After hours of failed experimentation, I finally worked up the courage to check the car around 5 a.m. for something that I could use. I stepped out into the frosty air and opened the doors, searching for an additional jacket, blanket, or anything. In the trunk, I found my salvation in the form of an old discarded blanket of unknown origin. It wasn't particularly thick or warm, but it was enough. I brought it into the tent, folded it over onto itself to double the thickness. With that additional blanket, my body was finally warm enough to allow me to drift off to sleep. I woke a few hours later to the others already up. Gavin and Seth had been the first up, and they'd gone to the store to pick up breakfast, immediately after which Gavin had left. There was a plate already made up for me with sliced spam, hash browns, and eggs. I pushed it all off onto the camping stove for a quick reheat, and then went back to the plate that it went. Tasted amazing. As I savored each bite, I knew one thing for sure. Despite all the physical and mental scars that I'd accumulated thus far, I had survived. I had conquered Los Padres National Forest. The woman in my house. The experiences started 5 months after we moved in. We moved in 4 or so years ago. The first time I thought something might be up is when my sister called my mother, and I was terrified. We were on our way home from my orchestra practice. She called, and you could tell she was shaking, but she wouldn't tell us what happened. All she would say is, "Just please hurry. Please come home fast." We drive home to find her sitting in a corner of the living room. We asked her what had happened. She said that she had been watching her TV in there and on her phone. Then she heard some girl like teenager scream. She said she thought it was part of her TV show because she was watching Glee. So then she paused her show, and for a couple of seconds later, she heard it again. A teenage girl screaming bloody murder. I had a hard time imagining that could actually happen, but I totally believed her. Because before this house, we lived in 2 other haunted houses. So not new to the paranormal, you could say. After that, my mom prayed throughout the kitchen and the living room and the family room. That only made it worse. About a week later, my sister was at basketball practice. I was home alone. I was walking through the kitchen when all of a sudden I stopped. Not even 4 feet away from behind a corner, I heard her screaming. But it wasn't a teenager. It was a woman, like in her 30s. I froze. I didn't know what to do, so I backed away slowly and hid in the stairwell to the upstairs. You see, in the dining room there's a door, and when you open it, it's stairs to the upstairs. So I sat on the 3rd step and called my friend like 5 times. She didn't pick up the damn phone, so I called my mom. I could barely talk. I just told her that she needed to get home as fast as possible. I sat there for 15 minutes until she got home. I didn't even close the door because I didn't want to leave my dog. So I was terrified of the demon, but I wasn't going to abandon my dog, so I watched him. That was 3 years ago, but I can still hear her screaming. About a month later, I was rearranging my room. I was sort of turning, but I was turning, and I saw this little girl in the mirror. Looked at me, but her eyes and mouth were blacked out. I said that it was just because I was turning, but I didn't realize till later when I was thinking about her blonde hair and blue shirt that I wasn't wearing a blue shirt. And after I saw her, I turned to see a woman. She was there for a second, but then gone. She looked like she was burned. I knew it was just trying to scare me. She had black tufts of black hair coming out of her head and skin hanging off her face because she was so badly burned. Bright green eyes and a long white dress. I kept walking. Didn't scare me much. I went downstairs, and that's when I realized that the little girl in the mirror wasn't me. The next day I was walking my dog. We have this big 1880s dairy barn, so I thought I would explore it with my dog. It was sunny and cool. It was a nice morning for it. I opened the barn door and went in. Dust and old tools were everywhere. I proceeded to walk in further. There was one room that was pitch black. I peeked in. There was nothing but a table. Next to this room was a very heavy door with a lock. I fidgeted with the lock until it opened. I swung open the big door and it stuck. I guess the hinges were rusty. I went in with my dog and he sniffed around while I explored. There was an old beaten-up refrigerator and a bathroom with cobwebs in the toilet and a lot of wood and dirt and rocks. Same as the sink, and the windows were broken. Looked like somebody threw rocks through the panes for fun. I went and stood next to a big beam in the middle of the room with my dog. Went on my phone to check my text messages. I didn't have many because it was 11 at the time. Put my phone away and I started to walk toward the door. It was closed. Huh, I thought I left this open, I said to myself. And I did. It stuck because of the hinges. I pushed and pushed, but it wouldn't open. Just then I heard big, heavy footsteps. The footsteps were coming from the second floor. I looked up and so did my dog. His hairs on his back stood up and he started growling and barking. I told him to shut up, moved him to the back of the room with him. The heavy construction boots followed me wherever I went. There was a small door toward the back of the room and I pulled the white string and it opened so me and my dog went into the next room. It was a small rock room with a hole in the wall that looked into a pitch black room on the other side of the door. I could crawl through there with my dog to escape, I thought. But I dismissed that idea quickly because nope, just nope. There was a better option, a door to the outside pasture in the room. I went to the door and turned the handle, but it wouldn't budge. It was also jammed. The footsteps were getting closer, and there was a hole in the ceiling, so I needed to get out quick. I ran, kicked the door as hard as I could, and it flew open. I ran outside with my dog and didn't even bother to close the door. I looked up at the barn and one of the panels fell sideways. Then I saw a black figure run across it. I know what you're thinking. It was an animal. But that's not that case. The second floor of the barn is rotted out, and there was an animal up there or a person, they would fall right through. I went around the barn until I saw the barn door close that I entered through. I was almost feeling brave, so I went back in to see why the door wouldn't open. It was locked. The padlock was locked. I then ran out of my haunted barn with my dog and went back inside my haunted house. Over time, it got more frequent. I would see shadows, people dressed in old-timey outfits. I even got a couple of Polaroid pictures of them. In one, you can see a woman screaming and starting to disappear, and in the other, you can see a little ball of white light with 2 black dots for eyes. In the last one, I can't for sure say it's paranormal, but it's definitely weird. It's a room with 13 windows in the middle of a hot summer day. I took a picture of my dog and it's pitch black. I can only see the outline of his body and his glowing eyes and big mouth and sharp teeth. Next to him is this thick line of orange mist. Again, 13 windows, hot summer day. It was very light in there. My mom told me later that she kept checking on us that night because she heard a teenage girl screaming and she thought it was us. But when she got up there, we were never awake. Always happens around 2 or 3 in the morning. It was about 1.5 years and where I decided to tell my mom everything that I'd seen. And when I did, I regretted it. We were sitting on the couch in the living room. I told her everything I'd seen and I started crying because it was a lot of emotion. I don't know why, but I felt pain and hatred. It was like I was feeling what they felt. She told me that it was okay and that she would pray, and I said, "No, don't. You made it worse last time." She said, "How could praying make it worse?" I replied, "I don't know, I just don't want to find out." She went into the office where I heard the woman screaming, and all of a sudden I get this really bad feeling. She knelt down to pray, and I told her that she shouldn't. She didn't listen. She started to pray, and I felt the woman's presence in that corner. I knew she was here, and she was mad. My mom's eyes popped open. She looked at me concerned, and she kept praying. I started crying silently and walked over to her, and she was finished. I told her she shouldn't have done that, and that the woman was mad at her now. She said that she didn't feel right, and that she thinks I'm right and something didn't like that, mostly because the hairs on the back of her neck were standing. We went back over to the couch, and I saw in the reflection of the window the burned lady. At least, well, that's what I call her. Ever since I saw her in my bedroom, that's what I call her. I saw her standing 10 feet away by the TV. I told my mom, then 2 minutes later I saw her standing in the reflection again. She was much closer now. She was like 4 feet away. I then told my mom again, and then she told me she was tired and that she needed to go to bed, so I turned off the light, and as I turned, I saw a woman in her early 30s maybe. She was wearing a navy blue old-timish dress staring at me. Her brown hair was in a bun. She was holding her hands. Then she disappeared. I didn't tell my mom about that one. I saw the same woman looking out of the window of my sister's room upstairs a few months prior. I called her Fiona because of a dream I had. Recently, in the last 5 months, something terrifying happened. I was sleeping in my room upstairs, and I heard a woman talking in my room. I was starting to wake up, and then I was fully conscious. I was awake, but I couldn't open my eyes until she finished talking. I don't know why, but before I was conscious, I don't know what she said. But once I was going to, well, I guess you could say once I was conscious, I heard the last couple things that she said. "Go to hell." Then she said something in a different language. "Caperdarnum." My eyes shot open and I sat up quickly. I felt her presence in the room with me. She was still there. I searched up Caperdarnum, but got no result in any language. So I think it was a demon language. And perhaps it was just extinct. I texted my mom and called her, and she was awake already. She said that she had a bad dream. I called her and told her what happened and told her that I was standing in front of my keyboard staring at me and that I just needed to come downstairs. My mom was asleep in the living room, as she often does because my dad snores so loud. I climbed out of bed and jogged out of my room and down the stairs. I can't explain to you how I can see something that didn't reveal itself to me. I just could. I think most humans can. I slept the rest of the night downstairs, and that was that. Later that morning, I was looking for a movie to watch. I was home alone except for my mom. I heard a man's voice in my kitchen. It didn't say much at all. It just said, "Huh." But that "huh" echoed through the whole house. I called my mom, but I was too scared to speak, so she got irritated and hung up. I then heard the medicine fall to the floor in there. Stood up, looked behind the corner. Nothing. No one was there. But the medicine was across the kitchen, and it had been thrown. I walked through the kitchen because I didn't feel him anymore in there, and I told my mom what happened. She was in her bed trying to sleep, so she wasn't happy that I bothered her. Later that night, she came to the kitchen and said, "Why is my medicine on the floor?" She was sick at the time, so it was like some old cold medicine of some kind. I told her the man threw it, so I don't want to move it because obviously he wanted it on the floor. She rolled her eyes and picked it up and took some, then went back to her room. This next one happened 3 months ago. I was singing in the bathroom, making up words to the song, and for some reason said that I wished all the demons here would leave, and that it wasn't their house. I knew it was a mistake once it came out of my mouth. Not even 5 seconds later, I felt someone in the room with me, and then someone was blowing in my ear to get me to look at the door. Once I did, there were 2 doors shaking knocks. Then a raspy woman's voice said, "No." It wasn't quick, but like a long no. I opened the door as fast as I could, but there was no one in there. My sister came out from my parents' bedroom, so she was like 20 feet away, and she said, "Come on, we gotta go, we're gonna be late." I grabbed the keys. We left for an appointment. The narrator had deja vu, and I told them what happened as they laughed. Then we all laughed. We're at the point where we've had so many experiences that it's funny, so not much scares us anymore. 2 weeks after that, my mother and I went into the barn with tweezers. The barn cat had a tick, so she put the tweezers in the hay bale and went to catch the old cat. Once we caught her, I told her to hand me the tweezers. She stood up and searched and searched. She couldn't find them. They weren't there. She picked up the bale and looked underneath it and on top of it and behind it. They weren't there. We looked for the tweezers for 10 minutes straight, and now she was mad. I said, "The ghost probably took them. You should ask for them back." But I said that as a joke. She then shouted, "Please give me back my tweezers." A couple of minutes later, she went to go sit back down, and they were there, on top of the hay bale. We looked at each other and both in unison said, "Thank you." But when she picked them up, they were bent, so we couldn't even use them, literally bent. We just went back inside and got a new set of tweezers and removed the tick later that day. When I play my piano, I will get the scent of a woman's perfume next to me for a couple of minutes. Then it'll just be gone, like she's coming to listen to me play. It doesn't really bother me. It was just the last time when I smelled rotten flesh behind me. I didn't dare look because I was too afraid. That was not a ghost in my house. That must be a mouse. But I press on. But then it started tapping in my chair and I could feel it. It was crawling under my chair. I jumped up and left because nope. I still see shadows from time to time and the people still listen to me play the piano. As long as it's the woman, it's okay because I know that she really enjoys it. Also, sorry, last thing. I play very complicated piano pieces, and there's definitely a mouse in my house. My dog's got a job. Okay. I play very complicated piano pieces that are scary and sad at the same time. You might think this is not weird, but I don't play the piano. I can't read the music. And the music that I play is never, ever happy. Working at a haunted middle school. So a little backstory. I'm a part-time custodian for the town that I live in, and only work when I'm needed. I've pretty much worked every school in the district, including the middle school that I attend. It's a fairly old school, built in the early 60s, and it's actually being torn down in about a year to make room for the new middle school that will be replacing it. I love that school. Never want to see it, but it's kind of a dump. But every time I get the opportunity to go back and work there again, I always accept. I've always been a firm believer in ghosts and have a handful of experiences, but I'd never experienced anything at that building before, until last winter. I was working a 3-night stint at the old middle school on the second floor from about 2 p.m. to 9 p.m. Quite frankly, I didn't need 7 hours to go about the nightly routine of cleaning, but I was fine with that. On the first night, I went about my business, knowing that I could pace myself, but was still flying through my work. I'm not overly social, but when I work night shifts, I actually like them better because most people are gone by 5 p.m. and I can just have my headphones in and listen to music and podcasts. It was probably about 5 p.m. when I was sweeping classroom floors in the science wing. All the doors were shut and locked, which is mandatory in the science wing. The lights were shut off in the rooms, meaning that all the teachers had gone home for the night. Now, this detail is important. I have a system when it comes to cleaning rooms, and it's very simple. When I've done everything that needs to be done in a room, I shut the lights off in that room. But when I know that I have to go back into a room for whatever reason, whether it be a stain on the floor that needs to be mopped or a rug that needs to be vacuumed, I leave the lights on in that room as a reminder to go back in at some point. There was one room in that wing that needed a wet mop pretty badly, so I left the lights on and the door opened. I figured when I was cleaning the bathroom floors in that wing later on, I would make a stop in that room and give it a quick mop. At this point, it was probably around 7 p.m., and I've just finished taking a break with my coworker Jeff, who works on the first floor. I go upstairs to my closet and gather my bathroom cleaning supplies. About 30 minutes later, I make my way back to the science wing to clean the bathrooms and the classroom floor. When I get down to the classroom, I notice that not only is the door shut with the lights off, but the door's locked. Now, I know that this wasn't me. I never close the classroom doors until I go around to shut the hallway lights off at the end of the night, so just in case I need to go back into a room. I'm also positive that no teachers were left in the building. I unlock the door and the lights are flipped in the off position, so I flipped them back on. I then immediately ran downstairs to ask Jeff if he had been in the science wing at all in the last hour or so, and he said no. I then asked if there had been any teacher meetings in the main office or teacher's lounge. The answer was also no. I told him what was happening. He wasn't surprised at all, saying that he thinks that the building is haunted. We talked for another minute or two. I went back upstairs to the classroom, and what do you know? The lights are off again. I always try to debunk every experience that I have, but I cannot for the life of me think of anything that would have caused these things to happen. It was the middle of December, and the building was always cold there, so no windows open, and I made sure of that. I have no explanation for, the doors locking on their own, and I walk around the entire upstairs looking in every classroom trying to find any sign that some teachers could have still been in the building, but I found nothing. I went back to mop the classroom floor and finished the rest of my work for the night. Night 2 was uneventful, but night 3 was the most eventful in my opinion. The whole night I had a feeling of someone watching me, and not your normal feeling of being watched, but also if I was being followed, especially once all the faculty and students were gone. One could normally chalk this up to paranoia, but this feeling only got worse once I thought I heard footsteps around me a few times. Not heavy footsteps. They were more like a light shuffling. I ended up back at the science wing bathrooms. Now these bathrooms are faculty only, and the doors are always shut. They both open just by simply pushing the door. No knobs or levers to turn. But the women's room on the left doesn't normally shut all the way. It stays propped open on its own by about half an inch unless you pull it closed all the way. I always start with the men's room on the right. I go in and out of the boys' room a few times to grab things off my cart. At one point I open the boys' room door and take 2 or 3 steps in when suddenly the door to the girls' room slams shut. It wasn't just a normal slam, this was loud to the point where I jumped, and I don't scare easy. I go back into the hall and the door's shut. I open the door to the girls' room, certain that nobody's actually in there, but just to be safe, I do my normal, "Hello? Anyone in there?" Custodial needs to come in. With the door just cracked open and no response. I open the door fully and both stalls are open and there's no one inside. I lean back into the hallway and shout for Jeff, thinking he somehow pulled a prank on me, slamming the door, then running away into a nearby classroom. But then it occurred to me, these bathrooms are pretty far removed from any classrooms in both directions. If it was Jeff or a kid playing a prank, I would have seen them, A few seconds after shouting for whoever may have been listening, I swear I heard faint whispers. The problem was I couldn't tell what direction they came from. It was like they were all around me. I asked them to speak up and they suddenly went silent. I must have spent 10 minutes playing with that door trying to figure out what could have caused it to slam so hard. There's no windows that could have blown it shut, and the only vent in the room is on the other side of the room. It does not blow hard enough to move the door with that kind of force, if at all. So I quickly finished my work in the bathrooms, swept the hallway floor so I could finish up for the night. Once I was finished, I took one final walk around to shut off any classroom lights and lock any doors that may have been left on or open, as well as shut off the hallway lights. While doing this, I made sure that I didn't have my headphones in. If something wanted to get my attention, I was going to make sure that they got it. Nothing happened while I made my final rounds upstairs, so I went downstairs to find Jeff. I asked him about the bathroom door slamming, and where he was around that time. He told me he was in the 6th grade classrooms by the kitchen, which is on the 1st floor and on the opposite side of the building. He also said that he's never experienced that bathroom door do anything weird before, but then again, he had never worked the upstairs wings before. I walked with Jeff talking to him about random stuff as he went around shutting off his lights. It's probably around 9:15 p.m. at this point. Yes, we were a little bit late at this point, but we didn't really mind. As we made our way down near the music wing, something urged me to look back down the hall from which we came, so I did just that. I turned to look, and I still get chills and a smile like a madman when I think about what I saw. I saw a dark gray transparent figure shaped like a person walking from left to right down the hall toward the gym. I immediately started running down the hall to try to see it again, but played it off to Jeff like I thought I saw a real person, was going to direct them out of the building, but I know what I saw. There were no people in the building. There were no basketball practices, no extracurriculars going that late. There should have been absolutely no one else in the building at all. I turn the corner and I don't see anyone. I check all the bathrooms and there's no one. I checked further down the hall around the corner, and there was also no one. I looked outside to the front plaza. There wasn't a soul. No people, no cars, nothing. At this point, I honestly got teary-eyed, but not because I was upset or scared, but because I was happy. To that point in my life, those were the most intense experiences I've ever had. I firmly believed that someone was trying to contact me over those 3 days. Jeff and I finished up and went home. I've since been back to that school a handful of times, but unfortunately, I've not had any true great experiences like I did those 3 nights, other than the shadows that we all sometimes see in the corners of our eyes. But who really knows for sure if those are spirits? There was nothing like the walking figure that I saw, so I chalked them up to my mind playing tricks on me, but like I said, who can be sure? The woman who normally works the upstairs wings of that school doesn't believe my stories. She's worked there for 11 years, says that she's never experienced anything in the building before, but she's also one of the most closed-minded people I've ever met. She doesn't believe in ghosts and won't even ponder the idea of aliens or life outside our planet. She says that I only saw what I wanted to see and experienced what I wanted to experience, but quite frankly, I think that's bullshit. My theory is that since I was clearly interested in what the spirit or spirits were doing, given that I would spend significant amounts of time trying to debunk my experiences, they tried to keep my attention almost like they were starved for attention altogether. I also think it's possible that since I was in middle school, the spirits or spirits may be that of middle school-aged kids. They were doing juvenile things just to mess with me, like shutting me out of the rooms and scaring me by slamming the door. And then when I called for the voices, I was hearing, and they would just go silent like students sometimes do when they get yelled at for talking during a test. It's all theory, but I think those ideas make sense, and I hope that they make sense to whoever may be reading this. Sorta. I know these aren't the scariest encounters, but they are very near and dear to me. Like I said, I've always believed in ghosts, and I've had some smaller encounters with what I believe were ghosts before, but up to that point in my life, they were the most intense encounters I've ever had. I've had some more encounters recently, some at another school that I believe is haunted. I may post them here at some point, but for now, I'll leave it here. I hope some people took the time to read this and enjoyed it. It would mean the world to me if you did, and if some of you did enjoy reading it, then I'll try to write out some more for some of my other more recent encounters. Also, if you've had any similar experiences, I would love to hear them, so feel free to leave comments with similar encounters. Scariest night of my life. First, I want to introduce myself. I'm a 20-year-old male from Serbia. This story happened around 6 or 5 years ago. That would be making me 14 or 15 years old. I live in the rural part of Serbia, but not rural enough to say anything can happen. It's just we're around 25 kilometers away from the nearest town. In Serbia, we have villages, which I live in. They aren't really villages, as most of the people from there work in some industry, and almost all of them have small gardens that they do on the side. But in a sense of number of people, it's not that much. So in a sense, it's rural, if you can imagine. So around that time, my close friend and I would ride bikes all day long and all night long. We were at that point everywhere everybody could have been, a very large area. I'm just going to say we rode bikes for more than 50 kilometers every day for around a few years, except winter, of course. So the story starts with us being bored on summer vacation. There's a tradition that almost all villages have football tournaments in summer, and it would take around 7 to 10 days to finish, depending on the number of teams that are submitted. So we already gone to number them, and nothing would be different than normal, because it was the road that we knew the people we knew it. It would just be normal stroll sort of a thing. So what we did is we would go around 6 p.m. It would take us around 40 minutes to get there. There were 2 options for how to get there. It's the main road that's a lot longer, around 30 minutes or more, because it was going around hills and forests. And at the second road that was going through forest. We chose the one through the forest, not because we were fearless or anything like that, but it was for safety reasons. The main road had asphalt, but not lights. We didn't have lights on our bikes. We would always get lost since we rode bikes off-road. And a lot of heavy trucks use that road, and it would be easy for them to kill us. So we chose the second road, thinking that because we don't have any dangerous wildlife, we thought it would be safest. The story goes like this. We go a few times and nothing weird happens. While nothing happened, I want to describe a road to you. From my house to my friend's house, it was a main road. We lived around 5 minutes from each other on bikes, of course. It's a small downhill from my house to his, and from his house you'd have to kind of go on another main road to another neighboring village, and that road is like a very big downhill, and that's close to his house. Then we pass a church. The church is on a bit of flat part of the hill, and then another downhill up the bridge on a small stream, and from there it's a big uphill to a neighboring village. From there, it was a flat ride until we would change road to a rural part, and this road was used by tractors. So it would look like this. I'll put the link somewhere. Sorry guys, we can't see it. Of course, this is not the location, it's just a picture that could resemble the one. Then we would go downhill past the little stream, go steep uphill, and from that part it would be flat for around 3 kilometers. There was no forest on that flat part, it was just fields of wheat and corn. But from the downhill was only very thick forest, which was like the link to the right of the forest and uphill. But left was a steep downhill to a stream, even more than the link to the downhill was very long, like 7 kilometers. And then we would come across our first houses of our destination. During the day, not scary at all. Even I would say it's a beautiful road, which we used before our rides, and this road was very much known from us from a long time ago. few details. There's a lot of headstones on this road because a lot of people died there while falling down trees. Okay. And a few graveyards were on that road, but we were never scared of it. There were a few stories around the bridge between our village and the first neighboring village where we passed the church. Stories were usually a drunk man would disappear and they'd find him a few days later all bloody and scratched. He would say that some creature was on his shoulders and was choking him. But you can imagine how those stories from a drunk man may seem false. So that was all the description for situation and environment now what happened. When tournament started, the moon was full, and we could see everything without lights. And while going home, we would hear all their animals all around us. Summer howls, crickets, foxes, dogs in the village, and so on, even though we were going home every night around 1 to 2 a.m. But something changed when it started getting darker. First, we started hearing steps behind us, and around 10 meters away at first, and we're off the road, so we thought it was some animal. But we checked a few times, but there was nothing there except, I would say, a chasm. Because if you fell, it would be hard to come back up. I can even say that if you did fall, and didn't hit any tree while falling, you would fall directly on rocks and probably die. So we came home, didn't think much of it. Then as there was less and less light, the steps became closer and closer. I'll skip a few nights because nothing happened as we were talking to try not to get scared. The last night was hell. Before we got out of the village, my friend stopped me and said this to me. Whatever you do, do not look behind us tonight. If you see something, do not pay any mind. Just go your way, and if you feel scared, pray, and everything will be all right. He at that time already read a Bible a few times and was a believer. I was a believer too, but I never really given it much thought. Like I believed because of tradition, so I said to him, everything will be fine either way, but I will, do as you say. I believed in my friend because he never lied to me even though we knew each other for around 10 years. We then started going uphill to get home, and this way took us around an hour and 30 minutes to get back because now all downhill when we came was uphill. From the moment we stepped out of the light, it was behind up now, it was like a meter behind us. We could feel it. All we knew was that something big and heavy, and it sounded like it had hooves. The feeling was like that of a large cow being behind us, but it didn't have 4 legs. It had a weird rhythm like it was walking on 2, but the ground was shaking with each step. When I say shake, I mean it would feel like vibrations clearly. We were frozen solid even though it was 30 degrees Celsius outside and everything was quiet except the steps. There were no animals, no insects, no dogs, no nothing. That thing was following us around 1 hour nonstop. And that hour was like years. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't have looked back because I was so scared. All we did was walk in silence. We didn't let any sound, not even breathing, being as quiet as the night when we finally got into the first village. We were white and cold to the touch, while everything else was warm. We then got to one public water faucet, washed our faces and hands because we wanted to get some of the heat on us. Then we sat under streetlight for around 20 minutes to get us normal again. We were so happy that we were the first of all alive that we just started going for one last part. That's that road where the bridge is up ahead of the church. Before we left the last streetlight, my friend told me, listen, now is the hardest part. The bridge is turning point. If we see something or anything, this is the plan. We're going downhill and don't stop even if you can't pedal no more. Don't stop until you reach the church. If I'm not there, go to the church immediately. If you see something on the way down, don't pay any attention and just go your way. After that, when we, if God allows us, we will meet before church. We'll go together if anything goes down. I just nodded and we get to where we're going side by side. Saw nothing. We crossed the bridge, stopped before the church because we couldn't have pedaled anymore. We looked at each other. Started going ahead. When we took a step to be before the church's gate, we heard a sound which I can't imitate or describe coming from the bridge. It was a sound that sounded like 100 people screamed and talked at the same time for around 20 seconds. We just looked at each other, looked behind, nothing was there. We slowly got uphill, we separated. And with the speed of light, we separated and got home. My parents were sleeping. I just opened their door and said that I got home, and when they saw me from waking up first thing, they asked, "Why are you so white?" I explained. They shook their heads and said that it was for going through the forest at 2 a.m. I'm lucky I didn't saw anything. I didn't sleep that night, and the next day I needed to ask my friend what happened to know I was crazy, but he described everything as I remember. So we just sat down and we were like, well, we are alive, so that's good. A few weeks passed, and I was for some reason going on that road alone. Also at night, but around 11 p.m. alone. And nothing like that happened. Later we also got together and also nothing happened, so we used that road a bunch more times and nothing's ever happened like that. I don't know how to end this story, but that was it, even if it isn't anything grand and nothing actually happened. It's the scariest thing I've lived through. I believe God helped us. We were praying while walking and that demon was behind us. Believe is weak word, I want to say. I know God helped us and that demon was behind. When someone tells me they don't believe in God, but there is something, I tell them this story and say to them. I was thinking similar to you before that happened, and I don't want for anyone to go through that, just for confirmation that there's God and demons, not something. We have to give this guy leeway, because he's from Serbia, and this is his second language, so hopefully you guys got that. Welcome to the unexplored dimensions of Paranormal M. Subscribe, hit that notification bell, or drop a comment and help us grow and join us on our quest to uncover the truth behind the extraordinary. Brace yourselves for an immersive journey through the unknown with our latest captivating stories. Hope you enjoy. Oil Field True Story: The Haunted Ship. I work in the offshore oil and gas industry, oil field for short. The work that my crew and I do often has us working with our equipment set up on board ships called offshore supply vessels and boats. They're owned by another company. Also, I live and work in Asia. I'm having deja vu. We normally have a crew of 15 to 20 packs on the job site, and that's at any given time. We don't have specific shifts, like day or night. We just work whenever the requirement arises or the client requests. In most cases, this means we'll be working 24 to 36 hours straight. The story. This one time, the client engaged our company to charter a supply boat and set up our equipment on board to do a job at an offshore drilling rig. Our equipment is huge. 800 horsepower, 20 foot by 8 foot large diesel-driven units each, and pretty much occupied the whole deck of the boat. Things started up normally. We set up the equipment, took a week of hard work, sailed out of the port, got to the drilling rig on schedule. There was some other operational stuff going on, so we waited on standby near the rig for a couple of weeks, floating about and killing time. This is where the quote-unquote fun starts. I mentioned earlier that we had about 15 guys on my crew, and there were another 20 guys who made up the boat's crew. Plus, the boat isn't that huge, so there's always another human being probably within shouting distance. It started the night we got on location. At breakfast, a couple of my guys were sitting all zombified and exhausted. They said that they had a bad bout of sleep paralysis. Now, this can happen occasionally, especially, or should I say, as a result of really hard physical exertion for prolonged periods. So the moment you collapse and have a good deep rest, your body can in fact experience what seems to be sleep paralysis. No biggie, since we just spent a whole week and day and night rigging up heavy equipment and piping. We shrugged it off. Went back to sitting around shooting the breeze. After all, we had a couple of weeks of nothing to do on standby, so with plenty of rest it wouldn't happen again. We were wrong. The next night, a few other guys got it. Then the following night, a few other guys experienced it too. And every single night, random guys experienced it. There was no pattern. There was no exception. Eventually, everybody had experienced it. Some reported being able to open their eyes and see a dark figure pressing down on them in their bunk beds. A couple more religious ones tried reciting prayers during the episodes, only to have the choking feeling just intensify. Morale was taking a beating. Isolated cases in the past we could laugh off since there was a reasonable explanation and correlation to the physical work that we did. This time, something was very wrong. The whole crew was getting it, and we literally had zero physical work at all. Still, we gave each other what moral support that we could to get through the days and nights. In the mornings, we knew. Tired, drawn expressions, the sunken eyes, the dark circles. We knew who it had come for the previous night. And that's not all. If you've worked offshore, you'll know sometimes standby time is the hardest because we quickly run out of ideas to pass the time. So we got busy and found things to do. Started running through the preventative maintenance and startup checks on our equipment, running the units, so that the moment we got the green light from the crew or the client, we'd be ready to go at full throttle. It came at us there too. Strange sounds on deck amongst the equipment. I was on deck one evening after dinner with 5 other guys working on one of the diesel engines. Suddenly, a huge metallic boom rang out from the aft deck. Sounded like somebody took a 10-pound sledgehammer and slammed it into one of the metal bulkheads. I got up to go aft and just check it out, thinking maybe it might have been a loose lube oil drum or one of the units not being shimmed properly. The supervisor grabbed my arm and said, "Not now, tomorrow, in daylight." I was about to protest, but seeing the look in his eyes, I backed down. In the morning, me and the other guys went to check the aft deck. Nothing. Equipment skids were shimmed tight, everything secured tight as it should be. And the previous night, there was nobody at the aft deck area. But every night from then on, the same boom, the same place without fail. Another thing, the vessel's crew refused flat out to say anything when asked about these things. Sure, they were friendly and great guys to work with, but when this topic came up, they simply clammed up tight. And weirdly enough, they also absolutely refused to ever come out on deck after nightfall. Daytime was fine. They would help with any requests at all, but after dark, nope. Want a spare part from the deck store during the day, fill out forms, wait outside while the bosun goes and gets it for you? Nobody goes inside my store after dark. It's free for all. The deck crew, not even the fussy bosun would come out of the deck. Go ahead and take what you need yourselves. Just fill it in the logbook. The final straw came once it was time to finally get to work. For context, we had an electrician who was a white American. Jack, awesome guy, chill as fuck. Skeptical when it comes to weird happenings, though. He was the one guy in the crew who would laugh off everything that happened. He would always just say we were imagining things. So in a way, he helped us keep our sanity, which is important for later. The job starts. The big diesel units are running at full throttle. Listen to the 3,000 horsepower choir sing. Everyone is giving it their all, and we're done in about 24 straight hours. Client is happy. Time to sail home. Crew shuts down the equipment, pats each other on the back, and heads to the locker room. It's about 2 a.m. at this point. Wait, where's Jack? Jack was curled up in a ball in the locker room, in a tiny gap between the lockers and the wall. A mound of cigarette butts on the floor at his feet. He was rocking back and forth, chain-smoking furiously. And by the way, he doesn't chain-smoke. He was pale, shaking, eyes wild and muttering over and over again. What the fuck, man? What the fuck did I just see? What the fuck was that thing? We heard what happened from our mechanic. He was with Jack at the aft deck. That was near the railing when they both saw a white man-sized bundle fall from the drilling rig. It's like a jack-up rig, a 30-meter drop from the rig floor to sea level. went into the sea with a loud, audible splash. Hang on. These guys are standing right behind the diesel engines, 140 decibels loud with earmuffs on, and they heard a splash? Jack was really excited, thinking it might be a man overboard, wanting to throw himself just a life ring and jump in to save him. When the mechanic grabbed Jack, pulled him back from where he was about to climb over the railing and dragged him backwards, Jack started to argue. That's when they saw something moving in the water. For context, it's dark, like midnight. We're out in the open sea. The sea is choppy. If anyone fell into the sea in these conditions, good luck to you. This thing, they saw it. It was submerged and coming toward the boat, making a V-wave as it came. Jack continued arguing as if it was in a trance that a man was overboard. He needed to rescue the person, started climbing the rail again. Mechanic slaps him and says, "Jack, whatever that is, it's not human. We're fucking going now." Next thing we know, we found Jack huddled in the locker room out of his damn mind. Couldn't even muster a coherent sentence. Took him a couple of days to regain his composure after that incident. Thankfully, the journey back to port was short, 20-hour sailing time. We were all too motivated to disassemble all the equipment soon after we reached the shore and just got the hell off of that boat in record time. Ask Reddit. I have multiple. I believe I was a target for demonic possession or something paranormal for most of my childhood, and quite frankly, my young adult life. I have a lot of stories about my experiences, but I always highlight a few when I tell them to people. I was raised to believe in whatever I wanted by my family, I guess you could say that they're not churchgoers. However, they are mainly agnostic, and I'm atheist. My mom didn't believe me for years, and now she does. My best friend didn't believe me, and now he does. My ex didn't believe me, and now she does too. I've thought about going to church just to ask for some information. However, I haven't been bothered by it for a few years. Take what you want from this. I pride myself on my honesty, and none of this is made up. Some of these stories are not too scary, but I need to tell them. Some things will sound like a normal day-to-day issue people that have, but try to trust me when I say these are not. The first recollection I have of it was in grade 2. I was in bed trying to fall asleep. This orb was floating around in my room. It was white on the back and slightly opaque, just whizzing around the room. I was scared right away. It randomly stopped, and it felt like it was looking at me. Then I just froze in fear. It charged me. I snapped out of the paralysis, ran to my mom's room, who was angry. I woke her up and it put me back in my room. This is when I started to sleep under the covers with a light on till I was 19. I was quote-unquote haunted for years. Little things would happen, like shit would go missing or stuff would move, but I just got used to it. Not like your car keys or wallet, but my glasses would not be where I placed them on the nightstand beside me when I would fall asleep. They would usually be downstairs on a counter or in a cupboard. I would feel like something was watching me from time to time, and not that normal sixth sense you feel when someone is watching you. Completely different level. Shit like this became a semi-normal life for me. Whenever we moved, it would follow. Let's start with grade 11 around Xmas. My mother got divorced, and well, me, my cat Tiger, we were living at my grandparents' home. My mom was on a vacation in a warm country, and my grandparents were in Arizona. House was all to myself. This isn't some Hollywood scary grandparents' house. It's a new, basically premium condo in the suburbs. My room was downstairs, and when you leave the bedroom, there's a big living room straight in front with an older TV in the corner, directly in the corner of the living room. There's also a bathroom to the left. I woke up in the middle of the night not able to breathe. I felt a force on top of me, and not like a fatty sitting on you, but like as if the blankets on top of me weren't movable. That feeling, something like watching you, and it was stronger than it had ever been. The door, which I'd closed, was wide open, with all the lights being off, including the lamp that I always leave on when I go to sleep. And by the way, I always leave this on. I was terrified. This is the scariest moment in my life. Then all of a sudden, Tiger, my pet cat, jumped onto the bed, all bushy-tailed and hissing. The lights turned on by themselves, and I was relieved by which is my best guess is that Tiger, jumps off the bed and stays in the bedroom at the door staring all bushy-tailed and hissing at this corner of the living room where the TV is. It's pitch black, and I felt it instantly when I looked into the corner. This horrible, intent feeling, like when someone who hates you is looking at you with the intent to kill. This corner of the living room should have been lit up from the light in the bedroom, but it was pitch black. I had to call my uncle and tell him I needed to pick me up right away. He had to come to my bedroom to just behold me in my underwear because I was too scared to get dressed in case it came after me again. Tiger's eyes didn't leave that corner of the room until my uncle came. My uncle got mad when I told him the reason that he had to wake me to get me. Thankfully, by this time my mom already believed me. I'm 17, ladies and gents. A full-grown young man. Had to call his uncle to get him. My best thoughts on Tiger saving me was, I guess, maybe the ancient Egyptians' belief about cats. Look it up, I think there's a little truth in everything. My memory gets a little fuzzy here without time frames. However, I was hanging out with my best friend at his house, and he knows about quote-unquote it, but doesn't believe anything I tell him about it. Until this night at his place. My best bud's family's rich. He has a big double-door entrance room with one very small window and this huge king-size bed and an 80-inch computer monitor, which really is just a TV. We were downstairs in his room on his bed watching Paranormal Activity 1 on his computer monitor while eating Pizza 73. The doors were closed and the tiny window shut. The pizza box was set up by the computer chair in front of the TV. The whole bottom of the box was on the seat with a whole pizza in the bottom part of the Pizza 73 box, with the lid being a little bit open. So in the middle of the movie, the box lid folds up and opens completely by itself. We look at each other and look back, and the pizza box shoots off the chair and lands on the floor. After that, my best friend believed me and started to hate it. It came over a different time and we were talking about it. He randomly got up all mad and started to mock and attempt to talk to it by yelling into the air. He said something along the lines of, "Leave my friend alone, you coward." Blah, 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 blah. Shit like that. We hung out and it was time to go to sleep. I passed out on the couch in the downstairs living room. He fell asleep on the recliner. This is the first time it has done something to someone besides me. I was already half asleep when all this happened. So this story is what he had told me the next morning, which I remember some parts of. He was asleep, woke up to the flashlight being on, which was odd, so he guessed that it was it. He tried to wake me up, which I just said to go back to sleep. He screwed the light all the way so there was no way to turn back. Then put it down. He woke up again to the light on. I remember this light turning on and him freaking out with what happened next. So we shut it off again, and this time woke up to being pulled off of the recliner with the light on again. It scared him, and we actually never talked about it for a long time. My ex was Mexican and Catholic. She had Jesus pictures and crosses and Catholic stuck pretty much everywhere. She knew about it, and it took a few months after we moved in together for her to believe me. Especially that weird stuff happened whenever I was home. After she believed me, she wanted to go to a card reader who was a friend of hers. She promised that she didn't say anything about it to this card reader or anything pertaining to scary stuff. However, this card reader was horrified by the cards that she drew. She said something was following me, which I already knew. Anyways, there's more, but I've just been typing on my phone forever and I have to work another 12 hours tomorrow. Guest in the bathroom. As it happened sometime last year, but as it was happening, the sheer terror I felt at the time was truly unlike any other. I had met her so unexpectedly while I was spending the weekend over at my grandparents' house in the mountains in Indonesia. She was my first ever first-hand encounter with the otherworldly, and she chose to appear when I least expected it, at a place I was so familiar with even though I could remember. She was an uninvited guest who welcomed herself into my grandparents' home, a guest that nobody knew about but me. So the story goes, on my first night there at around 2 a.m., finally felt sleepy enough to sleep, so I decided to go to the bathroom just right across the room I was staying at to pee, before heading off to bed. The hallway was dark, but nothing felt weird. It was a familiar sight, and I sensed no danger or threat, so I just walked right into the bathroom to quickly do my business. Again, nothing felt out of the ordinary. Everything was as it usually is, until I opened the bathroom door to return to my room, and that door flung back on its own, shutting it again. That was the moment I knew I was fucked. Immediately, the bathroom lights started flickering non-stop, reminiscent of a club, but in the most horrific way considering my circumstances. Without much of a thought, I looked over my shoulder because I felt a presence, and sure enough, there was a girl at the back of the bathroom, completely motionless. However, what's weird was that I couldn't really make out her full form, if that makes sense. Or even her face, because strangely enough, she appeared to be quite blurry, although she was within close proximity, which was probably for the better. At a quick glance, I was only able to tell that she had a disheveled hair, and also that her body frame was, well, she was visibly very thin, skinny, even under that bloodied and tattered long white dress she had on. Then it sunk in again. I was locked inside of a haunted bathroom with a female ghost covered in blood standing still beside me while the lights are flickering. For maybe a good minute or two, that felt like an eternity at that. I was frantically trying to open the door in a state of panic to no avail, mind you, all while I was screaming at the top of my lungs, desperate for help for an entire time, but unfortunately, both of my elderly grandparents have hearing problems. My grandpa especially is pretty much gone deaf. So, I know, all that ruckus still wasn't loud enough to wake any of them up. I was going insane while the other two human beings in the house were sound asleep. For a second, it felt like I was on the verge of fainting due to shock, and the sudden surge of fear that took over my body simply because these things, the supernatural, scares me down to the core. And Indonesia happens to be one of those highly superstitious and quote-unquote active countries with the creepiest ghost species. Although, I can also feel myself shaking and my legs getting weak. The adrenaline was stopping me from fainting. To which would have been preferable, considering I could have just woken up the next day and started being in denial, but no. I just had to stay awake the entire time and have the very vivid recollection of everything. Anyways, as soon as the door finally opened, I sprinted back into my room. I just could not believe it myself. I made it back, kind of managed to escape alive and, well, completely unharmed, only traumatized. However, even if that was the case, I still could not even get a wink of sleep that night because I was frightened at the idea that she might have followed me in and thereby continue to haunt me again. Thus, I decided to spend the entire night hiding under the covers so I won't catch sight of her. Even if in that case, ignorance is bliss, right? When morning came, I set out to search for a fellow resident whom I've always thought was the bravest and most experienced on this topic. He lives in a separate building, a very haunted one, far away from the main house. To maybe look for some possible explanations. It was one of my grandparents' longtime workers. After I told him about what had happened last night, he told me that he'll look into it, try to figure out who she was. Not gonna lie, I really just thought what I saw was the Indo ghost called Kuntilanak, solely from its appearance. The classic long black hair, white bloody dress, and nothing else. Fast forward to the next day. To my surprise, he had news for me already. He told me that apparently after asking around the area, discovered that just recently, sometime around last week in fact, there was a young lady, a motorcyclist who was unfortunately involved in a deadly accident that killed her on impact. In a gruesome manner. Her head got sort of crushed. Along the road of where my grandparents' house was situated on, too. My heart sank. Could that be her, the girl I saw that night? But why the fuck would she be here of all places? Okay, so this is where it gets a little bit icky because a paranormal is now involved. After I told my highly superstitious dad about all this. Apparently, according to my dad's longtime trusted paranormal, yeah, this kind of is a thing in Indonesia. Kind of like how each family has their own family doctor, and this man is my family paranormal. Though I've always thought he's full of bullshit ever since I was a kid. They had managed to communicate with her. He basically confirmed what my grandparents' worker had told me. Additionally, as a result of her very sudden death, she was unable to rest in peace. Moreover, move on to the next stage following death, to her afterlife. Hence, she resorted to showing herself to me, albeit forcefully, which was apparently her way of seeking help. My help that night. Forgot exactly why or what she wanted me to help her with, but I seriously don't know why it had to be me of all people within the vicinity. In the end, the paranormal decided to just pray for her, and he either said she was moved out of my grandparents' property by him or was able to move on to the afterlife with the assistance of his prayer. I can't remember because it's been at least a half a year since it happened. But either way, he said he feels bad for her and pities her, so we decided to lend her a helping hand. Afterwards, that paranormal kept reassuring us that she was no longer at my grandparents' house, and that he's reinforced the prayer wall barrier, quote unquote. And this is something that was surrounding the main house area that was weakening. Yes, you read all that right. He apparently puts up prayer wall barriers and seals the area, preventing ghosts and spirits that are not blood related to my family lineage from entering. And this is in every single one of my dad's properties, too. Even the ones overseas. But because that was how she was able to breach those wall barriers and enter it through a gap, and, well, to be honest, all I care about is the fact that she's gone. Never tested, nor have the means to even do a test anyway. At least of his skill, ability, powers, or legitimacy. However, that was something that I chose to believe without question in order to give myself some peace of mind. Besides my family members, I seriously couldn't care any less even if all that shit was made up about all that paranormal. As long as she's out and never to return. End of story. Honestly, as I'm recounting all this again in great detail for the first time in months to write this post, on second thought, I think I'll for sure be traumatized for life. All because it's been, as I said, several months, and the memory of physically being in that locked bathroom with her takes me right back. And this is enough to send chills up and down my spine again and again. I wish I could say that I was hallucinating at the time or something, but I didn't. And I've had to live with this sort of chilling memory in my head ever since. From this time onward, I've been refusing to spend another night at my grandparents' house whenever I visit Indonesia. As much as I cherish that place and spending time with my grandparents at their own home. However, I just can't get over my trauma and paranoia, and it truly is a shame, but it is what it is. I've been encountering spirits in my childhood home, even to this day. I've been wanting to share some experiences myself and my family have had, dating all the way back to the mid-1990s. For quick context, I'm the oldest of 4 sons, and we all grew up in this house. It's a small 3-bedroom home in a quiet subdivision surrounded by wilderness. My parents bought it back in 1982 and still live there today. I come from a superstitious and some would call sensitive family. Most of them seem to be in tune with our extrasensory perception. In no ways do I consider myself to be a psychic or someone with an extremely good precognition and clairvoyance, but I do feel like I've been aware of unexplainable presences or feelings. Now let's get into the story. My mother explained to me that before she became pregnant with me, she never really noticed any strange or paranormal occurrences at home. When my mom got pregnant, she said things changed. At this point, she started feeling a presence while at home. My father's work at the time had him, just gone for weeks at a time. My mom found herself feeling lonely and overthinking. That night, while trying to sleep, she felt like someone was in the room with her. She said it wasn't an ominous or negative energy, but the opposite. As her pregnancy continued, small objects started vanishing and showing back up. She bought wind-up toys and toys that were activated by buttons. She placed them up on a shelf in a closet. They ended up on a closet floor, activated and playing. She says she saw a female figure move from one room to another in the upstairs halls. At that point, she wanted to understand why the house had all these paranormal energies. But the house was newly built, not even 20 years old at the time. The previous owner was a single parent, but she never knew the age or gender or the children. My mom started having complications with the pregnancy, and I was born 9 weeks premature. Spent the first 6 months of my life in the hospital dealing with issue after issue, but I managed to pull through. I know this isn't related to the paranormal, but it's important context to later events and theories. There was a time when I was a few months old when a pair of hats my mother and great-grandmother wore to a wedding somehow got moved from the attic storage into my mom's closet. Spooked my mom momentarily, but by then she had come to terms that she was sharing space with some sort of friendly spirit ghost or presence. These things didn't bother her too much, but besides that, not much else happened. One of the strangest but powerful things that happened in my childhood home took place when I was still very young. You see, even though I was 8 months old, I could still roll myself over very well, or even sit up. Embarrassing? Sure, but what can I do? I was just a baby. But anyways, my mom was home alone again with me. She put me down for a nap and went to lay down in her bedroom across the hall. She was quite tired, so sleep took over quite quickly. She says that she had vivid dreams. She was in some sort of a white room. It was bright. She was sort of standing in place, and she felt someone enter the space with her. It was a welcoming presence. One she felt before, but a more ominous feeling showed up, like impending doom, or that feeling when you just know something isn't right. Then she heard the voice of a girl. I told her, "The baby, it's the baby." The voice repeated itself as she jolted awake. She sensed something was wrong. She rushed across the hall, which luckily was only a mere 7 feet or so into my bedroom. I somehow had myself face down in the crib's mattress. I must have decided it was time to move myself around, but I was clearly unable to push my face out of the mattress. Ask my mom this story now, and she'll tell you with great detail how the real dream felt and how scary it all was. So as I got older, I was told around 3 or 4, I started chatting to an imaginary friend. I would spend a lot of time sitting up in my room, stationed on my floor with all sorts of toys. I would be having full-on conversations, apparently with no one. When my parents asked me who I was talking to, I told them her name was Tara. I told them she was a little girl a bit older than me. I said she was nice. I didn't let this up for years, I've been told. I can remember understanding at a young age, 8 or 9, that our house had spirits in it. But I was raised and told that they were harmless, that they were just here with us, and I felt it too. I didn't mind it, honestly. It didn't scare me. What scared me instead was sudden loud noises and movies about vampires. Fast forward to my teenage years now. I was sleeping on a Friday night. Across from my bed was a large dresser, and pushed beside was a longer but shorter dresser. It was tall and sturdy enough that a young person could hop up on it and sit. I remember coming out of a strange dream. I started to wake up. I opened my eyes, and they were met with someone else's gaze. It was a young girl, dark hair, clothes that looked like they were from decades prior. She was sat up on my dresser looking at me. I jumped out of my skin because honestly, who expects that? Now, was she scary looking? No, I believe it was Tara. I've seen her a few other times, or possibly another female spirit. I come home to visit my parents, and at times I get the same intense feeling. It's very hard to explain. It's just like I know that one of these spirits are around and they're welcoming me back. I'll walk into the house, especially if I'm the first to arrive home, and the whole feel of my surroundings change. It's hard to explain. But I've come to learn it's the type of feeling I get when Tara must be around. When I'm spending time alone at the house, especially downstairs in the basement, I'll see a dark female figure move across the back of the room. The shape of the body reflects off the glass paneling of my parents' bar. It'll move into the laundry room and disappear. I've seen it in reflections of windows upstairs, standing in various spots around the home, as if they're just sharing space with me, as if they're just trying to say hi. I'm older now. I just turned 30, but in all the apartments I've lived in, I've had paranormal experiences. Nothing horrifying, thank goodness, but I always seem to have something happen. I'm okay with it. Maybe I'll share some of those moments another time. I would be lying to you if I tried to make my story sound like some horrid poltergeist haunting with objects throwing and evil lurking around. But I truly believe not all aspects of the paranormal are spooky and scary. Sometimes they're just strange at times, but they're wholesome. The experiences can be enlightening that maybe we do share our lives with others who have passed on, who just want to make themselves known from time to time. Maybe to watch over us, who knows? It's all complex, but I do believe that I have had ghosts follow me around all my life. Mommy, the man at the window made her cry. Part 2. One night my husband and I were woken by a popping sound and something falling to the floor. Lots of somethings, in fact. We ran toward the noise and noticed in the kitchen that the plastic cups drying in the rack were popping out of their holding position and falling onto the floor. It was right before our eyes, not dishes, not silverware or anything else, just cups. And it didn't stop until the last one fell. A few weeks, maybe a month later, I was awoken by my 2 pugs barking. I figured there was an animal outside nearby, so I got up. Hubby was still asleep, and I noticed the direction they were barking, and again it was my kitchen. This time the loaf of bread that was sitting on the counter was floating a few inches above it. Then it dropped to the ground, and hard enough to damage it. Now all of these things, including golf clubs, might not be that exciting, but the incidents always followed an argument about said subjects with my husband. You already know the backstory of the golf clubs, but the cups argument was my husband telling me before we went to bed that we should put the dishes away. I asked him why and what could really happen to them if we waited till morning. The bread? I yelled at him to put it in the fridge and he forgot. Was something trying to put a wedge between us? I don't know. I'm sure a few things, though. At least that I can't remember, but that happened the next year or so. But the next incident that sticks in my mind was when I was around 8 months pregnant with my firstborn. My husband wasn't home, and it was around 9 or 10 p.m. I was watching TV with my dogs in the recliner. My male dog would never leave my side when I was pregnant. All of a sudden, the male starts growling at the room where the nursery's set up. It is dark in there. He keeps growling, and now my female starts barking. I start getting a weird feeling in my stomach, a deep, weird feeling in the pit of it. Then the baby started moving more than usual. This went on for a bit, and I was so scared that I just sat there and stared at the room. As quick as it all started, it was even quicker when it stopped. I called my husband and asked him to come home. He did because he could tell by my voice that something else happened. The rest of my pregnancy was uneventful. The day comes when we bring my son home. No problems until about 2 months in. I start to notice like a pattern with my son and him waking up at exactly 3:23 a.m. every night. He had a baby monitor in his room, and I would wake to his giggles and laughter. Now you're probably thinking that's so much better than waking up to screaming and crying, but it wasn't. You see, I start to realize that the giggling and laughter sounds familiar. It sounds just like when someone he knows is peeking over his crib and making him laugh. Once I realize this, I start running to the room, and as soon as I turn on his light and run to his crib, I notice him laughing and looking in another direction. Then where I'm standing, he keeps laughing and just cooing in that direction until I startled him with my voice. Then he looks at me and smiles or cries, depending on what he wants. This went on for a while, even when I started leaving his light on. I even tried having him sleep with us, but he just wasn't comfortable with that, I guess. Well, I figured he liked whoever was visiting him and meant him no harm, I hope. It slowed down and stopped completely once he was in his first big boy bed. Once he started talking, he was able to tell me if anything was happening. I'd find him in his room with his toys, laughing and smiling at his window. I asked him why he was laughing, and he would just point to the window and say the man was funny. What man? I'd ask. The man in the window. It was scary enough that he possibly saw a man in the window. But what was scarier is that it was on the second floor of my house. There's no way a man could be there, and this happened often, but again, he seemed happy with the man in the window, until I had my daughter. Unfortunately, it was a different situation for my daughter. Once she started sleeping in the nursery, she started waking up at the same time every night, 3:23 a.m. She wouldn't laugh, though. She would cry. And with this, I put her back in our room for another year until she was ready for her own bed. Once that happened, it was uneventful for a year or so. One night when I was in the kitchen cooking, hubby wasn't home yet. I heard my daughter crying and saying, "Go away." I ran in and asked her what was wrong, and all she could do was point to the window. But her brother, who was in there too, said that the man was back, and he didn't like my daughter. Well, from then on, I told my daughter to play in the living room near me so the man would leave her alone. A few years went by. A few things happened, but not bad. We ended up selling that house and moving into a bigger one. All was well with the kids. Nothing else happened to them, and they're adults now. Although I do notice that my son has a lot of interest in paranormal stuff, but it seemed that whatever it is was not done with me. From about 2001 onward, every time someone close to me died, I would get a visit from them within a week after their death. sometimes they would say something, sometimes not. It was always right before he fell asleep. My dad was one of them. A few days after he died, he visited me. He looked into my bedroom and smiled. I asked how he was feeling because he was in so much pain before he died. He simply waved his hands down his body and gave me the thumbs up, which I took as he was feeling good. Others visited, and I was honest with my whole family and told them what had happened. Friends, pets, and my mother-in-law. She kept turning the hall light on, which she would do when she was alive as well, but my mom didn't. About 2 months after my sister and I were cleaning out my mom's room, she asked if my mom visited me after dying. I said no. Told her that it actually bothered me. Was she mad? Did I do something? My sister told me that she probably just wasn't ready to contact me. Well, I got home that night and Mom felt it was time. My husband and I were watching TV and we started hearing music, like from a music box. It was coming from my china cabinet. I walked over and realized that my very old music box that my mother had given to me when I was a child was playing music. What's strange is that it hadn't worked for many, many years. I cherished that music box actually because it was a gift from my mom. She knew I loved it, and I really believed that that was her way of saying goodbye to me. The visitations still happen, but not often. I still see movement out of the side of my eye, but it is slowed down along with all the other paranormal activity. Ghost/paranormal experiences, my own and from people I know. Jane and John lived together in a home with their daughter Laura. Jane and John would always be hearing things. Laura would always be seeing things. The fire alarm would always go off in the middle of the night. Every night after Laura went to bed, after Jane had read her a story, and after she'd sort of heard her parents get into bed, she'd always get up to get a glass of water from the bathroom. She remembers one night listening for her parents to get into bed, then getting up, opening her door to see that it was daylight. She looked and saw John standing in his bedroom doorway, and he tells her good morning. She stood there, confused as hell, because to her, no time had passed. She'd just honed to bed about 30 seconds earlier. The day just went along as usual. Laura would always see dark figures bolting past doorways. She'd even try to chase them. Whenever she saw them, she'd run after them and not find anything, and then run and tell Jane and John that she saw dark Sidious. And we'd run across the doorway. Jane and John believed her, because they too had seen similar, but they told her it was just her eyes playing tricks on her in order to keep her calm. Jane would get up for work at 6 in the morning every weekday. One morning she saw a figure standing under the tree in their front lawn. It was glowing faintly blue, and it was wearing a long white cloak. It was tall, had an elongated face, and appeared to be mumbling something. She stared right at it for a good minute, walked to her car briskly, not breaking eye contact with it. Once she was in her car, she calls John, told him to come out and see it. He came out and saw nothing. He wasn't in any disbelief, however, as he'd also experienced strange things in that house. One day... Sorry, I'm so starving that I'm messing up. One night, they were sitting in the living room at night. They were sharing a bottle of wine, watching TV. In unison, their eyes followed a black figure which passed swiftly by the windows. First the kitchen window, then the back door. They both saw it, looked at each other, confirming that they were both indeed seeing what they were seeing. John would also hear footsteps sliding across the carpet in the basement, especially while home alone. John frantically ran around the house one day because he could hear a tap running. I don't know whether or not he had found the running tap, nor does he remember this specific instant. Yet, when John was small, his grandmother passed away. Some days after her death at her funeral, he asked her to come and visit and to move some things in his room. If he happened to be asleep, Okay. Later that night, while John was asleep, he opened his eyes only for a moment to see a small Garfield figurine floating past his bedroom window. He'd assumed it was only a dream when, sure enough, when he woke up, the figurine was sitting right there in his lap. He still had the figurine and keeps it safe to this day. The same night John's grandmother passed, his sister Bethany was visiting by her grandmother in her dream. Her grandmother told Bethany that she was very cold. When Jane's father, Eric, passed away, her cousin Vera had a dream. During Vera's childhood, Eric was like a father to her. Vera dreamt that Eric had come to visit her, to comfort her. The next day, Vera called Jane to ask if everything was all right with Eric, received the news of his passing. While driving to Eric's funeral, Jane, John, and Jane's sister Nancy and her husband Daniel were in the car. Jane was driving. The highway was extremely icy, and it was snowing heavily. Jane, devastated by her father's passing, was crying, was unable to see the road clearly through her teary eyes, and all that snow. Suddenly the volume on the radio began to increase, slowly, to an almost deafening level. Then slowly it came back down. When Jane and Nancy were small, Eric would do this to the car stereo while driving if Jane and Nancy were making too much noise in the back seats, distracting him. At first, Jane had thought either John or Daniel had the stereo remote and were just playing some sick joke. But the remote was tucked away in the glove compartment. Jane felt comfort knowing her father was still there to protect her from danger. Some years later, Eric's brother Mark passed away. Jane, John, Nancy, Daniel, and Laura attended. While at the funeral, John felt an extremely strong and evil presence, as if there were something threatening or attacking Mark. John believes he has a very strong connection to his past lives and the spirits he encountered. When John was an infant, he would often cry out at night, as most babies do. His parents, Rose and Bob, brought him to a temple to have the demons removed from him. After the temple visit, he never cried out at night again. John believes he had been crying out at night because of his past life. In his past life, he was a monk. He believes that he had evil spirits trapped within him because of this, and that those spirits were removed upon his visit to the temple. Daniel's father passed recently, and while visiting his father's house shortly after he passed, he noticed that the clock in the kitchen had stopped the exact moment he died, and a yellow canary watched him through the window of every room he entered. When Jane was starting her career as a nurse, she worked in a nursing home. An elderly woman on her deathbed had not had the strength to speak or move for an entire week. Then one day while Jane was in the room with her, she sat up, asked for a glass of water. She then looked up into the corner of the room and had the warmest smile on her face. Jane asked her what she was looking at. The woman told Jane she was looking at the Virgin Mary. The woman was in total bliss. Jane brought her a glass of water and she succumbed to her old age within an hour. Laura's close friend Jonas unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago. Jonas had taken his own life in the basement of his home. For the months after Jonas's death, Laura had been receiving silent phone calls from Jonas's number. She'd pick up the phone and hear silence before the call ended. She'd also hear more of Jonas's favorite songs on the radio, or they would shuffle more frequently in her playlist. These were songs that would often be sung over the phone, and these occurrences stopped about 5 months after Jonas's death. In Laura's current home, not childhood home, she had seen lights turning on by themselves, items mysteriously falling off shelves and doors closing on their own. To Laura, these occurrences are not frequent enough to be considered a haunting. She believes they are simply spirits passing through the area, not intending to cause any harm, and not staying in her home. Something else in the house. Over the last year, I've had a handful of recognizable brushes with something that just doesn't like me. And the feeling is mutual. A year ago, my girlfriend invited me to move in with her full time. I'd stayed over before for a weekend. Nothing seemed off about the place or the living arrangement itself, but I didn't get goose pimples or a sense of dread when I roamed around the place. Shortly after her invitation, I chose to move in with her. She was rather insistent that I moved in immediately. I decided just to pull up stakes and find a job in the area after I moved in. This meant I spent most of the day alone in the house. It took a lot longer than I thought it would to get an entry-level job in the area. After a while, I sort of took to laying in bed for an hour or two out of the day. That's when I started to notice strange noises. They sounded like radio commercials and music, though I could never quite make out what was said. The voices had the tones of males and females, but all I could hear was garbled nonsense. Just recall radio commercials for local businesses, interspersed with a semi-discordant music. You'd probably be close to the mark if you imagined that. A little while after that, I started having vivid, jarring dreams. In one, I was holding an infant that had a seizure. Or rather, I had the seizure. I started squeezing this baby. I couldn't let go, and it had a horrified look on its face, and that woke me up. Once I could go back to sleep, I was hit with another. The next one came as soon as I went back to sleep. I was standing in a backyard, then I heard young children's panicked screaming. I ran inside just to see a toddler-aged child running out the front door and the infant slung over his shoulder. I got to the toddler and infant in the driveway where the toddler dropped the baby. The baby started vomiting a large amount of green fluid. I woke up just as I had picked up the infant and went to call for medics. Immediately upon waking, I clearly heard, "Every smart homeowner knows," and it faded away. We didn't have a radio or television on, and it seemed like the same kind of commercial mimicry, but with more clarity. On another night, I woke up to a hard slap on the side of my head. I saw my girlfriend standing over me with tears running down her cheeks. She disappeared when I yelled, "Why the hell did you hit me?" To which my girlfriend, laying next to me all along, sleepily stated, "I didn't hit you. What are you talking about?" A couple of weeks after that, my girlfriend went to bed earlier than I. I was on my computer in the finished basement, almost directly under the bedroom. After a few hours, she messaged me, asked me to come upstairs. She said it sounded like there was a block party outside and she heard people talking outside the window. If there had been anything like that, I would have heard it as well. I heard nothing of the sort, whilst in pretty much the same side of the house. The neighborhood had been quiet all night for me at least, and we resolved to move the bed, just in case we were picking up radio broadcasts or some other odd signal. She had heard the same things as well before I moved in. The adjustment seemed to significantly cut down on the odd commercial noises, though I noticed them for a couple of seconds, especially when tensions between her and I were elevated. Over the coming months, there were a host of other small, odd occurrences. After the basement became unnaturally cold, I began to feel like I wasn't alone. I would catch brief glimpses of a naked man facing away from me in the basement. I had a general feeling that I wasn't welcome. The worst instance happened when I was in the middle of remodeling the basement half bath. I went from sweating to practically freezing in an instant. I felt like something was standing just behind and off to the side with about as much directed menace I'd ever felt. I'm not religious, but I started naming as many saints as I could remember while finished my process. Then I got the hell out of there, decided I would stream some games from the basement PC to the upstairs television while my girlfriend slept in. I started having all kinds of bandwidth problems. Then somehow I was signed out of my account. To my knowledge, that needs to be done manually. Shortly after that, she woke up from a bad dream. She was with her mother. They came back to her mother's house to find the door ajar. They found her cats had been messily slaughtered, fed to dogs with various anti-Semitic spray paint on them. All throughout this time, our relationship deteriorated. I kept waking up in the middle of the night, flailing. I felt under attack. And one night I bashed my hand on the nightstand. Another night I woke up outside, fully clothed. She said I was acting like a lunatic. It all became too much for me. I moved out. I worry about her, so we still keep in contact. Yet another strange thing happened, and this was last night. We were talking on the phone, but I eventually became too tired. I fell asleep. She stayed on the line because listening to me sleep helps calm her. When I woke up, we were disconnected and I checked my messages. She wanted me to call her back. I blearily called her back and started to go back to sleep myself. I heard a faint voice on the line, which I brushed off as some podcast on her tablet, until she started responding to me. I perked up a bit and I heard a voice that sounded like mine, though I couldn't make out what was being said. I asked her who she was talking to, which confused her. She thought she was talking to me. I asked her what the voice had said to her. She said it sounded like me asking if she was doing okay, if she had found a job. I told her I had said nothing, though I had heard something that sounded like me. Naturally, this unsettled her, as we both know something is wrong in the house. I don't know if there's something in the house itself or if it can be tied to a certain relic that she has. It's a chakwe, a tribe from Angola mask, which sort of symbolizes mother being separated from her child as he enters manhood. I've urged her to donate it to some curator, as there's several in the area. The tribe itself is known to use their crafts as commodities, so I can't be certain about that angle, but though I know something in that house is disruptive and loves to do it. The Kentucky Holler Crawler. When I was about 9 or 10 years old, my uncle told me a story that stuck with me ever since. Growing up in Kentucky, I've always heard tales of, Bigfoot or the Pope-licked goat man, the usual run-of-the-mill urban legend campfire story. But in the case of the story my uncle had told me, it was different than all the other tales I'd heard before or since. Kentucky is home to the world's largest cave system in the world, Mammoth Cave. Since its founding in July 1st, 1941, only about 365 miles have been surveyed by the human eye. It's believed that there are still over 600 miles of passageways and caverns yet to be discovered. The national park is stretched over 3 counties, spanning more than 50,000 acres: Edmonson, Hart, and Barron counties. My uncle owned land in Edmonson County since the early 1980s. I remember hearing how about when they were out hunting for deer, they would occasionally come across pits in the ground of various sizes. They were the mouths of cave entrances. They would usually just toss a barrel or a large tree branch into the hole so no one would stumble across it, fall in, or become trapped. Besides wildlife or just getting lost in the woods, there wasn't really much else you had to worry about, according to most people. This story takes place in the early 1990s, about 5 years after my uncle purchased the land. His closest neighbor, who I'm going to call Ken, lived about half a mile down that dirt road, and that road ran parallel to both of their properties. They naturally became good friends over time and on occasion would accompany each other hunting. My uncle lived in Louisville and would sit in his property when he had off days or needed to do upkeep like mowing or restocking his pond. So unlike his neighbor Ken, he spent more than most of the year in Louisville. On this particular weekend, Ken went out hunting for deer. He left his cabin and head off into the woods. He had done it 100 times before. He followed a path that he had used plenty of times to a small grouping of trees overlooking a large meadow. According to him, it was like a perfect sunny fall day, with not many clouds in the sky. He sat in the shadows underneath some low-hanging tree branches, feeling hidden from any would-be prey that might come by. Despite it being the ideal weather for hunting, he didn't see much in terms of game. Just a few fawn and a doe, not a big trophy buck he was hoping for. He had been entertaining the idea of just grabbing his gear and heading back to the cabin, but now wanted to go home empty-handed. He decided to stick around for a little while longer in hopes his luck would change. His chest fluttered when he looked across the meadow to the left and saw movement in the tree line opposite of him. He pulled his knife to his shoulder and looked down the scope. The thick trees and foliage at the edge of the tree line prevented him from getting a good view of the animal in his sights. From what he could tell, it was heading toward the edge of the woods. He just had to be patient. When it stepped out of the shadow of the trees about 50 yards away and into the clearing, he knew almost immediately he wasn't looking at a deer. He tried to keep his hands from shaking, his rifle as he desperately tried to just identify what exactly it was that he was looking at. He described its body as that of a panther, but the upper torso where the shoulders and neck were sat noticeably higher than its lower back and hind legs. He was looking at its side profile, which he claimed while in mid-stride that this thing had to be close to 7 feet in length. He said it was quiet like a cat, never made a noise when it moved. The front legs, he said, looked more like arms, significantly longer and skinnier than its hind legs. It had brittle, dark brown hair that started from the back of its head running down the length of its back, like a hyena. He also claimed that the creature's skin looked waxy, almost like a chimpanzee's skin, dark brown, almost black. Its face was long like a dog's, but he said he noticed no ears. He said the corners of its mouth ended by its neck, where the ears should be. The most unsettling detail I can remember of his account, though, was the thing's back legs. He described them as if looking like a frog, like the back legs were tucked up close to the creature's sides. When it walked, the leading leg would reach almost to the front half of its body, and the other leg would stretch way back, flat like a frog when it crawls. He watched it for about 2 or 3 minutes, slowly and quietly moving through the long golden grass. A black shadow surrounded by color. He watched it disappear into the tree line directly across from the woods that he'd seen it come from initially. After a few moments, he left and headed back to his cabin. Now, I don't know how long it was after this incident occurred that Ken told my uncle about it, but he was reluctant to speak about it at all. He dubbed it the Kentucky Holler Crawler. Eventually, Ken explained the story in full one night while sat around a fire with my uncle. Ever since then, Ken refused to go into the woods. He claimed to only hunt from the dirt road running through his property afterward. Both my uncle and Ken have sadly passed away since, but their stories never changed over the years. I even had my uncle retell the story to me a few years back, just so I knew I had all the details right. Maybe this was just another tall tale used to scare me and my brother when we were kids. Camping on my uncle's land, but I know one thing for sure. He was an honest man, and his eyes told the truth when he would tell me that story. He had his fair share of unexplainable instances as well, but I'm sure anybody would be after frequenting a cabin in the middle of nowhere, Kentucky for over 30 years. The thing that keeps me up at night, though, isn't the thought of the creature. It's the thought of where it came from. Who's to say this thing didn't crawl up from the caves spanning hundreds of miles in every direction, hidden from civilization, thriving off the ecosystem? Nothing is impossible when it comes to nature. Nobody really knows for sure what's out there in the dark. Oil Field Ghost Story: The Watcher on the Platform. For context, I work in the offshore oil and gas industry, or oil field. and I work and live in Asia somewhere. Here where I'm at, oil and gas extraction quite often is done out at sea, often many miles away from shore, hence offshore, get it? Often this is done by building large steel structures that we call platforms. They have legs that sit on the seabed, and working platforms and decks above sea level. These decks house machinery, the wellheads, and sometimes crew quarters. Typically, we'll have a large mother platform with living quarters for upwards of 100 people. It also has small unmanned satellite platforms nearby that link back to the mother platform by undersea pipeline. Usually nobody stays at the unmanned satellites. They day trip from the mother platform instead. So most of the time the unmanned satellites are truly bereft of human presence. It's on one of these unmanned satellite platforms that our story takes place. I was part of a crew that sent a satellite platform to perform some well servicing work maybe 10 years ago. Our crew consisted of 20 guys, 10 days, 10 nights. There were 3 other guys from the mother platform, we'll call them the production crew. They were staying on the satellite with us. Since there wasn't any real accommodations at the satellite, my crew were all staying on board a nearby supply boat. The production guys would day and night trip over from the nearby mother platform about an hour boat ride away. Oh, and this platform was maybe close to 30 years old and showing its age. By the time I got on location, the project was already a month in progress. We'd had numerous problems so far. Equipment failures, breakdowns, stuff not going according to plan. Which was rather more than the usual too. Our mechanic and electrician were both pissed off. Stuff that they'd fixed with brand new spare parts were breaking again. Things that shouldn't break down broke down. The job itself was going rather poorly as well. All in, and I guess you could say an unusual streak of very, very bad luck. We didn't really think much of it at first. We were so busy with the work when one morning the supervisor was apologizing to one of the production guys. They're the client, by the way. They were apologizing about the latest breakdown when the guy laughed and said that it was normal for this problem. Every contractor, every crew who had ever worked on this particular platform always had massive streaks of bad luck there. Weird, huh? Anyway, that's just the mild stuff. What really takes things up several notches happened at night. I was on the night shift crew. There was a smoking area at the lowest deck of the platform just above C, which is considered the C deck next to the toilet. There was an older guy, and let's call him Uncle Jack. He usually took his smoke breaks alone. The rest of us would go down in 2s or 3s, but Uncle Jack was the quiet type who liked his little me-time breaks. One day he stops his solitary smoke breaks, always insisting for someone to accompany him. He wouldn't go down there alone. He's a heavy smoker, so him being able to hold it sometimes for an entire night was unusual. Only much later he told us why. One night he was on his solo break, leaning back against the railing with a cigarette in one hand, and he felt a tug at his elbow. He turned, saw nothing. He was alone. Shrugging it off, he took another long drag and a cigarette, when suddenly something grabbed him hard by both shoulders and yanked him backwards. It was as if to pull him into the sea. Uncle Jack reeled but managed to catch himself from falling, his cigarette falling into the dark waters churning below. He was so shaken by that ordeal that he never took solo smoke breaks again on that job. That's not all. A number of the guys reported seeing a figure, sometimes white, sometimes dark, lurking around the cellar deck. One deck above the C deck, by the way. They said they'd seen it sometimes hanging around in a corner or climbing up or down the staircase to the C deck. The cellar deck was a favorite resting spot for our crew, mostly because it was cool, shaded, and relatively quiet. This made it pretty perfect for taking a short nap during breaks in the work. 2 of my friends, Bob and Mac, were taking a nap one night at the cellar deck. Bob suddenly awoke with this terrible itching all across his face and neck, suddenly disappearing as soon as he got up. He looked over at Mac sleeping soundly next to him and woke him up too, afraid there might have been a chemical or a gas leak. Mac said he didn't feel a thing, but to be safe, they checked out the area and found nothing. Settling back into their nap this time, Mac was awoken to the same itching all across his face, waking up Bob again, and they found nothing, yet again to go back to sleep. This time, both of them felt that crawling and itching sensation. This time, they knew it was something else. When they told me the story later, I laughed and mentioned the figure that the others had seen in that area, saying maybe what they felt was just the figure's long hair dragging across their faces. The look in their eyes as the color drained from their faces said it all. It was exactly the feeling of long hair tickling their faces. We have a belief here in places with little to no human presence that other entities tend to make their homes there, and we humans become trespassers on their territory. That theory was soon proven to us. At the time I was on that platform, the rainy season had just begun. Heavy torrential downpours that would happen every evening without fail, sometimes up to several times a day. Thunderstorms at sea are a thing to marvel at. An approaching solid wall of rain and darkness, which soon envelops you on all sides until you cannot see anything beyond a couple 100 meters. When the storm hit our tiny platform, you couldn't see even the gigantic plume of flame from the mother platform's flare stack, which normally lights up the sky for a mile or so around. And yet, despite the raging storm that beset upon us all, up on the top deck it would be dry, as though the storm parted around the little platform held back by whatever entity resided there, the watcher on the platform. Grandma said the house was creepy. This was a story told by my uncle, who's a realtor. In his line of work, he often comes across houses like this that often people have died in, and some linger around. This one, though, had a lasting impression on him because of the way that it was. Initially, he told me about the house since we both had a sixth sense. He said that this was a haunted house that he was in charge of, and if I wanted to see it, of course. I was like, why not? Stoked my interest, you could say. But also I made sure that we weren't going in it. I'm very superstitious, and I've been attacked before, so I take care not to intrude with the other side. Even though I do get interested, I don't want to cross lines. I didn't want anything too attached to me, frankly. And when he showed me, at least this house, I saw it. I understood why the grandma felt the way she did. If you have a sixth sense, you'll understand when you see certain locations or places with bad history. You'll feel an off feeling, a darkness even, like a darkness even in light, like anger, sadness even, negativity and an overall sense of dread. This was what I felt from just staring at the house. Then after he sent me this. The other day I was scheduled to show 2 beautiful Elk Grove homes. One of them looked very familiar. I wasn't sure if it was the exact home I was thinking of. Fortunately, on this day, my left ankle had been giving me a lot of trouble. You could say I was more concentrated on a sharp pain that runs up my spine with each painstaking step that paying attention to the homes was like second. Although I was suffering from this pain, I just pressed on with the job, showing these 2 homes. The first home was a home I told you, and it looked very familiar, but wasn't sure if it was the right home. As it turned out, it was the home I thought about. It was one of my friend's homes who had basically let it go into foreclosure a few months earlier. Because of my ankle pain, I didn't venture far into this giant beast. I only stayed in the living room with the client's grandma. We just stood there staring at each other while the rest of the client's family explored the entire home. The home shows very well, but there were lots of visible repairs that needed to get ordered to make it livable. There were loose and hanging wires throughout the house and floors that looked like they were possibly damaged from flood. Although the walls looked new, the home had a dark, creepy, and depressing feeling to it. It was not your normal giant, whereas you walked in and you just have this exhilarant vibe of happiness and warmth. The grandma turned and looked at me, with an expressionless and stern face too, and she said, "This home needs a lot of repairs." That was all she said. My client's family couldn't agree more. It wasn't until the next home did the grandma finally open up to me. The grandma slowly said in a low tone, "I like this home more than the first one. That first home gives me the creeps." I couldn't agree more. But to lay this creepy feeling to rest, I tried to justify the reason to the grandma for why it felt creepy. I told her it must have just been because that first home was much bigger than the second one. Although I did get a creepy feeling about the first home, I probably chose to ignore this feeling. My hair for once didn't stand up, nor did I have this feeling that there was someone lurking around like usual. This time it was more of a, when can I get home to rest my foot sort of a feeling. Maybe this was the reason why my sixth sense didn't kick in full force. I was more worried about the sharp shooting pain from my ankle than paying attention to the surroundings. However, just letting you all know, I didn't lose my sixth sense, not just yet. And like I said, I did get this creepy, dark, and depressing feeling about the house. But my mind was somewhere else. Later on in the evening, I texted my friend and told her I showed her old home to my clients. She asked me how the showing went. I told her grandpa, and they said that the home just was creepy. The next text scared the wits out of me. She said, "Yeah, the home is creepy. My late husband passed away inside the home. I knew her husband was sick, but I didn't think he died inside of the home. She's never mentioned it to me, and she called me and told me the whole scary story. She said after he died, she continued to hear him call her name around 1 a.m, telling her he was hungry. She thought it was her imagination at first. Maybe once or twice hearing her late husband call her name may be coincidental. But calling her name every night around 1 a.m. starting to basically just gave her the creeps, creeped her right out. Before her late husband passed away, he was bedridden. He couldn't walk, but he could crawl. After he passed away, she sometimes sees a glimpse of him crawling around the house. Late at night when she was in her room, she could feel or hear him crawl throughout the house, up the stairwells and into the hallway. Since there was a huge gap at the bottom of the bedroom door, she could feel him lay his head down on the floor and peek at her. Now, those of you who've had such an experience knows the person being haunted will experience a telepathy connection with the spirit. This person will see exactly what the spirit is looking at. While she was in her room, in the back of her head, she could feel someone staring at her from underneath the door. Every move she makes, she could see herself from a third person's view. She couldn't shake the feeling off. She got so freaked out she placed towels under the door every night. She told me she didn't want to tell her son because it would really creep him out too. This is the real reason why she decided to let her home go into foreclosure. Paying for the home was not a problem. She could afford it. But she couldn't stand that home any longer. She said that she's never been so scared in her life. One of the cons of buying a foreclosed property is that the bank is exempt from disclosing deaths on the property. This is left up to the buyer to do their own due diligence about finding the history of such home. Although foreclosed homes may be sold for under market value, sometimes it's better buying a home from a seller. Sellers are required to disclose deaths on the property within 3 years. However, it is unfortunate. Unexplained phenomenons or hauntings are not part of the disclosure package. This is where you may have to rely on your sixth sense. Buyers, beware. The Man in the Hat. This is one of my earliest memories. If I had been alone when it happened, I would not have been confident enough to share it. This occurred when I was a young boy. My older brother was with me. We lived in Mexico City. We were born there. This event happened sometime after an 8.0 magnitude earthquake of 1985. This violent earthquake led to the deaths of over 5,000 people and several $1 billion worth of damage. This earthquake, its intense and wild destruction, is my earliest memory. At the time, we lived in an apartment building several stories up. The structure was just your run-of-the-mill housing unit commonly constructed out of concrete, brick, and wood. I recall how upon entering the unit, the dining area would be immediately to your right, the kitchen to your left. If you headed further inward, there was a terrace where my mom kept her plants, and my dad kept his dog. Beyond this area, the kids' room would be to your left, and my parents' room would be to the right. In between these two rooms was a living room with several windows looking out over the street. Our building was located at the corner of the building. This happened sometime around noon. My brother and I were playing in the living room with our toy cars on the windowsill. Our mom had just come in from watering her plants and had gone into her room. My dad was out. I recall looking out into the street, seeing several cars and people moving about. If I remember correctly, we were trying to recreate as accurately as possible the goings-on of the world below with our toys. We were situated near the corner of the window, my brother to my right, closest to the wall, when something strange caught my attention. A set of sturdy, unusually pale hands with long, dirty, claw-like nails were piercing the brick exterior of the building. Then a circular, flat, soot-covered black object came into view. This object appeared to be swaying from side to side with each climb. The flattened object slowly became elongated, tall, fanning out of the base. A hat. Gradually, and much to my confusion, I began to make out the features of a man, except that it didn't look like any man I had ever seen. Pale-faced, long-haired, with intense dark eyes. His face is the kind of thing you never forget. I bumped my brother with my elbow, his attention still diverted by the toy cars in his hand, his view partly obstructed by the wall. "Mira, look," I remember saying to him. My brother looked up, his toy still in hand, and silence overtook the both of us. Expressionless, his gaze somewhere far away, the man stopped his ascent, then turned and looked directly at us. Still holding on to the facade of the building, his pallid face suddenly turned into a harrowing grimace of a smile. His teeth were sharp, fanged with a yellowish hue. His eyes glowed with an intensity that seemed out of place for something that was already out of place. Suddenly, the man brought one of his hands to his still outstretched smile, and with it, he signaled to us, "Shh." Frozen in place, we stood there, watched him resume his climb. As he scaled the building, we noticed how tall he was. He was immense, taller than most of the people you would encounter on any given day in this city. We also saw that he wore what looked to be a 3 or 4-piece black suit and a long coat. Quite distinctly, it was hard to ignore that he looked to be covered in smoke. Despite his warning, we ran and excitedly tried to get her mom to come with us to see the smoke-covered man. She hurried alongside us, opened the window, and looked out and up. If his goal was to climb to the top of the building, who the hell and what he was even doing there in the first place is beyond me. He still had several stories to go, yet no one was there. She called out to the street and shouted if anybody had seen anything. No, were the answers from below. There was no immediate recall of what occurred following this event, only, that life felt a bit strange. As if this person was something that we weren't meant to see. It was like being a child and thinking that you would get into trouble if you snuck up on Santa Christmas morning when you should be asleep. Except that this had an air of danger that my younger self felt was better left alone. Several years later, we moved to another apartment in the city before eventually making it out to the United States, where a better life awaited us. Sometime around 97, we were all having dinner in our new house. We were still keeping the dinner hours that we were accustomed to in Mexico. So around 9 p.m. we all gathered at the table. We were having a pretty good time, smiling and carrying on, when my older brother abruptly stops laughing halfway through a joke. I thought he was choking, so I turned to look at him. He was ghostly pale, his eyes and mouth wide open. He lifts his hands and points directly to the living room beyond where the dining area and kitchen are. We all turn, now staring directly into the dimly lit darkness of the living room. I ask him what's wrong. He says, "There's a really tall person standing there looking at us." "What does he look like?" I ask. His voice, quieter than usual, shaking, replied, "He's wearing a tall hat and a really long coat." I remember feeling like time stopped, immediately thinking of the man that we had seen several years before scaling the side of the building we used to live in. It couldn't possibly be the same person. "What does his face look like?" I ask. "I don't know," he said. "It's all black, like a shadow." Thought I was having a mental breakdown, but it was actually an entity. First off, I've always had something, specifically an ability to see, hear, or feel spiritual entities. It started when I was a young child, but as I grew older, the logical side of me took over and I didn't want to believe. I bought a home, lived there 5 years before selling. When I moved in, I felt a strange feeling, but I cast it aside. I did notice the following creepy things. 1. The door to the basement had a chain lock, which would prevent the door from being open to the main floor from the basement. 2. There was an enclosed space under the basement stairs, and there were 5 unframed mirrors set up left by the former owners. It had a strange smell. 3. I was afraid of the basement. Not sure why, but I refused to go down there. My roommate did our laundry because I couldn't handle it. I would often hear footsteps at night, and when my boyfriend slept over, he said he would see my bedroom door opening and closing. Around October, I started getting a very strange feeling that I couldn't shake. I got to the point where I didn't want to go home alone. And it was getting harder to explain away the things that would happen. For instance, I'd put something away in the kitchen and it would end up back on the counter where I left it. And one time I was baking something. When I went to find my oven mitt, it was gone. I looked through the entire house, except the basement, trying to logically explain where it could have ended up. Finally, after about 20 minutes of searching, I stood in the kitchen and loudly said, "Where the fuck is it?" I heard a sound behind me, turned around, and there it was, sitting on the kitchen floor. From there, things intensified. I would feel the room get thick with another presence. I'm in my late 20s. Didn't want to be a quote-unquote baby, but it was getting real. I literally thought maybe I was having some kind of mental breakdown. Real shit. One time I was so scared I called my grandma. She also has some kind of ability. And instantly, as soon as she picked up the phone, there were no hellos. She said, worried, "What's going on in your house?" I asked why, and she said, "Because I hear a ton of voices. Are you having a party?" Nope. Home alone. My back door started to vibrate, like open and shut really quick, very slightly. And I basically left until my roommate got home. I decided I was going to sell the house. After I decided this, I started seeing what I perceived to be a toddler, a boy. He was very cheeky and wanted to have fun. In preparation to sell, I had to go down to the basement to clean. I went to one section and instantly felt a presence. It was an infant, However, it couldn't really communicate. I calmly said hello and asked how it had passed away. I instantly felt intense heat, as though a fire was burning. Ran upstairs, asked my boyfriend to come help me or at least be downstairs with me while I was cleaning. I went back down, and in the same area as before where I felt the heat, I found a puppy toy I hadn't seen in years, as my dog was full grown. I bent to grab it, and I heard a voice clear as day say, "Please leave the toy." At this point, I figured I'd just see where all this took me, and I said, "Okay." I left the toy where it was. I turned around to grab the broom handle as I had been sweeping, and it flew away from my hand as somebody slapped it away. Instinctively, I said out loud, "Now that's not very nice." Boyfriend comes in and says, "Who are you talking to?" So I spill the beans that I've been seeing and hearing a little boy. Fast forward. My grandfather, an electrician, comes to look at my circuit board to clean it up before I list the house. He says, "One of your dog toys is sitting at the bottom of the stairs." I didn't put it there. Dog doesn't go into the basement. Spirit was playing with it? Maybe. He says, "There used to be a kiln in here." I say, "What?" He says, "There's a label here in the electrical panel marked kiln." Cue full-bodied chills. I felt fire and heat. Coincidence? The day I have my first showing, my dryer breaks. It's in the basement. By this point, I'm regularly talking out loud to this little boy. I tell him just because he breaks things doesn't mean I'm staying at the house, and to stop being naughty. Walk to my stairs to go down, and I kid you not, I feel a slight push and I fall down the stairs. I landed on my stomach at the bottom and slid across the laminate floor. I left the house and refused to go back unless I had somebody with me. Oddly enough, the house, in a desirable neighborhood, completely renovated and upgraded in a market where houses were going for like $80,000 over asking, didn't sell right away. Most places at this time were selling in a day, not mine, and the feedback from prospective buyers, something didn't feel right. What? Weird. Finally it sold, and the person who bought it gave me weird vibes. Really weird vibes. A house for $80,000. Where do you live? Please email me. I don't mind it being haunted. Overstayed our welcome. Let me just premise this. As religious people, my dad's side of the family and I are strong believers in ghosts, demons, and jinn. Except my mom, who grew up in America in a non-religious household with a different cultural background. This is a collection of instances that has happened to us in this condo. When I was about 16, 2 years ago, my dad's side of the family, around 13 of us, stayed in a beach condo in Alexandria, Egypt, where they live. These condos are known for being completely vacant the whole year and only being rented out for 3 months of the summer. In our culture, spirits inhabit empty places where they can live how they want, and this apartment was no different. We had rented it for 5 weeks up front, no refund. This is very expensive, and the main reason we didn't pack our bags and book it. After a couple of weeks, I assumed the spirits became a little restless. First, one of my aunts, a cousin who's like a year younger than me, he started saying how he couldn't look in the mirrors in the main bathroom. They said they would see smoke coming out of their eyes, and the other mind tricks, and personally, I saw my eyes go black, truly felt that I was looking at someone who wasn't myself. Little things like that would start happening, like my uncle would complain about someone sitting at the foot of his bed when he's sleeping. No one would dare to. He gets very angry when he's woken up. My aunt would feel someone pulling at her hair, and the doors would start slamming. The first time we interacted with them, however, is when my uncle knocked on the bathroom door and a woman clearly was saying, "I'm in here," and his name too, but the light inside was off. There was only a window to the elevator chute. That was in the bathroom, so it's completely pitch black at night if any light isn't on. He hurriedly grabbed me and asked if anybody was in there. I counted everyone twice at his request, insisting it was empty and to just open the door. He refused, but I had gotten impatient myself opening it for him to find it empty. I'd never seen him scared my entire life, and he sure as hell didn't use the bathroom. I was in that same bathroom one morning and a woman's voice started talking to me rapidly, fast in Arabic. I couldn't understand and I screamed. Looking back, I should have been terrified, but I was only left confused sitting on the toilet wondering what she was trying to tell me. As I screamed, it was her screaming my name anyway. This experience is one that made us all confess to each other in the 4th week that we've been seeing and hearing things. There are a lot of children in our family, and one of my cousins who was around 10 would hear Mom's iPhone. Okay, I don't know, it says, around 10 would her mom's iPhone and take pictures of her little sister who was around 5. My aunt and mother of these two regularly go through pictures just in case one of them has a picture of someone changing. House full of girls who shared a room. Weird. And her husband usually goes through her phone. This time she was looking through her trash folder and came across this picture that stopped her in her tracks. She ran from the bedroom. The picture was taken in the main living room where we had all been sitting and chatting to show us a picture of what was supposed to be her youngest daughter mangled into at least 5 different faces, where her own was supposed to be. It wasn't a pano, but we thought maybe her oldest had a screenshot of pano gone wrong, as other iPhone users know happens often. Not only could we not find a pano version anywhere, I tried recreating that same glitch for about half an hour at least, not getting anything even close. She removed the picture from her trash to find an explanation, refused to give either daughter her phone. 2 days later, neither daughter had been allowed and hadn't taken the phone. We were looking for the picture to show someone else and couldn't find it. She looked in the trash folder to see if it had been sitting buried away, but this kept repeating and happening to every phone the picture had been sent to. I even put it in my Google Photos only for it to be deleted again and again. One morning my grandma woke up to someone shoving their finger in her mouth and wiggling it around. Her eyes shot awake, but no one was even in the room with her. This one is the scariest encounter in the condo. My mom, a total non-believer, she'd been on her bed. She was only in a towel after a shower, combing her hair, and had a clear view of the frosted glass. None of us had told her what had been going on with the rest of us because she slept alone in the room with my young sister. We knew that she would just brush us off. It's around 8 p.m. My whole family had just finished dinner together. We were all in close proximity to the main bathroom, which was next to my mom's bedroom, both in clear view of the dining room table. All of the kids were in a bedroom at the other end of the condo, and my uncle was standing in the middle of this area with his back to my mom's bedroom door talking to my oldest aunt, who was facing him and the door. My aunt sees this long door handle to my mom's room slowly turn down. The door opens just a crack. In order to close this door properly, you would slam it shut. So to open this handle, you need force. My aunt yells at me to check on my mom, not telling me why, and I open the door about to scold my mom for not closing it properly when she looks at me and she's going to start screaming and crying. She tells me that she heard the door open, and then saw a figure of a small child in the frosted glass just watching her. To say the least, she's a believer now. We stayed the whole 5 weeks, each day getting worse and worse by the last 2 weeks. We are never returning to that place again, no matter how cheap. Things an atheist experienced and heard. What do you think about that? A bit of information first. I'm German, 40 plus, and a male. I'm an atheist, and everything I'm describing allegedly took place in a small town until early 2000. It's right on the border with the former East Germany. Now, grab a drink, stay a while, and listen. A man from the neighborhood told that a small object landed in his garden. A few beings got out and took soil samples. The people he confided in told him to shut the f up or they would come and get him. Unfortunately, I couldn't find out any more information except that this was in the late 60s or maybe early 70s. All of those involved are now deceased. I think, quote-unquote, they meant the nice people from the asylum. Strange lights were apparently normal in my parents' teenage years. They called dates looking at UFOs. As I said, our village was right on the border with the Eastern Bloc. It's not that unusual for someone to be interested in monitoring the border, whoever it was. My father saw a shining white woman in the stairwell of our apartment in the evening. He wanted to show her to my older brother, who was still small at the time, but he couldn't see her. This probably happened in the 80s. There are thousands of reports about these women in white. Enough to fill several stadiums with the ladies. There are just as many interpretations of what these appearances mean, so I can't really speculate. It is remarkable that only my father saw the woman. It could be that only he could or should see her, or he was drunk. I can no longer ask him about this because he died of cancer, 2001. In 1998, my brother and I were driving to my grandparents' house where he lived. From a distance, we saw what we thought was a helicopter hovering over the cemetery in our village. This is close to our destination. As we drove past it, we realized that it was one of those huge triangular UFOs that were often reported in the press in Europe in the 90s. We just drove past it without paying much attention. But we got to our grandparents' house, we got out of the car, and of course, it was gone. I've written about this before in another thread. Even though the quote-unquote Belgian UFO wave was often reported in the early 90s, these things were also seen all over Europe before and after that. This was my only close encounter. I had seen one of these objects twice before, but this time it was close enough to kind of like throw a stone at it. But of course, we didn't. The most interesting thing here was not so much our lack of interest, that's another topic, but rather that this huge object, although it stood directly above the trees and had huge lights down its corners, it didn't illuminate the ground. How's that work? Was it amazing technology that utilizes features of reality that we can't even guess at? Was it some kind of hologram, a projection into space, or our minds? Secret American airplanes? Or are we just crazy? 99/2000. My father had been suffering from chest pains for days. He dreamed that at night he lay in bed. A gray alien entered the bedroom and placed its hand onto his chest. He felt better for a while after that. Maybe that's what happened. But it's also possible that he suffered more than he wanted to admit to my mother and us 3 children. It may have been like a subconscious desire for help that triggered this visit or this dream. A year later, my mother saw my father's deceased grandparents standing by his bed at night. They cried and said they had tried, but could no longer do anything for him, and he was later diagnosed with cancer, and like I said, died in early 2001. Again, it may be that this was a reality, But there's also the possibility that Father told her about his dream, and this was part of her vision of the dream. Or version, excuse me. Of course, she knew more about his suffering than we children, who are more concerned with ourselves. Then there were a few smaller things that I can't say too much about. My brother felt his cat in his bed at night. Then it became clear to him that she would be in our grandparents' house. Or maybe a mysterious ball of light that flew through the bedroom. My mother said that when she left our parents' house and moved to another city, that whatever she would do would stay there. Well, that's all for now. Nothing special has actually happened since then, which is kind of a shame. As I said, it all seems a bit thrown together and doesn't fit together well, but from all of this, I conclude that such things happen much more often than you think, and or that many people ignore them. Keep in mind about them. Explain them away, maybe. Maybe they dismiss them as being unimportant. What has all of this done to me in my life and my view of the world? Actually, nothing. My family has always been open to everything and doesn't reject anything just because it can't be explained or is difficult to explain at the moment. There are a lot of things that are difficult to explain and understand. Black holes, how the theory of relativity and quantum theory fit together, exactly how painkillers work, my toddler's thoughts. Maybe we, better apes, are just not able to see things as they are. I don't believe in ghosts. However, one afternoon I was home alone. My wife was out running errands. I spent a lot of time home alone, so it wasn't unusual in any way. I was sitting up in my room on my computer, as I often was, and I was scrolling through social media or watching videos, and I heard my wife come in the front door. It sounded like she was carrying some plastic grocery bags from shopping. This was a pretty common, occurrence, as she loves making excuses to get out of the house, and I'm more of a homebody. I got the notification on my phone that the kitchen had sensed movement. The door in the kitchen leads out into our entry hallway, so you can see people pass by the kitchen door as they cross the hall. Then the living room camera alerted shortly after. Again, nothing unusual. We have kids, so we set the cameras up in the family areas to keep an eye on them, especially when they play video games and such. They also come in handy when the kids get in arguments or try lying to us. They also allow us to speak to them if we run errands and leave the home alone. They're older. So after taking note of the alerts, I kept scrolling away, awaiting my wife to come upstairs to the bedroom. After about 20 minutes or so, I couldn't hear her, and the motion alerts had stopped. The feeling you get when someone is in your house. Well, that feeling was gone. I listened closely but couldn't hear anything. "Babe?" I called toward the stairs, but there was no response. I got off the bed and started down the steps, calling for her as I went. There was no response. I checked all the rooms and was puzzled that she wasn't there. I knew for certain I had heard her, and I definitely felt her presence in the house. I stepped outside to see if she had run back to the car for something, but her car wasn't there. Now I was really puzzled, but I eventually arrived at the conclusion that she had forgotten something and ran back to town. Thought it was strange she didn't come up or say anything, but maybe she had thought I was napping. I made my way back up the stairs and decided I would give her a call. I called up her cell phone, and when she picked up, I asked her where she had went. She said she was still out running errands. I asked, "Why didn't you come up and see me when you stopped by a minute ago?" She replied, "What do you mean? I've been gone for only a couple of hours." "What?" "You were down there for like 10 minutes. I heard you come in carrying bags. There was a motion alert and everything. I swore it was you. Who the hell else would come in?" There was a pause as we both considered this. She started to get worried and said I should check all the cameras, and I agreed and told her I'd call her back shortly. Now my heart was starting to pound a little bit. Who the hell came into my home, and why did they walk in and then leave? Had they taken anything? Was this the first time, and were my children safe here? Nervously, I pulled up our motion cameras on the phone and started to scroll through the kitchen footage before I walked down the steps. I pressed play on the recording and waited. I heard a slam and a few knocking sounds like someone was coming inside. Then the grocery bag noises started. Now my heart was really pounding. Someone had definitely come inside, and I was about to watch them stroll through my home. As I leaned in closer to the screen, a dark shadow suddenly loomed into view and crossed my entry hallway past the kitchen door. I could make it out as plain as day as it passed by. I was in complete disbelief. What in the hell was that? The camera was slightly distorted from it. It didn't really have a shape that was recognizable. It was just a shadow, shapeless cloud. I switched to the living room camera and played it again. Same noises, only this time I watched in full view as the shadow came from the hallway into the center of the living room. Then the entire room went dim on the camera. This was mid-afternoon. Were the cameras messing up? No. I had heard and felt someone in my home. I've been here 10 years and have never been wrong. What was this thing? The scariest part? Just as I came down the stairs on the recording, the room lit back up again like normal. It was like a sunny day when a dark cloud rolls over and your whole room goes dim. Only there was not a cloud in the sky that day. Never been more terrified in my life as I was sitting in that house alone watching the footage of me walking down the stairs towards whatever the hell it was that I saw. I watched it over and over in disbelief, and I knew I had heard somebody walk into my house. I felt their presence. There was no question in my mind that my wife had come home. Only she hadn't. It was just noises and a strange shadow. I've never once been one to be afraid of doors moving, strange noises, or thoughts that somebody in my home was there when there wasn't. I've always been able to tell when somebody comes into my home from the familiar sounds and feeling. In fact, it's never happened since. I called my mom. I was so freaked out. I explained what happened and showed the footage. She shrugged it off, as did my wife, and in hindsight, I guess it wasn't really much to see. Some noises and a weird shadow. Easily explained away with logic when he didn't have a feeling of knowing someone was there to accompany it. But to me, it was the most terrifying experience, and the closest encounter I'd ever experienced myself. I don't believe in ghosts, and I never really have, but I know something or someone was in my home that day. Something is desperately trying to reach my mom. To begin, I have this recurring dream that I've been having since middle school. I have it 1 or 2 times a year, but it's slowed down since I've gotten older. In the dream, I'm at home, but it isn't my house. It's a big 2 or 3 story home that's shaped like a U. I've never seen anything like it before. I go upstairs to my mom's room in this dream, and she's on the bed, seizing. My first thought is that she must be possessed. I call my brother in a panic and tell him Mom's possessed. He just asks me if we need more bread or milk because he's grocery shopping. We fight back and forth. He refuses to listen, and I eventually hang up and try to help my mom myself. Before I can do anything, she stops seizing and looks out the window. I run to the window that overlooks the pool. That's in the middle of the U, and I see a spirit flying into or out of the pool. I don't hear anything, but I know his name is Chris. My mom is fine again. It's a weird dream to keep having, but I've never thought too much about it. Moving forward to when I was in college, there was a Ouija board that had been on the game shelf of my house for as long as I can remember. None of us have ever touched it or played it, but it has always been there. I asked if I could take it with me to college. I thought it would be fun for my friends and I to use it. I've been very interested in the paranormal, but never really believed in it. I take it, and the first time I use it, I ask if it knows me. It says yes. I ask how. It spells M-A-M-A. I disregard it. My friends and I use it several times after that. Nothing particularly interesting really happens in the hundreds of other uses. One night a few years later, my family is all sitting in a hot tub late at night in late fall in our backyard. We were just looking at the stars, but my little brother suggested that we tell ghost stories. No one could come up with any, so we started talking about weird dreams and the meanings behind them instead. I offered to share mine, as I recently had one that I guess I'd had it several times before, really. I tell this dream to my family, and my mom and dad turn their necks so quickly to look at each other, I swear I hear them crack. I ask them what's wrong. They say that Chris is just someone from their past. They act awfully strange for a bit before my mom says that she does actually have a ghost story. When my parents were teenagers and still dating, my mom bought a Ouija board, the same one I took with me to college. She convinced my dad to use it with her, and they had fun asking it questions about their future and whatnot. They ask several questions about their future, and specifically if they'll ever have their own cars. It answers, Grand Prix. They asked for the name of the ghost they're speaking to, and it said Christopher. They didn't really play with it again due to just lack of interest. Several months, maybe years, after their first experience, my mom buys her first car, and lo and behold, it's a Grand Prix. I think the fact that the Ouija board predicted that was a realization that they had had several months after the purchase. Could be chalked up to subconscious, but it is a little weird. I will refer to my mom as M from here on. Several months after the car, my parents are visiting friends in another state. They're there for a Super Bowl party, I think. They're out of snacks for the party, so my mom offers to drive to the store to get some. Now, my mom has always been a big fan of personalized license plates. So, of course, her Grand Prix has a license plate that said M's GP. She gets to the grocery store, and a bag boy helped her carry her groceries to her car. They're loading them into the truck, and he sees her license plate. Is your name M? Yeah, and it's my Grand Prix. Why? My friends and I were playing with the Ouija board the other night, and it just kept saying, Where M? Where M? She didn't talk any longer with the bag boy in exchange of any kind of information. Now to top things off, I'm working at my first job after college. I've been here for nearly 2 years, and only a few weeks ago did I realize the building I work in is 3 stories tall and shaped like a U. It is nearly identical to the one from my dream, save for the fact that there's a courtyard instead of a pool in the center. I'd love to hear any thoughts. It definitely feels like somebody's looking for my mom, and now going through me to find her. I don't know if it's worth noting, but my mom also seems to have a sort of sixth sense. She has dreams about people in strange rooms before they die. She ran into someone at the grocery store and thought, he doesn't seem well, weeks before he's diagnosed with cancer, and was outwardly 100% fine and normal. She's told me that a few times as a child she's been so angry with someone, like bullying her brother, that she can't stop thinking about how much she hates them, and then they would die shortly after. Reminds me of my mom. A ghost walked into my bedroom. When I was a child in elementary school, I saw a ghost. I lived in an old farmhouse in the cornfields of Ohio with my mother, father, brother, and various animals. To help explain a little, I'll try to tell how the house was set up. It was close to the road with a gravel driveway. The front door faced the street, but most of us used the side French doors that we built a deck off of. The French doors opened into a big dining/entry room. To the right was our bathroom, and to the left was the living room. The only time we used the front door was when we headed out to the bus, and when my mom left for work on days that a friend would pick her up. The front door opened into the living room and was right next to the stairs. On the other side of the stairs, on the first floor, is my brother's bedroom. You go up the closed stairs, and on either side of the top were other 2 bedrooms, and on the left was mine, and on the right was my parents'. I cannot remember how I got woken up. I'm a light sleeper and would usually wake up to the sound of my mom getting ready for work. She had to get up around 4:30 every morning because she worked at a factory over an hour away. So that's how I knew when all this happened. I do remember my stomach being upset, so I went across the small hall and told my dad. He said to just lay in bed with him, try to relax and get some sleep. After a while of doing that and hearing my mom get ready downstairs, I was starting to fall asleep. I remember hearing a car pull up out front, my mom slamming the front door shut, because she locked the door handle and that's how you had to shut it, so I knew the door was locked. I also heard a car door slam shut, and finally the car drove away. I can't say how much time passed after that as I was drifting in and out of sleep, but I really didn't think too much because I thought my mom had forgotten something. But I heard the side French doors open and shut. Still thinking this was my mom, I figured I'd hear some hurried motions, perhaps her rushing out of the door again. But I didn't. I heard nothing. After a minute or two, the stairs started to creak. It sounded like a normal walking pace of someone who was quietly trying to make their way up, but not hiding their presence. All the while, my dad was fast asleep still. I feel like you know the house you grew up very well. I knew those stairs and the sounds that they made. There was one stair in particular that was like halfway up. It made a louder creaking sound than the others. So, when I heard that, I knew they were almost at the top of the stairs. Then the part that made me think I was in a dream state. I heard what sounded like they stepped on a piece of paper on the stairs, almost like a loosely balled up piece of paper being stepped on. You know that sound? Weird, I know, but I'll always remember that part and thinking about how odd it was. I was laying on my side facing the window the entire time, the window that overlooked my driveway. So I would have seen or heard my mom going down the driveway if she came in through the side doors. Finally, putting the pieces together that this wasn't my mom, I turned over, looked across the room at the door. I saw someone walk in. There was a nightlight by the door. They stood in front of it. I heard their feet shuffle on the carpet. They were tall, and I saw a glint of glasses. There were no features or colors, just a shadow. It had a square-looking head. I didn't see legs, but it appeared to be wearing a nightgown, so it was just a blob of shadow. I propped myself up on my elbows, terrified, and saw the nightlight shining through it. It just stared at me. I was so scared I couldn't move or speak. I have no idea how much time had passed, us just staring at each other the whole time. Eventually, it just walked out. Didn't go back down the stairs either, didn't open or shut any doors, just left down the hall. I finally collapsed onto the bed and tried to wake my dad and was quickly dismissed. My only thought was that they must have gone into my room. When it was time for all of us to wake up and get ourselves ready for the day, I told my dad and brother what had happened, and my brother said he used to see the square-headed man as well. He'd be at the bottom of his bed when his bedroom was in mine. My mom later told me that it was her grandpa because she used to see glimpses of someone walking from her room to mine when he passed. He wore glasses, had a fishing cap, made his head look square. Now we just think that he was only checking in on us, but I never slept in that room again all the way until we moved when I was 12. That was the last time I saw him, but I can't say for the same about my dad. He saw him years later, and in another house we all moved to. I was freshly out of high school when we had a bad ice storm. Had no power for a week. My mom and dad fell asleep in the living room, Dad in his chair and Mom across from him on the couch. As he woke up, he saw a man standing over her, watching her. He didn't see a face, but he knew by the shape of it that it was an old man. He disappeared as soon as he knew my dad was looking at him. That's just one of many times I've experienced a ghost sighting. My boyfriend talks in his sleep. This is an actual true story about what happened in December. I didn't think about posting the story here until just now, but here I am, and I'm sharing it. For the sake of anonymity, places and names will be switched out. My boyfriend and I have been together for over 2 years now. When this occurred, we've been living together in an apartment for almost a year. I'm going to refer to him as John and myself as Jane. One thing about my boyfriend is that he is, I wouldn't call him psychic or medium, but both him and some of his family have the ability to feel presences. Something that no one can see or hear but him, and some of his other relatives can just notice. This was prevalent a lot in the first apartment that we lived in, as a place was quite an odd one. John would feel some type of energy in the apartment every now and then. Since I'm a person who can get quite spooked, I quickly told him to save the stories of the presences he could pick up until we had moved out of there. Kindly enough of him, he did. John has shared some of the details after we moved away from there. They were pretty creepy, in my opinion. When we then moved into our current apartment that was built pretty recently, John could confirm that he did not feel any of those energies in there. I was relieved by this, as I'm sure you can understand. Another thing about John is that he talks in his sleep. It happens about once a week as far as I'm aware of. I'm a pretty heavy sleeper, but I can sometimes wake up by him talking nonsense or giggling out of nowhere. It's usually just a sentence, if even that. Sometimes it's just a word, maybe two. I've tried several times to record him in his sleep, but so far no luck in that plan. With all of this information shared, let me tell you the story that, brought me to write this in the first place. In the beginning of December, me, John, and my dad had decided to visit my grandma. Hadn't seen her for quite some time. She lives about a 2-hour drive away from us. My grandma has this doll. She's called Rebecca. It's a regular plastic doll with blonde hair. It's about the size of a small child. When growing up, my dad would tell me these stories of Rebecca the doll. Ouch. Stories about her making things and moving places when he was home as a kid, but I had, of course, shared these stories with John and laughed at them. As a woman of her early 20s, I wouldn't say that I was scared of Rebecca. Not even sure if I believed the stories that my dad told me. But having seen a lot of horror movies, many of them containing dolls, I have grown a respect for Rebecca. No need to provoke her, just to stay on the safe side. When visiting my grandma, I of course needed to show John the doll. She's placed in the corner of my grandma's bedroom, so me and John went in there, and out of nowhere John decides to flip his finger at Rebecca. I instantly felt panic and told John to apologize to Rebecca, just to be on the safe side. John says no, laughed it off, left the room. I quickly followed. I didn't want to be left alone in the room with that doll, especially after what had just happened. We returned home that same night, neither of us talking about the doll for the rest of the day. I'd honestly forgotten about it already since we were also decided to visit my cousins who lived in the same town as my grandma. Me and John went to sleep around midnight. Despite being a heavy sleeper, my boyfriend falls asleep before I do most nights, and this happened that night as well. I remember that I was about to fall asleep, but John nudged me with his elbow as he was looking for me. He said, "Jane," several times. Gave up on ignoring him and asked him what he wanted. "What are you doing?" he said. I asked him what he meant. "Why are you standing there in the corner?" he responded. I instantly got chills down my spine. "What do you mean?" I asked back. "Yes, you're there in the corner. Why are you staring at me?" he replied. The room was pitch black. If there indeed was someone standing in the corner of that room, there's no way either of us could have seen it. "No, what are you talking about? I'm laying next to you," I responded, terrified at this point. "Oh, right, okay," he said. Then he was quiet again, sleeping heavily. I felt ridiculous taking my phone and pointing the flashlight toward the corners of the room. Of course, I wouldn't see anything, but just knowing that my boyfriend had felt something with us in the room was enough for me to barely get any sleep that night. When waking up the next morning, John had no recollection of what had happened during the night. When I told him, he laughed at me and apologized for ruining my sleep. At first, I thought he was lying. The whole thing had been a prank, just to scare me, perhaps. But John is a terrible liar, and I know he was honest about him having slept through the whole thing. For Christmas, we went back to my grandma. I went back into her bedroom and I apologized to Rebecca on behalf of John and myself. Nothing similar has happened since. I've shared this story to friends and family, all who have thought it was pretty funny. I can't shake the feeling that it was actually the presence of Rebecca in our bedroom that night, that we had apparently upset, and maybe she followed us home. Scariest shared experience I've ever had. In November of 2017, my new girlfriend, who's now my wife, we had been dating about a month when we took our first weekend getaway. We live in southern Illinois, drove about 5.5 hours to Chattanooga, Tennessee to see Ruby Falls, the giant underground waterfall attraction, and Rock City, Lookout Mountain. Both great attractions, but unless you live within 7 hours or just passing through to another great location for a day or so, I wouldn't really recommend making a family vacation out of it. The area is mostly pretty and, well, my lady and I have been sort of the stoners. We like picturesque cityscapes and, well, especially when mountains are present. Here's looking at you, Denver. We were only in Chattanooga for about a day overall as it was dark out. We got there Saturday evening. We really only had time to go to dinner, enjoy vigorous lovemaking, and smoke a couple of joints in the parking lot of the Days Inn. And, well, screw Tennessee weed laws, by the way. The state is full of white trash on meth and way worse shit, but nothing in the American South makes sense to me. I'm recounting this story in early August 2020 during the worst pandemic we will ever see in our lives. That was them, not me. The next day, we went to the aforementioned attractions, and the last thing we did, as it was getting dark, soon as getting, well, to Rock City, where they have this weird, completely dark cave area that is full of glow-in-the-dark fairy tale creatures and classic story characters. It's truly trippy, to be honest. Surreal visual experience. But instead of taking our time looking at the individual sections of the exhibit like we had planned, my wife was now very insistent that we leave Tennessee as soon as possible. She wouldn't tell me what was going on, but something in her eyes said that this is all very wrong, and being very new to the relationship, not wanting to upset her, I grabbed her hand and we rushed out of there. We grabbed coffee and dinner about halfway back home, when she told me that she felt an evil, angry entity present where we were in the cave exhibit, and that it was so overwhelmingly negative that we had to leave. While I didn't feel that myself personally, I will say it was a weird place to say the least, so I kind of just dropped it and we made our way back home around 1 a.m. We showered and went to sleep about half an hour later as if very tired from the whole weekend of travel. And now here is where the experience actually occurred. About an hour or so after falling asleep, I very suddenly awoke to a very dark feeling of dread. Like everything in the world was wrong, and it was the same feeling that I had when I saw my wife's eyes earlier that day in the trippy cave exhibit. I closed my eyes. I tried to ignore it when in my mind's eye I saw, or even now admit possibly imagined, a horrible, skinny, charred black arm. This arm had a hand that had only 3 fingers with razor-sharp black claws reaching up from underneath the bed and, well, reaching for my wife. It was so real that my heart started pounding and I was absolutely terrified. That's when my wife let out the most horrifying scream I've ever heard in my entire life. She jumped out of our bed, ran for life, and almost to the front door of our apartment when I finally grabbed her and helped her get control of herself. I've never seen so much fear and horror in the eyes of someone I've loved before. She told me right there was no way we were staying the night at our place that night with what happened. I agreed. It was very late, but I called my parents. They let us sleep in the guest room at their house. After I got my wife to calm down and go back to sleep, I privately told my dad what happened and what I saw, and, well, him being the very religious man he is, said that what was attacking was certainly a demon, and the black 3-clawed arm was meant as a mockery to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. This both shook and unsettled me. For another 2 years, I kept what I saw that night to myself, until when my wife finally brought it up one day, told me she felt something very evil with sharp nails reaching out and grabbing her from under the bed. Finally confirmed my side of the story to her, because up until then she was under the impression that, well, it was her alone that knew what was going on that night, and she was mortified when I finally told her. We're both glad we no longer are in that apartment, and we agreed that while we never needed to hear each other's side of the story to know what happened exactly, it definitely helped us grow as a couple to have that horrible experience. TL:DR. Somebody help me with that. Bad at these things like that. After a weekend getaway, I had a vision while laying in bed of my wife being grabbed by a 3-clawed demon, when suddenly she jumped out of bed screaming horribly and ran for the front door of our apartment. We compared stories years later, both felt, and experienced the same evil. And the narrator puts together that TLDR is basically a summary. And pretty much all parts of the country have something special. Don't knock 'em all. See ya. Knock, knock. It was morning, maybe 10:30 or something like that. It was fairly bright outside, but not like a lot of sun, like a nice summer day, kind of cloudy. Made the house look dark. We were late for an appointment, so my mother went out and drove the car up to the door so we could get in and go. We have a rather long driveway, so it was just my sister and I inside the house. She ran to my parents' bathroom to fix her hair. I stayed in the bathroom off the kitchen. I hadn't had many paranormal experiences for at least a week, so I was just randomly singing. And then, for no reason at all, I just started making up lyrics that weren't in the song. Kinda like, haven't seen you in a while, are you actually real? Yeah, you are, but maybe you should leave. Then I continued and said, go back to hell. After I said it, I knew that was a bad thing to say. Well, I was proven right. Seconds after, a breath on my neck, then someone blowing into my ear, not softly. I turned back and no one was there. Then there was 2 loud knocks on the door. I turned, and before I had said anything, thinking it was my sister telling me that it was time to go, a woman's raspy voice said, no, as if it were saying that it wouldn't go back to hell. I opened the door and no one was there. I shut the door and continued to brush my hair. Then I opened the door and I saw my sister come around the corner. Are you ready to go? She said. Then Jay asked her, did you knock on the door out there? She looked at me like, are you serious? No, we don't have time for this. We have to go. I agreed and we went out the door. Later that night, I was in the same bathroom and my dad and sister were picking out a movie to watch. We have like 10,000 movies, so it took them a long time. I heard a knock on the door and I said, hold on, I'm almost out. But then I was curious, so I opened the door anyway. No one was there. So I closed it and finished it and then walked into the living room. "Did you guys knock on the door?" I asked. "No, we're trying to find a movie," they replied. "We were here the whole time." "Yeah, oh my God," they clarified. "Okay, so it wasn't them, but maybe it was my mom. She knocks on the bathroom door to annoy me sometimes, but she always fesses up if it was her." I walked to her bedroom and said, "Well, she was just on her bed and she was sleeping." "Huh?" I said to myself. "Well, I guess I had another one." As in, another paranormal experience. I walked upstairs to take a shower and I was starting to get undressed. By now I was wearing only my underclothes, and I heard something knock on the bathroom door upstairs, which was the bathroom that I was in currently. I went to open the door because it likely would have been my sister, but I stopped before I touched the handle. If it were her, I would have heard her come up the stairs and open the door. I didn't hear walking on the stairs, and the door to the stairs didn't open. You have a door downstairs, and when you open it, there's stairs that go upstairs. Our house is old, so the stairs and the door both make a lot of noise. The house was built in the 1880s and just added on to over the years. Then I thought it was her, that raspy woman. I left the door closed and I said to myself, "Wait, you're so stupid, it was just your cat. Your cat knocks up on all the doors all the time." Then I stood there thinking about it, then went to text my friend. Then I heard someone jumping. It was on, I guess you could say, the top step. Then on the second top step, back and forth like they were jumping between the steps for fun. Then I heard something run up to the door. I looked at the bottom and there was a small shadow of where they were. Then they ran down the hall and up the hall, and of course I thought nothing of this because my cat does this all the time. Then it ran back up to the door, then back down the hall really fast and into my sister's room. "It's just the cat," I said to myself. I turned around and basically shat my pants. I'd forgotten. The sink was on because my cat was drinking from the faucet. And so my cat's in the bathroom with me, but it's watching the door like it heard the same things I did. I looked at it and I went, "Shit." I called my sister and I could hear the TV on in the background, which also meant it wasn't her. I said, "Come upstairs." She complained about it at first, but eventually complied. Then I took my shower. I didn't tell her what happened because she knows the house is haunted, but doesn't like me to tell her about what happens to me because it scares her. She's never had experiences to the extent that I have, except once. One time when she was home alone, she heard a woman screaming. She heard it twice. And then she hid in a corner until we got home. Same thing happened to me about a week later. I only heard it once, but the memory will never leave me. It was one of the scariest nights of my life. So she's asked me not to share my stories with her, so I have to share them on here. And then have them on Paranormal M. My 2 encounters with shadow people. I used to suffer from sleep paralysis a lot. It's always been terrifying, but there's just 2 instances where that happened, and it was just completely out of the normal. The first time I was like 15 maybe. I was going through a phase where I was starting to believe in God and was learning about Him and reading the Bible. Sleep paralysis usually happens in the middle of the night. But this time it happened early in the morning. It was like my head was dragged to the curtains by itself, and I could clearly see 2 red eyes. When I had sleep paralysis, you could hear anything. Maybe like a resemblance of shouts, but nothing clear. But this time was different. With a really unsettling voice, the eyes were telling me to do it. They told me to do it over and over again. I couldn't snap out of it for a really long time. I couldn't even talk back to it inside my mind or anything. When it was over, I was really skeptical about what had happened. Part of me didn't believe it was real, and the other part trying to make sense of it. Couldn't understand what it was. I had no idea what this thing wanted me to do. So I kept it for myself for a long time, but later told my grandma, asked her what she thought this thing wanted me to do. She advised me not to even try to learn. She just wanted me to just pray. I had thought maybe I was a bit biased since I was reading the Bible for the first time. Maybe my mind made a demon for me. But the truth is, the demon is not very demonic in the Bible. Yeah, that means normal beyond standards, but he is never described in any way, and when you read what he says, he just sounds like a regular man making people or God questions themselves. The red eyes didn't mention anything about religion, and I didn't really take it in that way. Still, maybe it had something to do with it, if it was real. The second time I saw them was 10 times more terrifying. I was working for a friend looking after her country house, and that was while her family was away. I was having a really hard time, and the place was just enormous, had no way of stopping people from jumping the small grids. Some places you could stick through without even jumping. Her family was rather wealthy too, having a lot of valuables inside the house. From the house to the nearest entrance must have been like a kilometer. And I learned that the woods, anyway, they're not like in the movies. You take 5 steps away from the light that the house gives you, and it's pitch black. You won't see 1 meter in front of you. And it was as if flashlights got their light sucked out of them. Using them would give you like maybe 3 more meters in one direction. I was in the process of buying a gun when my friend forbade it. I don't live in the USA where people are okay with guns. She didn't like the idea of me killing someone who was just planning to steal a couple of oranges out of fear. I asked for a crossbow. She told me that there wouldn't be any weapons in her house if I wanted to keep the job. I used to sleep in her TV room. I wasn't allowed, but that's another story. Mostly because I would play PS4 there until I fell asleep, always with a knife below my pillow. One day I heard steps on the floor below, and my bad look, I just kind of sleep paralysis as soon as they just woke me up. I could hear those cautious steps going up the stairs, cracking without being able to move. Later, they got to my couch. I had my face covered with the blanket. I was trying to reach my knife, but I just couldn't move. Later, I swear for my life that the guy gently put the cover out of my face. I could stare at him at that point, and it was really dark, and I couldn't see past his hoodie. He had the cap on. After like 2 seconds and the adrenaline just rushing, I snapped out and hit the guy. Just vanished. Perhaps vanished. It was as if it was made of a shadow or out of smoke. I swear I could see the smoke like for 2 or 3 seconds before it disappeared toward one of the 2 paintings upstairs. I told this to my friend and asked her if the painting had some story behind them. She kind of laughed it off and told me that they were old, but that the friar and some fruit had nothing to do with people made out of smoke-wearing clothes from the 21st century. That was like 5 years ago. I haven't had a similar experience since then, and I truly hope I just don't. I don't believe in this kind of stuff. I don't know if I convinced myself over the years or if it happened so long ago it just didn't feel real anymore. Still, I like in a weird way that I could live something almost took out of a horror movie, real or not. What I perceived almost made me shit myself 2 times. The Girl from the Ring. When I was in 7th grade, I believed but didn't believe in ghosts. So I did an experiment to see what would happen, and I regret it to this day. So to start off this traumatizing story, one night I decided to search up rituals to do so I could see if I had some kind of experience. I don't remember the exact ritual I did, but I do remember all the lights must be off that are visible and it must be dark outside. Then I did it, and immediately after I finished I began disrespecting whatever may be out there. You aren't real, show yourself. Don't be a pussy. And do something, bitch. And almost right after I went silent, the temperature dropped and I got chills so fast. I immediately ran and turned the lights on and ran upstairs because it scared the hell out of me. About 4 hours later by this time, I forgot what I did, and when I went downstairs to get ready for bed because I had school the next morning, I was kind of skipping down the stairs casually and I jumped across the tiny hallway. To my right, to my peripheral vision, I see a dirty white dress, bluish, pale, bare feet and arms half covered, long black hair covering her face. And she was hovering. I tell you, she was hovering. At least 3 inches off the ground, too. It also kind of looked like she was hunching her back. Anyway, as I realized what I had just seen, I bolted to the bed and jumped under my blanket so fast and covered my face. I slept with the light on. I was too terrified to even look. The temperature dropped super cold again, and I had to lay there all alone in the basement by myself. The story doesn't end here. My dream, it was almost as if I woke up and looked at the doorway into the other room and she was looking back at me. For some reason, I wasn't scared of her and approached her. She was friendly and I asked her if she was hungry and she kind of shook her head yes. And magically, I pulled out nachos. But she shook her head no, and then again I pulled out raw meat and she started devouring it. Then I woke up. It was time to get ready for school, and like everyone else, when I first woke up, I forgot what I dreamed about. As I was putting my socks on half awake, I heard a whoosh. Looked up very fast, like what the fuck? And then I felt the gust of wind hit me like something just passed the hallway really fast, and then it hit me. Thought about what happened the night before, and boom. Just like that, my heart sank. It got cold immediately. My heart was pounding, so I started speeding, getting ready so I can get the hell out of there. And then again, whoosh, and I saw something go by very quickly. I sat there silently in shock and scared as hell and stared at the hallway just waiting for something to happen again. And after just a few seconds, a little red ball, I'm not even joking, straight out of a horror movie. I was in disbelief until I heard it thud and hit against the wall. I didn't know what to do. Then I heard my neighbor honking. They took me to school every morning. I hurried and flipped my jacket inside out, put the hood over my face to avoid having to really see anything, and ran up the stairs and out the door. When I got home, my dad stayed home sick, so he asked. Or rather, I asked, and he said, I don't know, I just woke up to get ready, and when I went to the bathroom, I started throwing up dramatically. I must have blacked out because I woke up lying in puke. Heard someone walking around, but when I got up, no one was home. Then I told him what happened, and he was in shock. We proceeded to bless the house with scriptures from the Bible, and I felt a lot safer, but still felt like something was watching me. But never had another encounter with her for the next 4 years, until one day with my girlfriend, who I never told about, mostly because nobody believed me. We were getting fast food late at night, and randomly she says, "There's a creepy-looking girl standing by that tree behind us." And I didn't even have to look to know. I asked her to give me a description, and she gave me the exact description of her. It was definitely her. And that's my scary experience. We've seen her twice since then, but it's always out of town, not by where it first happened. And who knows? I may see her again eventually. Something attacked me while I was sleeping. This happened around 5 years ago, but I just found out about Reddit and this thingy, so I thought maybe it would be a good place to share this, since the people I know in real life would just call me crazy for even thinking of this sort of thing happening. I had just moved in with my grandma, trying to find some independence as well as trying to help her be a bit better economically. Her house is actually divided in 3 small buildings, so I had one of these just for me, while she and my grandpa used another one, but all the 3 buildings are surrounded by a big sort of chain link fence. So like it's secured, but you can actually look into the backyard and such. It was my 3rd night there, and my grandparents were out on vacation. I didn't feel secure or comfortable, but I just brushed it off as the experience of being independent. To calm myself down a bit, I turned on the light in the bathroom and let the door open before turning off the lights to my bedroom. This way I'd still have plenty of light, but it wouldn't bother my eyes. I managed to sleep for a few minutes before waking up a bit alarmed. I looked at the window and thought I saw someone standing there, but as soon as I blinked, they were gone. I laid down again, tried sleeping, but I woke up again. When I looked at the window, I saw someone looking inside. But as soon as I got to turn on the lights, which were right over my bed, they were gone again. I got a bit scared, so I got out of my room and let the dogs in. Since I knew that if somebody tried to get inside, they would certainly make a lot of noise as they're trying to do so, right? I also made sure all of the doors were locked and checked all the windows. But I felt a bit relieved, so I went back to my room. Since I didn't have an actual door in my bedroom, it was like a cloth thing. I had this little baby door that I used to keep my dogs out of my room with, so I put it in place and went back to bed, checking the windows again, turning off all the lights except for the bathroom one. I fell asleep, but suddenly woke up again. This time I couldn't move, so I thought it was sleep paralysis. I looked around me and I saw something staring at me from the opening in the bathroom door. I was, to say the least, scared to death. I could not move, nor could I make any sound, so I was just getting more desperate each second. I closed my eyes and repeated to myself that this was sleep paralysis over and over to try to calm myself down. When I opened my eyes, it was no longer there. I left out the air in my lungs, and I wasn't really even aware it was holding it. I realized that I could move at that moment, so I turned around, which was the worst decision I could ever make. Because as soon as I did, I saw this thing looking directly at me. Or, well, I felt it was looking at me, because it had no eyes, only holes. Its face was inches from me, its mouth open, just tons of black and gooey spikes inside of it. I tried to turn around, but it grabbed my neck and pulled me. I screamed and it yelled back, the thing running outside my door and out. I passed out a few seconds later somehow. In the morning, I woke up and thought it was all just a bad dream. That was until I saw the baby door on the floor. I got scared, but tried to think logically and said to myself that it was probably just the dogs who made it fall, not the thing that I saw. That it was just a coincidence. I left for work to tried my best to have a normal day. While I was working, a friend of mine came and asked me, pretty worried too. They asked what was happening to me. I didn't understand the question. He pointed to the back of my neck. I had 2 long cuts in the back, going from the middle of my neck to my ear. I was shocked, but I said to myself that again, probably it was just my dogs trying to jump on the bed, and since they scratched me, I had a nightmare about it, no big deal, right? Well, when I arrived at home that night, I had my front neighbor, who I've known since I was like 3, so pretty trustworthy. They came to me a bit shy, looking a bit worried. When I asked him what was going on, he asked me if I was all right. Once again, I was shocked, but asked him what he meant. And I quote his answer. "It's just last night I was having dinner when I heard someone scream pretty loud. I came out and I saw someone running out of your house and into your grandma's place. I thought that maybe something had happened to her. I felt the blood draining from my face. They were on vacation. There was no way else and no one else in the house, so I just told them I was fine and went back to my place. I couldn't sleep with the lights off for over 3 months. A lot happened after that. I lived there over a year, but this is the only one where I got physically hurt." Could I have just picked up a soul and dropped it off? Hello, I'm a bus driver in a small town in England. I think I've just picked up a passenger's soul on my bus. This happened 2 nights ago. I've worked with this bus company for 8.5 years. I've driven the same route for 3 years. Over this time, I've gotten regulars that I get to know as I see them. I usually see them multiple times a day. Some young, some old. Taking them to work or taking them to the shops and, things like bingo. I often jump out to help my older passengers. Maybe help them with the shopping and whatnot. I've had passenger that I've taken for a full 3 years that I've done this route. Let's call her Jane. Jane is an elderly lady who suffers from dementia. She was well functioning for the last 2.5 years. Sometimes a little confused, but I was always patient. Helped her however she needed. I used to pick her up from the bus stop right outside her house. Literally a 10-second walk from her door to the bus stop. I would do it every day. And I'd take her from her house to the local shopping center. This is where she played bingo. Either way, her dementia worsened the last 6 months. After an incident on my bus where she got very confused and distressed, I had to stop my bus to try to settle her down. Someone on the bus knew her son, who thankfully worked close by and came over to help. I told my manager, who understood and approved, for my passengers to get off my bus and just get the next one just behind. This way I could stay with Jane. Her son came, calmed her down a bit, got her home and thanked me for the help. We spoke about Jane and I explained how we had been pretty friendly the last few years. I explained that she hadn't freaked out like this before. He said that he knew, and she spoke fondly of me, and that her dementia had worsened, causing her to have bad spells. He took my number and said that maybe we'd get in touch to arrange like a gift for looking after Jane. I insisted it was okay, I didn't need the gift. But he continued to insist. He took my number and his mother and left the bus. I never saw Jane again after that day, but I did see the son at the shops. He explained that Jane had got worse, and unfortunately wasn't safe to leave the house. I thanked him for letting me know and wished her the best. I asked to be kept up to date with her condition as we became friends over the years. This leads to last night. I had been covering the late night shift all week when around 11:30 p.m. I was driving by Jane's house. The bus was completely empty, but as I approached the stop, I thought of Jane, as I normally do. For some reason, however, I had an urge to stop at the bus stop outside her house, as if someone was waiting to board. I could see there wasn't anyone waiting, but the urge was just so strong that I did. I opened the doors, waited for a second. A cold rush of air enters the bus, and I closed the doors and drove on. I could feel a presence on the bus. And about 5 minutes later, maybe 6 stops, I felt someone right next to my cab on the bus, like someone was waiting to get off. I stopped again, opened the doors. I felt the presence leave, and I again continued on, although a bit confused. I fully believe in the paranormal, so when I get a call this morning from Jane's son to tell me that she passed away 2 nights ago in her home around 11 p.m., I broke down. I'd forgotten about the strange feeling I had that night with the presence on my bus until the funeral. I took the day off and attended the funeral for Jane. I did that before going back to the son's house for the wake. The son's house was like a 30-second stop, or rather 30 seconds from the stop I had to let the presence off at. I don't know if this is crazy, and maybe I'm just being stupid, but I think I picked up a presence from right outside Jane's house 30 minutes after she passed. Dropped it off at her son's house. Could I have taken Jane's soul on a final trip to see her son before she passed on to, well, whatever's beyond? I really want to believe I did. So I've comfort in the idea that maybe I just drove her one last time to see her son. One last time. Does anyone else have an experience like this? Was she trying to tell me something? Backstory. This takes place back in 2019. I was going through some issues with my family and I was couch hopping, but basically living out of my car. I had a cousin that I hadn't spoken to in a while, and they messaged me one day, tell me that she had heard I was homeless, asked if I needed a place to stay. This cousin and I used to get along super well. So long story short, I moved into her house with her and her mom and shared a room with her. Her house was the leftmost in a fourplex. Does that make sense? So her bedroom windows look out to the neighbors, but the other wall of the house was shared with another person's house. It wasn't weird or run down, but the previous renter, for some reason, had sealed the front and both bedroom windows shut with nails. And then either painted or used some material that couldn't be removed and blocked the windows so you couldn't see out or into the house. Only the sun could come through. While there, I experienced a lot of weird things, but this one was the one that stuck out the most. A couple of weeks leading up to the event in question, I'd been having really weird nightmares that I could never remember, but always woke up out of breath and clutching my chest trying to slow down my heartbeat. My cousin was in her bathroom one day. The bathroom only has one door and it's connected to the room. It was also relatively small, and I noticed that there was something almost engraved into the wood of the door, like somebody's name. It had been painted over. So we're analyzing this carving and come to the conclusion that it's a girl's name. Can't remember the name for the life of me. Just assumed it was a kid or something who carved their name after this discovery. Things for me just progressively start to get worse. I start to feel extremely tired every time I'm home. I start waking up with an alarming amount of bruises and scratches that I can't explain. My best friend comes over one day. We're in the room, so I tell her about the name we found on the door, just because her and I are into creepy things and she practices Santeria, the Cuban version. So we always talk about things that relate to her religion and spiritual things in general. She starts kind of joking about it, but she's joking around and she uses the girl's name, but pronounces it incorrectly every time she repeats it. I can feel myself getting progressively angrier for whatever reason the more she's doing it, to the point where I interrupt her. And I kind of wind up rudely correcting her. We both just looked up at each other, and as the anger disappears with my words, I tell her I have no idea why I started feeling so upset about the girl's name being said incorrectly. We let it go, just assuming it was a random event. Some time passes. I'm still waking up with more and more bruises and scratches, and at this point, it very much looks like I'm being heavily abused. One night, my cousin and her mom go out and leave me at home alone. I was in her bedroom watching TV with the door open, and there's a clear view of the living room and the hallway from where I'm sitting. But all the lights are off, so it's just complete darkness except for the TV. I get a FaceTime call from another friend who's in her car with her sister. We're just having a normal conversation when I get the urge to tell her about the name on the door. As soon as I'm done telling them about what was basically going on, I start to get extremely lightheaded, like I was about to pass out. My vision blurs. And then I hear this extremely clear, almost church-sounding bell, like it's right next to my head. Then, absolutely nothing, like my ears had been stuffed with cotton. As I'm trying to clear my vision, I look up at the doorway and I see the figure of a girl, maybe 5'6" or something, waist-length, black hair, and that's all I can make out. I blink again, and she's gone. The blurred vision and the lightheadedness lasts for maybe another 1 to 2 minutes, and that's when I'm finally back to normal. Pick up my phone. My friend and her sister have broken out into a sob as they're asking me if I'm okay. I told them I was fine, I just got disoriented, and they tell me that after I dropped my phone, they could hear a woman screaming bloody murder. They thought somebody had come into the house and was hurting me. I was clearly confused because I wasn't screaming, and I definitely didn't hear any screaming. I close the bedroom door after we get off the phone, and after they're done making sure I'm okay, I just stay awake the rest of the night just waiting for my cousin to get home. After that night, new bruises stopped showing up, and shortly after I moved out and stopped speaking with said cousin due to different issues. Till this day, I can remember the sound of that bell. It was so unsettling. I'll never forget that night. Is a demon attached to me? I want to start by saying that I'm like a 20-year-old female. I've always struggled with a bit of anxiety and depression, but it's to be expected because of some unfortunate life circumstances. Though it's not debilitating and I'm still able to live a happy life without it affecting me too much, my physical health isn't perfect either. I wouldn't say that I'm unhealthy, though. I don't smoke weed, and I rarely drink, and I don't do any other drugs, so I've never been diagnosed with any serious mental illness, besides the depression and anxiety. I also have a sleep disorder that causes hypnopompic hallucinations. Hallucinations that occur during the transition from sleep to wakefulness, and hypnagogic hallucinations. Hallucinations that occur during the transition from wakefulness to sleep. I also have gotten sleep paralysis, though I don't really get it much anymore. My hallucinations mostly consist of shadow figures, hands, and gripping onto walls or coming from underneath doors, distorted faces, pulsing objects, and floating objects. I've also experienced some auditory hallucinations, like breathing next to my ear and indescribable whispering. I've had this sleep disorder for about 10 years now, so I've gotten pretty used to it. But definitely it's gotten worse lately. No, I'm not necessarily religious, but I am agnostic, and I've always believed in demons and ghosts due to experiences I had in one of my old houses. This house was where hallucinations started, too. Lately, I've been hallucinating 6 or 7 times a night during different periods of the night. Normally, I'd just be able to ignore them and fall back asleep. But these ones felt particularly malicious, even taunting, like something's purposely trying to scare me. I won't go super into detail about each and every hallucination I've had recently, but I will go into detail about last night's. That's because I had hallucinations that I've never had before. I got in bed around 1 a.m. last night and attempted to fall asleep. As soon as I shut my eyes, I started to feel anxious even though I was in a good mood right before going to bed. I felt like there was a presence of something, but I ignored it as usual because I felt like I was just overthinking. Some time went by until I started to fall asleep. Before I could fully fall asleep, my eyes opened extremely quickly and wide. My heart started racing. I felt like I couldn't breathe for a while, like there was a pressure pushing down on my chest. And no, this was not sleep paralysis. I could move, and I know the difference. I looked around my room and noticed that everything had a slight tinge of red. Not super intense, but enough to notice a difference, and definitely know that I was not hallucinating. Calm myself down for a few minutes before I'm able to really sleep, but the same thing happens again. I'm startled awake with a racing heartbeat and everything looks red. Except this time the red is much more vibrant. It happens about 6 or 7 times throughout the course of an hour, maybe 2. And each time the red becomes more and more vibrant until it looks like I'm looking through red-tinted sunglasses. I forgot to mention this, but I sleep with the light on. Not super bright, but bright enough to see everything in my room. I've slept with the light on since I started hallucinating, too. Couldn't take it anymore, and I ended up sleeping in the living room just because I was so scared and I was getting no sleep. It stopped once I moved onto the couch. I find this hallucination weird because it was way more scary than figures and faces I've seen in the past. Even though it was just a red tint, it felt extremely malicious. Now, to this morning, I I woke up feeling like I had drank a whole bottle of vodka to myself, having to rush to the bathroom because I thought I was going to throw up. And I'm not pregnant, by the way. Me neither. I didn't throw up, but I did end up sitting next to the toilet for a while. I'm feeling a bit better now, but I also have this intense pressure in my head and neck. It's not a headache, but it feels like someone's squeezing my skull. Wish I could explain the situation in more detail, but this has already turned into a full-blown essay, so guess I'll settle. Anyways, does anybody know if this is demonic? I would normally just write it off as a weird hallucination, but the nausea and head pressure is weirding me out. If you have any comments or questions, that would be great. Children see more paranormal than adults. It's because of the easy access to their brain. A little backstory. I had a pretty creative imagination back then, and my entire family remembers my best friend, Terry. He was imaginary. We did everything together, as many kids tend to create for themselves as well. I would talk to him out loud, and we quote-unquote played together outside for hours on end. It started off just as an imaginary friend, which I believe became to maybe around 5 or 6. By the time when I was turning about 7, Terry started to hang out less and less. I grew out of that phase of my life. But my mind wasn't done seeing imaginary things just yet. We lived in an old farmhouse built back in the 1870s, so I was always a little eerie, but things started to turn a little darker for me. The black silhouette of people started to show themselves to me. It began with just a few until I was seeing them almost like a few times a week. Kept it to myself at first until they kept coming and coming. It would even keep me up at night where I would just stare at my closet door until one night I saw the round door handle start to turn and the door ever so slightly creak open. I could see this happen because I started to sleep with the nightlight on as I began to develop a fear for the dark. After this, I started to tell my parents about the people I was seeing. They basically told me to brush it off, and I'm just imagining things. A few distinct sights I had was when I was sitting in the living room on the couch watching TV, and before, a figure would show itself to me. I would get the sensation that someone was watching me, staring at me intensely. That burning feel with a few shivers that might run down your spine, and you can't help but look around, you know? I would look out into the dining room and a figure would be looking at me, and then just walk off into the next room, disappearing. One time I was on the floor in the living room with some of my family, and I had this sensation, so I looked out into the dining room for where I was sitting and didn't see anything. Started to look around left, then right, then I felt a warm sensation on the top of my head. I slowly look straight up, and there's a figure kneeling on the couch directly over top of me, as if they're looking down at me like I was reading a book in my lap. I jumped up, and it disappeared. Slowly, the figures stopped showing themselves, and by middle school, I hadn't seen any in years. It was my early high school, and I was either a freshman or a sophomore when I was home alone out in the barn splitting wood. Dogs in the house, so I didn't have them running off. Splitter running pretty loud, headphones on, blaring music. Then I get that old-timey feeling that somebody's watching me, so I keep looking out the barn doors from the back of the barn. Nothing till I see a figure in the middle of the doorway with either an axe or a pitchfork resting on the ground. We stop and stare at each other for a few moments, till it turns to the right and dragging the tool just walks off the side of the barn. I throw my headphones down and run out the door to see if it was a person or what that I just saw. Nothing was there. No one was home. So I went back to splitting wood. I didn't have another experience until college when I started to experience sleep paralysis. It started off as normal, and I would see myself in my dorm room laying in my bed and just have an eerie, scared sensation that I was stuck. It seemed like someone was coming for me. I would try to yell over to my roommate sleeping next to me to wake me up, but of course couldn't yell, couldn't even move. This sucked, and it slowly started happening more and more until a figure would appear. It started off, they would walk out of the bedroom door and just stop and stare at me, and I would wake up shortly after that. Then I had the worst one. The figure walked on over to me one night, got up on the top of my bed and pinned me down with their knees on my chest and hands around my neck. They started to choke me out, and I was gasping for air, and I snapped awake and my chest hurt like I had just been punched or fell down 5 stairs. I was gasping for air. My neck felt bruised, and I was immediately stiff afterwards. I was scared and thought I was getting attacked by a demon now. I started to see a friar on campus and stopped taking naps as it happened more frequently, at least when I napped till they slowly went away. Boring ending overall, but I know. It's alright. There's something in the woods near my house. My family owns a farmhouse in Ireland. It's an extremely rural area. The house experienced some paranormal activity in the past. The living room sits directly over a path people would take to the beach or either church or coffin ships or something else. We believed these famine victims continued to walk through the house. During the 1900s and 1920s, I can't remember. My great-grandmother or my great-great-grandmother heard a noise downstairs. She rushed down to see the impossible. The Sacred Heart lamp, which is literally screwed into the wall, was ripped out. The coals and ashes from the fire had been strewn about. The room was absolutely trashed. Terrified, she rushed back upstairs and stayed there for the remainder of the night. In the morning, the room was untouched, perfect, as if it hadn't been trashed. The house experienced many more experiences over the coming months, possibly years. I come from a very Catholic family, so the house was naturally blessed. The activity only ceased was like the activity only ceased was a step was built. A small pathway winds to the side of the house. A step was put next to it, so the spirits would take the path, not the house. My grandmother always told me not to ever remove the stone. You would go on, but there's something scarier, something happening right now that I fear. It's a very dense, though quite small patch of forest. Whenever I enter, I'm filled with dread. Makes me quite frankly want to piss my goddamn pants. I never feel alone there. As soon as I smell that wretched smell, it's like rotting flesh. I hightail it out of there because I know it's close. And it felt evil. It felt malicious. And I didn't know it had a physical body until I saw it. It was nighttime, and I was looking out the window from my room. It looked like a person, a rotting person, a corpse. It was long and gangly, and its arms looked like they'd been pulled out of the sockets, and the elbow was jutting out. Its legs also looked disjointed. Its skin looked gray and sort of almost translucent. I couldn't tell a gender. I don't even think it has one. It has a horrible, sunken face. Its eyes were so sunken I couldn't see them, but I could see the light reflecting off of them when it looked at me. I've never been more scared in my entire life when we locked eyes. Not when I split my head open, not when I lost my dog, not when I watched the news. I could properly see its face now. Its face didn't have human features. Its nose, well, it didn't have one. 2 slits in its face was it. Its cheekbones jutted out and had no lips. But its mouth spread from ear to ear, and it was filled with rotted, brown, chipped, blunt teeth. My stomach dropped. I felt physically sick, and soon afterwards I was physically sick actually. I immediately shut the curtains and prayed. I prayed and prayed and prayed for what seemed like hours. and I did feel better afterwards. When I left the house the next morning, it looked like animal claw marks outside the door. I knew it had to be real and not a dream. But to convince myself that last bit, I went to the edge of the forest, praying as I went. I also had holy water and rosary beads, anything I could get my mitts on. And sure enough, there were 2 deep, inhuman footprints in the mud. A wad, terrified. When I looked up, I felt its gaze again, like this time it would get me. I ran. I ain't athletic, and I'm kind of chubby, but geez, I vaulted over a 3-foot-high fence and ran up a goddamn hill to the house. I never ever go to the forest anymore, and a funny feeling tells me I'm safe as long as I don't go into the forest, especially at night. I don't know what's in there. I don't know. It doesn't want me specifically, I hope. Just people that wander in too far. If demons exist, this is one, and I hope y'all don't ever meet it. Haunted asylum attacked by demon. This happened a couple of days ago. My family and I just went to an old asylum while on vacation. They had renovated it up a bit and put a couple of stores and a restaurant inside, so my father thought it would be a nice place to visit. When we drove into the driveway, I was overcome with dizziness. I couldn't see straight and I could finish typing the message I had just been typing before I pulled in. As I got out of the car, the dizziness subsided for the most part. We all went inside. It still looked like an asylum. The doors were like metal cage doors. The floor was old and cracked. The walls were old yellowed bricks, and there were entrances that were covered over with more bricks, so no one could enter. As we began walking down the halls, I noticed something was off. The overall feeling in the place was just terrible. I started getting a headache, but it was only a minor one. I know spirits can give people headaches and stomach aches, so I wasn't that surprised. As I said, mine was minor, but I couldn't help but notice that my sister was getting worse and worse. As we continued down the hall, we stopped to look at one of the stores. There was an old-looking metal door that resembled something that would be in an animal cage. It was just a pitch-black, empty room on the other side. I'd mentioned to my mother the feeling I had about the place, and so, as a joke, she held me close to the cage and said, "Look in there. Do you see a ghost yet?" As they were all laughing, I stood there in shock, for there was someone on the other side of that gate looking back at me. I ripped away from her grasp and kept walking down the hall away from the cage-like door. My sister was giving me a look, so I knew that she wanted to tell me something. We went off to the side and she told me she had a terrible pounding headache. We kept walking as she told me about it, but I could see that she was definitely getting worse, like she didn't really know where she was going anymore. I took her outside the building for a minute to help her head and just kind of told her to pray and imagine a white light around herself. She did this and started to walk away from the building, and her headache was getting better. My father scheduled for us to eat inside the building and our table was ready, so we were forced to go back inside. She told me her headache was even worse than before and that she was about to pass out, and also that the praying in the white light now made it worse. We were texting each other and she was telling me that she felt a strong pressure on her back and head. Soon enough, I could see that she couldn't take it anymore, so I took her outside. My parents were furious, but only because they didn't understand. Once I took her outside, she started to cry and shake, so I took her away from that building. We went on a walk. We went across the street and I talked to her about how the Lord was with her. Her headache stopped and so did the pressure. Our parents texted us and told us that the food was there, so we're either forced to enter the building again. I held her hands and prayed with her before we entered. We ate as fast as possible and got out even before our parents did. We drove off, but she still felt uneasy, and so did I. got out of the car at our next destination, but it was almost like we were still in the asylum. My sister started crying and shaking again, and she just asked me if I could just make her kill herself. Well, I asked her why, and she told me that it was giving her suicidal thoughts, that it was making her depressed and draining her energy. I took her and my mom and dad, and we all prayed together over her. As I placed my hand on her head while praying, it was weird. I could feel it still there. It had followed us there. It thought she would be an easy target, and maybe she would have been if I wasn't there. Maybe that's what scares me the most. I'm not sure if it's gone or not, but when we arrived back at the hotel, I saw and heard someone following me in the hall. So I thought it was my sister, but when I turned around, no one was there. But that could have just been a different spirit. I'm pretty used to them now. Last night, my sister and I didn't sleep. We were kept awake all night. Maybe we were scared, or maybe we were kept up by something else. Something dark. Something inhuman. I guess we'll never know. Spiders love me. Sometimes I attribute this to a very strange encounter I had when I was around 4. I'd just come out of the house with my baby sister. We lived in a condo area, 6 condos to each group, 2 above us and the same for the other side across from us. They were all connected with some steps and stones underneath to separate the condos. But as kids, we'd play in the rocks. One morning, me and my sister walk outside, and from out of the rocks under the steps, a weird blue spider-esque thing rises. It just rose up, and I know it's a memory and not a dream for a fact. One of my dreams don't capture reality, so perfectly at least, and the physics of the rocks falling off as if it were too real not to mention. My sister remembers this as well. But anyway, it rose up. It was maybe 4 feet tall, 4 legs, no discernible face, and it was a striking blue color. But it was weird because it moved but didn't move at the same time, almost like vibrated into places that it came. But it went to the sidewalk, but it didn't move its legs. I know it was turning, but it wasn't moving. You could just tell. It had an oval-like head. My sister started to cry and sob uncontrollably, but I wasn't scared. But for some reason, I acted scared. I don't know why. Also, it was broad daylight when this happened. I took her inside fast, shut and locked the door, and went on with daily life. I didn't think much of it, and I never saw it again, nor did I mention it for years. I saw and went through a lot of things growing up, but never anything like that again. It didn't feel bad or malicious or anything, and if anything, I couldn't get a read on it at all. But back to the spiders. Sometimes I think of that and I wonder if that's why spiders love me so much. I remember being 9 and having a daddy longleg run at me. It never stopped after that. Spiders frequently make beelines for me or mad dashes. They never bite me though. I also have serious arachnophobia, so they rarely get on me, and I don't really want to go anywhere near them. A couple have made it on me, but they never bite or even move once they get on me. They just sit still. It's weird. It's really a strange experience that they'll run across ceilings and webs down to get to me. There was one time I woke up to one coming down diagonally to land on my head. I narrowly dodged it and it landed on my pillow, but I didn't even know that they could move diagonally for some reason. I remember when we were moving out of one of our houses and I was just sitting in the front yard. I looked over to see a spider running through the grass toward me. I ran away and sat on the road instead. Sitting at a rec center parking lot waiting for my boyfriend there was a spider that sort of crested the curb to come at me. I fled from that one too. They're just all over the place, all the time, all at me. There have been two that have gotten on me while I was awake, and I'm 99.9% sure that they somehow materialized because, well, my spidey senses are on point. One was a big spider, and my sister was like, "Don't look," smacked it off my shoulder. Another one was a little black spider. One time I passed out drunk in the woods with my fiancé. Classy, I know. But he walked back to find a lot of spiders on me. A variety, too. Some of which we had never seen, just congregating around me and on me. And that one was pretty recent. I don't know what it is with me and spiders. I know this is very long. There are many more times that, they'll run toward me or people who don't believe me, but they sort of been coming to believe me sincerely because of how spiders interact with me. I know people probably won't read all of this. I am. Or maybe won't even understand. Sort of. But if somebody has any ideas, please let me know, because this is a question I've wanted any kind of answer to for a long time. Can we travel through time while we sleep? Since I've been 8 years old, I've experienced the same dream more times than I can count. I'm running through a tall forest of flowers while something cruel or malevolent pursues me. Then I make it to this big old Victorian-built house. I always go inside the house, passing a kitchen and a bathroom with a rose-colored tub. Once inside, I go up a set of stairs and into a bedroom on the right. Inside the bedroom in the closet, there's a stair that leads to the attic. I go up the stairs and into the attic, and I go through the attic, and there's a small hidden door that takes me behind a false wall. Behind this false wall is where there's a little hallway hidden from view. This hallway ends in a room. Okay, you might wonder, so what of it? We all have dreams. What makes this different if this house exists? Well, the bathroom, the stairway, the hidden hallway, and the room exist, exactly as I described, too. But I've never been there. How did I discover it existed then? Good question. 2 years ago, my dad was at my farm helping my husband and I with some renovations. We got to talking one night and I asked him how this recent trip to Ontario had gone. "Good," he replied, "except our rental car was broken into and all our ID, cash, and documents were stolen." "That's awful," I answered. "What did you do?" He said, "Sadly, our family wasn't much help, and no one really opened their homes up. However, he had these friends since he was a kid, twins. Their family lived on a plot adjoining their home. Their family home was empty, but they kept it for when they wanted to travel, as like a second home. He said his friends had opened their home to him and my stepmother and saved the trip. Honestly, that would have been the end of it, till he said. Everything was like I remembered it, right down to the secret room. I don't know why my blood stopped moving. My whole body froze up. "Secret room?" I forced out. "Dad, don't tell me anything more. I've been having a recurring dream since I was little. Let me tell you what I've seen, then you tell me if I'm right." So I walked him through the house, the hidden hallway into the room. I even described the pillows on the floor in detail. He was white, pretty shook up as I gave minute detail on a place I had only ever seen while asleep. The strange thing is that often in my dreams, I was not me. I mean, I was, but I was also someone else. Like, I remember a girl sometimes being in the secret room with me and other boys. In the dream, I have a crush on her, although I'm a girl. In the dreams, I think I may have been my dad, if that makes any sense. Also, the evil malevolence that would cause me to run to the house and the secret room where I felt safe. My grandfather was a very, very bad man. The kind that lines his kids up and shot at their feet when he was drunk. The kind of man that did unspeakable things to his own daughters and would drive his wife and kids down deserted roads, take their shoes and make them walk barefoot back home in the snow in the middle of winter. The tall flowers in my dream. My dad said there was an empty plot between his house and his two best friends. His dad had rented it out to his family, and they had filled it with sunflowers. For the record, my dad rarely talks about his past. I've never been to this house in real life, and we live in Alberta, 3,600 kilometers away from where he grew up. I am not young, and I've never even seen a photo of his friends or their home. Since the revelation, I've not had that dream again. I kind of miss it. My secret room that was only mine, my dreams. My dad did ask his friends if I could go and see the house if I make it down to Sturgeon Falls, Ontario. I would love to see it for real. I hope you get to. A reassuring visit from a ghostly in-law. My now husband and I have been quote-unquote dating for several months when this happened. Typically, I'd leave work on Friday afternoon, drive to Vegas from Orange County, California, spend the weekend with him, then drive back home late Sunday evening. The first time we'd had sex, about 6 to 8 weeks prior to this story, had been without protection. Well, you guessed it, I turned up late and worried. Neither of us wanted kids. It was one of the things that clicked for us. While I'm pro-choice, I'm also anti-abortion on a personal level. I'd need a really good reason to do that to myself. And I didn't feel like we just don't want kids was a good enough reason to even think about an abortion. I fretted and I paced, thought about calling him and telling him, but that wasn't really a conversation I wanted to have on the phone. I put it off until the following weekend visit. Except he was in such a good mood. We were having such a good time. I never found the quote-unquote right opportunity to tell him. That Saturday we had sex again, and afterwards he had rolled over and gone to sleep. But sleep was just about the farthest thing from my mind. I was still fretting about the possible pregnancy, thinking that I had to tell him in the morning. I couldn't go another week not telling him. If this was going to drive me crazy, I wanted him along for the ride. So I was sitting on the edge of the bed, listening to him snore, hands clasped together between my knees, head bowed, not praying but close, trying to frame the conversation in my mind. I heard the bedroom door open. I looked up, and this little woman was she sort of stuck her head in the door. She smiled, opened the door wider. She walked into the room. She appeared to be about middle-aged, curly reddish hair, big friendly smile on her face, like it was perfectly normal to be coming into somebody's bedroom in the dead of the night. I was a bit taken aback. Who wouldn't be? I was unsure of what to say. Did his mom have a guest I didn't know about? This woman crossed the sort of space from the door to the bed and sat down next to me. I felt the bed depress. She wore a simple flower-patterned dress. I just stared at her for a moment, blinking. Was about to speak when she patted me on the knee. I felt it, as real as could be. She said, "Don't worry, dear. Everything will be okay." A few tears broke loose and I wiped them away. But when I looked back to her to ask her a question, she was gone. All of a sudden, the strangeness of the situation took hold and I sat up, blinking away tears, looking frantically around the room. What the actual? I expected to be confused and afraid, but instead I felt comforted. I felt better. 100,000 times better. My worry evaporated. I used the restroom, I used the computer for a few minutes. Then I went back to bed and was soon sleeping peacefully. In the morning, I was too bothered by the strange visit to tell Bill about the pregnancy thing. Nor did I tell him about the visit itself. But as he was walking, just sort of walking me to my car, I noticed somebody had put up pictures on the wall in the front hallway. One caught my eye. I backtracked to ask him who she was. That was my grandmother, the one I moved here to take care of. The one who had died 2 years before. When I got back home, I took a pregnancy test. I took it with my best friend there for moral support. It was negative. Woo! My husband and I were married for several years before I told him about the strange event of that night. Vacation Mexico haunting story. Possible poltergeist. I have a few stories from Mexico. I don't know if it's something about Mexico, but those few times it only happened in Mexico. Maybe you guys can debunk this. Call it fake if you want. There's nothing I can prove, so I don't care. I'm 50-50 on the supernatural stuff. I'd like to try to think I can debunk it. But I'm a Mexican-American who frequently travels to Mexico. And one time when I was 15, I flew with my parents and sister to Cancun to stay for 9 days. We had rewards with this resort, so they upgraded us to a suite the size of a luxury apartment. Didn't listen to the receptionist. Not sure if they did a deal for like half points of the rewards or something. I'm 21 now and still don't know how that works. 3 bedrooms, a living room, and 2 bathrooms, and a kitchen and a kitchen table. I'm stating this to let you guys know that the place is huge and the rooms are spread apart, and these details will matter later, possibly. I sleep with the door closed, and every night in my bedroom I heard like bare footsteps just pacing back and forth like you can, well, not sure how to explain that, but if you know the sound, then you know. In the hallway outside my door, it sounded eerie and tried to reason it as like the built-in AC or something to sleep. 5 nights in, I wake up to pee late at night. Not sure what time. I pee in the bathroom, walk out, and the door behind me shuts as hard as possible. It was loud. My parents that slept on the other side of the suite even heard it. I jumped, ran as fast as I could to my parents' bedroom. My parents woke up on high alert, and because we both thought something broke in and they heard the door shut, they thought it was like the entrance door, not my bathroom door, until I told them. So they thought somebody was already hiding in our suite. My dad grabs an umbrella and runs and tells my sister to get in there. Maybe there's an intruder, or both. I don't know. My sister comes running to our parents' bedroom. My mom's on the phone with the front desk to get security, and my dad's plan was to sort of turn on the suite's lights one by one. He started with the hallway and then the kitchen. By chance, they both turn off by themselves. My dad runs back as fast as he could back to the bedroom with us. He locks the door behind him and told us to wait for security. He tells us to be quiet so we can hear the front door open and close to hear the intruder. Security front desk come. They have a MasterCard, so when they arrive, they open the door themselves and shouted, "Show yourself." Then my dad shouted where the guests in the master bedroom check everywhere else, and mind you, I'm crying with my sister and my mom really, and just trying to stay calm. They said it was clear, even though we didn't hear anyone leave. They checked everywhere, kitchen cabinets, closets, bathrooms. We didn't hear anyone leave. None of the suitcases were opened or even touched. My dad then spoke to them, and I realized none of them were police. It was like hotel employees, like security or front desk. They only had flashlights. They brushed it off, said call again if anything happens. They'll have a security guard in our hallway apparently for the night. Makes you think this probably happened before and they felt like they didn't need to bring in the police. We felt uneasy that night, so we all slept in my parents' bed. The nights after that, nothing happened and we all slept with our doors locked, and the bare footsteps outside my hallway door stopped. Freaky shit. My grandpa, who's retired and works for a hotel in Cali, told us people commit suicide in hotels all the time. Did someone off themselves in that suite? I would never know, but freaked me out. Would this be a ghost or a poltergeist? Was it something else more demonic? A ghost/entity that was flaming magenta. I've had many ghosts or experiences with even things other than entities before, but this one in particular stuck with me and been in my mind ever since it happened about 6 months ago. I was going to a friend's house after we had agreed to hang out. It was a big house, one of those old 1800s kind of houses, dead center of town almost. I had a key, so I let myself in because I figured she was upstairs on the 3rd floor and wouldn't hear the front door if I knocked. I called her name. No answer on the 1st floor, so I began to walk upstairs to the 2nd floor where I could hear, where she could be hearing me more clearly. And I heard something, and it sounded like a woman was quietly talking on the phone in one of the bedrooms on the 2nd floor, the one that I was now on currently. So naturally, I assumed that my friend was behind one of the nearby closed doors and that I didn't want to be rude. I figured she knew I was there, but was finishing up a phone call and needed a minute. So I sat on the ground against one of the hallway walls, directly looking at the closed door of the room I thought that she was in. Directly looking at the bottom of the door, there was enough space between the door and the floor to see shadowed footprints move from left to right and from right to left. I assumed they were hers. She was still sort of just talking on what I thought was a phone as I watched the set of shadowy footprints turn into 2 pairs. I had seen 4 shadow feet, 2 pairs, and they walked side to side on the floor. I suddenly thought, or maybe she isn't on the phone, maybe she's talking to someone in there. She's not alone in the room. Still, I didn't want to be rude and interrupt, especially if another person was in there with her. Then it happened. A loud smack of a hand hit the floor underneath the door, still behind it. It wasn't a shadow of a hand, it was a real hand, only a pale magenta color. I had seen smack its palm onto the floor underneath the door. It had to be directly behind the door for me to see it as plainly as I did. Like it was definitely meant for me to be startled and pay attention. The pale magenta color startled me more than the loud smack. It almost looked like the steam that comes off your skin when you get out of a hot shower, but bright magenta, somewhat matching the pale magenta of its skin. Then a crooked scream of a face peeked through the space between the door and the floor, looking directly at me with this hateful expression of a silent scream. It was not my friend's face. It was the face of a woman I did not know. There was no sound, not even the talking I'd heard before, but it felt like I could feel the scream this face was making and hear it in a weird, silent sort of way. Hard to explain. And it was directly at me. Its eyes were like normal eyes, except they were almost ablaze in appearance, and the pupils were huge, surrounded by hot pink magenta irises. They were pissed. Its hair looked like the hair of Lava Girl. Skin a pale magenta, terrifying magenta eyes, and her skin looked steamed. I jumped up, scared as fuck at what I had just clearly seen as plain as day, ran downstairs. I ran into my friend who was coming up the stairs from the 1st floor while I was running down them from the 2nd. Meaning that she was never behind that door in the first place. And why didn't she answer when I called her in the first, but, well, don't know. But she did believe me. A lot of weird things had been seen in this house over the years, but that did little to comfort me. Still, I think about this experience and what does it mean? What was it? It was human in appearance, minus the monochrome magenta and seemingly fiery look. Why was it silently screaming at me? Why did it smack its hand down like that? What the actual fuck? The boy that was in my closet. I'm 17 now, but this happened from when I was 5 to 8, roughly. Because this happened so long ago, I'm sure there are a lot of things I've forgotten over time or unintentionally blocked out. Around the time I started kindergarten, we moved to a complex where I got a room of my own for the first time. I remember being scared to have a room all to myself, so I would always make sure my closet door was firmly closed because I was very scared of monsters in my closet. I think this might have stemmed from my mom watching a lot of horror content around me, or maybe just a general childish fear. I remember it being shortly after we had moved in. I woke up when it was dark out. I could tell by my window that was right next to my bed. My closet door opened, and this boy hovered, very low to the ground still, maybe an inch off. Even he seemed about my height and size, but didn't make a sound as he walked. He hovered out of the closet, walked in a straight path from the closet to the window, but he stopped midway at the foot of my bed and just stared at me. His face was like melted glass, similar to the longer-faced ghost kid from Coraline. Sorry, this is the only example I can think of. He wore a sailor suit very similar to the results you'd get by searching 1950s boys sailor suit. I remember wanting to scream, but I couldn't. I hid underneath my blankets for a long time, and I don't remember what happened after that, but I assume I eventually just fell asleep. It might have been a few days or even a week, but I saw him again shortly after. It was roughly the exact same encounter, so it doesn't stand out in my brain, but over the course of a few months, I had the courage to look back at him. I was very scared, but he would never do anything, and I think that I knew that. He never attempted to climb on my bed or get closer to me. He only ever stopped and stared at me, and that never changed. After I started looking at him, I learned that after he left the foot of my bed, he would go to the wall on the left and form a hole in my wall that he would go through. I remember there was a few times that I would get up in the morning and try to see the portal, but of course, it was never there. There was a long time of build-up, and eventually I just wasn't scared anymore, and I remember the feeling of not being afraid when I looked back at him. After I wasn't scared anymore, I was able to get out of my bed right after he'd leave and try to go through the portal, but it would close before I could get into that wall. I remember one specific night where he didn't show up. I got confused because by that time it'd become a routine to see him every night. I got up and looked out my window to see him. He was feeding on deer on the property. A deer, pretty common in the area. He didn't look up at me or anything, but I remember just staring at him. After we moved away from the complex, I experienced anything close to this or even had a dream or him appear in a dream. But here's some other small details I want to add. He only existed in the complex. He never appeared in my school or at daycare. My mom told me a few years ago that the neighbors in the complex would tell her that I would play games by myself, but seemingly pretend that I was playing with another person. But I myself have no memory of that, so I don't know how reliable that is. From what I remember, no other kid in the complex experienced anything similar to this, including my two sisters who shared a room across from mine. I would tell people about the boy that I would see, though. It's taken me a long time to come to the conclusion that this probably paranormal thing was happening, so I wanted to share it here. I want to know if anybody had any similar memories that they carry with them. I drew the layout of my room and a recollection of what the boy looked like. The drawing is not super detailed, and because it's drawn from memory, I'm sure my memory has changed a lot over time. Ask Reddit. I was at Fort Sill for my MOS school, and while I never actually saw anything super crazy, so many other Marines in the barracks have seen or have heard weird shit. The only times that I've personally experienced something was during fire watch. My first experience was either during the Thanksgiving '96 or when we were about to go on leave for Christmas. Regardless, I was doing my fire watch shift, which is 0000-0400 IIRC. I kept having the sensation of someone watching me as I mindlessly roved around the deck. I wasn't scared or anything, but I was slightly on edge and weirded the fuck out. Around 0200-0300 though, shit got weird. I distinctly remember hearing someone make a quiet but audible ha right behind me. It was next to my ear, almost as if they were blowing air onto the window. It didn't help that I felt a slight cold shiver go down my neck and back after that. I noped the fuck out of that side of the hallway and decided to stay on the side that actually had light for the rest of my shift. Another time when I just kind of picked up class, I was outside roving around with someone. One thing you should know about the MARDET battery barracks is that we're literally less than 50 feet away from the base cemetery. More on that in a bit. When me and my partner passed by the cemetery, we both saw a flashing light. At first, I thought it was just a soldier fucking with us, but then the light would stay perfectly still. We ignored it the first time, but on our second and third pass, we saw the same light, and it stayed exactly as it was. A small part of me wanted to go see what it was, but I wasn't about to run the risk of getting possessed or whatever. Other Marines would also have told me stories about what they've seen and heard in the barracks, and those go as follows. One of my buddies at the time told me that he and his roommate were in bed about to go to sleep when their door suddenly opened on its own, slammed shut, and locked itself. Secondly, the cemetery apparently had a resident Satanist visited every now and then. When I was a new join who just arrived, I thought the guys who've been there a while longer were just fucking with me. But they were dead serious. They told me it became such a problem that the PLT sergeants and BG had to give a brief about it. It was like a battery a month or so before me, and my group came to the battery. Thirdly, a decent amount of Marines have tried to kill themselves in some of the rooms over the years. Fort Sill sucks ass. Fuck that place. When I was first checking in and getting my room, the clerk said that my room was supposedly haunted because some dude either tried to hang himself or cut his wrist. Ever since then, according to them, everybody who's ever occupied that particular room has either been dropped from a class or had some other dumb misfortune fall upon them. I didn't believe it at first. I was just a new join at the time, and, well, I thought that the clerks were just fucking with me. But my attitude changed when just a month later, after coming back from Christmas leave, I popped positive for COVID. That basically forced me to get dropped from the class that I was supposed to originally pick up with. Fourthly, one of my CPLs told me that when he went through the schoolhouse during the fire watch shift, he was out on the quad. He looked at the cemetery and saw a woman in white with noticeable facial features stare back at him. He thought he was just tired, but the woman stuck around for a bit, and that scared the shit out of him. A second later, the woman suddenly disappeared after he blinked. Joseph Plunkett's cell in Kilmainham Gaol. During 2014, I had the opportunity to travel to Dublin and London for a few weeks. My husband was there for work and I was tagging along. I spent every day exploring on my own. And on my last way in Dublin, I visited something that I can't pronounce. I'm sorry. Kilmainham Gaol. It was a bleak place. During the tour, I was roughly in the middle of the group. I'm short, and I was curious what the cells looked like because the doors were all closed. I rushed ahead after some stairs, chose a cell, and held my Nikon Coolpix up to the little window and snapped a quick shot before catching back up to my spot in line. This may sound silly, but that particular cell along that row felt like there was a heavier weight to it. There was no airflow within the cells, which are always kept closed. I didn't have a flash turned on. I only looked at the photos a few weeks later when we were back home. No other images either within the jail or throughout the trip looked unusual. I do wonder if the beam of light from the small window may have simply caught some dust in a way that I have personally never seen. But then again, those who work at the jail report odd occurrences attributing it to restless spirits. The tour guy said once the entire group was standing together that the cell I had kind of quickly photographed had just been Joseph Plunkett's cell, and that he was granted only a few brief minutes with the love of his life to profess their love for one another and say goodbye within the cell. That was immediately before facing a firing squad in Stonebreaker's yard. The folks at Kilmainham Gaol treated the cell with reverence. I was glad that I'd been drawn to that one in particular. Some background. Notorious for a multitude of reasons, this place imprisoned and executed leaders of the Easter Rising. The Easter Rising was an Irish Republican insurrection against the British government in Ireland. It began in Dublin on April 24th, 1916, which was Easter Monday. The insurrection was planned by Patrick Pearse, Tom Clark, Joseph Plunkett, and other leaders of the Irish Republican Brotherhood. Lasting for 6 days, the rebellion was quickly suppressed by the British Army and was a seminal moment in modern Irish history, helping pave the way to the nation's independence in 1922. One of the leaders, Joseph Plunkett, the youngest of the rebel leaders to be executed, was wholeheartedly in love with Grace Gifford, a woman who was also passionate about Irish independence. She was an artist and cartoonist, while Plunkett was a poet and editor for the Irish Review. Against the wishes of her parents, Grace became engaged with Joseph Plunkett in December 1915. When Plunkett was imprisoned, awaiting his execution by firing squad, he was granted his request that a priest marry him and Grace in the prison chapel. On the night of May 3rd, 1916, just hours before he was to be executed, she was brought to the jail. In 1949, she recalled that evening. She said as follows: "When I saw him, so unselfish. He never thought of himself. He was not frightened, not in the slightest." Before facing the firing squad, he said, "I'm very happy I'm dying for the glory of God and the honor of Ireland." In his will, Joseph left everything to his widow, but his parents refused to honor it. Grace remained resolutely nationalist even after her husband's death and was imprisoned in Kilmainham Gaol for 3 months in 1923. She never remarried and outlived her husband by 39 years. Grace Gifford died on December 13th, 1955, and was buried with the full military honors at Glasnevin Cemetery. The apparition and the power outage. The house I grew up in, the same one that my parents and one of my brothers live in to this day, are very active with benevolent spirits. I feel like sharing experiences with non-threatening entities is just as important as all the tales of demons and poltergeist and scary tall figures standing in doorways and negative experiences in a home. Now let's dive into some encounters and experiences. For some quick context, I grew up sharing a house with two female spirits. I felt their energy, had encounters, and still noticed them lingering around when I got to visit my parents to this day. One of the most intense encounters happened back in 2007. I was 13, my brother was 12, and the twins were 7. It was a humid day with thunderstorm warnings and dark skies. I remember it being late summer. The whole week prior was thunderstorming after thunderstorm. Or rather, thunderstorm after thunderstorm. The storms knocked the power out, leaving the house dimly lit by candles and flashlights. My parents were in the garage trying to get our generator to start, so my mom could at least have a cup of tea by boiling water in the kettle. Us kids, of course, wanted to be able to charge our Nintendo DS's, since that was our obsession like many kids growing up in the mid-2000s. I was sitting in the basement with my brothers. We were all sitting on a sectional, waiting for the power to come back on. Our DS's were all drained of power, and we were unsure of what to do. My brother Chad mentioned to me that he wanted to grab something from up in the bedroom that we shared, but didn't really want to go up alone. I knew he was afraid of the dark, so I didn't really bother to question him anymore. So we climbed up the stairs from the basement, walked through the tiled hallway that connects to the kitchen, and then turned left to face the stairs going up to the second floor. It was only 10 or so steps, not a very steep or strenuous climb to make. There was just pitch black in front of us. A deep foreboding feeling was running through me. I always felt in tune with my intuitions and tried my best to listen to them. But things suddenly happened before I could do anything else. With our flashlights still pointing up the stairs, lightning flashed and illuminated the hallway. If you're standing where my brother and I were, you would see a hallway at the top of the stairs, which only went about 12 feet or so forward until you would run into the door to a linen closet. Standing in front of that linen closet at the end of the hallway was a woman. The brightness of the lighting almost hurt, yet I could still make out this woman standing upstairs. She was wearing a long skirt and a button-up shirt. Couldn't place an exact time period to the clothes, and still can't to this day. I just know it was from years, even decades prior to 2007. This figure was not facing us. She was staring off to the left of the hall toward my other brother's room. I can remember this intense feeling of fear. Now I think that was because we had no idea an apparition of a woman would appear before us, but not because the spirit was quote-unquote evil. After what felt like a minute, Chad and I bolted toward the living room, hopping onto the couch. We sat there wide-eyed and probably staring into nothing, trying to piece together what we just saw. Luckily, nothing paranormal or strange happened the rest of the evening. We went back downstairs and played our Nintendo Wii, hoping to forget, what we just saw. But I remember wondering who that apparition was. It could be Tara. She was much younger, and from then on I realized it wasn't just Tara in our home. This woman would make more appearances in the future. Luckily, she would be friendly in those situations. Woken to a disembodied voice in my room. A few years ago, we lived in this old house for over 10 years. It was almost a century old. I always had creepy vibes about it. Not all the time, but from time to time I'd feel like I was being watched. My young daughter at the time started having night terrors. She seemed to be experiencing some anxiety as well, and didn't like the closet in her room as it had attic access. For a while, we just figured it was the typical boogeyman stuff kids are afraid of. One night I heard footsteps on the stairs, called out, asked why she was out of bed. No answer. It was an old house with creaky stairs, so there was no mistaking the sound. No one else was home. I called out again. No answer. So I went upstairs and she was sound asleep. It seemed she started to call for me more and more at night. At that time, I was experiencing mobility issues, so I actually ended up buying a small TV for my bedroom upstairs. I would just retire there for the evening to be closer to her and save me the multiple trips up the stairs. I'm not particularly afraid of ghosts, but I know how scary it must have been for a little kid, though most of what would scare her at the time seemed explainable. Then one night, lying in bed and trying to fall asleep, I caught a glimpse of my bedroom door open about 12 inches. It freaked me out, but as you do, you talk yourself out of these things and begin to wonder if it's all just, your eyes playing tricks on you. Until one night, I was awoken by what I thought was my husband sitting down in bed right next to me. He'd been out with friends, and I thought he was leaning in to give me a kiss goodnight as I sensed the approach to my face, but I heard the most frightening whisper I've ever heard. "Get out!" There was no mistaking. It wasn't my husband. I sprung up and there was no one there. My husband wasn't even home yet. After quite some time, I finally fell asleep with the lights on and the door closed shut. I haven't told many that story, but it was my experience. I had a friend that had psychic abilities her whole life, but was just learning to accept and utilize them. One day after my youngest, about 2 at the time, started telling me about a little boy she was playing with that Mommy couldn't see. I finally asked my friend if I should be afraid of what was going on in my home. She told me that she sensed 3 people. A tall, thin, dark-skinned male with a top hat and Victorian-type garb. An equally slender, light-skinned woman in a long dress, also seemingly Victorian. And a little boy with dark brown locks, wearing overalls that seemed to be about 3 to 4 years of age. She said she didn't sense that they were a danger, but attached to the land and not the house. Which made sense since we were one of the only 3 owners and the house didn't date to Victorian times. It especially freaked me out since upon trying to get some details about the little boy, my daughter did say that he had brown hair, curly like hers, and was little like her. I was flabbergasted. I did a sage cleanse and one day spoke them aloud and simply asked the spirits to leave, to go to the light if they saw it, and that they were upsetting my family. I expressed that it was my home and they were no longer welcome there. Not long after, there were no more weird happenings and my youngest wondered where her friend went. Greetings, fellow seekers of mysterious. Welcome to Paranormal M, the channel that dives deep into the uncharted territories of the supernatural. Subscribe, hit the notification bell, drop a comment, and embark on a journey into the enigma with our latest mind-boggling stories. We hope you're ready for an otherworldly experience. Unexplained hunting story. So the following happened around 2014 in the Appalachian Mountains of Pennsylvania. I was about 14 or 15 years old when I had this initial experience. I left it in my mind until I began researching abductions and different paranormal entities. Everyone within my rural area lives in forests and hunts religiously. I'm no exception to that rule. It was about October in archery buck season. This was in Bedford, Pennsylvania. It was a normal evening of hunting at the base of the mountain in the swamps that my family owned. My dad wasn't near me at the time as he was on the opposite end waiting for a large buck that he'd been trying to ambush. I was sitting in my climber stand in a pine tree packed area with 2 trails running underneath me. It was still fairly bright outside with just a slight darkness to the area, enough that you could see the haze of a flashlight, yet still see clearly ahead without it. I was facing the mountainside, so thick pine trees mostly covered the sky from my view. I heard leaves begin to crackle, and suddenly roughly 5 or 6 deer ran full speed past my stand and back up the mountain. They came out of the pine saplings that lay in front of me as if they came from nowhere. It was at that moment a massive LED-looking light flashed and seemed to fill the sky above me. It was a bluish light, covered 3 to 4 treetops. As quickly as it flashed, it left, and when it left, everything turned dark. It was ridiculous to think that it turned dark that quickly, as I couldn't see the reflective sight of my bow at that point. It was as if the sun just went out as soon as it went over the distant mountains on my back. I sat there, dumbfounded, pondering what had happened. This took about 10 minutes before my dad came by his side and, the side of the road. I left the stand that night weirded out by it, but I didn't think anything weird until the next day. I woke up with a cold sore on my left eye, which isn't unusual to me as it happens all the time due to sunlight or stress. I got dressed and went to school. But as the day went on, I began to get a bad headache. I made it to lunch when a lunch lady who was a personal friend just looked at me bewildered. I hadn't noticed, but the right side of my head was swollen severely. It was sticking out a good half-inch almost. It seemed like it was giving me a lopsided appearance. She told me to go to the nurse's office quickly. I went to the nurse's suite, and she promptly called my mom to take me to the doctor's, as she thought I may have contracted shingles from a teacher who had an outbreak that month. We went to the doctor, and he looked at me and sent me home after explaining it was probably a poison of some kind while in the tree. I know my area, and there isn't poison oak locally. I don't get affected by poison ivy, though. After I got home, I forgot about it, and I moved on. My head got better, and I didn't give it much thought until this summer when I had my first sleep paralysis situation. After I had it, I began to look into different paranormal stuff again. And for the first time, I looked into abduction stories and Mothman sightings. The conjunctivitis and different after effects made me think back to my experience in that tree stand. The reasons I'm bringing this story up is because of the lost time that went by, the sudden flash and the deer appearing from nowhere without any prior sound, and the after effects of the experience which happened the day after. I don't remember seeing anything or having nightmares directly after the incident, but it makes me wonder what I saw that night. Dear ghost girl that grabs my sister's ankles at night. We hadn't had an experience in a couple of months. I thought that maybe it had been moved on, but that's not the case. I've been feeling super uneasy and unsafe in my house, especially at night. I guess for a good reason. 2 nights ago, I heard a young girl screaming from my parents' bedroom. I stood there trying to figure out what to do. I was home alone. Soon after, music started playing. I thought maybe it was my phone, but it wasn't. I never found the source of this music. My parents soon arrived home and I left for the bathroom. I'd locked myself in there. Probably about 5 nights ago, I had a dream about a demonic young boy. He was like dimmed gray and black. Even his skin was gray and black. He was wearing old worn-out clothes and had bright yellow glowing eyes. I saw him walking up the stairs toward me in my dream. The lights flickered around us. I screamed at him in the name of Jesus to leave me alone, and he did. He disappeared into thin air. I woke up around 5, totally petrified from the dream because it felt so real. I checked my phone to see, and it was like 5 o'clock. I felt like I was being watched, so I just sat there for a bit. I had no idea what was going on outside of my room. In the living room, my sister and mother were sleeping. My sister explained to me that she woke up and felt something grabbing her ankles and was terrified. She had her blanket covering her face mostly, so you couldn't really see everything, but she said that she did have a hole in the blanket where she saw exactly what was grabbing her. She said she saw a little girl with black hair, deformed, rotting face, and a white dress, no eyes. She said she closed her eyes because she was too afraid to look at it anymore. Then she woke up, and again she said she never remembered going back to sleep, but she woke up again and she knew that she was awake the other time, so she was confused. She then saw the little girl for a second time, standing in the living room. Then the little girl ran into the kitchen, back and forth before she disappeared. My sister checked the time that she woke up for the second time around 5 o'clock. Was this a coincidence? Both waking up at 5? Could be, but I felt like it wasn't. My sister said that sometimes the ottoman in the living room where the feet are, it shakes violently sometimes, and that it wasn't the first time the little girl was there grabbing her feet. A few months ago, she had sleep paralysis, and that was the first time that she saw this little girl. She needs a new place to sleep. Obviously, the living room isn't working for her. She had a dream where a bright red light shined from the living room, and when she tried to enter, an angel threw her back and told her, "Do not enter the living room, not at night." She woke up with the feeling of something watching her. Although I'm worried about her, I'm slightly glad that it's so violent with her. Oh. Perhaps not so violent. I don't know. Although I'm worried about her, I'm slightly glad that it's so violent with her and not me. Because if it was the other way around, a little bit ago, I had all of this terrifying stuff and she was getting dreams. Now I'm getting dreams that she's having terrifying stuff happen to her. It switched. Maybe it decided after 5 years that I needed a break. She's not as strong as I am, though. She doesn't know what she's dealing with or how to combat it, really. I grew up learning about the paranormal and dealing with experience after experience. But she never did. She just didn't want to know. After she was attacked at the asylum we went to, I feel like maybe things know that she's an easy target now. Tastes a bit salty. So, when my dad was young, his dad, my grandfather, let's call him GP, he worked a bit as a lumberjack. There was a young guy who lived in the same village who my dad knew. Pretty cocky guy, so let's call him C, for you know what. One day, C decided to join the lumberjacks to earn some money. According to my dad, C was pretty cocky and loved to run his mouth making snarky comments about stuff, always acting like a smart aleck when the older guys tried to teach him stuff. Things went all right for a while, but one fateful day, C met his comeuppance. The crew was in a tropical rainforest cutting down trees. As they finished cutting down a tree, they stopped for a water break in the heat and humidity of the jungle. C wandered off to take a leak. It wasn't long before he came running back, calling everybody to go with him. He brought them to this massive tree where, nestled amongst the gnarled roots, rested a human skull. The guy immediately hushed up and decided to leave things be. Nothing good could come of disturbing someone's resting place, and especially under a massive old tree. There's a belief that really old, huge trees have guardian spirits residing in them. Hence, extra care must be taken when felling or working on one of these. C, the smart aleck as always, laughed it off and called everyone else superstitious old fools, saying if they cut this tree down, they'd get good money for it. The guys were having none of it. GP told C to cut it out and come back to work. They still had logs to cut and prepare for hauling after all. Seeing nobody paying any attention, C decided he needed to pull a stunt to prove his manliness. Whipping out his trouser snake, he called out to the guys, "Watch this!" Took a piss at the foot of the tree, aiming carefully to make sure he got the skull full blast. "How's that? How's the taste of my piss?" C asked smugly, looking at the skull. "Tastes a bit salty," came the reply. Whirling around, C laughed, who said, "Who's that?" Only to see the rest of the crew disgusted at his antics, already trudging back to work. Thinking nothing of it, he shrugged and went back to join the guys. The fun really started the next time C took a piss. "Tastes a bit salty," the voice would boom in his ear. At first, C thought it was one of the guys playing a prank on him, although everybody denied saying or even hearing anything. "Tastes a bit salty," the voice would boom louder in his ear again. Every time C took a piss in his home, at work, at the coffee shop, no matter where he went, the faithful piss connoisseur would follow. It didn't take long for C to realize that he had ticked off the wrong being, and that this being had decided to attach itself to him, or his C. So, C ranted and screamed at everyone around him, desperately trying to prove that it was somebody playing a mean prank on him. But the voice was for his ears only. Eventually, though, C went mad. The whole village had heard of his exploit and chastised him for it, even going so far as to use C as an example to teach their kids to respect nature and the supernatural. C desperately tried to fix the problem, seeking out temples, spirit, mediums, and all the like, only for them to either tell him that they couldn't do anything about C's new friend, or simply refusing to help, and that he deserved it. C eventually took his own life, a bit salty to the end. Tastes a bit salty, won't you agree? That was my favorite story. See ya. Ask Reddit. My mom's story to me one afternoon when I got home from high school. I could tell something was wrong as soon as I saw her. She was visibly upset, so I asked her what happened. For background, she was an interior decorator, and part of her job was kind of sketching out crude floor plan drawings and measuring rooms for flooring. So she gets a call from a lady that is updating her home and wants new flooring. Asks my mom to come look at the home, offer suggestions, and take measurements. After arranging a time to meet, the lady tells her that she can't make it, or at least will be late, but no worries. The house will be unlocked and there won't be anyone there. This seems a little odd, but Mom goes anyway. The house is a typical 1940s bungalow and in need of some updates, but otherwise well kept. Mom knocks, nobody home, so she lets herself in as instructed. She starts her routine of sketching and measuring, and she hears a noise coming from the back of the house. Like a doorknob rattling, maybe. But, engrossed in her work, she second-guessed her hearing and continues working. A few minutes go by and she definitely hears it again. So she calls out, "Hello, anyone home?" No reply. Waiting a few moments, not hearing any other noises, she goes back to sketching. Then she hears the unmistakable sounds of a doorknob turning and a door swinging open, creaking and all, while lightly brushing the carpet as it opened. At this point, she's a little frightened, but she was supposed to be alone, she thought. As she waits silently, she can hear the shuffle of footsteps coming up the hallway toward the room she's in. From the hallway emerges this little old gray-haired lady in a muumuu and house slippers. Mom is a little relieved that it's, like not an axe murderer or anything like that, so she greets the old lady and apologizes for disturbing her. The lady ignored Mom, continued into the kitchen where she heard a cabinet door open and close. Then the little old lady shuffled back down the hallway to her room and closed the door with a loud thump. She thought it was odd that the lady would ignore her, but maybe she was nearly deaf and blind or something. She looked at least 90, so Mom finished up the room that she was in, but she didn't want to disturb the old lady, so she didn't do any of the back rooms. Later, she calls the owner, discusses, what she measured, and apologized again for disturbing the old lady. Silence on the phone. And then, what old lady? Mom says, the old lady in the back room. I spoke to her when she came out, but I'm not sure that she heard me. More silence. What did she look like? Mom replied, well, she was short and shuffled her feet coming down the hall in her white house slippers, wearing a multicolored muumuu dress and glasses, and slightly hunched forward, and looked about 90 years old. At this point, Mom could hear the lady on the other end of the line breathing in a very distressed way, and she pauses a few seconds and says, you just described my mother. Thinking nothing of it, my mom replies, yeah, okay. Like I said, please tell her I'm sorry for disturbing her. The owner then says, you don't understand. My mother passed away 2 months ago. My mom was a little bit white and shaken up and on the verge of tears as she was telling me this 20 years ago. Every time I mention the story again, she gets a little freaked out, and she won't discuss it anymore. Can anyone tell me what me and my friends ran into in the woods? Me and my friends had a sleepover and were really bored the next day, so we decided that we wanted to play manhunt in the woods near my house. We got to the woods and we played 3 or 4 rounds, and at that point it was really dark and we made a decision I regret, sort of, which we decided to continue playing even though it was practically pitch black. We thought that would make it much more funner. My friend, let's call her Ellen, she was the seeker, so me and my other friend, Leroy, went to hide in the woods. I was hiding in a bush area, and if you were walking on the main path, you looked out towards me and you shouldn't be able to see me, so I thought I had the best place ever. Then I heard shuffling, like somebody dragging something behind them. I looked around and I couldn't see anything until I looked at the path directly in front of me. I saw a man walking up. He looked like he was struggling to walk, but not just because he couldn't. It looked like he had just learned how to walk. That really freaked me out. But what scared me even more is when I moved forward to see him closer. I snapped a twig. He looked directly at me. Well, I don't even know if I could say he looked directly at me because he had no face, no eyes, no nothing, just little dips where his eyes and nose and mouth should be. He didn't run towards me. He didn't do anything. He just looked at each other for a couple of seconds. That was before my adrenaline kicked in. I army crawled the hell out of there. I ran to Ellen, saw what, And then we met up and she was just as frantic as I was. We both described the exact same man, and we both knew at that moment that we both ran into whatever the hell that was. Freaked out, and we ran to look for our other friend that we called him. We were screaming for him, but he wouldn't come out. Finally, he picked up the phone and he told us that to come to, I guess, a certain tree. We went there, and immediately he frantically told us about seeing the exact same man. And we don't know what this was. We're all absolutely terrified, so we decide that we're going to go back up into the woods and see if we can find it. After looking for a couple of minutes, one of my friends, Ellen, who doesn't really know anything about paranormal stuff and all that, starts going on about how this could be an S-walker. She says multiple times, even saying the name, Wendigo. We totally freak out and told her to stop saying the name, and then we hear a high-pitched, blood-curdling scream come from the woods. We bolted out of there. Everything around us feels uncanny, and even to this day when I go back to those woods, I don't recognize the neighborhood I was running through when I was sprinting home, even though I've lived here my whole life. Everything felt so uncanny until I got back to my house, and even though it was months and months ago, I still frequently hear voices and see shadow figures when I'm around that area. I don't know what that was, but whatever it is, I feel that it's not leaving me or my friends. My friends have also had the same encounters with the voices and the figures. Can anyone else tell me what we could have seen that day in the woods and how to protect myself against that? It's never ever come closer enough to do anything, but I hate that I can see it when I'm outside. It's never inside my home, and it's always outside. And the dark figures, they look like shadows moving around, and I can hear voices, and it seems like something is walking behind me and my friends, even though there's nothing there. This all started after we saw the man with no face in the woods. So, can anyone tell me, what was that? George, our cigar-loving, frugal, otherworldly house resident. In about 2010, my little family lived in a small town in Victoria. We lived in an apartment, little sort of unit complex where older people had lived, and it had suddenly become available for rent. We had been in a domestic violence situation, so 7 months pregnant me and my 2 children at the time had moved into this little apartment. My teenager lived in a room that had a window bordering a large garden that we shared with all the units. So often her room would be quite messy, so I'd go and tidy it up a bit. Would also smell the smell of cigarettes, or what I thought was cigarettes but ended up being stronger, more like cigar smoke. I spoke to her about it, and to this day, and she's now 25, she is adamant that she never smoked at all until she was 17, and hated it. And it was very often, honestly. I actually got to the point where I searched her room thinking there were going to be cigarettes in there, like I stripped it. And there were never any cigarettes anywhere at all. So then, we also had some occurrences where, at the time, we were all girls, so leaving the toilet seat up never really happened for us. But the toilet seat would regularly be left up. And after asking everybody, which consisted of a toddler in nappies, a fastidious teenager, and me, it seemed completely impossible that we had been leaving the toilet seat up so regularly. Like a few times, maybe after cleaning it to let it dry. But every single day? Not at all. We also regularly had the kettle, microwave, and television turned off at the wall. We'd be sitting there hearing the kitchen door open and then the click of the switches one by one. We would often have lights switched off, and it seemed like somebody was taking care of, like, I suppose maybe our electricity bills, thinking that we were leaving things on too much. But also just that continuous sort of waft of cigar smoke. So we had a plumbing issue one time. Had a plumber person that had been servicing the apartment for years. I came out and asked him straight out, "Was there anybody who lived here who smoked cigars that you know of?" And he laughed and said, "That'll be George." I immediately got some chills down my spine, and I asked him, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Well, George was a younger guy who moved to the area and worked as a mechanic for a long time. He eventually moved to these little apartments when his wife had passed away, and he loved cigars, and he smoked them all the time. He ended up getting a lung disease, which eventually he passed away from. He had a terrible cough, but he was also extremely stingy. He didn't like to use his heater in the winter, and often the house would be very, very cold, because he seemed to be like he didn't want to waste money on electricity. And that made sense to me, because often all of my surplus electricity appliances would be just switched off at the wall. And that pervasive smell of cigarette or cigar smoke would just keep wafting around. But being in that particular bedroom that my teenager was using was a little bit more chilling in the fact that George had actually passed away in that room and was later found there by his family. So as well as being extremely sad, it was also a little bit spooky. And we came to just affectionately refer to him as George, and when things got switched off, we would say thank you. When there was a really strong smell of cigar smoke, we would ask him to smoke outside. And he would also, I guess we would also ask him to remember to put the toilet seat down. The things dancing in the field. This happened to me and at the time my best friend in high school. We were in our senior year of high school at the time during the late 2000s, and our mid-sized suburban school was holding an overnight lock-in. That's like a fun thing for the students to do. Both my friend and I were not super keen on the idea, but some of the other guys from our class were going, so we both reluctantly went. Our circle spent a good time on the lock-in playing a modified game of tag that we called Zombie. We had a good time, but as things were settling down around 1 a.m. or so, my friend and I both agreed that we didn't like spending the night at the school. My house was like a 20-minute walk from the school, so we both snuck out of the gym and started walking down the road connecting the high school and the middle school. It was toward my house. The sports fields were situated between the school, and on the left side of the road was a sizable area of forest. As we continued walking down the barely lit road, I don't recall who actually noticed it at first, but it wasn't moments before we both stopped dead in our tracks in the middle of the road. Off to the left, about 25 feet from the edge of the woods, we both witnessed something to this day we can't really explain. In the field, there were somewhere between 1 and 2 dozen figures dancing in the field. I know that seems like a big difference between the low end and the high end of a guess, 12 to 24, but you'll understand that difference by the time I'm done. These figures were all white. They looked like they were wearing white hooded robes. They were dancing in an odd, almost playfully ritualistic way. That's the best I can decide. They're circling in and out of each other. You might think we had run into another group of students having a weird lark in the field. But what we were looking at wasn't human. They had the vague shape of humans, but their movements were impossible for humans to make. It's like they were made of jello or some kind of amorphous kind of material. The bodies would almost seem to fold in on themselves, bending in only to really reform a similar shape of a hooded figure. The worst part was how during their odd dance, some of them seemed to merge together, which made it very hard to get an accurate count of their number. I remember watching a hooded head bend forward toward the thing's stomach and bend up the other way like it had no spine or form. My friend and I stood dumbfounded in the road watching these creatures for 4 or 5 minutes, completely speechless. We only exchanged panicked looks at each other once during that time, as if to say, "You're seeing what I'm seeing, right?" After that time had passed, I felt like figures noticed us, or maybe they finished their odd dance moves, who knows. But they're all starting to move toward the woods. In a few seconds, the things were gone from our sight. We were left rather freaked out. It's at this point I should probably clarify that neither of us had anything to drink or any drugs, and we were both dreadfully boring in high school too. We both, with fear in our hearts, started down the road again past those woods where those figures had disappeared into. We watched the woods with keen eyes, not sure what we'd do if these things came out again. But we didn't see them again. We continued on to my house, making damn good time with how fast we were walking. It's obviously been years since the encounter, but he and I still bring it up from time to time, and we're both at a loss for what we inadvertently stumbled upon that night. Tennessee Civil War Fort. In the summer of 2022, I decided to take a summer class at my university during this season. This was so I could complete some of my course credits early. I took U.S. History 1 as one of these classes. During this class, one of the projects that my professor assigned me was to go to any historical site in Tennessee. That's where my university is. And at that location, I would write a report about it and its historical significance. Coincidentally, I saw online that there was a previous fortress from the Civil War that was renovated into a local park around 15 minutes away from my university. This was perfect for me because it meant that I could just go after my class ended and get this project started early. So I went. At this park, everything was normal. It had normal things like a playground and some walking trails. And around the trails were some informational signposts about the war and how the fortress was utilized during that time. In the back of my mind, I was consciously aware of the fact that there was likely spirits around from that time. I didn't close myself off to this and tried to not feel fearful of this feeling. In fact, I felt like I opened myself up to anything I could have experienced. Anyways, I walked around, took a few pictures, and didn't see or feel anything strange. So I gathered all the information I needed and went home after. I think it was either that night or the night after this day that I first experienced something strange. As I was trying to go to sleep, I felt like I heard a name pop into my head. It wasn't a normal name to me either because it sounded very old-timey and bluntly white. I'm not white, so I don't have family members who would use this name. I actually didn't pay attention to this and just went to sleep without researching it because I don't know. I just didn't care enough to look into it because I thought it was strange enough that, well, I thought of this random name. Anyways, I woke up the next morning and remembered this weird-sounding name, so I Googled it out of curiosity. Turns out that this name that I heard, Clark Corbin, belonged to Henry Clark Corbin. He was a general at the Battle of Nashville. And that battle was in 1864, Tennessee for the Union side against the Confederacy. Thank God, in parentheses. I mentioned earlier that at the park there was informational signs of the Civil War, but I never saw his name on any of them. There were other names on them, but not his when I rechecked if I saw his name in passing, and that's how I thought of him. There was no info about him anywhere, which is why I think this was a spirit who contacted me. Whether it was the General Corbin himself or a private underneath him that was looking for him, I don't know, but regardless, it was a really cool and a bit spooky experience that added a lot of fun for me to my U.S. history class and project. I even told my professor about what happened and she seemed fascinated by it, wishing that she could have experienced something like it herself. I don't blame her because I'm a history nerd too, but I'm lucky that this was a positive experience and nothing too frightening like some of my friends and family, things that they've experienced. I think Mr. Corbin just wanted to be remembered, and he definitely gave me something to remember for life. Why you should trust your instincts in life. When I was 19 in the Canadian military back in 1981, I was going on a month's leave for a trip to the UK and then France. The night before I leave, this guy, Perry, who I hardly knew just to say hi in the halls now and then, had heard of my trip and asked me to have a few beers in his room. Sure. So Perry asked me if I'm into the paranormal. Again, yes, as I had grown up with an Acadian and French mother and was well versed. The short version of this story is Perry tells me that he goes into a trance, but can't remember what he says. Dude tells me a few things that I can't recall. Said I was going to have a good time and not a great time, which was true as I had to constantly keep my wits about me. But then he says, "You're going to meet a dark-haired woman in Switzerland who is going to want you to go with her. But if you do, you will not come home alive." Okay. So after I tell him I have no plans in going to Switzerland, Perry says, "Dude, I'm never wrong about these things." Fair enough. I leave the next morning and totally forget about Perry. The military plane travels to Ottawa to pick up some senior officers, and then I'm putting the final touches on my trip. Remember, this was 1981, old school. No social media, just outdated Europe on $10 a day kind of books. The captain suddenly says that the plane is being rerouted to our base in West Germany. So I'm like, okay. Now start from scratch, as the original plane would have taken up far too much time. Okay, so we arrive in West Germany. I travel through the Western Europe, and finally when I'm on the trail headed to Geneva, Switzerland from Austria, a dark-haired woman approaches me in the corridor of the train. Just starts chatting me up, like where I'm going. Kind of plain Jane, like the cartoon character in the old Scooby-Doo cartoons in the 70s kind of a look. She asks me if I want to spend some time with her for a few days. Sure, I'm 19, why not? We arrive at the station, I think it was like Lucien. And then I'm waiting, she starts walking up and down the platform. I'm like, okay, so... She looks at me and says very angrily, "No, you stay here, I'm waiting for my brother." I'm like, okay, you lady, you're not that hot anyway. Then, as I can still remember, it was like it was yesterday. I'm looking at the train on the right platform, getting ready to leave for Geneva. I look at her again, and then Perry's words come crashing into my head. Man, I nearly fainted. As she walked further down, I ditched her, got onto the train as the conductor, and took my pass. I just calmly walked over to a cubicle and watched as she looked into the windows of the train with some man who was yelling at her in German, I think. Then they walked away as the train pulled out. I soon enter Geneva, then head back to the base in West Germany. When I arrive home, though, I see Perry, and he asks, "Well?" I told him the truth. He just looks at me and says, "Dude, I am never wrong. You would have been killed. In a few months, I'm gone, and on to bigger adventures in life." Now, after 40 years plus, I still think of that time and actually told this story with my wife a few years ago. I wish I was making this up. My wife passed away suddenly on June 2nd of 2020 from a massive heart attack. Nobody ever asked themselves, what would I do if my significant other was not here tomorrow? I wish I would have asked myself that question. Maybe I would have been more prepared. Anyways, 2 days after she died, I was on my way to do something. And at the last minute, I remembered I forgot my phone. So I went back into the house through the hallway and entered my room, got my phone, crossed back into the hallway, and that's where I froze in my tracks. It was because I smelled my wife's perfume that she has, if she was standing like right next to me. I forgot to say, I knew my wife for 31 years, and we'd been married for 23. So that was the first strange thing. Next, about a week and a half ago, I went and collected my wife's ashes. I placed them on the coffee table in the living room that same day, and I had somebody answer an ad that I had placed on the OfferUp app. I was selling a lamp. Apparently, I accepted the person's offer, and the guy showed up at like 5:30 p.m., bought the lamp. While he was here, he asked if I was selling anything else. I replied, yeah, I have a chandelier hanging up in the back of the garage that's for sale. Got it down, I showed him it. And I also said I have a gas-powered skateboard that I'm selling. It's in the house all boxed up because it's for sale on eBay. Well, he passed on both items. But a few hours later, I would get a notification on my Instagram page that someone had liked one of the posts. And the person had liked 2 pictures I posted in particular, which are not uncommon. I did not even bother to look at it. The next morning when I got up, I checked the Instagram notification and that person had like 2 pics. That one was of a skateboard and the other one was of the chandelier. Now those 2 posts are very far apart. In fact, you have to scroll down on my page about 200 pictures to get to the chandelier. The person that liked the photos account was Carrie Mill, which is my wife's maiden name. So I clicked on the account, and one of the people that follows her was her niece. Another person that follows her was a manager at an apartment building that we used to live in. Weird, right? So I searched some of my wife's paperwork looking for the password to her Instagram account. I found it. So I went onto her account, went to the settings, and looked at the log and the activity. The only time that account has been accessed was from her own IP address. What the hell? Next weird thing was last night about 3 a.m. I'm sitting at my computer in my room and the dog comes in and stops at the foot of the bed. He looks up, or rather she, like she's getting ready to jump up, but doesn't. Instead, she just sits there staring up at nothing and starts wagging her tail and twisting her head back and forth like somebody's scratching behind her ears. This goes on for about a minute or so. Last thing today, my son was filling out an application for a student grant for school on his phone. When he was done, he scrolled up to the bottom of the page to make sure he didn't miss anything. And you know how at the bottom of an app it says either how many people have used this app or when it was used last? Well, at the bottom of the app it said that it was last used 12/31/1969. That's my wife's birthday. I wish I was making this up, but I'm not. I just want to thank everybody for their comments and support. It's definitely really helped me. I even want to thank the ones that don't believe this story and are kind of skeptical of it. The Woman in My House, Part 3. I've only lived in 3 houses my entire life. All 3 were haunted. I was starting to think it was a coincidence, but maybe she's just following me wherever I go. The experiences differ, like different kinds of ghosts, but I can't help but think it's her. I'll be telling you today about the second house I lived in. It was an apartment in a pretty big apartment complex with lots of land. There was this trail that after walking past the apartments and storage places, you could see a path. After following the path on both sides, you have a cornfield and a forest. We used to play there in the summer. My sister and I would run around the cornfield away from my father, and he would try to find us. It was a perfectly normal game. I remember one time, though, I was running through the corn and I stopped. Thought I heard breathing, so I started to move slowly the other way, and then stopped to see if I could hear it again. I didn't hear the breathing, but I saw the corn moving, and I could hear it too. I naturally thought it was my father, so I ran. Kept doing this for 10 minutes straight until I ran out of the cornfield and heard my dad shouting from the opposite direction of where I thought he was. I went over there and my sister was with him. "Where were you?" he asked. He was irritated. Apparently he had been yelling for me for a while. I didn't hear a thing. I told him I'd forgotten my shoes. Well, perhaps in that cornfield, but he wouldn't let me even go back. Still don't understand that. Just let me get my shoes. I guess it didn't hit me until later that whatever was chasing me in that cornfield wasn't my dad or my sister. I was completely alone. The next one happened pretty much every night after I had my own room. I was, I guess, like 7 at that time. And that's when this started. I just got my own room and I was happy about it, but not at night. There was this closet in my room. It was super creepy and always scared me, but I never used it. It was hard for me to fall asleep, but I did, eventually. It was the morning that was scary. I woke up and all my stuffed animals that I had on top of me and on the other side of the couch were on the ground. Whoa, on the ground, so scary. Well, they were on the ground, but in a perfect circle around my bed. I instantly thought it was my mother that did this. I asked her and she told me that she didn't. My mother never played pranks on us because she grew up in a haunted house herself and didn't want to scare us. If she did do it, if she would have confessed, I then went to go ask my dad. He was asleep. I peeked in my sister's room and she was asleep too, so I waited for them to wake up. They both denied it. The next night, same thing happened. I woke up to the stuffed animals all staring at me, perfect circle around my bed. Same thing, I asked who did it, no one confessed. After a week of that happening, I begged them to tell me if it was them. I knew it wasn't. No one confessed, of course, and this continued for 6 years until we moved out every morning. In that house, there were some scary things, and I knew that there was someone else there, even at my young age. I would sleepwalk, and I don't do that now. It stopped once we moved. I used to walk down the stairs and sleep on the couch in the pitch-black living room at night. I even talked to my mom when this happened sometimes. Usually she would ask if I was okay, and I would tell her that I was just fine. But I don't remember any of that. I just remember waking up on the couch. Anyone seen the movie Shadow People? Only real scary shit I ever saw. Oddly enough, I saw a shadow figure in a person myself, and sometimes still do. True story experienced in company, not alone. So 2 individuals saw the same thing together. I used to live with 2 other roommates in my previous apartment. I'm in master, one dude in medium and another in a small room. So medium room dude says, "Hey fellas, I'm going out for dinner with my girl. See you boys later." We're all like, "Aight dude, catch you laters." Me and small room guy got no plans, so we decide to have dinner together. So we have some Indian food while watching Netflix in the living room. I remember we were watching Hellsing. All is good. We had dinner, washed our hands, having some cookies, and settled in the couch watching a good TV show and enjoying a Saturday night in. Then all of a sudden, both of us noticed that a shadowy figure just popped its head out of the medium room. The entrance of all rooms is visible from the living room, but not like directly. They're at the far left, so you can catch with your eye if anyone is passing through or not. And of course, be able to hear them. So then it's not just me, but my roommate too. He says, "Hey, who's there?" I'm like, "Did you see that?" He's like, "Yeah. Didn't the medium room guy leave for dinner? Did he come back?" I'm like, "We've been sitting here watching TV. How can he go past us through the door without us seeing or hearing him?" There's only one entrance to the apartment, and that's also visible from the living room. It's a small place. The whole living plus dining room is like 20 footsteps long in total from end to end. And at the end, there's the main door. So we're both perplexed. So we get up and start checking the whole house. Going to medium guy's room, too. We're all bros, and nobody locks rooms or anything unless they're fucking inside. So no one's in the medium room. We check the bathroom, the small room, master room, kitchen. No one is any fucking where in the entire apartment. Just the 2 of us. So then we thought maybe we saw a shadow or something move. But that's impossible because we tried to recreate it and failed. Because there's no light source directly in front of the room doors, nothing was flapping or fluttering or moving in any way anywhere. A shadow moving across the walls is very different than a 3D shadow figure popping its head out from a room to take a peek and getting back in. That wasn't just me who saw it. Else, I could think, maybe it was something I've imagined. We weren't drinking, and we don't take any drugs. Since then, sometimes I still notice something looking at me from the corner of my eyes. I catch something moving in my peripheral vision. Sometimes when I look, it's gone. And the only reason I notice is because I'm alone in my new place. And something was moving. And if it was just a shadow on the wall, well, they don't disappear when you look at them. I don't know what to think of this. I'm not scared of anything except stupid people. But I'm just puzzled. confusion is a confusing feeling for me, because I don't believe in anything paranormal. There's always a scientific and logical reason for things. This one I just don't know or couldn't have figured out yet. Is this weird? Okay, so I kind of believe in ghosts, but also kind of don't believe. Like I would say I'm a 5 out of 10 believer. Anyways, my grandma, who I was very close to, passed on November 18th of last year, 2023, in case anyone is reading this years from now. She passed on a Saturday afternoon. I'm a 14-year-old girl and a freshman in high school. My mom is a teacher at my same high school, and it's not as bad as it sounds. So, on Friday at around noon, my mom gets a call saying that my family has moved my grandma to comfort care. For anyone who doesn't know, comfort care is pretty much care for people about to pass away. They set up a morphine drip so it doesn't hurt and just try to make them feel as comfortable as possible. My mom, obviously being extremely upset, took me out of class and we left school early. We live in a different state than the rest of my family, so we couldn't go visit Grandma because we couldn't afford plane tickets. My mom can't drive by herself. But my mom still wanted to be at home when my grandma's passing happened. Anyways, me and my mom got cozy in the living room, tried to lighten the mood by throwing on some TV, and pretty much just waited. At around 7:30 p.m. the same night, I was heating up some food in the microwave and I was just standing at my kitchen counters just waiting for my food. When I closed my eyes to blink, I saw the number 214. I opened my eyes, and I was weirded out why I randomly saw that number, but just brushed it off as nothing. So everything was fine the rest of the night, and when I woke up Saturday morning, I was happy my grandma didn't pass during the night, but I had just had a gut feeling. I knew something was off. I tried staying awake with my mom, but at around 1:30 I fell asleep. An hour or two later, my mom woke me up with the news that my grandma passed. I was fucking heartbroken, and me and my mom cried the rest of the day. And somehow we scraped together enough money so we could fly to Nevada, where the rest of the family lives. That was for her funeral. This is where shit gets kind of weird. Throughout the trip until I'm about to tell you, the number 214 kept popping up in my head, and I would just ignore it. Anyways, at her funeral, we were talking to my aunt who had been taking care of my grandma for a year before she died, and who stayed the entire month my grandma was in the hospital. My aunt told me that my grandma kept saying, "I do not want to pass in front of my kids. I refuse to do it when any of them are in the room." Then she said that at around 2 p.m. she left the room and left my grandma alone. She said she was only gone for 15 to 20 minutes when she got news that she had passed. Then she told me that once she got everything figured out, my grandma's exact time of death was 2:14 p.m. I have more to say regarding my grandma's death, but it's nothing too crazy. Anyways, is that weird? Yeah, kinda. I mean, I just feel that the time 214 kept just popping in my head and she died at that exact time. But is it just a weird coincidence? Am I just overthinking all of this? I just kinda need a second opinion. Also, sorry for the long-ass post. I have a bit of ranting. Well, a habit of ranting. I might have been to another reality. Around a week ago, I had a dream. And since it has been a week already, I cannot recall the exact events, but what I can unearth is vivid. It was set in a very different place, a place that looks dystopian, and I was running away from what seems to be a governing entity of the area. A group of men, just like how FBI agents chase fugitives. That kind of vibe. I was running with a girl, We climbed on top of several overhead railings, parkour style, until we perched on a high ledge overlooking a pair of railroad. At that point, I can feel the overwhelming dread. The girl looked at me and said, "The only way to get out of here is to jump when the train comes." I nodded, and just a few moments later, a huge train came roaring our way. I jumped, but shocked to realize that the jump was pretty much premature, and I'm about to get hit by this train. I just closed my eyes as the train's front lights blinded me, and then poof. I woke up gasping for air. I went out of my room and sat on a chair, trying to make sense of that dream. The last events were too real, not to mention the timing, for it to be a dream. I'm not sure if I was supposed to die, so we can get out of here like the girl said, or we were supposed to maybe get on top of that train to get away, quote unquote, but we failed. But then again, I have no way of knowing. I don't remember seeing the girl jump either. Fast forward to today, October 25th, 3 p.m. in the Philippines, from the Philippines, or 3 a.m. Eastern Time. I was walking out of my room greatly bothered because I had to redo that same dream, but with a different scenario. Same dystopian setting. I know it's the same because I saw the exact same street island and the same group of men running toward me, and the fear of being caught feeling was taking over. To make the long story short, I got caught, but the people who caught me were surprisingly gentle. They didn't torture me or anything like that. They just contained me and led me into a huge room with lots of bunker beds. I was imprisoned along with other people who don't look like criminals at all. Most of them were girls, and the men were also very gentle too. And that brought me a feeling of security. Almost like it made me happy at that moment. Everyone was wearing a uniform with a light shade of brown. A warden came in and announced, or at least who I assumed would be a warden-type figure. "We have a new member. Please introduce yourself." I mentioned my name, and I joked a little bit and ended with me rapping to another inmate's beatboxing. Everybody was having a good time. Then lights out. I pretended to be asleep because I was planning to escape and look for the girl in the past dream so I can get answers. I was excited for that, because I might prove something here. And this is as I was fake sleeping, waiting for the right hour. Someone or something stood beside my bed, stabbed me in the chest, and poof! I woke up gasping for air. I walked out of my room and I saw my mom watching a video of the 3 o'clock prayer. I looked at the clock and it was exactly 3 p.m. I need thoughts on this. The timing and the reason of me snapping out of both dreams of being killed felt real the first time, and now it happened again. I'm convinced it's not just a dream. I also have hopes of knowing if someone out there had a similar dream, hence me stating the date and time. The creature I saw in our garden shed. This event happened when I was around 8 or 10 years old in the garden of the house I used to live in. I'm telling this story as I remember it without fabricating anything whatsoever. One day I was playing in my garden. I liked to play with the ball I had or look through the chain-link fence which separated our family's property from a river. Now, to explain the situation which occurred, I need to explain the shed that we had in the garden. Now, this shed was placed directly at the back of the garden in the middle of the chain-link fence. This meant I could enter the shed from the front, go to the right side of the shed or the left, but not the back as it was placed in front of the fence. Another important note is that the right wall of the shed had a window that would grant you vision of the inside of the entire shed. One of the things I really enjoyed doing was walking over to the right side of the shed, knocking on the window 3 times, ducking down, and then getting up and looking directly at the window. I remember doing this because it was fun for little me, but of course nothing would ever show itself, and I only did this as a way to roleplay. This day was very different. Although parts of my memory are hazy, I remember the main event with perfect detail. I was watching the river through the fence when I walked to the right side of the shed. I knocked on the window 3 times and ducked down. When I jumped back up and looked through the window, a pale white humanoid thing sprouted up and looked at me. I remember it looked at me in the eyes. Then it opened its mouth and started moving it. It wasn't moving it in a way as if it was talking, but it was just moving its lower jaw really fast. It's hard to describe. It was just moving its mouth really quick, and I felt a maliciousness coming from this creature. After that, it had just ducked back down as quickly as it had came. The situation must have been 5 seconds long. I remember just staring at that window, dumbfounded, completely shocked at what I saw. Even though remembering the situation now makes me really creeped out and scared, 8 to 10-year-old me was more curious and perplexed than scared. So, I did what any curious child would have done and entered the shed. After all, there was only one way in and one way out, which was the front door. The only window of the shed couldn't be open anyway, so that thing could have been inside. When I walked into the shed, I saw nothing. The shed itself is really small, so there would have been nowhere to hide. I just remember being confused more than anything, so I closed the door and continued playing outside. Looking back at the situation as an adult, I would have absolutely ran away as the thing was only human-shaped, but definitely not from our world. Also, I get scared easily as well. This situation only happened once to me and never again, even though I played the window and just... well, it's the window knocking ritual, you know? I did that dozens of times after the event occurred. I wouldn't be surprised if it was an overactive imagination, and I'm definitely open to that idea. The only problem was that the creature felt so real. I can't imagine young me conjuring such a creepy thing from my mind. I also thought that maybe it was my reflection being slightly distorted as it rose up at the similar time that I did. Only problem with that theory is that the creature ducked down while I was still standing up. My scariest experience. I'm 29 years old, and this happened when I was about 10. It does need some backstory, because my childhood was very paranormal-centric in a way. My mom and I have always been horror movie fans. Can't even remember far enough back to a time when I didn't like horror. We also live in Jacksonville, Florida, which is about a 45-minute drive from St. Augustine, the oldest city in the U.S., and probably also the most haunted. All of this naturally progressed into us becoming very interested in the paranormal. So much so that my parents formed a ghost hunting team when I was about 9. I wasn't allowed on the big investigations, but I was allowed to see some really cool places. One house we used to go to often was in Blackshear, Georgia, and the family there became lifelong friends even when they moved to Kentucky. They even got an episode on Dead Files. I have so many great memories from those days that I'll probably never forget them. One of the scary memories is, well, one I'll also never forget. My parents and I went on a trip to California because my dad had to go for work, and we all went. While he was doing his meetings, my mom and I visited Disneyland, and it felt like a fun vacation. One evening during that trip, the 3 of us went on a ghost tour at the Queen Mary. I don't remember much of that tour because it was a little boring. Mostly the tour guide, like knock once for yes, 2 for no kinds of questions. That was in the haunted areas. The stories were fascinating, and the energy there was extremely sad and depressing for me. One of the stops on the tour was like a first-class swimming pool, and it's attached to a dressing room, which essentially just looked like a public bathroom with stalls and no doors. This area had the worst energy of the whole ship, but there was supposedly some kind of mean trickster spirit that hung out around there. I think I experienced that spirit when we were in there. We were in the dressing room and the tour guide decides to try something. She had one person go into each of the stalls of the dressing room. She told everyone to turn off all the flashlights and cameras and just sit there and see what might happen. As soon as the room went black, within a few seconds something grabbed my upper arm and exhaled into my ear. I felt the warmth. Scared me to death. Pun intended. So much so I immediately yelled and came running out with the lights and just turned back them on, and well, I just cried for my mommy. I've heard recently that around the same time as when they blocked off that area and stopped doing tours there as well, but, well, I don't think something that happened to me would have caused it. Can't help wondering if either it was my experience that made them stop tours into there, or that something like that happened to others and they decided to close it up for safety reasons. I know this has stuck with me even today. I watch a lot of paranormal investigators on YouTube, and I watched one where somebody was able to get into the first-class pool, and I could feel that energy again. It felt like I almost had a panic attack. Terrifying encounter for me, and I vowed to never go back there again. But I think I may do it for a sense of closure. I don't know if I'll get the chance to, but it would be interesting. An experience I'll never forget. First, this might be a little long-winded, and I apologize in advance. I'd been experiencing the feeling of being watched, and it felt very uncomfortable in my bedroom to the point I made my mom and dad switch rooms with me and my sister, because I just couldn't sleep at night. My sister, who we initially thought she had an imaginary friend, but when we talked to her about it, she gave us some very specific details, which turned out to be about a girl who had died in the area that we lived in. She also used to hide in cupboards because she was scared of something. My dad on several occasions would run up to my room because he could smell cigarette smoke in the living room when he sat by the window. My room was directly above the living room, so he thought that I was smoking in my room. Other small little things happened, like things going missing, batteries draining super fast, the feeling of being pushed and watched. So we decided to invite my friend's mom over, who was a medium. Not the kind that announces it to everyone. She kept it to herself. We made sure we didn't tell her or my friend any of these details because we wanted to make sure that we weren't just being told what we wanted to hear, you know? We sat down in the living room, and straight away she said there were 3 spirits present in the house. It confused us because we only knew about one. She explained that there was an elderly woman who was strongest, apparently, in spirit. And she was present, and she was protecting. We worked out that we must have been possibly her Nana, kept her ashes, so at least it made sense. She went on to explain that the other 2 spirits were related. One a little girl, and the other was what seemed to be her father. The father was a very angry spirit, and he also smoked heavily, and he didn't like us being in the house. She explained that the little girl was abused by this father figure and would hide in the cupboard. All the pieces were fitting together. She went on to explain that there were 2 portals/gateways in the house, of which the spirits would enter and leave, which one of them being the living room and the other been in my old bedroom. She explained that she could close the portals, but she would have to prepare before she could do so. My parents had to leave to go get my little sister from school, so she left as well. My friend stayed as we had plans to go out a little bit later on. So myself, my younger brother, and her were left still talking. Me and my friend were about to go upstairs to get ready to go out, and she screamed in pain and grabbed her arm when we looked, and she had a big scratch right down it. Then we heard a noise coming from upstairs as if someone was, playing with the radiator. At which point there was the loudest bang that actually scared the living daylights out of us. I was the one who voted to go upstairs to check it out. I searched my room to see if anything happened. Then my brother's, and there was nothing, so I walked into my mom and dad's room and found every cupboard door, every drawer open wide. That was as soon as I saw it all open and everything slammed shut. I ran out of the room so fast. We all left the house, waited outside in the garden until my parents arrived. We clearly had agitated something, and we didn't want to stay there anymore. A couple of days later, my friend's mom comes over and does her thing. My sister stopped talking to her friend, and the odd things in the house stopped happening. But I'll never forget about that day. Strange sounds and voices at night. So I want to preface this by saying this happened a few years ago with only me and my now ex being the only ones that have witnessed it. I mainly want to put my little encounter out there to see if anybody has similar stories. And I do remember looking this up a while back, but with no answers. Here's my story. So this happened on a usual weekday. It was nighttime around 10 or 11 on a summer night. It gets pretty muggy at night in my part of the world, so I like to keep the windows open at night when it's more cool outside. And this was one of those nights. Me and the girlfriend were getting ready to go to bed as usual, for her at this time, but I'd cuddle her until she sleeps so I can get up and fuck around the house like a cat at 3 a.m. As we were in bed, it's pitch black. She likes it dark and quiet. I sure as fuck don't. And the only light is the street light from the outside of my window. About only 20 minutes of this, and I was kind of in that state where you're dozing off, but not quite about to knock out anytime soon. I also want to clarify that I do have sleep problems, and have the occasional sleep paralysis and hypnagogic imagery since I was like 12. So at around this time is when I hear these faint noises that sounded like it's coming from outside. The best way I can explain it, it's like a human vocal singing, making a he noise and then a haw noise. The he noise sounded higher pitched and kind of like a woman, while the haw noise was quite deep and sounded like a man. At first second, I chalked it up to my brain making me hear things because of the stage of the sleep that I was in. But me being paranoid, I went to caution mode. I opened my eyes and lifted my head up to look toward the window while I was still laying down. The girlfriend noticed this, asked what was wrong. I then responded with, "Did you hear that?" She said, "Hear what?" Immediately after she said that, we heard the noise again, but ever so slightly with more volume. The same pitch, but sounded closer than before. That's when we both sat up on the bed. Me almost leaping the fuck out in fear. We both just were frozen there for a good few seconds looking at each other with that "what the fuck was that" face. Only about 10 seconds or so after this, the noise came back, same perfect pitch and length. But let me tell you, when I say it was louder, this time it sounded like whatever made this sound was right outside the window. I went in panic mode and jumped out of bed, turned the lights on while the girlfriend was still in bed because apparently she wasn't shooketh like I was. We both went, "Yo, what the fuck was that? Is that a person?" And then just stood frozen for a bit. The sound was back yet again after another 10 seconds, as if it was clockwork, but now fainter than before. This is when I decided now's a good chance to peep out of the window and see what kind of alien Slenderman multidimensional creature's making this noise. But there's nothing outside. After doing this, I didn't hear it again, and I was afraid it's because whatever it was spotted me. Maybe just stopped doing it after that. The girlfriend was just sort of chuckling in disbelief while I was about to poop myself. It took me a while afterwards to feel comfortable enough to keep my window open, let alone sleep without the TV on. But that was the one and only time this has ever happened to me. Two-year-old son claims he sees a ghost every night. Exactly like the title says, a 2.5-year-old son keeps mentioning that he sees a ghost, and it's been almost daily. Every night for about 2 weeks now at our house. My fiance is 26, and so am I. FYI, the first time that this happened was on our first night after moving to our new house in Illinois. We moved only about 10 minutes away from our previous house. No, the house is not old. It was built in 2008, and there's been no deaths here. Also, he never said this at our old place before we moved here. I was putting my little man down in his crib for the night. And like I've done every single night for over a year, I said goodnight to all of the stuffed toys in his room, and then him. Then I kissed him on his hands. Something he's had me do for quite a long time every night. As I walked to the door to leave the room, I walked outside of his room, turned around to look at him with the door open, and said, "Goodnight, love you," like I do every night. Now, instead of him saying "night, night, love you too," which he always does, he simply laid in his back, pointed to, and I know this sounds corny as fuck, but the corner of his room. Then he said very clearly, "Ghost." I was like, what the fuck? Did I just hear that right? So I asked, "What'd you say, bud?" And he replied, in the accent of a toddler, "Ghost in my room." He didn't seem scared or shocked or anything, but to be honest, I was a little weirded out, so I just said, "You're okay, bud, where?" He pointed at the corner again and said, "Ghost." Told him not to worry, to try to get some sleep. And said again to him, goodnight again to him, and just told him I loved him again and repeated, just "Ghost." He looked at me and said, "Love you, Dada," then closed the door. Now, before I go on, I just want to say that we've never talked about or mentioned anything about ghosts with or around him. There isn't one situation I can even think of that we've ever talked about ghosts in front of him or with him. And even if we did, he's freaking 2.5 years old. Pretty sure he wouldn't have even have an inkling of remembering or even understanding what we'd be talking about. Also, the kid doesn't even know what death is. I don't think he would, just saying that just to try to freak me out. Anyways, the next day I asked him if he remembered what he had said to me last night around dinner time at his grandparents' place, my soon-to-be in-laws. And he clearly said, "Ghost in my bed." What the fuck? Well, we all just kind of laughed it off because we all thought maybe he heard something about them at daycare during past Halloween or something. I mean, really have no idea where else he could have heard about ghosts. Last night he did it too. Pretty much every single night we've been here. Now, to be honest, there's no feeling of bad energy here whatsoever, and nobody in either of my fiancés or my family have passed too recently. Does anybody have any experience of the same situation I'm talking about? Either hearing someone talk about it or having personally gone through something similar with your kid? I'd love to hear what people have to say about this, because not only is it a little bit weird, but it's pretty consistent. And like I've said in earlier posts, he's never done this in our last place, not even once. An encounter I've never told anyone about. This is my first time actually telling people what happened, but this was a few years ago. But I'm going to give info on some things I've learned before telling what happened so you get more of an understanding. My mom took me to see a medium in May. There's a medium and they told me that I had the ability to see those who have passed. And I'm also a medium, but I didn't know this when everything happened. Also, I've always been a believer of the paranormal and have been more in tune with things the rest of my family can't understand. Now that you have some info, I'm going to tell what happened. This all happened when my parents and I were staying at my grandparents' house. This was because we had to go to the Midwest for a funeral. The funeral was in Minnesota. My grandparents live in Kansas, so we had to drive to Minnesota and stay there for a few weeks because my great-grandma was in the hospital, and we all knew she was going to pass. I was close to her in a way, but I never really knew her, but I took my first steps with her, and my mom tells me that, well, she was the first person beside my mom and dad that I would randomly hug and babble to. So to me, it felt like she had all the best parts and times of my life. But right before she passed, I'd gotten to the hospital and I was in a room talking to her, and I know it sounds weird, but I felt something so heavy in the room with me. was hard for me to breathe, and it felt like it wasn't there for me. She had passed while I was talking to her, saying that if she lets go, she wouldn't be in so much pain anymore, and would be with her husband who had died before I was born. The rest of that week still is a blur to me. All I remember was her funeral, but nothing else. When my parents and grandparents had gone back to my grandparents' house, I had to sleep in the living room, but that didn't bother me. But one night I was reading my book and my mom had just gone to bed, so I was the only one up, and I wasn't tired, so I was reading to pass time. But I had heard someone call my name, and that voice had sounded so familiar that I looked up when I had responded. I saw my great-grandma right in the front door. But at the time, I didn't really understand why she was there. I knew she had passed, and her funeral was a week ago. But I was just young and happy to see her. I had tried talking to her, and all she did was smile like how she would every time she saw me and my sister. I'd asked her to stay, but she said she couldn't and had to go. I remember sobbing so loud I woke up my mom, and I had asked to sleep with her and my dad, and when I woke up I went straight to my grandma to tell her what I saw. She told me that it wasn't her mother, and instead was a demon. Even now I'm so confused about what she said. I know that my grandma's Christian and follows the Bible word by word, but still, that was her mom. I have so many more things like this happening, but this one was one that stayed with me for the longest, and the one I wanted to tell. But after what my grandma had said, stopped myself. But please let me know what you think, and if you want to hear more of these things that have happened to me. And if you want to hear more things, tune in tomorrow. See ya. Anyone have experience with pyrokinesis? I will start off by saying I've experienced a lot of paranormal events of many different kinds throughout my life. I will also say that I've watched Stephen King's Firestarter, and in fact loved the book and the movie. If someone were to share the experience I'm about to share with you, I would probably laugh and say that they're just living a Stephen King fantasy. So you may or may not believe me, and I'll understand if you don't. But I wonder if anybody else has experiences like this. This took place in 1997, my last year of high school. I was dating a boy named Jeffrey. We'd been dating a few years. That weekend we had gone to a dance for our local Gymkhana. Gymkhana. Gymkhanna. Apparently it's like a rodeo. But I went for a dance at our local group. I was still fairly new to the group and I didn't know a lot of people. Midway into the dance, Jeffrey said that he was going to leave to drive a girl that we went to school with home. I asked him to hurry as I was shy, didn't know many people and felt awkward there alone. Time ticked by, a half an hour, 2 hours. Jeff didn't return. He'd been my ride, so I decided to walk to the nearest payphone and call my mom to come get me. Now, this entire time, my anger had been growing steadily, at least till I was pretty much fuming and ready to boil over. In fact, my hands were clenched in fists as I walked out after being ditched by my boyfriend. I should also add that I'd recently started being suspicious of him and the girl he had driven home. However, I had no proof anything was going on until that moment. So I walked outside, and whom did I see sitting in his truck, idling in the parking lot, but Jeffrey. I was so angry, and I didn't even know why I said the word burn. It was honestly because, well, probably the Stephen King book Firestarter. But what I felt was an instant rush of all the pent-up anger leave me all at once. Also in that same moment, or at least a second or two later, flames shot out of the hood of Jeffrey's truck. He jumped out and took off his jacket and smothered the flames. I have to tell you, as angry as I was before, All the anger was gone, and I went trotting over. I asked him what he thought had happened. He said he wasn't sure, maybe a fuse had lit on fire. I was all smiles as I told him what I had experienced and what I thought had happened. That might seem weird, but I had literally no anger left at all. In fact, I felt great. He looked really concerned and said that he thought I might be a witch. I am most definitely not. Anyway, because I never share this, I don't know if there are any other people out there with a similar experience. I did have a thought, though, about spontaneous combustion and how, or maybe why, it might kill people. I pushed all the angry energy out with a directive. If someone were filled with that much anger and didn't push it out, I think it could possibly lead to spontaneous combustion. Ask Reddit. One was an old man who died in my house about 40 years earlier. Me and my grandma would hear him walking around sometimes in steel-toed boots. And one time he actually started playing country music from the 50s on a laptop that was closed and powered off. He only ever showed himself a couple of times, but never around me or my grandma, only to my aunt who had been staying in the basement. She one day asked if we had ever seen anything in the house, then told us that she had seen an old man peek out at her from the laundry room. Apparently he didn't look like he was evil, just kind of looking around to see who was there. There was a spirit that never really showed itself or said anything, but it would move things to weird places, throw things across the room, lock doors, and would also slam doors. One day my dog was outside, but I heard something downstairs. Completely forgetting my dog was outside, I called down the stairs as I was worried he was getting something as per usual, but as I called down the stairs into the pitch-black basement, I heard a crystal-clear low growl and kind of just ushered the dog to come upstairs by calling his name. He never came up. I was just going downstairs when I heard my dog howling in the front yard. No one was home, no TV was on, nothing. Safe to say I waited outside with my dog for my grandma to get home from work that day. Another one was a little girl. No one could ever see her but me. She only ever showed herself a couple of times, though. Once, when I was really young, she appeared behind my door, which was wide open. She was kneeling down, crying really hard. Of course, I freaked out when my grandma came rushing in and she was no longer there. Another time she showed herself when I was in sleep paralysis, but this time I could only slowly move my eyes, which led me seeing her kneeling down in the corner of my room crying yet again. She once sent a picture from my phone to her. It was like a white forehead and black hair. At the time, I had blonde hair and had not sent any picture of my forehead, and no one was home or had access to my social media. Sometimes me and my grandmother would hear her crying around the house, or she would throw things sometimes, but I had a feeling she was traumatized, died at a young age due to the way that she had literally brought sadness into a room. I'm tearing up just thinking about it. I also endured my fair amount of trauma in the home, so sometimes I felt connected to her, but almost too connected for my personal comfort. I began feeling the sadness that she brought with her. I think I may have gotten an attachment from it. I am of Aboriginal descent, and one day my grandmother decided she wanted to smudge my room because activity had gotten super bad in there, and it was always at least 7 degrees colder than the rest of the home. She immediately felt a coldness in the corner, asked if that's where the little girl had been crying. She was right. As she was smudging, I started to cry very abruptly and hard, and I was nearly sobbing. My grandma had to stop smudging and then told me that the girl most likely had an attachment to me, and I shouldn't have had cried because, in our culture and beliefs, that means you are inviting them to stay with you. My grandma died a couple of years later, and I moved out of the home, but I still sometimes feel like she's with me. Is my grandmother communicating with me? First and foremost, I am a believer in most things paranormal and have been for years. I'm a 20-year-old male, and I had an experience tonight with what I believe to be the spirit of my grandmother who passed away. My grandmother, or Mimi as we called her, passed away around 8 to 9 years ago from a sudden heart attack. This devastated my family as I had only known her for a little more than a year after my mom and I moved in with her boyfriend and now my stepdad. She was the kindest person in the world and had never hurt anything in her entire life. She always treated me like I was a born-in member of the family since we moved in. Ever since she passed, I've had experiences that I've not been able to explain. In a way, I always believed that they were coincidences, but I'd always feel this energy or static run through my body anytime I'd stand close to where they happened. I've experienced things on 2 separate occasions. Once when I was a freshman in high school. To break it down into a compact story, I was laying in bed at around 10:45 p.m. Yep, I remember the time. I felt a little depression form in my bed as if somebody was sitting next to me on the edge of my bed. Soon after, scratching and knocking began to happen on the wall behind the headboard. This moment terrified me and I began to pray and tell whatever was causing this to stop. It only made the situation escalate. My bed began to feel like it was shaking and it abruptly stopped. While this happened a long time ago, I had another experience today that I cannot explain. At around 12 a.m., I was laying in bed alone after I had returned home from university and driving 2.5 hours with my fiancée and my parents. We went to a high school football game. I began to hear voices coming from the living room for a couple of minutes, but assumed TV was left on. After checking, no TVs were on and there was definitely no one home. But the voices continued every few seconds. I eventually got up to investigate. Being the believer in the paranormal that I am, I asked a question. Is there anyone here with me? A photo of my Mimi began to move slightly as if someone were turning it around to look at it. In response, I asked, Is this you, Nan? The voices began again, but only a female voice was heard, though I couldn't understand what it was saying. A balloon that was standing dead still was tied onto a chair, and I asked, If this is you, Nan, can you spin this balloon around for me? Sure enough, the balloon spun around. Can you stop the balloon for me? Stopped dead in its tracks. Are you saying hello? If you are, move the balloon again. The balloon spun around again. Can you stop the balloon for me? Again, it stopped dead in its tracks. There was no AC, no windows open in my house, just to mention. I'm being haunted, I think. Okay, to start with, I don't really believe in the paranormal for most of my life. This changed when I met my girlfriend. She says she's dealt with the paranormal all of her life, that she even has a ghost haunting from her young age. At first I thought, I'm sure it's just the warped memory of a child. But after some time with her, I've come to believe it. We had all these weird occurrences while we were together. Things like stuff falling over out of nowhere, but one that was extremely creepy that we couldn't explain at all. Well, we were in a hotel room. We were just sitting there on the bed eating and watching TV when we heard her water bottle, which was closed tightly, started unscrewing itself and the cap flew off. Neither of us could believe what we had just seen or heard, just kind of laughed it off. Now, up until recently, we had been kind of long-distance dating, and this spirit has only ever done things to show its presence while we were together. Well, now I live closer to her in an apartment about 30 minutes away. Every few months, and only whenever she's not there, I'm visited by this presence while either asleep or close to it. The first time was a few months after I'd moved in. I was sleeping, but something felt different. I started to stir a bit, and I felt this presence outside of my room in the kitchen and thought I heard talking. But my roommate wasn't home. He was visiting family. Thought I heard my cat dash under the bed as well, but suddenly the presence started getting closer, and the hairs on my neck and arms started to stand, and I got extremely cold. It sounded like it was trying to talk to me as it got closer. When it felt like it touched me, I jolted awake and finally opened my eyes after keeping them shut out of fear. There was nothing there. Not my roommate nor my cat. My cat was under the bed, though. Another time was a very similar experience, only this was more malicious. Instead of talking and coming closer, it felt like the presence was creeping in, and I woke to what felt like cold stabs into my stomach. My girlfriend was on FaceTime with me asleep at the time. I woke her up and told her about it, and she freaked out. The most recent time was only less than a few weeks ago. The presence showed up while I was asleep, but this time was slowly walking toward me, trying to just kind of talk to me, I think. They slowly touched me, but after the last time, what happened with the stabbing feeling and the creeping, I freaked out and I started screaming with my mouth closed and jolted awake. Once again, I was on call with my girlfriend and told her about it. She says she needs to sage the apartment in case there's a spirit, but I think there might be more than one, given the nature of the visits. Also, another thing that's happening is that the thermostat in our apartment randomly and greatly fluctuates between 51 and 90 degrees when my roommate and I keep it at 72. He hasn't felt anything, but I'm not sure he's a believer in these kinds of things anyway, so I don't think he'd tell me if he did. Any thoughts? Ask Reddit. I used to love the paranormal stories, especially ghost stories as a kid. I devoured books like Real Ghosts, and then I watched an episode of Sightings, Ghosts. That changed my life. A ghost couple were haunting a family. The mom confronted the male ghost and told him that he was not allowed to harass or frighten the kids, and the ghost stopped. It cemented in my mind that if you're afraid, the hauntings get worse. The way a bully gets worse, but if you stand up to them, you can refuse consent and they stop. In my teens, I started seeing an orb. Just one orb, but it was a black orb. It was literally darker than the shadows in my house at night. I mostly didn't have a problem with it since it would always move away from me. I'd just wait till it was moved on and then go on with whatever I was doing. Then one night I was lying in my bed when suddenly I felt a blinding pain in my right eye. I felt like somebody had punched me. There was no one in the room. I ran to the bathroom, turned on the light, and looked in the mirror. I looked normal. There was no bruising, but just touching the skin around my eye hurt. It felt like there was a massive bruise on the soft tissues. Every time I blinked, it would send a fresh wave of pain through it. Went back to bed and lay down again. Then it felt like someone or something was poking me, jabbing at the bruised feeling with their finger. I rolled to the left. The poking feeling stopped for 2 seconds, then started up again. I rolled to the right, burying my bruised eye in the pillow. The poking stopped for 2 seconds, then started up again. It was like something was reaching through the pillow just to cause me pain. I finally sat up, feeling royally pissed. I said out loud, "Stop it! You do not have permission to touch me. You do not have permission to hurt me. Get your hands off me." There was a pause, and then the poking sensation stopped. The pain in my right eye began to fade. I lay down again and fell back asleep. The next morning, my face and eye felt fine. There was still no evidence that I was bruised or physically injured. A few nights later, I woke up to the silhouette of a tall man wearing a hat standing next to my bed. I don't know how I pulled it off without getting tangled in my blankets or anything, but I basically jumped to my feet, so I was standing on my bed and stood face to face with it. I couldn't see its face or eyes, but I swear we were face to face and just stared right the hell back at it and didn't back down. Then it disappeared. I got some sage and basically saged the whole house, every door, every window, then the actual room. Cleansed it with the statement, "Negativity and malignancy are not welcome here. I sealed this portal and room against them." The house felt lighter afterwards. Then I held the sage underneath my face and said, "Negativity and malignancy is not welcome. I shield my body against them." Took a huge breath of the sage smoke. It's weird, but I thought I got really bad allergies to smoke or just about anything else. Sage smoke didn't trigger those allergies. When I exhaled, I felt better too. Never saw the orbs or the Hat Man again, and I never got hit in the eye again either. Two sleep paralysis demons of the same species. So for context, I had a period of time during my senior year and a portion of my mission when I would get sleep paralysis. It usually isn't like these experiences. It only happened 2 times. The first time was during my senior year. It started off as it usually does. I woke up and my body would move. I tried to turn on my lamp. I think I moved my arm toward it and then blinked, and it was back to where it was. This is the usual thing that happens to me, but this time I thought it would be scary if there was a person in the room. Then all of a sudden there was a mangled girl on top of me. I could still breathe, so it wasn't the same experience as when people usually say things happen to them. But it was on top of me. And now what it looked like was a pale white and had streaks of black that looked like the black paint that Arnold had in Predator just all over her body. I usually don't scream when weird things happen to me. I was very scared, but I was able to stay semi-calm. I kept telling myself I'm still semi-dreaming, and I was able to wake myself up by breathing hard. As soon as I turned on my lamp, she was gone. That was also the last time I had sleep paralysis until I kind of started my mission. There is a difference between my mission sleep paralysis and my senior year paralysis. During this sleep paralysis wave, I would say was more like an out-of-body experience. I would be awake, like sit up, turn, look at the wall or around the room. I'd be able to see the room just the same as I could when I was awake, which I thought was weird because when I did wake up, I would wake up laying down with my eyes closed, not sitting up or in the position I was in when I was having the sleep paralysis. Now, the second demon that I saw was also pale white with black strips all over his body. And when this one happened, I woke up to see the door opening and a person crawling in. I could see the room very well because of the streetlights outside. He came to the foot of my bed and had the biggest grin. Then he looked at my mission companion. Now, during this one, the weird thing I remember is I felt no fear. When he looked at my comp, I actually got super pissed off at the demon. So I lunged at him, but he held up one of his hands and the left hand of my body was cramped really bad. I was almost frozen in place, but this pissed me off more. Started to push through and I was able to slowly get closer to him, and when I did this, he stopped smiling and got an almost annoyed look on his face. Crawled out of the room. When I couldn't see anymore, I had a falling sensation like I usually do in these sleep paralysis episodes, and I wake up back and half my body cramping. And when I say half, I mean half my face was cramping to the point my lips and only half of my body were cramping. I was like showing that half of my teeth. Now, I don't think it was a seizure because I don't have a history of seizures and haven't had anything like that since. I still had motor functions in my arm and leg the same amount you have during cramps. This was the weirdest sleep paralysis episode I had. And I say that they're the same species because they have the same skin and look to them. What do you guys think? I think I've seen a shadow or a thing or a person twice my life, but I'm still skeptical on the paranormal and can't quite explain it. So the first story, I was around 5. I'd say I was either 4 or 5, at most 6. The year was somewhere around 2010. I used to live in an apartment, and one night, I was taking a bath by myself upstairs while my mother and sister were downstairs. After I finished my bath, I got out of the tub and put my towel on, and as I was standing in the bedroom, I was looking out in the hallway. Inside of the hallway, I could clearly and visibly see a shadow moving from the bathroom into my sister's room, where it seemingly walked out to my sister's door and disappeared. The strange thing is what it looked like, because it was what I used to call the finger man. It looked like when you take your hand and pretend to make a walking motion with your pointer and middle finger pointed down, you know? I was so scared and confused by what I said, but I just remember running down the stairs, asking my mom and sister if they were just upstairs, which they weren't, and they laughed at me after describing what I saw. Later in life, when I was in my house years after we moved from the apartment, around 2012, 2013-ish, I was getting ready for school one day. And as I was in my room, I remember I could very clearly see a very long shadow arm reaching in from the hallway. It knocked down one of my hats I had hanging on my wall. I know I wasn't dreaming or imagining things because I very clearly saw my hat laying on the floor. I then went down the hall to my parents' bedroom where the door was shut, and after I knocked and my mom opened it, I asked her if she was in the hall and knocked over my hat. She was obviously confused and said no. I just went back to my room confused myself and a little scared. The weird thing is, years later, around 8 months ago, my mom and grandmother were visiting me in North Carolina since I'm in the Marines and I was doing infantry training while I was on 96. That's a 4-day weekend. And the topic of ghosts came up, especially since we were watching those shows, and well, I brought up that story again, and my mother mentioned that in the original apartment that we lived in, my sister supposedly also had encounters in her room and was just generally creeped out. And my grandmother added that when she stayed the night there, she stayed in my sister's room and felt the same feeling. I can't exactly remember everything she was saying, but I think she may have mentioned hearing a growl and getting scratched too. But again, it's been 8 months. I don't remember everything they mentioned, but they did in fact claim weird things to happen in my sister's room, which is the same room the shadow figure I saw stopped at and disappeared. I still don't really know exactly what I was encountering, but I haven't seen anything after that. And I am still skeptical to the paranormal. I even went to the Saratoga Sanitarium, which is supposedly one of the most haunted places in Saratoga. Nothing's happened there, and I've been to supposedly haunted places before and had nothing happen. The Man in the Fedora Hat, for ghost skeptics. When my children were 6 and 8 years old, my husband and I had the opportunity to purchase his grandfather's house from the estate. It was a beautiful 1970s rambler in an exclusive neighborhood. His grandparents had a complicated marriage. His grandmother, I'm going to call her Rita, was a true grand lady of education and class. Hal was well liked in his community, but his family members had hard feelings about the way he treated Rita and the kids. The grandparents kept separate bedrooms. Rita had a room on the sunny side of the house, and Rita passed away peacefully in the home. Hal died during surgery a year or so later. As we were doing some remodeling and updating before we moved in, I could smell Rita's trademark lilac scent at the end of the hall by her room. I always felt a calming and peaceful presence in the sunlight in that room. It felt like, well, her safe space. Eventually, the smell and presence went away, This house didn't have a pantry on the main level, but it did have a large pantry off the laundry room in the basement. This wasn't a traditional basement. The house was built on a slope, so the back half of the house had full sunlight. It's not a scary, dark place. Yet, when I would ask the kids to go downstairs to get a can of diced tomatoes or something, they always hesitated. My daughter definitely told me that she was afraid. This continued for the better part of 10 years. They both complained about the pantry feeling sinister. I would sometimes wake up in the master bedroom feeling like I was being watched. In the doorway was a shadow that nearly filled it. It was a tall, slim man in a fedora, just the outline, and this happened many times. In their teen years, the kids wanted more space and privacy and eventually moved to bedrooms downstairs. I thought that was that. My husband and I divorced. He moved across the country. I downsized. Years later, I had my new adult children in the backyard with an adult beverage one evening. We were talking about how none of us believed in ghosts, but there were things that we could not explain. I was talking about the 1917 bungalow I live in now and how certain places kinda, well, for lack of a better term, smell like ghosts. Because the home is in an old part of town, when I first moved in, I sensed almost a ghost highway, like spirits were everywhere. Then I mentioned the man with the fedora hat from their childhood home. Their eyes got big. Both kids had experienced the man in the fedora in the exact same way. Waking up feeling watched to see a tall, slim shadow in the doorway with a fedora hat. We still do not know how to reconcile that with our skepticism. I still remember what she looked like. I remember it all. It was 1998. I was 8 years old and visiting my dad's childhood home. The town where he grew up in was so small that you could drive through it within 10 minutes. I still remember the smell of steak from the mom and pop owned restaurant, the sweet cookies from the bakery, and even the cigarette smoke from the hair salon that my grandma used to run out of her basement from 15 years earlier. The house had to have been built in the early 1900s. The floors creaked and there were vines all over the front of the house that my dad wanted to rid of, but my grandma liked the way that they looked. Gave her privacy, she said. My brother slept in my dad's old room, which was primarily blue. I remember the Chicago sports team posters on the wall and the edges torn and frayed from time and the occasional water damage. Out of the 2 remaining rooms, I chose my grandmother's linen room and my parents took a spare room downstairs. I remember the room being frilly. White frilly curtains matched the white lace comforter on the bed. Her sewing machine in the far right corner, in front of the window where she would watch my dad play in the backyard. My dad playfully whispered, "That's the haunted room." My dad was kind of a jokester, and I remember sort of scrunching my nose at him and put my suitcase on the floor in front of the bed. Little did I know, he wasn't kidding. That night I remember falling asleep easily. My biggest worry is that I'd wake up in a puddle from my 4-year-old sister who shared a bed with me. I remember waking up in the middle of the night and looking around. Everything was dark except for the dim light that came from the bathroom down the hallway. The shadows from the sewing machines hit the wall and looked like box cars. I turned over to face the left side of my room, and that's when I saw her. At first, I thought it was my mom. The silhouette of a woman was standing in the doorway of the room. She was wearing a white dress. My mom didn't wear dresses, not even a nightgown. She had long, fine hair, and my mom had the typical fluffy 90s do. It was like down to her shoulders. I quickly realized this wasn't my mom, and panic set in. She was all white, skin, hair, dress, everything. I remember she had a subtle glow about her. She was leaning on the door frame, watching us sleep. Her head was tilted to the side, resting in her right hand that was being supported by her elbow against the frame. I wasn't scared, but she was terrifying, but comforting at the same time. It was like she was watching her own children sleeping. Lovingly. I remember closing my eyes and praying she wouldn't come near me. She never did. The next morning I went to the kitchen where my grandma was already awake making us breakfast. Waffles with several different syrups and a huge bowl of assorted fruit. I didn't talk or eat much for the majority of breakfast, and my dad definitely took notice. After a few minutes of coaxing, I finally kind of told him what I saw. He immediately looked at my grandma and said, "Ha! I told you. Ha! I told you it's the end of the stories. See you later." Outgrew all of those voices. Okay, when I was a little girl, from really my youngest memories until I was probably around 12 years old, I heard voices. Not like somebody with schizophrenia hears voices. They may tell that person something specific. It was like I could overhear other conversations. However, maybe not actually understanding the exact word that they may have said. For example, I remember it happened all the time when I was in my bedroom. I'd be playing with my Barbies by myself. Although I was using my imagination and playing with the dolls like normal, I would start to hear people, always adult sounding. They would be talking to each other. It didn't sound like it was scary, nor did it sound muffled, but it really didn't make out any specific words that were being spoken. I was really used to this happening all the time. I didn't let it interrupt my playing. I just go about being my kid's self. I also thought this was something that happened to everyone and never thought of it as odd. It just always happened. Let me clarify. Not always happened as if I were playing with other children, like I could sometimes still pick up on the voices, but it wasn't nearly as loud, or maybe I just ignored them. When I was by myself, it was so loud, so many conversations going on all at once. I'd sometimes even yell out loud for them to stop. I'd hear a few things say things like, "What? Who is that?" But only faintly. Then it would go back to just regular voices. Never a single conversation to understand. Again, several conversations at the same time. I never saw any ghost or had any scary feelings or uneasiness, at least growing up. Nothing strange, except for the voices. All the time. Now I do want to say, although it's not something I talk about, but I was being molested during this time. For the same time frame by a much, much older cousin. For years I thought this was just my kid way of dealing with it. Obviously my defensive mechanism, right? I no longer believe this because when I was in my late 20s, one of my cousins and I were discussing crap from our shitty childhood, and she mentioned hearing voices when she was a kid. I about shit myself. She knew immediately by my reaction that, well, I had it too. I told her that when I was little I thought everybody had, and it wasn't until I was a late teen that I realized not everyone did this. We discussed this for some time, and our experiences were almost identical. Later I told my daughter how our cousin and I got into this conversation, and hadn't told her any details about it being several conversations, and well, she revealed the exact same thing happening to her as a child. How could I not have known? I guess because I didn't ask. Why didn't I ask? I guess because I'd convinced myself later not to talk about it because it must have been me being crazy. And again, I figured it was because I was messed up for my cousin being a sick freak toward me. Sometimes they would just get so loud. Appalachia haunting and pets are noticing. What do I do? I've been visiting my grandpa in Virginia to care for him. I grew up going to this house every month for my childhood. It's in Ivanhoe, Virginia, in Appalachia. It's an abandoned mining town, And growing up in this house built in 1853, I've always noticed things that were out of the ordinary. For example, the room I'd always stay in faced the front porch, windows, and it had rocking chairs. One night I woke up to use the restroom. I looked out the window. I saw a black shadow figure sitting in the rocking chair. It was rocking back and forth with long, flowy hair. I heard a woman's humming. I ran back under the covers and wrapped my head in blankets, along with my toes, until I could sleep. This wasn't the first time I've noticed that figure. Flashed to other memories, and, well, there would be times in my sleep I'd try to sleep, and I'd hear the floors creak. It sounded as if it was coming closer, and that's when all 9 of my grandfather's dogs started howling and barking. The creaking stopped. Then I heard a breath, a sigh, and the footsteps continued to walk, but this time walking away. This was all before I was 15. When I was 15, 21 now, by the way, I had a nightmare of the house burning down. And as I ran from the house, I could look back and see the shadow hovering over the fire. I woke up in a cold sweat and set the cot in my grandpa's room. At 17 years old, I went to stay for Christmas with my mom. As we woke up, we shared the same bed. My mother went to the bathroom. It has a window overlooking into the Appalachian Mountains, and told me she was humming. Or rather, she heard humming coming from outside the window. Suddenly, the bedroom door shut. Then she told me about dreams of the house burning. This was the last instant until I went to care more recently for my grandfather with dementia and Alzheimer's. He wakes up at around 4 a.m. Sometimes I have to kind of get him to go back to sleep. A week into the first time I cared for him, he woke up around 4 and sat in a rocking chair on the porch. I woke to the sensor lights beaming into my room. So I knew how to get him, and this time, he'd been talking to the empty rocking chair, having a full-blown conversation about how the Confederate flag is mistaken for Southern pride. I grabbed his hand, helped him up, and when a woman's voice, she angrily said, what sounded like to be an inch behind me, "Let him stay, it's cold." There was nobody. Then the dogs all started howling again. I need to return soon to care for him. What am I dealing with here? What did I bring next time? Is this danger? What kind of thing am I experiencing? Other than the narrator's strange, angry woman voice. My dad communicated with us. My father passed away recently due to illness. Since then, me, my mother, and my brother have had a few odd experiences around the house. All of us have heard footsteps between the hours of 4 a.m. and 7 a.m., a time he used to get up and watch TV when he couldn't sleep. Last Thursday, we heard the front door open, but when we checked, we saw it was still closed. The day and time lined up with the time he first returned from the hospital. He used a CPAP machine for assisted breathing. This will not work unless you're wearing the mask and making use of it. Not only that, but the final time he went into the hospital, the paramedics took it with them. A few days after he passed, my mom could hear it just very clearly coming from his bedroom downstairs. One night when I heard footsteps, I went to investigate. At the bottom of the stairs, there was a strong smell. His smell, his cologne, the smell of his cigarettes. It just smelled of him, and it was almost overpowering. Last night I got curious and I wanted answers. I received an advert for some EMF/EVP detector app. Honestly, at first I was a complete skeptic. I've always believed in the supernatural, but I didn't believe apps like that would really work. The EMF spiked at the bottom of the stairs where I'd had a previous experience. I then took it over to his chair and left it sitting there. The EMF went off the charts, and it picked up the word angry in caps. I even heard it clearly with the phone turned up. Safe to say, I sprinted upstairs and hid. I thought it might have been something other than my dad, but then I started praying that it wasn't me. Or at least me that he was angry with, and if he was, I begged for forgiveness. But this morning, because it was kind of still troubling me, I told my mom that I thought he'd spoken to me. I put the app back on and left it by his seat again. My mom had enough experiences in the past couple of weeks to not be skeptical. I moved all electronics away from my phone and turned the TV off. The EMF spiked once more, and this time, my half-brother's name came up on the screen after we heard what sounded like one of my dad's wheezy breaths. We both went cold. We were both immediately covered in goosebumps. I won't reveal the name that came up for the sake of anonymity and whatnot, but the brother that was mentioned was one who I hadn't spoken to in nearly 30 years, really. He was an only child, and he never got to see again before he passed away. Oh, excuse me. He was the only child that he never got to see again before he passed away. I'm reading over this and I honestly feel crazy. I don't know how many people believe this or if anybody will believe it at that, but all I know is what happened, and I have a witness, and I will swear the validity of this experience until the day I die. I just needed somewhere to share this. It's not exactly something I can share publicly on Facebook or anything. My interaction with the alleged Zozo through a Ouija board. So it's probably 9:30 p.m., April 2018. My girlfriend, her buddies, and I were in a backyard having a bonfire, a typical night for that time of year in our area. A little chilly and it was dark out. To give you an idea of the layout of our yard, there's maybe a block-long driveway. Longest driveway I've seen in person that doesn't turn, and it leads up to her house. Surrounding her house is a huge apple orchard. So she has no neighbors on either side. Her backyard is huge with a bonfire and a little play park for kids and a trampoline. We were sitting by the bonfire. My girlfriend, her friends, and I were getting a little bored, so we started to think about making a homemade Ouija board. One of her friends started making one, so we decided to go for it. Just for the record, I've never used a Ouija board in my life before this. This is a unique experience for me, and it's my first one ever. The first time we did it, the stone we were using to cover up the letters kept moving around in circles and zigzags. After that, we closed it and said goodbye. Then, maybe 10 minutes later, we decided to open it up and try it again. Once we tried it again, it almost started doing the same thing. But then it went off the board and started going towards one of my girlfriend's friends. She started to freak out and she started to freak out and started my girlfriend. I don't know what that means. She started to freak out and started my girlfriend, so we grabbed the stone and wanted to close it again. So we said goodbye and closed it. Maybe half an hour later, we used it for the last time, and it was definitely the most interesting. Freaky thing that happened that night by far. So we opened the Ouija board and welcomed any spirits to come and speak with us. We asked if there was a spirit there with us, and all of a sudden it drew its hand over yes. We asked who we were talking to, and then it told us we were talking to a little girl. We asked how old she was. I think she said she was 12, and this is when it gets creepy as fuck. We asked what happened to her. Then it didn't move for maybe 5 seconds, so we asked again. Maybe 5 more seconds passed, and the stone started moving to the letters Z and O over and over again. Thought it was saying Azazazazaz. Pardon my French. But one of our friends who heard about Zozo told us about him after that happening. We asked why he did that, and what he did, and I don't think we got an answer for that one. We then said goodbye, closed the board, and we were done with it. My girlfriend and I woke up the next morning, and I shit you the fuck not that I woke up with a bruise the size of maybe 4 grapes. Then the next morning, I woke up with 3 claw-like thick red marks on my bruise. 2 days later, the bruise is the size of 2 grapefruits. Scary. A strange girl in Japan. It happened in August of 2019 while I was visiting my cousin and friends in Yokohama. I was 19 at that time. I was on my way back from my friend's apartment to my cousin's place where I was staying. It was close enough, so I decided to walk, despite it already being dark and late. I was close to Yokohama Harbor. I was walking on the pathway right next to water. In the distance, I noticed a figure standing next to the railing, staring at the sea. There was no one else around, and I got this strange feeling from them, but I had to pass them. The figure didn't move when I got close. For some reason, I stopped to look at them when I was right behind them. The person was wearing a black trench coat reaching past their knees. They had their hands tucked in his pockets. I was staring at them, and they turned around to look at me. The street lamps provided a good light, and I was standing close enough to make out their features. It was a girl, clearly foreign, and the first thing I noticed was how absolutely beautiful she was. Rather tall, maybe like 5'8", dressed in modern, entirely black clothes. Very dark, weavy hair reaching her shoulders. She was young, couldn't be older than 18, maybe younger. My gaze lingered on her eyes, and a chill went down my spine. They were light, but completely empty. It was like looking into a void. She stared at me. Her expression was blank. It didn't change since she turned to me, and I had a feeling she was waiting for me to do or say something. I tried, but I couldn't find words. I was frozen in place. We stared at each other for a while until at one moment I blinked, and she disappeared. There was nowhere she could have gone. She just vanished into thin air. Scared, I hurried to my cousin's apartment. When he saw me, he pointed out that I looked as white as a sheet. But hearing my story, he just laughed that I hallucinated a quote-unquote hot girl. I researched Japanese urban legends out of curiosity, but I couldn't find anything about a young girl wearing a trench coat. She didn't even look like a ghost. It was like looking at a normal human being. A few days later, while my cousin and I were on our way back to his apartment, something on the other side of the street caught my eye. I looked, and in the shadow of a back alley, leaning against a wall, was the same girl, still dressed in black, wearing a coat. She was clearly looking at me. Her expression was the same as then, blank. Maybe even a little bored. I shook my cousin's shoulder and told him to look, but when we did, she was already gone, just vanished again. For the rest of my stay, I had a feeling someone was watching me whenever I went outside, and sometimes I could see the black coat in the crowd. It could have just been my paranoia, but I was seriously afraid. When I came back home, the feeling stopped, and nothing weird happened again. The Silhouetted Man. Due to a roommate bailing out on our lease, I was forced to shack up with a buddy of mine and his wife. It was a small 2-bedroom apartment, but he welcomed me with open arms. They had a toddler in the second room, but they said that she never goes in there and sleeps with them every night, so it was no problem to take the room for my own. A couple of weeks went by with no incident. However, I did notice the room was a good 10 degrees cooler than the rest of the house at all times. No problem, I'll just wrap myself up in the blankets. I've always been a heavy sleeper, so it takes me some time to wake up in the morning as I zombie around for a good hour first. One particular night, I woke out of my sleep, lifted my head up to adjust the pillow. As soon as I did, I noticed something in the far corner of the room. The entire room was lit with moonlight except for one dark silhouette of a human form standing in the corner staring at me. This figure had no features besides the dark outlining of a broad-shouldered man standing and watching. It may have been my grogginess, but he was very tall, and his head was like almost touching the ceiling. Due to being 90% still asleep, I didn't acknowledge what I had seen and fell back asleep on my newly adjusted pillow. The next morning as I awoke to a much brighter sunlit room, I remembered what I saw last night and the form standing in my room. After a quick glance at the same corner, I shrugged it off as just a dream and went on with my life. A couple more months went by with no more shadowy figures staring at me, or at least that I was consciously aware of. I was going to be moving to my new place with my then girlfriend. We were just waiting for the lease to start. One night during that wait, I encountered the silhouetted man one more time. The details of this encounter were exactly the same. I awoke, adjusted my pillow, saw the giant shadow staring at me, thought nothing of it, drifted off to sleep. Once again, I repeat my encounter to the letter. I woke the next morning remembering what I saw and quickly darted my eyes to the corner. Okay, there has to be something to this. Moving day arrived and I decided to tell my buddy, who was a gracious enough person to let me stay. My 2 encounters with the silhouette, but his reaction surprised me. Yeah, our daughter doesn't go in there and just points to the room saying, scary man, scary man. That's at least when she gets close to it. That's what he told me, as if it was no big deal. After letting out a sarcastic, now you tell me, we continued with the move. I've never had a ghost experience before or after that, and it's kind of my one little talking point to others who are interested in the same paranormal stories as I am. His presence has always stuck in my mind. I even put it in one of my short horror stories when I first started writing. And of course, that story was fictional. This one is not. My brother brought something home from prison. My oldest brother moved out when I was a little child. I can't even remember him living in our house. I lived with my dad and sister. Anyways, he got into trouble with the law because of a domestic dispute involving drinking, and his wife kicked him out. My dad is a saint, so he won't let him move back in with us. Everything was fine at first. The first few weeks we would play card games and talk and watch TV. Then it came time for him to be sentenced to go to prison. He only ended up spending 2 months there. But when he came back, he had an entirely different demeanor and energy. The only way I could describe it is as negativity and darkness. At first, you could chalk it up to him having a negative experience, but he would reminisce seemingly fondly about his experience and claim that it was no big deal. My sister and I are very spiritually sensitive. Runs in the family on the female side. There were 3 distinct instances that solidified the idea that there was more going on than anything emotional or physical, or birds. The first instance, I was walking up the basement stairs and I heard footsteps at the top. I glanced up to see what looked like my brother crossing the threshold of the doorframe. I could even tell you he was wearing blue jeans, a red polo shirt, and yellow Timberland-style boots. I walk upstairs and look around the corner, expecting to find my brother when my dad tells me he's actually 2 hours away in Buffalo. My dad and I were home alone, and he was wearing a blue shirt. The second instance, I had just fed the cats and decided to head upstairs to go to bed. I get halfway up the stairs before I hear a man's voice angrily yelling at me from the exact same place in the hallway where I saw the apparition. The third instance, my sister and I were pulling an all-nighter on the couch because I had a doctor's appointment in the morning. My sister says she has to go pee, so she gets up and walks towards the hallway and then immediately proceeds to turn around and sit back down. She starts facing the wall and crying. I ask her what's wrong, and she's hesitant to tell me. After some coaxing, she tells me that she saw a huge shadow figure across the hallway, right at the top of the basement stairs. So that is 3 distinct manifestations, all in the same spot with 2 different witnesses. Since it scared my sister, I decided the next day to cleanse the area and also the space where my brother was staying. I cleansed the entire basement with sage smoke and blessed salt water. Never had anything happen again like that. He moved out shortly after, and I put together a few years later that it was a fractured part of himself, like a PK manifestation. As far as I know, he's still walking around leaving pieces of himself wherever he goes. And for anybody listening, what is a PK manifestation? And excuse the bird. Farmstead Phantom. This story takes place in a farmstead in Ireland. The activity was particularly strong in the cabin, or cowshed. Really, I don't know where to start or what it is, but however, I'm about 87% sure it's demonic in nature. My family is very, extremely Christian. The farmstead has had countless blessings in it and countless masses. The house itself was built on a famine trail. Basically, on the left side of the house in the living room, there's a trail. A trail people during the famine used to take to the shore to mass. A long time ago, there would be activity. I made a post on this on subreddit ages ago, so I won't get into it. Stuff ripped out from walls, footsteps, voices, possibly apparitions. A step was put in outside so the spirits would take a different route, at least around the house. So now it's ceased. But now I think something else has moved in, feeding off their energy. It first happened about 3 years ago. Late at night, I'd smell sulfur, hear rustling. Nothing much. Then I would feel an unbearable feeling of terror. A burning sensation in my chest would rise up like heartburn around 3 a.m. I would squeeze my eyes shut because I felt if opened them, I would just die. It was terrifying and would always take place from 3 to 4 a.m. That's the weak part. In the cowshed outside, it's even worse. There's just an oppressive feeling. Once I think I even saw something crouched in the corner. There was nothing shadowy about it, nothing ghostly about it. It was solid. A woman, I think. Black and turned and crouched in the corner. I didn't see it first. I smelt it, like rotting flesh and sulfur. I'd gone in for my skateboard that was leaning against the wall. That's when I smelt that. I spun around, spying it as far end of the cowshed, crouched near some farm tools. As soon as I saw it, I knew it saw me, even though it stayed turned the whole time. It was just an oppressive feeling of guilt and terror. I felt unreasonably violent, wanted to kill something, but all my feelings just faded, and I just felt numb. I realized I was walking towards it. As soon as I realized it, it all bubbled up again and I could hear screaming. So loud. I turned heel and ran, locking the door behind me and sprinting back inside. I've never felt anything like that before. It happened once, and I've been back since. Back in that cowshed, though I still feel uneasy in there and my dog always whimpers. Going back there in a week or so for Easter. Not looking forward to it. The Woman in My House, Part 2. When I was younger, around 4 to 6, we lived in my grandparents' house while we searched for an apartment. I can't pin this exactly on the paranormal, but I think it was because, what are the odds my sister and I shared a room and every night I woke up from 3:11 to 3:17, and always with a dead lay bug smashed under my neck. I remember it because it was every single night for like 3 years I lived there, and every night there would be walking up and down the hallway. It would walk into each room like it was checking to make sure everything was okay. It was just plain odd. Now, I was super young, so I didn't really think anything of it, but as I got older, I realized that wasn't normal. You might think that's not bad, and after everything I've been through, it's not, but these next stories are much worse. After we moved out, we would visit occasionally. I would play the piano at her house. Now, my mother used to see a woman there in the house when she was a child, and I believe that I can feel that same woman there with me. This only happens when I'm alone, but it doesn't change how scary it is. I'll play the piano, and about 5 to 10 minutes in, I'll hear her shuffle upstairs and then slow, heavy steps coming down the stairs, one by one, until she steps to the bottom of the stairs. She comes up behind me, and then I feel like she's harmful. It's weird. I know this sounds crazy, but it's like a game. The faster I play, the faster she comes down the stairs. I have to turn around when she gets too close, so she goes back further. One day I was at her house alone and I was playing the piano. I could feel the woman near, so I said aloud, "Hello, missus." Then I started to play. 1 minute later, I felt this really scary feeling come over me and I stopped playing. As I did, I heard the woman whisper in my ear, "Hi." I turned, no one was there. Then, as I went to turn back toward the piano, I saw her in the reflection of the window behind me. That's when I knew it was really bad. I ran to the kitchen, which was like 10 steps away, and then I stopped and I looked back to where I saw her and I said to myself, "Don't run, don't show your fear, that's what it wants." So I sat down at the table. I started to play this little psychic game, like a matching game or whatever, and I feel this feeling again, this overwhelming fear. Then my heel started to tingle. Over the span of 15 seconds, I could feel this intense pressure on my heel like someone squishing it. And then I said aloud, "Stop!" Then the pressure stopped. Then it bit me. I screamed, turned, and remembered to not show fear, so I said, "Guess I'll just see you guys later, bye." Ran out of there real quick. I looked down at my heel, but there was no marks or signs of getting bitten, but it still hurt. I know what it was. It was a pair of human teeth. So now when I play the piano, I make sure that she stays far, far away. Not today, Satan. Childhood Ghost Story 2. I had a toy double-barrel shotgun. It was modeled after the old side-by-side type. 2 hammers, 2 triggers. When the triggers were pulled, it'd make a shooting sound. If held down, the shooting would go on. One night while sleeping, I hear this shooting sound, but muffled. It was coming from my closet. I opened my toy chest where the gun was, take it out. As soon as I touched it, it stopped. I figured something had shifted and was putting the trigger and putting weight on it in the chest. So I laid it on top and went back to bed. A few minutes later, it started again. Now I was getting scared. I took it out and removed the batteries, thinking maybe there was something wrong with the wiring. Left it, went back to bed. Now I woke up again to the sound of clicking from the closet. I looked in. The 2 hammers were clicking back and forth, firing repeatedly. This was my nope moment, and I threw the gun away. After telling my dad, he simply said it must have been broken. For this one, I'd like to add that these take place in early 2000s. So the show A Haunting was big at that time. One of my sisters and I were in my parents' room watching said show on old TV. In the show, women were talking about how she was in her bed watching TV before going to sleep. Her lamp then flickered 3 times and the TV cut out to a blue screen. As if on cue, my parents' bedroom's lights flickered once, and the TV cut to blue and then static, then back to normal. My sister and I ran out yelling. Our mom didn't believe us, but we have assured each other it did happen. Took that as the ghost trying to communicate, maybe. Those were the two big ones involving me. We had other experiences as well. My oldest sister had a weird door that could lock from the outside. She had problems where her door was always locking when she'd be trapped in her room. Our mother typed very hard on an old mechanical keyboard on a computer upstairs. You could hear it downstairs because it was that loud. Scary thing is we'd hear this sound while she was at work with nobody upstairs. We had a radio in the living room that liked to turn on at the most random of times. Turn it on, and you'd have to hit the power button on it. No remote. Lastly, the access to one of the attics was a door in my bathroom. We stored some of my toys in there. I always hated opening it up because I would always have the feeling of being watched and just dread. Weird sensation for a kid. That sums up my experiences I can remember, or that my sisters have shared. We believed that there were two different ghosts as we heard the footsteps that we're never really scared for some reason of. It's made me a firm believer in ghosts, and it wasn't until recently that our mom has said that she believed the house to be haunted also. Our dad always denies it. I've got one more story to share that I'll write up in the comments involving my oldest sister and when we lived in Georgia. Civil War lady and heavy breathing. When I was 11, being 1974, we moved into a house built around 1900. It was built on the site of an earlier house, and this was in rural Virginia near the Civil War battlefields. Our house had been vacated by an old man who lived there for 50 years, and his wife had died in the house years before. He left a lot of family junk behind, trunks full of clothes and letters written during World War II, old furniture. I loved exploring the house and digging through all the old belongings. My parents were slowly cleaning it all out and remodeling it. One day I went up to the attic to look through some trunks. I looked through some old photos and letters, then opened a trunk that had a collapsed hoop skirt and some old long dresses. While I was digging through the trunk, I heard someone coming up to the attic stairs. I was sure it was my little sister following me. I was kneeling next to the trunk and looking toward the stairs when I saw the head and shoulders of a young woman I didn't know coming up. She was looking down at her feet and walking normally up the stairs, making climbing noises. As she came up, I noticed that she had like a long blue dress and was holding the front of it up as she climbed the stairs. I could see ankle-high boots and short heels. When she got to the top of the stairs, my eyes were basically bugging out at this point. I could see all of her. She was wearing a Civil War-era dress with a hoop skirt, and her dark brown hair was in a snood in the back. She stopped to smooth down her dress and then took a step toward the piles of trunks and junk. I could clearly see her face and clothing. She looked like a real human, not like a see-through, ghosty one. At that point, she saw me crouched by the trunks and looked startled. Then she disappeared, but I never saw or heard her again. I was shocked, but not afraid. I kept that hoop skirt and played with it for months until it disintegrated with age. Later, my mother told me her own spooky story from that house. My dad had gone to work and my sister and I were at school. She decided to vacuum the downstairs, so she turned on the vacuum and got started. She became aware of the sound of breathing and ignored it. The breathing got louder and louder until she couldn't ignore it. So she turned off the vacuum and listened, scared of course. It occurred to her that it might have been an old man's wife who died looking for him. So she explained where Mr. X had gone to live. She explained that we loved the house and that we were going to fix it up and take good care of it. After she explained, the breathing slowly faded, quieter and quieter until it ended. Mom never heard or saw anything else unexplained in that house, but she's convinced that Mr. X has come to visit her husband and couldn't find him, so she contacted Mom by breathing to get her attention. Former World War II hospital haunting. My brother and I moved into our apartment in mid-September. Our building was built in 1926 and served as a hospital until the end of the Second World War. As you can imagine, the place is filled with energy. Being empathic, I feel residual energy as well as living energy. Living energy as in people and emotions in extreme cases, physical sensations, like nausea and headaches, etc. On to the story now. September 11th. My boyfriend and I pull up to the building for the first time to get the keys. While waiting for our appointment time, I was hit with real bad nausea. This being a common thing because of anxiety and stress, thought nothing of it. Only having packed the bare essentials to hold us until we move and more stuff, we stayed the first couple of nights. About a week passes and things start disappearing. First it was my set of keys, then a credit card, then my whole wallet. Knowing damn well we aren't losing stuff, I decided to sage. Things calmed down for the preceding 2 weeks. One night, boyfriend and I are watching Poltergeist. Funny. When Minecraft for the Switch flew from the dresser to the ground about 3 feet away. Breeze? Nope. Closed windows. Wanting to get an answer, but as to why all this was happening, I turned on the Necrophonic app. Sitting in my room, candles lit, salt circle, crystals, Necrophonic app, and some offerings. 10 minutes pass with the app starting to get kind of adjusted to it. Haley, a near growl says. Spelled Haeli. First spirit sounded promising. Yes, I reply. A soft voice chimes in and says, we wanted to stay. Nothing further happens. A couple of days pass and I'm greeted with things moving, scratching on the walls, windows and doors opening and closing, shower turning on, toilet flushing, lights turning on. As you've already guessed, the sage pissed them off. In an attempt to reconcile with the dead, I restart the seance and ask for forgiveness. Only one out of the many forgave us. Every once in a while, he would help us out. For example, yesterday we were up until 4 a.m. My boyfriend had to get up at 2 p.m. for work. The time is 1:58 p.m. Both of us wake up to a very loud "wake up" in our ears. In my attempts to make friends with the former guests, I have learned a few of their personalities. This one is the most impressive, though. And here we are to the present, currently sitting in the shower typing at 7 a.m. after sleeping 2 hours, waking up to a spatula in the bathroom sink and the usual nausea, which I didn't mention beforehand because I'm not sure where exactly I could fit it in. Hallway kids laugh and giggle. Activity. We ended up staying at a Marriott suite in New Hampshire for a 2-month stay at the beginning stages of the COVID-19 pandemic. My wife, newborn, and I. Everything going as normal. I'm heading to the elevator to go outside and have a smoke. Lobby's semi-full, bars closed, but you can buy your bottles and take them up. Now I was all alone in my room, expecting my wife. My sister-in-law was perhaps going to be there too, and my 3 nephews. I turn on my PS4 to run a little Rainbow Six when I heard children's voices laughing and giggling and sounded like they're running from the elevator toward my end of the hallway. So I naturally get up from my chair. I go to unlock the door. To my surprise, there's no one in the hallway. I walk toward the corner elevator and no one in sight. I was like, what the fuck was that? Am I hearing things? 2 days after we're heading back to the hotel from an outing, the wife is downstairs chatting with the front desk manager, who's a longtime friend of ours. I put my doggy bag in the microwave and started to hear a flock of kids running and laughing and giggling and chatting away. I look through the peephole. I see no one in sight yet again. I called downstairs, asked the manager, Nisha. I was just telling him that I keep hearing these kids running up and down the hallway. She said we're the only ones booked on the 3rd floor. Security don't see anyone on the cameras either. I was like, well, I heard them right outside my door. Now, this was going on just about every day to every other day, perhaps, and like a clown, I open the door and see no one each time. One night, I'm all alone. My wife's out with the girls, and this time I swear I heard a kid's voice in my bathroom. So I go to check. No one there. I'm watching TV. I think it was the Travel Channel or something, maybe Paranormal. It was displaying a cigar company that had child labor going on in the 1800s. And at one point, there was a fire accident that burned the cigar warehouse down. There was over 80 deaths. Many were women and children, and when they exposed the building and the whereabouts that it was the very building we were staying in. Well, it was brought out not too long ago of our stay, and it was renovated by the Marriott Suites. Damn. I immediately got the goosebumps and looked at the door, and I opened it up and stared down the hallway looking for signs. I even Googled it up and found that it was factual. Now, I wasn't scared, I was more excited. My wife was a different story. She was nervous and scared. I think we heard them and felt them more due to our child in the room, and my wife just had to sort of pack things up, talking about, let's head back home. Demonic or what? This happened about a year ago, and it absolutely terrified me. Before I get into this, I'll give some insight. I'm a Wiccan and have Native American and Norse ancestors, and have always been able to sense spirits, and could see them when I was younger. My fiance, we'll call him M. He's like me, but he can still see spirits. We have 2 young kids, the oldest, A, from his first marriage, and the youngest, D, from my previous relationship. So in July of 2022, me and my fiance had went to pick up D, who was 10 months at the time, from his dad. We had A with us because he was spending the week with us. This is important. On our way back from picking D up, we decided to take a scenic route because, why not? Well, about 45 minutes in, we came into this small town. And when I say small, I mean like maybe 100 people lived there. We were coming up past an old abandoned school where there was a really sharp turn, maybe a quarter of a mile up. It was nice enough out, and we had our windows down, and as soon as we got past the school, M started rolling up the windows and driving a bit faster, but didn't say anything. When I went to ask him why he was rolling up the windows, he didn't say anything and just pointed for me to look out the side mirror. When I looked, I saw a large black figure chasing us. Like I said at the beginning, I normally don't see these types of things, I just sense them, so I was freaked out about it. I wasn't wearing my seatbelt, and I got this feeling that I needed to put it on, so I did, and then I felt another presence, and that I knew immediately it was my brother who had passed a few years back. Him being there helped ground me to stay calm. I was still anxious. I assumed once we got past the curve that the things maybe stopped following us. But boy, was I wrong. It continued to follow us for about another 20 miles until we both saw a white orb shoot across the road at it. And it looked like it tackled it to the ground. When we were probably about 15 minutes from our house, A, out of nowhere, just said that he was scared. because something had been chasing us, but it had just disappeared. Neither Em nor I said anything out loud about it either. It was definitely one of my most terrifying experiences with the paranormal, but I'm still unsure as to what it was, since, it was able to follow as far as it did. If anyone has any idea on what it could have been, or maybe a reason it followed us for so long, I definitely appreciate it. Helped soul pass on. I feel I have medium abilities, but I do not encourage contact. I've had multiple contacts with spirits separated by 5 to 10 years on average. One was terrifying when I was younger. I'm not at all frightened now. Some spirits are quite unpleasant, and present is scary. Some spirits are quite unpleasant and present as scary. But we all have the ability to banish unpleasant entities by insisting they leave and calling on your higher powers for help. Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist, Christian. The higher power is the same. It's there for all. The more you embrace your spiritual, the stronger your personal protection abilities. I had a suicide victim follow me home. Somewhat recently. I was in a state forest on a trail motorcycle. I stopped to enjoy the nature. Looking up a steep canyon, I saw a ball of smoke about the size of a football floating through the trees. The smoke didn't roll or change shape as it floated. I watched it float directly heading toward me. It got very close to the ground, floated over my feet, rose up to eye level and disappeared. I got a vision of a grizzled old guy that looked rough, kind of homeless. I was sure I was contacted. I asked my guides to make him leave, but he didn't leave. Later at my home, the knocking started, and he did it frequently, knocking sounds on the wall and the ceiling. I tried to make him go with the prayers of protection, but what I got was a mental picture of what he was like. An unpleasant pest that annoyed everybody, a person anyone would avoid. I did some internet research on the forest, and I found an older man my age that had hung himself near to where I saw the smoke, and now he was in my home. One morning as I awoke, he spoke quite audibly right into my ear. I couldn't understand what he was saying, but I did understand that he was very confused and wanted help. I was relieved that I could hear him. I took a different approach. I prayed and asked for guidance on how to help. Furthermore, I told the higher power the next morning when I awoke I would say exactly what came to my mind. The next morning, I didn't think about it. I just said what came to my mind, which was, I forgive you. God forgives you. It's now time for you to forgive yourself. Although you are afraid, your family loves you and wants you to come home. A very brief but sincere statement. It worked. Over a few days, the vision of him became more peaceful, less grizzled, and the environment became much lighter, and he went home. Maybe it's not the house. Maybe it's me. The first one I have is from 2 months ago. I was in my room around 2:30 a.m. and the only lights I had on were my fairy lights. I had a feeling I wasn't alone, but I didn't. Hera. Feeling that it was nice, so I just sat there in fear. Then I heard a woman breathing, and she said, "Psst." I just ignored it and sat there until I could feel that she left the room. 2 days after I went into the other part of the barn for fun. The barn has a part where animals and a part that's like work and machinery. I went into the machinery part. I started hearing a conversation coming from the second floor, so I called out and they stopped. Then I heard a huge crash and footsteps going toward the old ladder to get up there. I ran fast. The next time was a week after. I was sleeping on the other side of the house with my sister. We were both up for the most of the night, so when this happened, maybe it just turned 3 a.m. Ironically, I started hearing crawling behind the couch where I was supposed to be sleeping around 2:57. It picked up at 3. I had a terrible feeling. After 5 minutes, the crawling stopped, but then I heard this ungodly growl. I asked my sister if she heard that too. She was in a sectioned off part of the room across from where I was, so she couldn't see me. She said that she heard it too. Then the feeling got more intense and I got up to run to her sectioned room thing. When I stood up, I saw a tall, black, bony figure standing hunched over by the door to the outside. I ran to her room and closed the door, but it was still there in the room with us. We called her parents and they finally made it to the other side of the house, but by the time they came out, it was already gone. 3 weeks later, I went into the barn again. My friend wanted a tour. She was on FaceTime. I started getting that feeling again, and just as I was going to leave, I heard a dog barking from the next room. I knew very well there wasn't a dog, and that whatever it was attempting to lure me over there, so I left. My mother had experiences like this when she was younger, but never like the ones I've had. I have a hard time believing that all 4 houses that we've lived in have been haunted. I don't even think it's the houses anymore. I think it's me. They can't sense the spirits usually, and they can't sense if they're good or evil like I can. I see them everywhere I go. Even if the house isn't haunted, they pay me a visit. It's like I attract them to me. I used to think that my house had a portal, but it's just me, isn't it? When I was first born, my parents put me in the nursery. The nursery became haunted. My mother had terrible nightmares in there if she ever tried to sleep. But only after I was born, and it became my room. What is this? So I've just moved into this house with my husband almost a month ago. Nothing really started happening that caused any concern for either of us until recently this past week. At the start, on Monday, I heard what sounded to be light tapping against the wall and meowing. Logically speaking, I thought maybe it was just the cold that caused the tapping, and that the meowing came from outside on the shed next to the house. That is, until I actually thought about it. The meowing sounded like it was in our bedroom in the midst of the night. On Tuesday, I get the most uncomfortable feeling of being watched, even though I'm alone and my husband is at work. The feeling of it being feeling like I'm being chased up the stairs at night. It's like something had hit the trash bag downstairs and then it sounded like something running up. On Wednesday, I woke up at night from a noise of some kind. It sounded like somebody was slamming the edge of a credit card on the bathroom counter. It's like just outside my bedroom door. This continues for 30 to 40 minutes until it just stops. I peek into the hallway just to make sure I'm not hearing things and possibly seeing things either. After that, the sound of something heavy fell into that trash can and started rummaging around. And today, Thursday, is possibly one of the creepiest things that's ever happened so far. I know I'm not just going crazy. My husband and I were downstairs making breakfast. Let's tell him about what happened last night. While we were talking, we just kind of went quiet and looked at him, as if I was about to piss my pants scared. It was the sound of a credit card again, but this time in the coat closet, not in the bathroom. Fast forward a few hours when he goes to work. The sound of somebody slamming into my downstairs bathroom. Then came the knocking around 5, not continuous but semi-frequent. I've been extremely jumpy since all of this started happening. I did answer a few and said that this house is military housing, built in the 1950s during World War II. I've been digging into this online and have talked to several of my neighbors about the people who were here before. They only stayed for 3 months. This could be explained for multiple reasons because, when you're in the military, you don't just send your house for a couple of months, even if you're on track for retiring, but you look deeper and ask housing about the people who lived here before and hopefully snag more information about this house. Another thing is, if this house was made so weird, my husband can actually see in the bathroom all the way beside the trash can. I've woken that poor man up so many times due to this noise. So now, that somewhat cleared up, I'll say that since last night, the only thing that was unusual was my dream and the normal clicking sound at night. I might get the house blessed. I was supposed to do that beforehand, but completely forgot due to how fast we'd move in. Second sister. So I want to start this by saying my family has had strange things happening to us for years, but this one really stuck with me. This happened when I was about 13 and my sister was 15. We lived in a 2-story house with my mother and her boyfriend. They had a room downstairs and me and my sister lived upstairs. I need to explain the layout for this story to make sense. When you enter the house, through the big front door, you can see the living room and the stairs. Above the door is a huge semicircle window, which you can see into the living room with if you're upstairs. Upstairs, where me and my sister stayed, had 4 rooms and 2 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms and a bath on each side of the house with an open area in between. My sister's room was on the opposite side as her bathroom and the same for me. So one night we were home alone around 10 at night. My sister was in her room on the phone with her friend. I was in my room watching TV. My sister's older and usually asks me to do things for her, and as a younger sibling, I kind of have to. Sibling rules, So when I heard her call for me, I got up, went to her room, and asked what she wanted. She asked me to shut her bedroom door, so I did. About 10 minutes later, I had to use the bathroom and made the journey to my bathroom. That's right by her room, by the way. On this trip, I looked at the window and I saw my sister in the living room looking at her phone. I thought it was weird because I didn't hear or see her leave her room as my door was still open. But after I got back to my room for a good 20 minutes later, I heard her call for me again. So I leaned over the railing and I said, "What do you want?" She didn't answer. She didn't even move. Then I heard, "Hold on, my sister's doing something," coming from her room. I opened the door and asked if she called for me, and she responds, "No, why are you yelling downstairs?" I didn't answer. Quickly went back to the railing where I still saw my sister sitting downstairs. Same hair, outfit, posture, everything. I just looked at it. Went back to my sister's room, told her about it, and she told me I was crazy. Went back to her phone call. I shut her door, went to the railing, and looked at it again. This whole time it had its head down looking at what I assumed was a phone. Then as I stood there looking at it, it looked up at the window like it could see me. It smiled. Its face didn't look like my sister. Well, it did, but definitely off. Can't describe it. Went to my room, locked my door, and didn't go to my sister. She called for me. About 3 years later, we moved out of that house. I've never seen it again. I never told my sister or mother about what I saw really, since it was just that once. But it stayed with me. Taking the subway in Toronto in the 1980s. This story happened around 1985. I was 23, working on the night shift in Toronto. I really hate working the midnight shift, but it was part of my job working at Atlantic Packaging in East Toronto. I was on the subway heading east towards Kennedy Station in Scarborough. Like most blue-collared guys, I had a routine on which bus to take so I could arrive on time and all that. I got on the Coxwell station sitting at the front of the car. Now, this was in the days when the subway late night was far less crowded than today. I distinctly remember to this day across from me was a man just reading his paper, and a few guys further down just sitting there as bored as I was. As Kennedy Station is the last stop, I had plenty of time to see who was around me, just being smart in the big city. So the train goes by, station after station, very little crowd. As the train pulls into Kennedy, standing at the doors just as I do today at Kennedy, and I feel someone moving right behind me. I had, as I recall, one of those what the fuck moments because there was no one around me at all, just the guy in the front who had walked down to the next door. I turn around, and right behind me, like literally 2 feet, is this woman with black hair just staring at me and smiling. I look at her like, what are you doing here? Where you come from? But you were not on this train. Again, there were no women in that car, none when I arrived at Kennedy. So I step off the train and just stand there as she walks up the platform. I can still remember her. Dark hair, wearing clothes from the mid to early 1970s. Feathered hairstyle, like a flowered print shirt with gray slacks. A woman you would have seen from one of those old Kojak shows. I just stood there thinking, well, maybe I just missed her. But she was quite attractive as I recall, and I would have noticed her. One thing I do remember were her eyes. She just looked at me with these freaked out looking eyes, like a sinister smile like some old 70s vampire movie. Still gives me the willies to this day, even writing this. So I run upstairs to see if she came up, and nada, nothing. She was nowhere. And I look around and nothing. Found the guy who was in front of me waiting for his bus. I asked him, do you remember me on the train? He said, yeah, you were the guy across from me. I then asked him, do you remember an attractive woman sitting near me? He looked at me and just says, nope. Just no one else in our part of the car. Thanked him, walked away. I can only assume that she was the spirit of a woman who may have committed suicide on the trains back in the early to mid-70s. Even now, as I walk along that platform, I still think upon that woman and why she appeared to me. My intuition is crazy accurate 95% of the time. There are times where I'll be driving along and suddenly change my route, only to find at the exact time I'd be going through a specific intersection there'd be a crash, often deadly. This has happened so many times I've lost count. I was attending a New Year's Eve party with a large group of people, approximately 10 years ago, pre-COVID. That's when some drunk jock I didn't know showed up and instigated adult activities. Polite way to say that. This is so he could watch and listen. Which irked everyone. So they all chased him out. They then worried that he'd kill someone. He was that drunk. So I mediated for a moment, turned to my closest friend at the time and told him straight-faced, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Only to get a call from the dude's girlfriend, blaming us for the dude's arrest at the end of the driveway for drunk driving. I woke up before my alarm by almost 3 hours on 9/11. I had a sense of dread. I knew that it was going to be a very bad day. I couldn't shake the feeling. I arrived at school seconds after the first tower was attacked and watched the second tower get hit live. I knew the day my grandmother was going to pass away. That was 3 days beforehand. I was desperately trying to get to the nursing home that she was in, and I visited daily. I wanted to visit for one final one to say goodbye before she passed. I knew the moment she passed, too, approximately 15 minutes prior to the notification phone call. I inexplicably knew that we'd end up with our favorite Cheeto and Chief, and the second he announced that he was running for president, and that these last 4 years would be rife with death, destruction, and a depressing repeat of history. My insomnia just kicks up nearly every major disaster. This past Sunday, 5/31/2020, was no different. I took my oldest son to get an early birthday present, a new rim for his bicycle. It was close to 4:15 p.m. when I had that same dread from 9/11 wash over me and was dying to just get out of the area. We finally left just before our mayor initiated an emergency. It was a curfew for our downtown area because of the riots. I averaged maybe 3 hours of sleep a night or two prior, feeling the dread creeping up. Tonight or this morning it's almost 2 a.m., and as I type this, the dread is only getting worse instead of better. I'm not sure what fresh hell will greet us over the next few days, but it's only getting worse. Anyone else out there have this problem too? I can only sense horrible things to come, and it's incredibly frustrating. Haunted Irish House. My grandmother owns a house that was built by her ancestors not too long after the famine, like 2 to 5 years. I can't remember. Anywho, my grandmother's grandmother was in her bed one night when she heard a crash from downstairs. Déjà vu. Obviously, thinking she was being broken into, she ran downstairs. My family is about as Catholic as you can get, and the old-style fireplace had its coals and contents strewn across the ground. The Sacred Heart lamp, déjà vu again, a lamp that's literally fixed into the wall, you'd need to dig it out, was on the ground, surrounded by bits of wall. Also, she knew immediately that this ain't no burglar, so she ran upstairs and went to bed. But she could hear creepy shit all night from downstairs. In the morning when she went to check, the fireplace was completely normal, lamp in the wall. No scratches on the floor, nothing out of the ordinary. I wasn't told what happened after, but I'm guessing she had mass to bless the house or something. Now that house is up from the sea. Beautiful place in the Beara Peninsula in Ireland. Maybe that's pronounced Beara. We own loads of land from there to the sea. Now during the famine, people that walk where our house was to the beach to the famine ships or coffin ships en masse. What we think is this, that the spirits of the famine were still walking through the house, though only on the living room side because that's where the trail was. Old Irish suspicion. Never build on a path because those who died will continue to walk through the house. I thought this was all poppycock until I spent more time when I could actually comprehend things in that goddamn house. I'd see people looking at me from windows, floorings creaking in apparitions. Never told anyone this because I thought they wouldn't believe me, but one night when I was about 10, I went downstairs for a drink of water. But halfway down the stairs, I stopped because in front of me was a train of ghostly white figures. Faces just about recognizable walking through the house. Obviously, I was frozen with shock, but just sort of inched out of view. Gaunt men, women, and children wearing literal famine rags shoved through the side of the house with the living room. It was like I could almost hear the faint whisper of chatter. Of course, I shot up the rest of the stairs and into my bed as quietly as possible. Now I won't go anywhere in that house alone or stay in it alone myself. To back all this up, we found skeletons in the backyard. Basically the back field with the septic tank. Famine skeletons. Lots of them. I asked and my uncle said, there's probably hundreds more around the property, and probably even below the house. Nope. Someone calls me at night. Even if it was a dream, the dream was so clear that it makes me doubt what's reality or dream. I'm pretty sure my eyes were fully open when I heard these noises. We moved in our new house in September. My room is on the ground floor. The rest of my family lives upstairs. The first encounter I had was during October. At midnight, suddenly the dog started barking very violently. We do have a lot of dogs around my house, and they do bark at night on a regular basis. But that night was different because they had an aggressive tone in the barking. If you're familiar with dogs, you can understand what I'm saying. Because of the barking, I woke up and was very angry. Because my room is on the ground floor, I could hear them barking very clearly. Suddenly I heard like a toddler is calling me from outside my house. I was fully awake at the time, and I could clearly hear the toddler calling me and the dogs barking in the background. I sat on my bed and heard the child call me. And then about a minute, I went back to sleep. That time I was not very afraid, but I was worried and a bit annoyed. I could just hear that the child's calling me, not saying my name, just babbling, trying to catch my attention. In my mind, I was able to make a mental image of a child sitting on my front door stairs and screaming inside the house. A few weeks after this incident during November, suddenly I heard someone call my home and the name in the middle of the night. I didn't open my door because my mother had informed me not to open my room's door during the night, even if somebody knocks on the door, at least until I'm sure that it's my parents. It's from a safety concern because I'm a girl living alone on the ground floor. This incident was not very clear, so I thought I just dreamt about it. But last night around 11 p.m. I heard my mother say my name and knock on my door. I could even hear the lock on my door move for a second, and then there was dead silence. I have a habit of not responding at night, and I wait for somebody to call my name twice or thrice before I respond. I was so sure that my mother's outside my room, so I got up and sat on my bed, waiting for her to knock again, but she didn't. After a few minutes, I knew I guess I knew nobody's outside, and now I'm starting to wonder if I actually heard my mother call me or if it was just a dream. But it's not the first time that it's happened, so now I'm a little concerned. Even if this is something that is calling me, I have a feeling that it can't enter my room or my home. In my village, they say that you need to include the entity, and they can't enter without permission, especially to one's home. I read knocking can be a sign of some spiritual meaning. Woken up by screaming. A few years ago, I lived with my ex. We had a lot of paranormal experiences together. I've come to realize he had a way of attracting that kind of energy. Since leaving him, I've only had a few minor experiences. At one point, we lived in a house where the previous owner may have died inside. We couldn't confirm it 100%, but we were pretty sure. The house had been remodeled, so it was believed that she had passed in what was now the master bathroom. It was attached to the bedroom where I slept. She was an older lady who was sick and passed away due to natural causes. Nothing too dramatic. We had a few different experiences in this home, in this room. One night when I was asleep, I was awoken by a loud woman's scream. It startled me awake and I sat straight up. It was dark and I couldn't see anything. The scream only woke me up and not my dogs or my boyfriend. I brushed it off as a bad dream and went back to sleep. I told my boyfriend about it the next day. Another night we were both woken up by a loud scream, and this time it sounded almost animal. It sounded like it was coming from near the foot of our bed, too. One of my dogs did make noise when he slept, so I thought it might be him. But again, it was dark and I couldn't see. I felt around the foot of the bed, but the dogs were all up between us. There were no dogs at the foot of the bed where it sounded like the sound came from. It's also worth noting that my dogs are Chihuahuas. They wouldn't really be capable of a noise like that, but I was trying to look at it logically to see how it could be explained away. One night I was woken by my ex grabbing my arm suddenly. I looked over at him and he looked scared. He was a big guy, 6 feet and about 275 pounds. He said he woke up suddenly when he felt something grab his leg and try to pull him off the bed. scared him, so he reached out for me and it stopped. Once he saw a shadow head peep out from behind the shower curtain to look into our room. It was a clear view if the door was open, and it often was. There were always smaller noises and creaks in that house too. I did wake up to a big shadow dog by my side of the bed once as well, but I've posted about that elsewhere before. It is worth mentioning that we had roommates right down the hall who never experienced anything. They never heard the screams either, apparently. Once we moved, we were never woken up by screams again. I feel like it's also worth mentioning that while many of these experiences were startling, and I was scared at the time, I never felt threatened or unsafe in the home. I actually really liked the place. We only moved because the landlord was selling the home. Once Upon a Nightmare. Hide and seek. An innocent enough game, right? Well, maybe in some houses, but not my childhood home. My brother and I are about a year and 25 days apart, age-wise. Absolutely hated each other. Found that we enjoyed tormenting each other. A lot of this had to do with family dynamic, which, in all honesty, just kind of belongs in a different Reddit post. But I'm here to tell you about a terrifying experience I had when I was young. Not complain about my family, even though my brother's relevance is minorly outlined here. A lot of strange things happened in my first house that I remember. My brother and I were always told that we had hyperactive imaginations, and that's what had us seeing things and hearing voices that weren't there. Things consistently got worse over time and our sleep began to suffer. After one of my more restless nights, my brother and I decided on a game of hide and seek. The house was built in 1901 and we had a lot of stuff. My grandmother was what would be classified as a hoarder today. I was incredibly clever. I used my small stature to my advantage, often to scare the daylights out of my younger brother. I always had my hiding spots planned out 3 turns in advance, and had settled on hiding in one of the best places I knew. One of the 2 closets in my bedroom. My brother's bedroom didn't have any closets, so I had to share one of my closets with him. I chose my closet to hide in. My closet was relatively easy to open at all times. It often wouldn't latch properly and would swing open in the middle of the night, usually scaring the bejeebus out of me each time it happened. Using this to my advantage, I had most of my stuffed animals in the bottom of the closet. I situated myself in such a way that I can see the door when it opened, so that I could jump out and scare my brother. Just as I finally settled, I heard this strange growl above my head in the pitch dark. Confused because none of our dogs were in the closet with me, I looked up and I froze. Staring down at me was a severed wolf's head, lips curled back in a menacing snarl. I tried to scream. No sound came out. Then it spoke to me. "Get out or die." Bewildered at the sight, I dashed for the doorknob and attempted to open the door, but it was stuck. I could hear it still talking, but I was too determined to get out of the closet to hear what it was saying. When it finally finished speaking to me, the door swung wide open and fell out onto the floor, crying my eyes out. I quickly rolled over to see if it was coming at me. Luckily, it was gone. That was the last time I ever played hide and seek in that house. Ask Reddit. My mom used to be an RN at a hospital in a small western town. This hospital was connected to a senior living home, and at night, the RN overwatched both sides of the building, hospital and living home. She was usually the overnight RN, and would have either 1 or 2 CNAs working as well. She's experienced this apparition about 6 or 7 times during her 10-year stint there, and everyone has referred to the apparition as the Man in Black. Each experience was identical except for the location in the building. Frequently throughout the night, she would have to do her rounds, checking vitals, etc., and would have to walk around a corner from the nurse's station/ER toward the 6 beds in the hospital, and then towards the senior home. She would see the apparition either right after rounding the corner or right after walking out of a room and walking into the next. Outside of the next room, she would see the same apparition. The apparition was a person in a black, Old West type suit with worn black cowboy boots and worn black cowboy hat to match. The creepiest thing about this man, assuming that his face was not very distinct, she would describe it as though a man's face was drawn with charcoal and slightly smeared, making it slightly blurred. He was maybe 6'5" and would tower over her 5'5" build. But whenever she would see him, whether it's 10 feet or 3 feet away, he would stand there looking at her and then turn and walk into a room he was outside of. When she would walk into that room, there would not be any other person in there or anything out of place. The first few times scared her to a panic, but she slowly just went on without letting it freak her out. But with this man came some extra attention to the patient. The kicker was that in about 90% of all the experiences seen by other RNs as well, the patient's health would deteriorate in the next few days, and the patient most often passed away shortly after. So whenever the overnight RN saw the man in black, extra precautions would be taken with that patient. Another weird thing about the apparition is that it's always seen by just the RN. Not a single CNA has personally seen the apparition. My mom always said that he knew who would be able to help the most of the time. I, on the other hand, took it as a completely opposite situation. I always thought that it was almost to mock the RNs because he would let them know that something was going to happen, but they could do nothing about it. Even though I'm not an RN to see him, it still creeps me out every time I walk down the halls and she points out where she's seen him. What was in that house? So this happened when I was in 8th or 9th grade. My friend and her family had gone on vacation, and she had enlisted me to come over daily and feed and check on her cats. The first couple of days my mom came with. Then the third day my mom went by herself. I was babysitting all day. Then the fourth day I went by myself as well, and her house was 3 blocks away, so I walked. Now I had been in this house probably 100 times at this point, so I had no reason to be timid or scared. And at first I wasn't. I just went around the corner of the kitchen and switched out the water and gave the cat some fresh food. Then I came back into the living room and snuggled the nice kitty. I say that because their older cat was seriously one of the meanest cats I've ever known. Hated everyone. So I was totally fine with her hiding and not wanting attention. I was about to leave, but then remembered that my friend said I could borrow some books from her room. We were both bookworms. So I went down the narrow hallway to her room real quick. Started looking through her bookshelf. And this put my back to the doorway, by the way. I had been browsing for a few minutes when very suddenly I felt cold and terrified. I was sure someone was standing in the doorway behind me. It took me several moments, but I finally summoned the courage to turn around. As I looked at the doorway, it was as though someone or something had just darted out of sight. At this point, I decided, screw the books. Noped the hell out of there, ran out of the room, back down the narrow hallway into the living room, into the front door. The whole time it felt like someone was behind me. I didn't even turn around until I was outside. And then, just to lock the door, then I ran home. I didn't say anything to my mom for a few weeks, but I did make excuses for her to go with me every day after that until my friend returned. A couple of weeks later, I decided to bring it up to my mom when we were driving somewhere. I thought it could be something to laugh about, like, ha 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 ha, I freaked out for no reason, silly me. But my mom just got really quiet, turned down the car radio and said, "Honey, the same thing happened to me the day before when I went alone. I didn't say anything to you because I didn't want you to be scared going over there. Thought it was just my imagination playing tricks on me." Needless to say, my blood ran cold, and the experience has stuck with me all these years. Things that might be relevant. The house was built in the early 50s. My friend at the time was into Ouija boards and the like, but never took it seriously. I also found out years later that her mom was emotionally abusing her. Thankfully, she ended that toxic relationship and is doing so much better. So has anyone else experienced anything like this or have theories as what happened? "250-year-old mill worker's house." Okay guys, so around 4 months ago, my wife and I moved into an old mill worker's house in the middle of the Scottish countryside. Ever since, we've been noticing some really strange activity. The first time was around 3 or 4 days after we moved in. I stumbled into the bathroom in the middle of the night to use the toilet. I noticed that the shower was running. Not a lot, but maybe 1/10 of the full capacity. A dribble, but enough that I noticed it. I turned it off, assumed it was the water pressure or that I'd left it slightly open when I had a shower earlier. Went back to bed with no issues. This happened again a few times over the last few months. Always the same amount with the same assumptions that I'd left it open. Until about 3 days ago. My wife and I were about to go to bed, and I was walking through the bathroom when I stopped dead in the hallway. The shower was running again, but much, much louder and with more power. I opened the door and the shower was on at maybe half or 3/4 to full power. I very audibly just stopped in the door and said, "What the fuck?" My wife shouted, asking what had happened. I walked back through and explained to her, and she came out to look. Sure enough, the shower had been turned on and had actually been powerful enough to also soak the bathroom floor. It's a shower over bath combo with mixer tape. Ever since then, I did some investigating. I only recently learned how old the house is. I knew it was old when we moved in, but that's much more obvious. But I had no idea exactly how old. Turns out the house was built around 236 years ago. Would make sense with how many people have lived in the home in the years since it was built, but at least one person must have died, whether from injuries sustained at the mill, old age, or things like smallpox. In the time since I've been investigating the history of our home in the area, things have gotten worse. As I was writing this post, I heard a massive bang from my living room. I initially thought it was one of the 2 cats, or perhaps them working together. But I went in, turned the light on immediately after. They're both asleep and looked very disgruntled that I woke them. I've been hearing what sounds like footsteps from our loft, although I've never been up there as the ceilings are quite high and I don't have a ladder right now. The other thing I've been noticing is a face in the bedroom window. The bedroom is first floor, so it can't be a person, and we're in the middle of nowhere on a dead-end road, so it's not a car or streetlights. With the activity getting worse, I'm worried that it's going to start becoming more aggressive. I'm not sure really what I'm going to do about that. I suppose I'll figure that out when the time comes. Special baby. A little background first. I am a sensitive, and I've seen ghosts, spirits, and demons and unknown things. I currently have a 10-month-old daughter. Or a 10-month-old daughter. She'd been walking the last few weeks pretty well, and sooner than other babies around us. Her crib is still in our bedroom next to my side of the bed. It's a proper crib with the mattress lowered so she can't fall out and can stand up. There's a nightlight at the foot of her crib that's always on. It's the middle of the night, We are all asleep. I wake up to something brushing my face lightly, maybe like air. And anyways, I open my eyes a little confused while I'm awake. I lightly hear my baby whispering and light laughing. I open my eyes and I look around. I see her walking next to the bed, wobbling and holding on the side of the bed to the crib to balance. She hasn't had to hold on for a few weeks. I'm scared, thinking that she must have fallen out of her crib somehow and is hurt. Then I think maybe I slept in. Husband took her out and let her wake me up. I'm starting to sit up and she starts walking back toward my way, closer to the head of the crib. She keeps looking inside the crib, excited and lightly laughing and whispering. I hear husband snoring behind me and realize something's wrong. I sit up a little and get ready to pick her up to check her. Make sure she's not hurt, of course. However, she's escaped. That's when I noticed. I could see her sleeping inside the crib. I sit up all the way and throw my blanket off. The baby's now with its back to me at the head of the crib, and I yell, "What the fuck?" It turns, looks at me, and walks into the wall. It had no face, just a blur. Now I'm mad, and I yell, "What the fuck?" again. I check my daughter. She's fine, sleeping. I get up, bless the whole room with holy water, and go back to bed. Sleeping peacefully now, I'm woken up again. Now there's a light laugh and a noise back again. It was by the foot of the crib again. I don't see anything, I just feel it. I had enough of this shit. I got up, picked up my daughter, and put her to sleep in the middle of us. Whatever that face giggling thing was, I was over it. Unless you have some lotto numbers, don't keep waking me up with no face. After speaking to a few elders, I was told that it was just a friendly spirit, nothing evil. That's why it was allowed to enter even after being blessed. It just wanted to play and changed its form. That's why it had no face. My daughter had been showing signs of being sensitive as well, which I'll save for another day. On a walk at 4:30 a.m. So I went for a walk at the time in the title 2 nights ago. I live in an urban/city area that's usually pretty empty at this time, which is part of why I usually like walking around like that. I'm not bothered by it most times. No matter what time I go out, I don't feel worried or scared. And I should mention I'm a relatively short female. So I have a fair share of creep encounters, but I know how to deal with them and it doesn't bother me. However, as soon as I hit the bottom of my street that morning, I was feeling very anxious. I didn't know if it was just general anxiety or some sort of gut feeling, so I kept walking. The feeling kept growing until I was terrified, and yet I kept walking. It was late enough that some people were waking up and the birds were waking up too, but it didn't quell my anxiety in the slightest. I remember smelling something dead when passing by some bushes in a neighbor's yard, and for some reason I wanted to avoid all the tall dark hedges or forested areas to the point where basically I would walk in the street or on the opposite sidewalk. I had intended to go to the 7-Eleven to get some coffee, but, well, by the time I was halfway there, I was so distraught that I just sort of turned off and started heading home. It felt like something was following me or watching me. I couldn't shake that feeling. I didn't feel any better until I was well within my neighborhood as I was opening my front door. I turned in for like a split second, thought I saw what seemed to be a very, very tall old man standing behind my next-door neighbor's hedges. I'm not even sure I saw it correctly, as I said, it was just a second. But it made me jump as I opened the door since I felt discomfort that night. But I'm not sure if it's just anxiety from the experience or if it's something else. I've had a lot of paranormal experiences, but nothing has ever made me feel so terrified as that walk. I still don't know what it was, whether it was some kind of warning or something was in fact following me, but I don't plan on going out at night again anytime soon. However, I was wondering if any of you might have any, basically any idea. I know it's not extremely detailed, but there was nothing really happening to make me feel as terrified as I did, except what I've described. It was like alarm bells were ringing in my head the entire time I was walking, and even the wind felt ominous. Usually I enjoy the breeze very much, but every time it blew while I was out, I wanted to stop. It's odd, because I felt compelled almost to go on that walk because I figured it would be calming and help me sleep. The wind looked like it would feel nice. But if you have any ideas as to what you might think is going on, I'd very much appreciate it. Shadow person or ghost? Just a preface. I'm a 23-year-old male, and I've had many encounters throughout my life, especially as a child. I've not had any experiences for over 4 years until 3 days ago. There have been many issues in my family, and they severely affect me. My younger siblings and my dad, which is, it's causing a lot of strife and pain. I recently rented a room at my cousin's place. A few days after moving in, I woke up. Maybe it was just a dream to a person standing in the corner saying that they were sorry. I keep the door locked as there's a person living in the room across the hallway. I do not usually remember my dreams. I've thought to myself that I would like a nightmare every so often in order to feel something that wasn't sadness or indifference. This particular night I would wake up for a second, adjust myself, and go back to sleep. This happened 4 times. On the last time, I saw a masculine figure in the dark. It had an unnerving grin and began to whisper a certain word, which I do not remember, and it had a slight lisp. I guess I just remember waking up soon after. I had this strange feeling and a slight tinge of fear. I sleep with my television at the foot of my bed to watch movies and play video games while laying down. The head of my bed is to the left of a window. That was a little light that, it was so I could see my reflection in the TV screen donut. And it was black except for where the TV was, which was white. I stared into my black TV screen for a few seconds, thinking about what occurred, and I saw a roundish shadowed shape like a head where the light was. I stared at the shadow thinking it was my head. I had just woken up and was taken back by a dream, so I wasn't all there. I guess whatever that shadow belonged to noticed I was staring at its reflection and just vanished. That's when I froze. The round shape wasn't there anymore. So I stuck out my arm as far as it went until it showed up on my screen. That is when I confirmed that it truly wasn't my shadow. I instantly had the urge to take a huge dump, which happens whenever I'm super nervous or afraid. I ran out of the room to use the restroom and stayed fixed on the toilet for an hour trying to take everything in. Or out. This has never happened to me before. I've seen solid apparitions before, and I've seen objects moved seemingly by themselves. The thing that's interesting is that it must have been solid since it had a shadow and all. I also live on the 2nd floor and the backyard is fenced off. Has anyone had a similar experience? What could it have been, other than the end of tonight's episode? See ya. Oilfield ghost story, the wellhead. A wellhead, otherwise known as a Christmas tree, is a set of valves and manifolds sitting atop an oil or gas well. It serves to cap the well and provide a way to control the flow of oil or gas out of the well, in a nutshell. One time I was on a 3-week-long job on a large mother platform. This is where we set up our equipment on a small adjacent satellite platform connected to the mother platform via a bridge. I was on the night shift with one other guy. Part of the job involved recording the readings every hour from a pressure gauge on the wellhead of the well that we were working on. Well number 12. This was one deck below the top deck, in what we'd call the wellhead bay. where the wellheads are clustered very tightly. You have to squeeze through the various pipes, manifolds, and instruments, etc. to reach number 12. All went well at first, nothing out of the ordinary, except it was a bitch to take the gauge reading since it was a tight squeeze. Me being smaller than the other guy, it was a natural choice for the task. Only thing is, during the night at least, it was kind of weird in the wellhead bay. There were maybe only a total of 5 people on duty that night, including 3 platform guys sitting in the control room of the mother platform. There's hardly anybody around at all. 99% of the time, I would be the only guy down there. However, I would always get a weird feeling like there was someone nearby. It's hard to explain, really. Plus, I'd get goosebumps whenever I stood in front of the pressure gauge at wellhead number 12. A couple of times I thought I heard someone calling my name. There was never anybody ever around. One of the day guys gave me a cryptic warning one evening during shift handover. Don't go down to the wellhead bay alone at night. He wouldn't say any more than that. But come on, what could I do? There are only 2 of us, and one has to stay up top to monitor the equipment at all times. So I just took it in good faith that he meant it from a safety and a buddy standpoint. Well, I assured him that we'll be fine. Didn't think much of it at the time, and the job went on fairly well. A week later, back at base, was chatting with a couple of colleagues, and the topic of fatal work accidents was brought up. One of them said that he was on a job where a young greenhorn got himself killed installing a pressure gauge on a wellhead. He had forgotten to check for pressure in the wellhead before loosening a bolt. When the bolt was loosened, it shot out and hit him square in the forehead, killing him instantly. Ever since then, many people have reported feeling uneasy at the spot where the young guy died. I asked, "Where'd this happen?" "On that platform, right in front of the pressure gauge of wellhead number 12. Was shushed while home alone. How rude. This happened quite a few years back now. I lived alone with my then boyfriend and our dogs. I came home from work one day with a terrible headache. I decided to go straight to bed to try to sleep it off. It was probably only like 5 p.m. I went in our room, turned the lights off, and knocked out. My then boyfriend used to go to a car meet every Friday night, and I knew he was going to go this night too. I woke up at about midnight. I checked my phone. I knew this was about the time my boyfriend usually got home, and he would probably be showing up soon. I stretched out in bed for my very long nap, which alerted my dogs, 3 chihuahuas, just for reference. I was finally awake. They started jumping on me as they were excited. I had finally woken up. I was grumpy since I had just woken up and was still tired, so I kind of snapped at them and told them, "Stop!" Then I heard a very loud shh. I was in our bedroom, which was pretty dark since I had turned the lights off before I went to sleep. The lights were on in the living room, and that was right beside our bedroom. The shh was so loud I thought it was my boyfriend messing with me, so I even grunted in response. Since the lights were on in the living room, I thought maybe he was home a little early. Maybe he was watching some Netflix. It was quiet after the shh, though. So I waited thinking he was between episodes, but it stayed quiet. I'm afraid of the dark, even as an adult, so it made sense that my boyfriend at the time would leave the light on for me. I was absolutely terrified. My automatic response in these spooky situations is to act completely unafraid. So I kind of got super nonchalant, like everything was dandy. Slowly and as calmly as possible, walked over to turn on the light. Whilst turning on the light, I was able to glance at our living room area and see that I was indeed home alone. I again very calmly and slowly walked back to the bed, picked up my phone. I texted my ex telling him what happened. He thought I was worried about an intruder, so I reiterated. I was not, and I was sure that I was home alone. He was almost home and showed up about 5 minutes later. The shh was so loud, and when I was thinking about it after it happened, it sounded like it came from the closet in our room. Spooked the shit out of me. Nothing else really happened at that house, at least to me, but my ex did have some other experiences. Never really felt threatened, though. If there was something there, it didn't seem so bad. 2 other houses we moved to after this had stuff happen, one more than the other. I've been having strange things happening in my apartment, and I'm desperately looking for logic. So I've been living in a casita apartment for about 6 months. Nothing has really happened besides the feeling of being watched, and the casita creaks. But I dismissed that pretty quickly since I'm a 27-year-old female living alone with a 10-pound dog, and the casita is located in a rural-ish neighborhood. Anyways, the past 2 weeks, I noticed that there's some unexplainable occurrences, usually happening at exactly 3 a.m., and it's scaring the shit out of me. The first thing that happened was that at 3 a.m. I woke up. My dog was still sleeping next to me, so I just tried to get back to sleep. Suddenly I heard a huge crash. My dog woke up and I started to freak. I got up and got a broom handle in case somebody broke in, which is my worst nightmare. I go in and I see that my hand drum that I put my sweetgrass braid in fell. It was so weird because the nail I hung it up on was still there and the drum was across the room. Usually every night I hear the casita creak, and I swear I hear footsteps. I usually just ignore it and go back to sleep, convincing myself it's just my apartment creaking. Last night, though, was the worst. My casita had been getting freezing cold lately, even when I try to crank up the heat, so it was hard to sleep. After piling blankets and setting up a small space heater, my dog and I were able to settle down. At 3 a.m. I woke up because it was still freezing. I checked my thermostat and it was set to 35 degrees even though I set it to 70. Maybe the heater was broken. I checked the weather on my phone and it's 45 degrees outside. There was no wind or snow. I go back to my bed and the window starts to rattle violently. I'm terrified and I get up to see if there was any wind. The trees outside were completely still, and when I directly looked at the window, it stopped. The rest of the night was miserable. I kept hearing footsteps and a low murmuring, like somebody was talking in my kitchen. Thought it was all in my head, but my little dog went from barking her little head off to cuddling with me under the covers and shaking like a leaf, which is really unlike her. My mom's going to help me smudge. I'm native, and she has some more medicines than I do, but I can't get this out of my head. My dog's been on edge lately, and I'm trying to convince myself that this isn't paranormal, but I can't think of a logical explanation. How about you? Haunted building. I'm a manager working in an older building with quirks. Some of my team members believe the building is haunted. And whenever something unexplained occurs, we tongue-in-cheek blame the ghost. We have a loose policy that no one is to be in the building alone. But there's no repercussions for breaking it. So management sometimes stays late to help with labor costs, or the closer calls out. Or I'm not going to make a kid who has an exam in the morning stick around while I wrap up the paperwork. We also have a motion-activated alarm system, and when there's only one person in the building, it sometimes spits out a motion-detected error when that person tries to set the alarm. It starts at the back door, but with each code entry, it detects motion in a different location. When it happened to me, I went through the building to make sure it was unoccupied. And when I stopped to get a drink on the way out, I caught a glimpse of a shadow squirming up toward the ceiling to hide on top of the soda machine. At least, it sort of looked that way. I chalked it up to headlights from a vehicle passing by. We're on the main street after all. Still, I locked up quickly and bolted for my car. A few months down the road, I get a call from a new manager, and she says, "The alarm won't set." I ask her to put in the code and tell me what the screen says. And sure enough, motion detected, back door. She goes back to lock it, thinks maybe she saw someone in one of the cameras. Go back up in front, and thankfully, the alarm sets and she leaves. A few days later, on a whim, I check the cameras myself. I don't see a person, but during the phone call, one of the cameras near the alarm rapidly fogs up and then clears. It looks like somebody blew smoke over the camera lens, but it shows up in a second and vanishes just as quick. And on the right side of the image, there's a large black cloud. Yeah, I paused the screen and took a picture, but honestly, it doesn't look like anything that can't be explained, or that couldn't be done up in Photoshop. I don't know that we're working in a haunted building. I've worked in a few buildings where the staff thought ghosts were playing around, and I've never actually seen anything that couldn't be dismissed. And this falls into that same category. Still, sharing it because it's creepy enough to, when I'm in the building alone, I get someone on the phone to chat while I finish up. Craziest night of my life. Hi. To put some preface on this story before I get into it. I'm a Division I football player that plays offensive line. For those that don't know what that is, I'm basically saying I'm a big dude. Currently about 6'5", 300 pounds. Basically saying I haven't really been scared of animals or people where I live because I'm genuinely just bigger than them. Now, it was a late night after my high school basketball team at the time, and they had made the playoffs. I was currently on the phone with my girlfriend at the time as I was pulling into my country neighborhood in a small road in Alabama. It was around 12:31 a.m. I was pulling into the neighborhood and I see this woman with long black hair wearing like a Civil War period dress. It wasn't very weird for me to see random kids around my neighborhood because, well, I live near a foster home. But what freaked me out at first is that it was January or February, and at this late at night it was freezing. I pull into my neighborhood, I had to drive past her, slowly going about 3 p.m. past this woman. Maybe 3 miles an hour. Past this woman. I really didn't know what to do as I passed. She was still just staring at the ground. As I checked my rearview mirror, her head snapped up, and I saw an extremely evil-looking face. I hung up the phone and was going about 65 to my house. As I mentioned, I'm a big dude, and when I arrived at my house, I sprint up my porch stairs and into my room. Me being my size, that woke everyone in my house up. My dad enters my room to check on me, and me telling him everything that's happened. He asked if I was on anything. I told him of course I wasn't. He told me to get some sleep, and of course I couldn't sleep. It popped in my head and just had a Latina neighbor that was very close. And they had long jet black hair. Instantly I snapped her on Snapchat saying, "That was a good prank that you got me." She said she wasn't even in the state, didn't know what I was talking about. She sent me her location on a snap map showing me that she was in Baltimore. That was it. No chance I was getting any sleep that night. Hopped on Xbox to tell all my friends about the events that just occurred too. Of course, they didn't believe me, saying I was joking, and I told them how serious I was, though. At the end of the Xbox session, it was like 4 a.m. I'd gotten off and was going to try to sleep. Went to my bedroom, and as I was walking past the blinds, there she was, standing there in one street light in my neighborhood. I slammed the curtain shut, peeked again. She was gone. I no idea what happened or what was going on that night. My dad and little brother have claimed to see the same woman years later in their own different stories. Ask Reddit. In 2007, my cousin was killed in a car accident. She was the passenger in her boyfriend's car, and he was driving like an asshole. He ended up being fine, but she got hit on her door and passed away. At the hospital a couple of hours later, she lived in Missouri, and most of our family was in New Jersey. I grew up Catholic and never really questioned it. I wasn't really religious, but I didn't really refute it either. When my cousin passed away, I stopped believing in any of it just because I felt like she was stolen from our lives. If there was a God, then why would he ever do something like that to us? When I got engaged, my fiance's dream was to get married in the church that she went to her whole life. I told her that I didn't want to get married in a church because I no longer believe in it. Kind of angry at the whole thought, and this will matter later. However, my aunt was pretty religious. So she was walking with my uncle on their property, and she asked my cousin to show them a sign that she was with them. As they were walking along, they noticed a yellow butterfly by them. I continued to follow them for an odd amount of time, since that, at least a yellow butterfly at that time is our family's symbol for our cousin. My aunt and my other cousin even got a tattoo of it, but fast forward a couple of months. I'm lying in my bed trying to sleep, and I start to get this weird feeling. Something was not right. I know I was wide awake, so it wasn't a dream. I started to hear something, but only in my head. I also started to see something bright, but it wasn't in front of me, it was in my head. Can't really explain it past that. The voice started to tell me that it was my cousin, and she told me 3 things. 1, that I had to get married in a church. She told me it was the only way she'd be able to get to see me get married if I got married in a church. And 2, she told me to draw my aunt a picture. I draw as a hobby, and in my head I vividly saw the picture to draw. 3, she simply told me 69. The mature kid in me giggled a little bit, but then she told me that it would make sense, and verify that I was really talking to her. She said the number represented something big and I would understand. This bothered me for quite a while. I searched through the article of the car accident, searching for some representation of 69. Eventually I gave up. Told my mom about what happened, though. A couple of days later, she wrote me a letter, and at the end of it, it wrote yellow, which is 6 letters, and butterfly, 9 letters. After that, it pretty much verified to me that I did actually talk to her. I eventually did get married in a church and drew my aunt the picture. I'm not any more religious, but I am glad I got married in the church. I don't know if God exists or if heaven or if any of that stuff, but no one will ever convince me that I didn't talk to my cousin. Old people's home turned haunted house. I moved into a house with my boyfriend and 3 other people, and for 2 weeks it was just my boyfriend and I. I've lived in quite a few houses in multiple countries, so I know what new house noises sound like, even though I've always kind of believed in ghosts. My boyfriend doesn't. When it was just the 2 of us, I would hear someone walking up and down the upstairs hallway. I just presumed it was my new house noises, until my boyfriend, who doesn't believe in ghosts, didn't want to go up to my room because of the footsteps. Still hates going upstairs. We jokingly told our other roommates in a group chat, and it turns out that this house used to be a home for mentally and physically disabled old people. So good chance that somebody would just drop one day. The entire house is on a slant, and because my bedroom is at the end of the upstairs hall, it'll constantly swing open and won't stay shut, unless it's like really pushed shut. So I never bother to close it since it'll just open anyway. But I noticed that it started closing on its own, which is weird because the slant of the house has a door sort of permanently open unless I slam it shut closed, which I never do. I can hear footsteps go to my room, and then I go up and the doors push shut, After everybody moved in, my roommate and I were both stood at the bottom of the stairs talking when we heard someone running down the stairs. But when the noise got to the bottom, there was no one there. Another night, everybody was passed out, and my roommate heard footsteps going to the bathroom. Pretty normal. But then she saw the lights turn on and off. Then no footsteps leaving. More recently, I was going up to bed well after everybody else was asleep, and a door to the storage closet was opening and closing. It squeaks when it moves. This is while I was walking up the stairs. When I got to the top, it stopped, shut itself, and then as soon as I rounded the corner into my room, it was opening and closing every once in a while for hours, which it shouldn't be doing. When you think about the way the house slants, it should stay shut. It has to be held open while we want it open. And the weirdest part of it all is this. It all started happening when we covered this creepy photo of Jesus that stares into your soul when you eat at the kitchen counter. Like, I have nothing against Jesus, but goddamn, that photo was creepy. I just wanted to eat without getting judged by the big man himself. My roommate and I have a rule not to touch the photo. My boyfriend still hates it upstairs because he doesn't want to believe in ghosts and it makes him uneasy when he's up there. I got locked out while alone at home and had to jump down the balcony. Hey, I'm a 23-year-old female. Something very strange happened to me where I had to jump down a balcony. When I was under 18, my brothers who were adults living at home got into fights, and the social services decided it wasn't a good environment for me. Placed me with my mom in an apartment 2 hours away. My mom started working in a new city very fast, and most nights wouldn't be home until morning. The apartment that we were placed in was just very weird. You kind of felt a heaviness when you walked in. I was a smoker back then, so like usual, I went to the balcony to smoke our balcony door and had like a handle inside. There was no handles on the outside. The door overall was old and heavy, and you had to push pretty hard before pulling down the handle to lock it. I was done smoking. I turned around, pushed the door with no handles outside, but the door was locked. I thought that was so weird, so I looked down the balcony and the ground wasn't so far away. We were on the first floor and there was a space of maybe 1.5 meters from where the balcony ended to the ground. I proceeded to jump down the balcony, and then when the side of the building was there was like a door that led to the basement and shared a laundry room. And that was always open. Went in the door and up to my apartment. Got in, walked to the balcony door while looking from inside. The handle was pulled. The handle was hard. Period. It's impossible. It had turned on its own. Period. I was weirded out. I just thought, okay, weird, and went on with my day. Many other things happened there, but at the time I was cold, emotionless, and depressed, so I didn't care much. Now that I think back, I can't believe I lived there and wasn't scared. 2 other things that would happen frequently was at night when I was sleeping, my blanket would get pulled from one corner to underneath my bed. It would get pulled from a specific place and I could feel it on my body when I got up to turn around the lighter. I'd look at the blanket and it had scrunches on that side like it was being pulled as if somebody put their hand on it and pulled it. The other thing was food going missing. Felt food would go missing from my plate when I went to the bathroom and so on. I felt it, but wasn't sure, so I started really looking at my food and memorizing how it looked and count how many pieces of meat was on my plate while looking normal and unbothered. Food went missing from my plate, especially meat, or I noticed meat more clearly. So I think I have the ghost of a cat lingering around the house. It started around 2 weeks before Halloween. I live with my fiance. We have a single cat. The cat's name is Ryder. We've been living in this rented house for over 2 years now, and minimal paranormal activity. My fiancé and I will have our fair share of spiritual run-ins with residual energies, but never in this house. Well, Gecko. Well, the first instance happened when I was just doing a few chores, picking up a few things here and there. I heard a very vivid meow from behind me in the room. Turn around, nothing's there. I got to see where Ryder is, and he's dead asleep. I just shrug it off. I just assumed it was my mind playing tricks on me. Second instance, about a week after that, another meow. It sounded like it came from another room. Ryder was in the same room as me, asleep. Okay, maybe it was a stray cat outside. Shrug it off. Either the next day or the day after, I'm in our gaming room just playing on my PC when I feel what I thought to be the tip of Ryder's tail brush against my calf. There's nothing there. The bugger's asleep like 3 feet away from me in his cat tower. At this point, I'm like, we have a friggin' ghost cat. And I tell my fiancé, well, they're always one to rationalize first before jumping to, oh my god, ghosties. So they pretty much just shrugged it off as, like an air pressure change or something. Maybe a stray cat was outside. Well, the following week they heard it, told me about it. I feel a bit relieved because now I know it's not just me. Fast forward to today, heard it again, just a single little mew. Fiancé wants to check the attic for cats. I know what I heard, I know what I feel. They heard it too. But yeah, babe, sure. Check the attic. The ghost cat activity always happens when our cat is asleep. So I jokingly came up with the conclusion that either Ryder astral projects in his sleep, or we have a ghost cat. Not really sure what to do about it. Well, really I'm not bothered by it and don't necessarily want to get rid of it. Mostly just wanted to share and see if there was anything I could do to make it more comfy. I'm now going to get more comfy and go to sleep. See ya. White cryptid creature. I'm 23 now. This happened sometime when I was in high school. I'm thinking around 11th or 12th grade. I lived at home at that time, and by my house were 2 elementary schools separated by some forest, joined together by a paved bicycle/walking trail through said forest. It was nighttime. My best friend at that time and I were out walking the trail from one school to another. To paint a good picture of what this trail was like, for some reason there were only streetlights at the end of the trail where you'd be entering school property. The trail itself was pitch black, almost making it super eerie at night. Anyways, my buddy and I were coming around a bend just outside of where the first school was, and where there was a light. But as we approached the bend in the trail, we made it to a point where the light was barely letting up the trail anymore. I was walking with my head down, looking at my phone. My friend was just a few steps ahead talking, when out of nowhere he stops and goes, "The fuck is that?" Naturally, I stopped too, and at first I don't see anything. Caught up to where he was, and he takes a few steps ahead of me and he said, "Look over there in the bush, that white thing." Now, when I saw this thing, I absolutely froze. Sitting at the side of the trail off the pavement in this trail in the tall grass was this hunched over, super pale white thing. It looked like a person who was super skinny to the point where I could see its spine, bones, and rib cage. At first, I thought, well, maybe it's a crackhead. But it almost looked more like a dog without a tail or hair. When we first saw it, it had its back to us, and then turned towards us. It looked like a bald, pale, naked white man with absolutely no hair, severely undernourished and sunken-in eyes and super long arms moving towards us on all fours like an animal. We didn't even say a word to each other. We just both immediately started running the opposite direction to get home. We nearly sprinted the entire way back, which was like 1.5-ish kilometers. We told my parents when we got home, and the next day in the daylight, of course, my mom and I went back to where my friend and I saw this thing. And sure enough, right where we saw it, a bunch of packed down long grass as if something were sitting there or laying there. I actually messaged this friend who witnessed it with me. I was writing this and he still remembers it clear as day. And the fact that it looked almost like a creature mixed with a human. We have no clue what it was. I was wondering if anybody on here has a similar story. Thanks for the read. Cheers. Cheers back to you. Scariest night of my life. Follow-up family stories and research. Part 2. What's up, y'all? I'm excited to see y'all all got to read my encounter. I never thought how many people would see it. Since my encounter, I've now moved to college to play football, as I've mentioned earlier. And now that I've left my brother as well as my dad, they've had encounters with a similar character to the one that I had seen. I've also done some research, and I'll get into that as well. Brother. One night, I would say a year ago, my brother was packing up around 10 p.m. to go to a baseball tournament in Atlanta the next day. As he was loading up the car, he heard a noise. And this noise sounded like a woman far away in the woods. He thought it was our neighbors or something. My brother finished putting the last bag in the back of the car, and then he looks in our driveway and sees the woman fitting the description of my encounter standing there. My brother isn't small either. Had made fun of me for the way I'd acted when I had my encounter. Anyways, as he saw the woman standing there, she did the same thing. You couldn't see her face because of her long jet black hair. He said that he said hello and are you okay? She said and did nothing. She snapped her head up, and he said he saw a horrible looking face. He sprinted up through the porch and locked the doors. He peeked out the window and she was staring back. When he peeked back, she was gone. Father. This one isn't long, but it's still an encounter. My dad works around the country because of his job and finds himself coming home late sometimes. As he was driving home late one night, he saw the woman that I had described, but this time next to the cemetery we live near. I have no idea if this is a connection to her or not, but we have never stepped foot in that place. Anyways, he saw this woman, same description as both of our encounters, and passed her. He checked his mirror, and she was still there. He turned around his car and just to get a better look. She was gone. Research. I'm not into horror films, or really anything scary for that matter, but I have done some research since my encounter. But this is definitely a new field for me, so any advice would be great. The website that tells about ghosts in our area of Alabama, and turns out I live near an old iron mill. And to sum up this short story, this woman and her child were killed by a fallen chimney about 1 minute from where I live. She seems to be sighted from time to time, and she's labeled as a stalker, or that's mostly friendly or doesn't hurt anyone, but I have no idea, to be honest. My house is haunted. Instance 1. I was probably like 13 at the time. We just moved into my house and my family went out to eat. But I didn't really want to since it was late and I don't really like eating too late. This means it was just me in the house. I was sitting down on the sofa with my cat watching a movie when out of nowhere I heard a man's voice behind me say, "Here, kitty, kitty, kitty." My cat didn't seem to acknowledge it, but I heard it as clear as day, and when I turned around, obviously nobody was anywhere to be found. Instance 2. Probably about the same age I had, I believe, to be about a trickster or demon of some sort around. I would trip over seemingly nothing and hear laughter right next to me. I would also place things down in my bedroom only to find them gone, nowhere to be found. When I went back for them, obviously my first instinct was that my siblings had taken them. but nobody had gone into my bedroom beside me. Eventually, I would just say, "Could you put my insert item here back, please? Thank you." And suddenly it would be back exactly where it was before. Instance 3. Probably about a year or two later, so I was like maybe 14 or 15. I was going up to the mountains behind my house for a hike. But it was dry season, so all the prickly bushes and such were all over the hill. So I turned around to go back home, and I'm walking back home, and I hear indistinct talking, and then what sounds like somebody muttering through a megaphone. It sounded like it was right in front of my house. Definitely would have been heard from inside, so I ran inside and asked my mom what all the noise was. What noise? Instance 4. About 3 months ago, so I'm like 18 at that time. My grandfather had gotten sick in another country and wasn't doing too great. My mother had this weird feeling that he was lost. I'd gone into the den of my house and started pacing a bit because I have anxiety, and that's what helps me not panic. As I'm walking, I see out of the corner of my eye somebody following me, feet behind mine, glimpses of a face when I turn. But only out of the corner of my eye, never in full sight. Instance 5, about a week ago actually. My mother and sister and I, coincidentally the only people in my house that believe in the supernatural, were standing near the fireplace talking about whether or not my mother was going to buy my grandfather's ashes from the funeral home in another country. All of a sudden we heard a loud bang on the wall, and my mother's mailbox, which keeps letters and bills and such, fell to the floor. It was nailed into the wall. The only things that fell out were her checkbook, a pen, and a few old credit cards. Guess my grandfather really wanted her to pay for him. An angel or some sort of messenger. In 1999 or 2000, when I was 14, I was with my friend Carl skateboarding in Northport Village, New York. After a couple of hours, we decided to go to a deli to grab something to drink. We took our sodas outside and sat down on a bench in front of the deli, where a middle-aged man was also sitting. Carl and I were just making small talk, and I specifically remember I was drinking a grape soda. I was looking at the label and saw a warning that said something along the lines of, "Warning, contents under pressure. Cap may blow off." I'd never seen that warning before, and I found it amusing. I then mentioned it to Carl, and he also found it to be peculiar. Then, in an amused tone, the middle-aged man said something like, "Does it really say that?" So I showed it to him, and we all thought it was interesting. Whatever. The man then asked us if he could ask us something. We said sure. Even though this was a random encounter with a guy who looked like he was in his late 40s or early 50s, it didn't give off any creepy vibes. He asked us what religion we were, and where we went to church, if we went. It's not really important to the story, but Carl and I are both Catholic and attended Mass pretty regularly at St. Patrick's Church in Huntington, New York. Even though this was much more of an intense question, he asked it in the same light-hearted tone that he had kept with during the entire conversation. When you die, and Jesus asks you, "Why should I let you into my kingdom?" what are you going to say? We both basically gave the same answers, saying that, well, we tried to be good people and tried to go to church, and for the record, my mother was a pretty strict Catholic at the time. Carl's family was not as religious, but he was still a believer. The man then told us that those were both pretty good answers, but what we have to say is, because Jesus died for my sins. We both acknowledged him and said okay. Carl and I exchanged a few more pleasantries with him and started to walk down the street. I swear to you, we couldn't have been taken more than 5 or 10 steps when Carl said, "Watch that dude be gone." So we both looked behind us, and sure enough, that dude did be gone. Carl and I went looking for the man for probably the next 10 or 20 minutes, and we couldn't find him anywhere, and I can promise you that we were thorough. Southern Childhood Ghost Story. For a good bit of my childhood, we lived in Charleston, South Carolina. Our neighborhood and house were not too old. The house was built in the mid-90s. However, the neighborhood was built on the grounds of an old slave plantation. This, I believe, is what led to experiences by my sisters and I. I don't have one cohesive story, but more of a list of things that we saw, heard, or felt. I'll start with one story and maybe a post more later. This is my first Reddit post, so I'm sort of testing the water. Our dad was in the military, so he'd be gone on trips all the time. When he'd get home, usually at night, we could hear him come up the steps and he'd open our doors and check on us and then leave. One night I heard what sounded like his boots on the hardwood flooring. My door didn't open. I didn't think much. The next morning I asked my mom when Dad got home. She assured me that he wouldn't be home for 3 more days. So I figured maybe I was just hearing things. The weird thing is my 2 older sisters said that they heard it too. This went on for a few nights randomly over a long period of time, but rarely whenever Dad was home. There was one night that I remember vividly. I heard the sound clear as day, boots walking up the steps on hardwood floor. Dad had been gone for a few weeks, so I rushed up to see him. I opened my door and there was no one there. One of my sisters' room was beside mine, and she heard me and the footsteps and opened her door thinking Dad was home too. She just found me standing there confused. Our oldest sister, who was at the end of the hall, then came out because she woke up to the footsteps and then heard us whispering. We were now convinced that we had a ghost in the house. Our mom, whose bedroom was downstairs, woke up and yelled at us from the foyer because she thought we were stomping around upstairs. We told her what happened and she said it was just the floor popping. Something not uncommon for hardwood flooring, apparently. We all went back to bed, but here's the kicker. Once we all closed our doors, the footsteps went back down the hall and down the steps, again, clear as day. I didn't sleep anymore that night. We never saw anything but always heard these phantom steps up the stairs and down the hall and then back, from all 3 of us at night to individuals when we were home alone. It became a joke in the house that we did have a ghost, and it was the ghost of someone from the plantation. Nothing ever seemed angry or evil, just off. Perhaps somebody was just checking on the kids. Spooky Boo in the Creepy Farmhouse Cupboard. A long time ago when my daughters were quite young, and my teenager was about 14, we lived in what was very likely one of the first houses in that street, which was probably about 60 or 70 years old. It was so old, in fact, that the 1/4 acre block that we lived on had the house facing with the front door facing the backyard. The back door was facing the driveway, where we could just sort of park, and it was kind of back to front. Unfortunately, the owners had sold the house, and we needed to leave. We had secured another property, and we were almost finished packing everything into our moving van. It had all the usual farmhouse charm. It was beautiful. We loved it, too. One thing, though, was a storage-type cupboard. Up above the linen cupboard, I think it's quite common to have a bit of storage area high up in an older house. It was a small old wooden door with a very strong lock on it. It was very odd. We always felt a bit strange about it. But of course, being curious, we tried to open it many, many times, but it was completely jammed shut. My littlest daughter was and is extremely sensitive to lots of dark stuff, as well as just general mystical stuff. And she would have these interesting dreams where she would be what could probably be called having an out-of-body experience. She would travel to all different places and attend all different kinds of events, such as car accidents, hospital operations, bedsides of sick people, lots of strange things. She used to be called Spooky Boo. So the last night before we were leaving, she woke up with a nightmare. She was only 3, by the way. But she was having a really terrible nightmare about the cupboard opening, and when it opened, a long, dark, clawed hand appeared to be coming out of it, and that frightened her enough to be awake and screaming. Came to her straight away, cuddled her and comforted her, and she came into my bed that night. In the morning, we packed up the rest of our boxes and had one more look around before leaving. That's when my eldest daughter and I looked up and noticed that that cupboard was completely open. We immediately turned around and left, and we never went back. We still think of that farmhouse and all the fun that we had there. It was an amazing house. It had become a refuge for us, and we felt very free and happy there. But that never took away the chill that we felt when we thought of that strange cupboard. Ask Reddit. I've had a few paranormal experiences, but two in particular stand out. First one was when I was a child in the 70s. My parents had friends and some of our relatives over one evening. They occasionally played with tarot cards and Ouija boards, and these little parties, these were there. Well, nothing intense, no candles or anything. Mom said usually whatever the Ouija board said was usually not something that would make sense, like a spirit they talked to more than once that claimed to have been a Viking that was an ancestor of my mom's. We didn't have Viking ancestors, so it was never really taken seriously whatsoever. Well, I guess one night whatever they talked to was something dark, and it made Mom uncomfortable and they all stopped playing, got put away in the game closet. Well, 2 days later, the Ouija board caught on fire. Just the Ouija board. And that's why Ouija boards became forbidden in our household. Oh yeah, and 1 year later we did indeed discover we had some Viking ancestors while doing our genealogy. But the second story was in the 90s. I worked in a Toys R Us that everybody said was haunted. We couldn't hardly keep an overnight crew because of it. We were doing a bit of a remodel and was put in charge of an overnight crew of about 12 people. In about 2 weeks, all but 2 had quit. So, one night it's me and one of the 2 that hadn't quit. The other one had called in sick, or had the day off or something, but so it was just me and her locked in overnight. All night it was super uneventful. We go to take our lunch break and we're sitting there at the table in the break room eating. Suddenly a penny falls between us. Then a second one, then a third. Now at the time I had a coworker who was something of a prankster, so I looked up expecting to see that he or somebody else had wedged pennies into the ceiling tiles. Nope, no pennies. Then another one falls and a few more. It's frickin' starting to rain pennies. We ran out of there and listened at the door. A little while after it got quiet in there, and we went back in and pennies were everywhere. All over the table, the floor, the couch. She quit on the spot. I still have a jar with those pennies, by the way. It was almost $3 worth of pennies. Just sleep paralysis or a spirit. So I've been having quite a few nights where I'll wake up in a panic with my whole body buzzing in a super loud static noise. I'm assuming it's some type of intense sleep paralysis that I'm having, though it only lasts a few seconds. It's always after a dream where I feel a very negative presence near me, and I know when I look at them I'll be shocked awake. It really does feel like I'm being shocked. The first time this happened was last winter, but it was a lot different than others. I was sleeping over at my boyfriend's place and I woke up at the same point to move to the guest room. His room feels like an oven. I tapped him to let him know, but I don't think he really processed what I was saying while half asleep. Now I'm in the air-conditioned room on a big bed, much comfier. I drift off to sleep. Then at around 4 a.m., my eyes kind of just open themselves. My whole body is tingly and numb, and I stare at the wall in front of me. I hear the door behind me squeak open, a very loud, creaky door in dire need of some WD-40. Then close again. Some footsteps walking forward, and then my boyfriend's voice saying, "I can't believe it. You were here this whole time. I can't do this. The voice gradually got quieter as it spoke. When I turned around, there was an empty room. No boyfriend, no voice, nothing. Everything I heard was undeniable. Yet none of it happened. After that, I went right back to sleep because I was too tired to be bothered. The next morning, I asked my boyfriend if he went to the guest room that night. He told me he slept through the whole night in his room. I told him what happened. He told me that there's lower energy beings that can sometimes make contact with us higher energy beings. At least when we're at a lower vibration. They almost match theirs. He also said that what was said was probably from a fear I had in my head, because that's what they understand the most. And I did have a sort of irrational fear that he would be upset I went to sleep in another room. I don't know if any of that stuff is true or if it was just some kind of one-time hallucination that I had. I also didn't feel any real fear that night, and the presence I felt wasn't negative. Was this a supernatural experience? About a year ago, I had my first paranormal experience. It wasn't exactly the first time I felt something, but it was the first time it was visual, and I could hear things too. First, I'd like to give some context to the story. I'm 22 years old, and my whole family has a somewhat connected history with the supernatural. I've heard various stories from both my grandmother and my mother. Especially my mother, who told me stories about her dreams and how she would talk to deceased relatives or receive messages. Despite this family history, I was never very, quote-unquote, spiritual. Okay, I had a few moments where I felt things, but I concluded that it was just my fear taking over my mind and making me imagine things that don't exist. However, around June of 2023, I had two experiences that changed my perspective on all of this. The first one, which may not mean anything and could just be in my head, but after the second one, it made me think it might have been some kind of contact. I'm a university student and I study at night, often finishing quite late around 9:30 to 10 p.m. When I was coming back from class, going down the stairs as I usually do, listening to music, I heard a voice call my name twice. I took off my headphones immediately and thought it might be a classmate trying to sell me something or tell me something. I don't know, I forgot. At that moment, I went up the stairs, and when I reached the floor where my class was, didn't see anyone there. Thought it was just my imagination, so I continued on my way home. A few days later, I was heading home again after class. I'd just gotten off the subway and was on the station overpass. This is when I saw a tall man in an overcoat pass by me. I remember observing the light that illuminated the overpass blinking repeatedly at that moment. He walked past me, and out of curiosity, I looked back. There was no one there. I tried talking to my cousin about these two events, and he told me that our family has this spiritual side, suggesting that maybe I've reached the age where these things are surfacing in me. He told me he had similar experiences when he was my age. I don't know how much of this is true and how much is just nonsense, especially the part about the family. My cousin is a bit out there and uses a lot of weed and other drugs. He's not crazy, but he gets a bit carried away with what he says sometimes. This happened during my mid-teenage years. I had a strange dream that involved me and a group of people I'd never met running through a cornfield while being chased by what I can only describe as living shadows. I woke up in the middle of the night on my back. I sleep on my stomach. I couldn't move any part of my body beside my eyes. And when I say could not move, I mean it. This wasn't like sleeping on your arm, having it got limp and barely responsive, so you have to move it, with your other hand. But I mean, I could literally feel my brain send and my limbs receive, like signals to my nerves and muscles, telling them to move only for them to not so much as twitch. I couldn't even twitch a finger. After a few moments, my brain woke up enough to register sound. I heard a noise that sounded like a perfect blend of a swarm of bees and vuvuzelas. Perfect blend of a swarm of bees and vuvuzelas. I've never heard of this word. I'm so sorry. I turned my eyes to the side of my bed. The bed's against the wall, so I can only look one way, and I see a shadow person standing next to me. It was so dark that it looked like it was absorbing the light in my room, while itself being silhouetted by a thin white glow. The moment my eyes landed on it, the sound grew to the point of being deafening. Its arms were stretched out toward me and fluctuating straight out, then bent, then twisted, then straight again. Its eyes were large pools of swirling light. Just over its shoulders, and my TV's next to my bed, I saw that my VCR, which tells me the time, was flashing. Somehow, while miraculously not pissing myself, I managed to move my lips enough to grunt, "Get out of my room." Immediately, I was able to move and bolted upright. Looked at my VCR, which read 12 or 1 a.m., and I got up, walked to the bathroom, unleashed the torrent of piss that wanted to escape, and went back to sleep. I've had sleep paralysis a few times after, though, and I never really saw that thing again since I would wake up facing the wall or under the covers. But each time it happened, I would say, "Get out of my room," and would be able to move again. I do not believe in the supernatural that much, but this stands out to me a lot because I've had a terrible memory, especially when it comes to dreams, but I can remember every moment of this as if it just happened. What I think was it saying, "Get out of my room," was enough to shock my brain to full wakefulness, and that phrase became a trigger to every time it happened to tell my brain, "Hey, fucking wake up fully, damn it." Mommy, the man at the window made her cry. The first incident which happened before Godzilla was when I was very young. I shared a room with my sister. I was startled awake but didn't know why. I looked over at my sister who was sound asleep and immediately realized what woke me up. Something was scratching at my window, but not normal scratching. It was almost like when someone's keying a car. The scratching ran along my windows as if someone was walking with a key against it. Problem is, my windows were high up and it would take a 7-foot-tall person to do that. I was shocked it didn't wake my sister. I remember being so scared that I couldn't move. The keying of the windows proceeded down to each window of each room of the house, and incredibly, I could hear it the whole time. My brother's room, he didn't wake up. The bathrooms, the living room, etc. It finally ended at my parents' room. There, finally, I heard my mother mutter something to my dad. Couldn't understand what she said, but they went back to sleep immediately. Surprised, I fell back asleep also and never mentioned it again. So many little things happened before I became an adult. My sister and I spotting something strange in the sky in broad daylight and no one else noticing. A giant doll of mine ending up in weird places as if she walked. My cat always sensing movement the same time as me out of the corner of my eye. So many things. Half are just a blur with time, but as I grew up they kept happening. My adult memories of newer incidents are far sharper in my brain. Not much happened in my teen or early adult years. I was so busy with school, marriage, and building a life that I forgot about it. Until one day a reminder of my past experiences happened. We just bought a house. My husband and I were fighting about it if he should have played golf the next day or not. I didn't want him to, but he wasn't having it. We laid down in our tiny house to go to sleep, and all of a sudden we heard this loud crash. We ran out to the living room, and what did we see? His golf clubs were strewed about everywhere. It looked like someone had picked them up and threw them across the room. Guess someone or something was on my side of the argument. I let him play anyway. There is a ghost cat living in my parents' house. Years ago, when I was 28, I was living at home and I experienced something that made a childhood mystery make sense for the first time. So I was laying in my bed with a chair and a footstool slightly to my right. I was scrolling on my phone when out of the corner of my eye, I see it get dark right above or on the chair. I look up to see the shadow of what looked like a cat turning in a circle and then jumping off the footstool. Just as you'd imagine a cat jumping off, same motion. And then it went under my bed. I don't know what came over me, but I looked under it to find nothing there. I sprinted across the hall to my sister's room to see where her cat was, only to find him sitting with her. I told her what happened, pretty creeped out the rest of the night. I do think I saw it once more pass outside my door, but I can't confirm. Could have been my sister's cat that time, but it just felt like it wasn't. So as I continued to think about what I so clearly saw, sort of made me think about something that happened to my brother when we were younger. My sister was getting ready to paint her room and recruited her younger siblings to scrap tape and pull out the staples left behind. It was mainly left over by her 2000s posters, but anyway, my brother and I were just standing there, side by side, working. And that's when he starts screaming and runs downstairs. My sister and I are confused and follow him and find that he has a huge and very deep slit on the top of his foot. When my parents asked what happened, we couldn't give them any explanation because we truly didn't know. This was not just a scrape. He went over to the ER, which my parents were kind of nervous to do since they absolutely had no explanation, and ended up getting 12 stitches. It was an experience that all of us remember vividly because of how wild it was. It still bothers my brother a lot, really, and he doesn't like talking about ghost cats, but my experience had me reflecting on that instance and how it makes sense that it could have been the ghost cat. It is said that paranormal activity increases when there are changes being made to their surroundings, which we were getting ready to paint, low to the ground where a cat would be. A scratch, it was like a pretty clean cut. So since then, both my sister and dad have seen something out of the corner of their eyes, and my mom felt something brush against her leg while sitting at the kitchen table. Did I receive an omen? I don't want to call it a shadow figure because I don't really know what it was, but all I can say is that I feel a presence behind me, the same way you can feel when someone is approaching you from behind. And I saw a black figure in my peripheral. What do I believe? Or I guess while I do believe in the paranormal, I've never had anything happen in my presence. So I don't know what to make of it. I was really freaked out by it because it felt more like an omen than anything. I can see stuff in my peripheral all the time, and so I usually dismiss stuff like this. Except my coworker, who I was talking to when it happened, they had also seen it. We were standing there having a conversation when I saw a figure in the black just sort of pop up over my right shoulder. I didn't think anything of it, just thought another coworker was trying to squeeze behind me to get by. I could feel their presence from one side going all the way toward the other side, exactly like somebody trying to get by. So I leaned forward a bit and then looked over my left shoulder to see who had squeezed behind me, but no one was there. Thinking somebody was playing a prank on me, I quickly turned to look back the other way. Not a single person had tried to walk by. I looked back at my coworker I was talking to, and without me saying a word, he said, "I saw it too." He wasn't freaked out like I was, though. I started to explain what I saw to make sure we really saw the same thing, and he said, "Almost like someone wearing a black hoodie." That's exactly what it was like. It didn't feel malevolent or threatening, just a presence. Again, I've never experienced anything like it, and this had actually happened not even an hour into the new year. I worked night shift, so we were working during the flip into the new year, which led me to think that it was an omen. Later that night after I got home from, large chunk of my problem tooth broke off. I have a tooth I need to get pulled, a molar that never cut, so it ended up growing in wrong. Now I can't imagine I had this massive, to me, experience of a possible open happen just to tell me my tooth is about to chip. I don't know, knock on wood, but nothing has happened since, good or bad. Paranormal encounter. An entity's request for permission. For what? I want to share a paranormal experience I had in my grandparents' weekend house. A place I used to visit regularly and occasionally host gatherings with friends. On several occasions, both I and my friend felt strange sensations in certain rooms, including discomfort and, at times, a sense of danger. Before the previously mentioned encounter, I had another minor experience that left a lasting impression. We were spending the night with friends. I decided to retire to a room for a nap. As I was about to drift off to sleep, I distinctly heard footsteps approaching my location, followed by the sensation of somebody sitting at the end of my bed. I was convinced my friends had come to my room. I could clearly feel someone's presence behind me. When I asked if they had been in my room, they all denied leaving their own. Then came the experience I mentioned in my previous story. While I was alone in the house, I decided to take a nap in one of the rooms that had previously felt unsettling. In a semi-dream state, I saw someone enter the room. This figure appeared to be a young person, and he sat down next to me without saying a word. The surprise came when I distinctly felt that this entity was asking me for permission. My response was a resounding denial, and since that moment, I've not experienced really anything out of the ordinary in the house, even when I've been alone again. These experiences have deeply intrigued me, and I wonder why the entity seemed to be seeking permission. And what did it want? At that moment, I felt that it was like permission to follow me, but I'm not convinced of this. Why did he need my permission anyways? Has anyone else had similar experiences or, any idea of what they could mean? Any advice or comments would be appreciated. Also, a few years ago I used a Ouija board with my friend in this house, but it didn't seem to move. Fair warning, listeners, I've had too much coffee. Running for my life from a shadowy figure. It was about 6 years ago, so I was around 13. For some context on the story, I lived in a small town and it was not the best. It's like people went on walks with baseball bats because it wasn't a very nice neighborhood. On top of that, almost everybody had pit bulls. Anyway, I had my one friend that lived behind me. He was my best friend at the time, and he was maybe 16, and he was super into all that creepypasta stuff. At the time, I wasn't really exposed to that stuff, but he basically always scared me into thinking that they were real and would always try to jump out and scare me. This will come up later, so the experience starts very late at night. Local park. It's in the neighborhood that was down the street from our house. I wasn't really keen on going there due to the neighborhood. We ended up going anyway, and this park is pretty small. There was like a small pond next to it, but the key thing was that this lining in the back of the park and pound was like a forest with a small wire fence. So it was close to midnight, very dark out. Only a lamppost lit the area next to the park. It was pitch black, dark forest. So I remember that we're playing with Nerf guns just like out on the old park structure when all of a sudden I turn my friend, and he just stops in his tracks, shocked. He looks towards the forest. Obviously, I'm freaked out, and he thinks he's just joking like, hey, dude, cut it out. He doesn't even respond as he starts picking up his Nerf guns and looks me dead in the eyes and says, dude, run. Then starts sprinting down the street. And to my surprise, I look back toward the forest and I see a black figure sprinting out of the forest towards us. My adrenaline kicks into high gear and I start sprinting and screaming as we run to his house, which is down the street, only catching glimpses of this figure gaining on us. We eventually run up to his door, run in and slam the door behind us, breathing super hard. We both looked at each other and said, I say you saw that, right? He nods. His parents walk in shortly after and ask us what's wrong, so we explain to his dad and ends up looking around outside with a flashlight and finds nothing. They calm us down and say it was probably a jogger or something, and to this day I still have no clue what happened or what that figure was. Better yet, what would have kidnapped what would have happened if I fell or something? Don't know why I said kidnapped. What do you guys think? Was it a jogger or maybe a crackhead? Dark entity every night and day in the hallway. A few weeks ago, my partner and I moved into a new luxury apartment with our 2 cats. We live in a major city near the beach. The apartment building was recently renovated, but it's had previous tenants and the land has also been in use for hundreds of years for various purposes. We're on the 6th floor. The only thing I found in the apartment that belonged to prior tenants were folic acid supplements in the cabinet. Since the very first night we lived there, I've been having a strange experience with an entity. I've had some odd stuff happen before, but nothing quite like this. The first night I was still awake at about 2 a.m. and got up to go to the bathroom. Clear as day, I heard a deep male voice say, "There you are." At first I thought our home was being invaded. That's how human-like and clear the voice was. But then I saw a shadowy entity in the hallway. It was very tall, vaguely humanoid and dark. Sort of like shadow, but staticky almost. Pixelated, you could say. It seemed to be walking on the ground. I retreated back to the bedroom and got in bed. I saw the entity briefly enter the bedroom. Without opening the door, it just went through the wall, and then it went back to the hallway. Thought I might be having a waking dream or something. I told my partner about it the next morning, but we both shrugged it off. What's weird is we were working from home that next day, and I saw it again. It was standing in the hallway, still appearing shadowy, but this time in broad daylight. One of my cats who was next to me sat up and looked directly at it, which is what made me turn around to see it. Another cat walked around it the same way it would walk around a human person. Around 2 or 3 a.m. every night, the entity walks the same pathway down the hallway into the bedroom, then back through the hallway. During midday, it just sits in the hallway for 15 minutes or so before disappearing again. It doesn't appear every day, but it does appear every night. Sometimes it speaks. It once asked, "Where are you going?" when I turned around to go back to bed. It will otherwise not really interact with me. It's never approached me or left the hallway or bedroom entry. My partner can't see it. The cats continue to interact with it and look at it and meow at it. We have a banned word in our house due to many strong paranormal incidents. So we actually have a banned word in our household, as it's caused a lot of strong activity in our house before and on multiple other occasions when the word has been said. The word is snake, and for some odd reason it's the cause for many of the disturbing and honestly terrifying experiences me and my mother have been through. We live in a normal 2-story house on an honestly pretty busy street. We've been living here ever since my birth, honestly. I'm 17, coming on 18 in a few months. Even from when I was little, I remember most of these experiences as they all dug a deep mental scar into my memories. But it's all honestly been rather calm now, as we've somehow figured out that the word snake somehow triggers it all. Sounds weird, I know. Take, for example, one time I had a friend around my house when I was about 13. Maybe even 12. We were taking it in turns to play Metal Gear Solid 2 on the PS2. Every time we died, we'd mimic the voice shouting for Snake to get up, as we thought it was funny, I guess. That's the main character's name. Well, come 30 minutes after getting off of the game, a foldable chair that was leaned against our wall was pushed down in front of our door, causing my friend to choke on a peanut that he has, he was in the process of eating, out of shock. He nearly passed out as the door became a problem to open up due to the heavy folding chair blocking the way. A more recent example is when I was playing Phasmophobia, and one of the ghost characters' last name was Snake. After all, in that game, you have to actually use your voice and talk to the ghost in-game to find all the clues to what type of ghost it is. Exactly a few minutes later, I heard somebody say my name towards the corner of my room behind me. I was alone that night. I shrugged it off as me potentially being paranoid due to playing a pretty scary game. I let it be for another 20 minutes when I actually felt something blow by my hair. I got up, walked straight out of my room, didn't even bother turning off the game, and slept downstairs that night. Honestly, I don't really know what to do. As I said, I think the word is the cause of most of these incidents, but I'm not too sure. Maybe it's just me overthinking it again. All I know is that whatever spirit is in this house with me, it's definitely not a nice one. Warning. Upcoming is going to be bad pronunciations, and even a bad accent. You've been warned. Ask Reddit. I'm a truckie mainly. Do all road train type work from Brisbane up around the top of Australia to Perth, and along the Nullarbor. Seen some strange shit, but nothing like this, mate. Never really ventured into Vic in New South Wales due to scalies and revenue raising, but had to do an express run to Melbourne via Sydney. Had to come back up the Newell Highway to collect a load for Toowoomba. My boss said, I don't mind if you pull up before you get around Coonabarra Brand, as some drivers choose not to go through at night. With a giggle in his voice, by the way. I said, she'll be right, mate. Plenty of hours left. All good. So I hooked in. Was in between Coonabarra Brand and Narrabri, and a Sheila out of nowhere flagged me down, hitchhiking looking to go home to her camp, and I thought, what the fuck is this shit? So I said, hop in, and the hairs stood up all over my body with an instant. It was like I should have kept going. She stunk like nothing I smelt before, and the cab was destroyed with stench. She didn't say a word and just gazed ahead. About 20 kilometers down the road and not passing one vehicle, the old woman said, here, there it is. I had to stop in a gully and off she went with the bag. No thanks, nothing. I looked around, but not a frickin' thing in sight with no lights or tracks or anything. Glad she was gone because my guts were almost ready to explode. Pulled up the other side of Narrabri for a few hours and decided to get going on daybreak, but had to sleep in the trailer because the smell was horrible. woke up to another truckie kicking his tires doing a pre-start. And I climbed out, to which he replied, "Fuck, mate, they're working you pretty hard." I continued to explain the cab's absolutely stinking from the hitchhiker lady. He went pale white and told me exactly where it happened. I said yeah, and he said yeah. That nutter was ran over back in 1993 by a truck. I gulped and thought, fuck me, what the fuck's going on? Is this fucker for real? This was in 2014, and to this day never been anywhere near that part of New South Wales. That princess is real for sure. I told the boss, and he laughed and he said there's coldies in the fridge, so hurry the fuck up. He showed me the camera in the truck, shows the passenger door open by itself and close it by itself as if I'm looking across talking, but nothing on the video of her. Just thin air. Hiding under the table. I lurk in the suburbs, but I'm always willing to share at least one story. Whenever I think about this event, I'm still shocked about what I saw. Whenever I tell it, I can't even believe it. I had never had anything like this happen to me. To give some context, my home at the time was like a ranch-style home. My family moved to this place when I was young, I'd say like 10 years old. When I moved in, I was scared to be alone at night. I felt like I was being watched and had super strange dreams. They were vivid dreams, too. So here's the layout. The living room and dining room together, and then there was a doorway into the kitchen. In the kitchen, there was a pantry with a sliding door. The space was creepy, and whenever the sliding door was open, that feeling of being watched intensified. I truly think this home was haunted. I must have been about 12 at this time that this happened, and there was a table in the home at the time that my dog would sit under. He was getting older, so I went to check on him. After checking on him and seeing that my dad was asleep on the couch, I sat with my dog under the table. I know this is weird, but I was a weird kid. The TV was off and there was no noise going on. I plugged in my headphones and played some music. I was rubbing my dog's head and he lifts his head up. I look up and take out my headphone. In front of me and my dog was a figure. It was strange. It was as if there was surprise on both ends. It looked like walking TV static. I could barely make out eyes, but I felt like it was looking at me. It turns and it fades away. I jumped out from under the table and ran to my dad. He was now awake, and at the time, he hadn't seen it. And later on, he would tell me that he did see it. I was told to ignore it, apparently. I really couldn't think of a logical explanation as to what I saw, and I don't know why it was static, or why that this element of surprise was there. When I think of that part of it, it's kind of silly. I had the feeling of being watched, and my family would move away years later, and I have not had anything like this happen to me again. My dad visits me in my dreams. On May 6th, 2023, my father was found dead in his car. He had been in the car for 4 days until police found him. His cause of death was suicide. After the service for him and my family had been in a pretty depressing state. I'd always been a daddy's girl when I was young, and his death destroyed me. 3 days after the service, I remember the night he first appeared in my dreams. It started like any other of my normal dreams, colors, cartoons, wacky physics, etc. Then after a while, everything cut to white. It was quiet, not in an eerie way, but more of a calming light. After the peaceful light, I'm at my grandma's back porch where she had her pool. We go to my grandparents' house every family holiday or in the summer. It was empty and I was staring at the bright blue pool and it felt like summer. Trees were lush green and it was bright outside. It felt oddly real. Felt so real that I could feel the warm summer sun and light breeze. It was quiet for a few moments until I kind of heard like the sound of a can opening. I turned to look around and see my dad in a lounge chair, Bud Light in his hand. He looked healthier like he used to look back in 2020. My father, before he died, had a critical case of diabetes and made him unhealthily skinny. He was wearing his favorite pair of shades and his black sleeveless top and bathing shorts. He drank from his beer and pulled up a chair beside him and just invited me to sit with him. His eyes were watering and I sat down beside my dad. I could hear the distant sounds of birds and my dad's breathing, his occasional sipping of his Bud Light. It felt calm. After a while of sitting there with him, he turned to look at me, gave me a warm smile, and gave like a soft chuckle telling me that it'd be all right. I remember him saying to me, "I'm all right, it's peaceful here." I remember his hand just gently rubbing my back. It felt real too. He used to rub my back when I was like upset or tired. Couldn't stop my tears from falling, my breath caught in my throat as I could choke out a word. He wrapped his big arms around me, giving me a big hug, his hand rubbing my back, still telling me that he loved me. After he told me he loved me, I woke up with my eyes watering. It was strange, but it comforted me. Maybe it was his way of saying his final goodbye. Ever since, I've never had another dream about him. Running in the hallway. When I was 18 years old, I had this ex who I would visit often at his trailer home. He was still living with his parents and his younger siblings at the time, and on this particular day, his family was out of the house for some event, so we were the only ones in the home. Now I have to explain the layout of the home in order for you to understand why this kind of messed us up so bad. It was sort of like a rectangle. In order to go to his room, you'd have to walk down this little narrow hallway. We were just hanging out in his room watching TV. I was laying on the bed while he was on the floor for some reason. Can't remember too well. I was starting to fall asleep. That's when I see him turn his head toward his bedroom door. I asked him if he heard something. He shushed me. He then tells me that he thought he heard something, but then continued doing what he was doing. He then joined me on the bed. We just laid there watching TV. I see my ex perk up again and sits up on the bed. I muted the TV and was trying to listen to whatever he kept hearing. I heard creaking, like someone was in the living room walking around. We assumed that his family got home, so we just continued to watch whatever show was on at that time. As soon as I was about to unmute the TV, we heard running. You know how in scary movies there's always the scene when you hear that phantom running toward him? That's what it felt like in that moment. The running footsteps get louder and louder, each step sounding like whoever was running was digging their feet in order to mark it. We were just in the room looking at each other, just waiting for someone to burst through the door. The running then came to a stop once they reached the door. Sounds kind of silly, but believe me, we were fucking terrified. Just the way it sounded, each step getting louder and louder, the way you were able to feel the vibrations coming off of it. My ex then asked me if I had heard that. I nodded yes, but tried to cover it up with a lame excuse, saying, "Oh, maybe he's coming from the trailer next door." I didn't want to admit to him that I was scared shitless. I went home a little after that happened and got a text from him. He texted, "Do you really think that came from the other trailer?" I texted him back and told him, "I'm sorry, I admit it. I did hear it. It scared the shit out of me. That's why I left." Nothing like that ever happened again during the time we were together. We did mention that a couple months later that we were working on something underneath the trailer. He and his dad ended up finding remains. They called the police to pick them up. They came and never heard anything back since then. I met my daughter from a miscarriage 3 years ago. This is a little bit difficult to talk about. It happened last Thursday night, and I'm still very emotional. A little backstory. I've always been in touch with the other side. They use me a lot. Typically, I have no emotional connection with any spirit that I come in contact with. This was different. An important piece of information is that I have a 6-year-old daughter. When I go outside, oftentimes she'll be directly on the other side of the front door and be asking when I'll be back in. In the early afternoon, my wife and I had stepped outside for a few minutes. As usual, I heard a little girl on the other side of the door. Not so unusual, this little girl said, "Mama." My daughter always calls me Mommy or Mom. I answered, "Yes, dear," just as I always would, but there was no response from the other side of the door. I realized that my daughter was playing in her room the whole time. Later that night, my wife and I were laying in bed scrolling Reddit, and my 6-year-old had only just fallen asleep. I heard what sounded like 6-year-old getting out of bed. I waited for her to come to her door, but she never showed. I got up to check on her, and she was still very much asleep. I crawled back into bed, and after a few moments I heard it again. We have cats, so hearing noises at night isn't out of the ordinary. I thought nothing of it. Whenever 6-year-old is standing in my doorway, I can feel it, awake or asleep. I feel it. Well, I had that same feeling after hearing the noise again. I turned around expecting to see my dark-haired, green-eyed daughter, only the child I saw was so blonde her hair was almost white. Her eyes were like a golden brown. I looked away for a split second at my wife and the child was gone. About 30 seconds later, I heard that same voice say "Mama," just a few hours earlier. My wife didn't see her nor hear her, but she very clearly heard it the first time. The age of this child is what mine would have been had I not miscarried. The father is blonde with golden eyes. She had my curls and his chubby cheeks. I could just feel that she was my baby. She came to me because I needed something to keep me going. A modern ghost. The only time I've actually seen a ghost was when I was about 16. I'm 33 now, but I remember it clearly. I lived with my grandparents primarily and had my bedroom in the basement. They had lived in their wartime house since they got married 55 years prior. They had 8 kids, and I hadn't heard a single ghost story from my grandparents or any of my aunts and uncles. Only my cousin who used to feed a dog under the bed, quote unquote, but that's another story. As part of my weird high school routine, I used to wake up at 2 or 3 every morning, have a bowl of cereal, and watch Pokemon. Don't judge. My internal clock would just wake me up, and actually it still does sometimes, but one night when I woke up, I felt a presence nearby. I looked to my right by the doorway to my room. Even though my room was pitch black, I clearly saw the figure of a man. I thought for sure somebody had broken in and I was going to be raped or murdered because this figure just didn't seem ghost-like. The figure seemed like a young man, probably in his early 20s. He was overweight, had blonde hair and glasses, and was wearing a red t-shirt and jeans. This wasn't some ominous shadow or an old-timey Renaissance ghost. He looked like a standard early 2000s guy. I had no idea who this person was and had never seen him before, but I remember him well to this day. I stared at him for what felt like 10 minutes, but it was probably 10 seconds, and I waited for him to make the first move. Well, I guess the first move towards murdering me, but I didn't get any evil vibes. Although I was super freaked out, this was not the image I'd conjure up when I'd think about ghosts. I finally turned my bedside lamp on, and when I did, he disappeared. At this point, I was wide awake and couldn't stop obsessing over what just happened. Again, I was scared, but he seemed harmless enough, and, well, I didn't feel the need to wake up my grandparents. I read a few chapters of my Buffy the Vampire Slayer book before trying to fall asleep again. There was a Buffy the Vampire Slayer book. My grandfather came to give me a message through someone that I trusted very much. My grandfather, who my siblings and I were very close with, passed away in 2013. I was 14 when he passed, and I'm 21 now. My best friend, who's able to speak and see spirits, has told me one day that there was a short man standing behind me. I asked what he looked like. She said he was short, he had black hair that was combed back and a jacket on that, well, a jacket I have hanging by my mirror to this day. She said he was also wearing a hat, all indicating that this was my grandfather. She had never seen him before and confirmed that it was him when I showed her a picture. She told me that he's been following me all day because he needed to tell me something. This girl I was dating at the time drew a picture that I had my grandpa's name on it. I put it on my wall. She hasn't seen it at all and, well, told me that my grandpa wanted me to take down the picture because the person who drew it had bad intentions for me, and he didn't like her. She also had no idea I had his jacket in my room. He told her to tell me to take his jacket and put it by my bed that same night. I was totally freaked out because she didn't even know my grandpa, the jacket, or the picture. He had always wanted to check in on me and told me he loved and missed me. That whole night I couldn't stop crying because I'd waited so long for my grandpa to contact me. And somehow he did. I also feel like he saved my life because this girl was super manipulative and lied to me. She had made me suicidal. I started self-harming and she was just horrible all around. She lied to me about her mom accepting her and liking me. She lied about self-harming a lot, and she lied about her mom beating her. She threatened suicide a lot when I tried to leave and so on. My mom told me later that, well, he chose this person because he knew she was someone that could be trusted and knew of her abilities. I never forgot that night, and I sometimes get chills when I think about it. My grandpa does visit me sometimes, whether it's through a dream or I feel his presence in my room. He'll sometimes sit on the end of the bed and touch my feet, which he did to my mom and her siblings when they were younger. Ghost cat? ? I was in 5th grade sitting at my desktop computer home alone after school. The desk fit into the little nook in my dining room, so I could look left and see into the living room. But if I was leaning into the computer, there was a wall in the way. I was just playing games or something, and suddenly my front door burst open. There were shuffling footsteps going into my mom's bedroom. I froze. I tried to push myself toward the computer so if it was an intruder, they couldn't see me behind the wall. After a few seconds of silence, the feeling of a cat rubbed against my leg dangling off the chair, and a loud cat meow surrounded me. Not like a normal meow, but like the sound of an angry cat, and it was super duper loud. I had a cat at my dad's house, so I know what normal cats sound like, but this noise surrounded and echoed in the room rather than just coming from the foot off the ground. But I pulled my foot up, looked down, there was nothing there. I looked, the door was still open, and I just sprinted to my room. My mom was at work, so she called my grandpa to come over and check out the place. I think this was just after we were robbed, so I was extra paranoid about someone intruding. They said the door probably opened from the wind, but there was an enclosed porch on the other side of the door and a second door that opened out rather than in. But since we were robbed, we made sure the doors were locked, so I kind of felt like it was unlikely that the front door was unlocked and somehow just flew open without a breeze. The cat, I never got an explanation for it. We moved into that house not long after the woman who lived there before died. She had 2 cats, I believe. There was a little cat house in the backyard that we never touched. I'm not sure if she died in the house or not, but other weird things have happened. One time I was sleeping and the karaoke machine in my room randomly turned on to full volume. Other nights, I would hear pots and pans banging around in the kitchen, which was attached to my room. There was a plaque in the kitchen that said Jean's room, and it never got taken down. Jean was the old lady that lived there before. And according to the narrator, it seems that Jean likes to rock and eat. Sounds okay to me. Stories my mom told me from when she used to live in a haunted house. So my mom used to be a professional ice skater. She traveled the world for a few years when she was 18 to 19, and that would have been in the mid-70s. She quit ice skating and moved back in with her parents. They lived in an apartment about a shop in a small seaside town called Cleveley's. I said that wrong, I'm sure. But it's about a 10-minute drive away from Blackpool. When she moved in, she said right away something felt off about the place. She never said she felt scared, but just different. She said the first time anything strange happened was a few days after she moved in. She was fast asleep in bed and her dad came in to bring her a cup of tea. He said something along the lines of, "Did you fall back asleep?" She asked what he meant. He said that he had heard her get up and heard the bathroom door open and close and footsteps. A few days later, she walked back into the room and it was like a thick pipe of smoke. Now, this was really odd as none of them smoked a pipe. And she said, from this time, the smell of pipe smoke and unexplained appearance of pipe smoke was a regular thing. She also said that things would regularly move around the house. So if you put your keys down on the table when you went back to pick them up, sometime later they would be missing. The weirdest thing she said happened was occasionally they would hear what sounded like a party going on next door in the middle of the night. Loud music, people singing and laughing, and then all of a sudden it would just stop. The only issue with this is that the only building connected to theirs was a bank which would be closed at night. She said that when the landlord came to get the rent, she mentioned the strange things going on around him, and he said that it's strange that my mom mentioned the pipe smoke and the back room because the landlord's father used to smoke a pipe and passed away in the back bedroom. To me, this sounded really scary and unsettling, but she said she never felt scared or upset. There's one more thing that I'm not sure about mentioning, as it's really to do with ghosts and making my mom sound a bit crazy, but she also said that at the time she lived in the flat, she could tell who was going to call before the phone rang, or who'd be at the door before the bell went. Please help. My roommate and I don't know if it's paranormal or if it's in our heads. My roommate and I think we have ghosts in our apartment, but we're not sure. Sorry if there's broken English, it's not my first language. So everything that happens when each of us are alone. We haven't experienced anything like that when the both of us are together. We are believers, but still sometimes skeptics. The first thing happened to me. I was sitting in the kitchen by my roommate's bedroom door when she was basically going home to her family for the weekend. Sitting in the kitchen, I heard something like a chair move in her bedroom. I just stopped everything and I was listening. I tried to hear it again, but nothing. Mind you, this was just the day after we moved in. I like to think that it was just her neighbors upstairs, but still, not sure. Second, this happened to her. She was laying in her bed and heard a scream right next to her head. After that, she stopped everything she was doing and she listened. So she heard something like I was looking through my stuff in my bedroom. I was not in the apartment. And after moving stuff in my bedroom, she heard loud bangs on the wall between our rooms like somebody just hit the wall really hard from my room. Last, And the most scary thing for her happened maybe 2 weeks ago. She just came from her singing class. She sings opera. She sat in the kitchen. She was singing something that she sang in her class, and right after she stopped, she heard someone mimicking her voice. Sounded like her, but she didn't recognize the melody. She was intrigued and thought that someone is singing in the hallway. So she went to the door, and as she was going, the voice was moving away from her, and as soon as she stepped into her hallway, the voice stopped. She came to the door and just kept listening for an elevator or door closing. She didn't hear anything like that, so she doesn't know what it was, but definitely was very weird. We know that before this apartment was leased, here lived an old couple. The man died. I don't know when, where, or how, and the old lady's in her 90s and in a retirement home. I saw my uncle after he died. So when I was about 4 or 5 years old, I woke up in the middle of the night while sleeping in my parents' room. At the foot of the bed, I saw this man who I didn't know walk into the room and look around at everybody who was in the room. He looked kind of transparent, and I could still see the color of his clothes and even his skin tone. After a few seconds of him looking around, he just turned around and walked into the closet. I got up and tried to follow him, but he was just gone. A week or so later, my family went to a funeral, and only then did I recognize the man. I didn't tell any of my family until years later. They only sort of believed me because of the recent event with my other uncle. So anyways, fast forward to last Tuesday. I had just gotten off the closing shift at my job. Me and my brother, who share a room with our uncle, just kind of chilling the rest of the night. And our uncle had been out for the whole day, basically. So we didn't know when he was coming home, and, well, finally I saw him walk inside from the back patio as he closed the sliding door and locked it. I only knew it was him because of the tattoos on him and the white tank top he would always wear. The rest of the night wasn't anything out of the ordinary. My uncle would walk around the room and the house, and I even remember seeing him walk into the kitchen to grab something to eat. Finally, I was getting ready to sleep at around 2:30. I remember looking around the room and seeing my uncle lay in his bed. I also remember looking at my brother on his iPad with max brightness and thinking to myself, he should turn down the brightness or he'll bother his uncle. It wasn't until the next morning when I got woken up with a knock at my door. It was the detectives and my uncle's parole officer. They spoke with my grandma and told her my uncle was in the hospital. I didn't think too much of it because he had went to the hospital a week prior for stomach issues. An hour later, I got a call from my sister crying, saying my uncle had been hit by a car and was brain dead. For the rest of the day, I thought that this, had to have happened sometime after 3 in the morning. Later that night, we found out that it had happened around 9:30 while I was at work and before I even got home. Riding the TTC back in the early 2000s. Riding the TTC in Toronto was always a challenging expedition, especially during the last few years. This post is more about my unusual encounters than the paranormal. Or perhaps just a strange occurrence that may have an explanation, or both. The first one involved this elderly black lady. I'm on one of those old payphones at Kennedy Street on 2nd level, just standing there talking to whomever. When this older black lady just walks up to me and asks me how to get it to Warden Street. This can easily be explained as just some nice older black lady walking up to a stranger and asking directions. I understand that, but what was strange was that she walked through the upper levels of Kennedy Street, past numerous people and the TTC staff members, and walked down those crappy old stairs at Kennedy that would have been a severe challenge for someone of her age. I believe she had told me that she was in her 80s, ignoring the lower level escalator and then walking right up to someone who was already talking on a payphone. I only remember seeing her approach me, not actually walking down the stairs, and yet I was staring straight ahead. Again, it's the TTC. Nice lady walks right up and says, "Excuse me, sir. Can you tell me how to get to Warden Street?" I still remember her lovely face as I gave her directions that I knew she wouldn't remember. So I hung up the phone and told her that I would escort her personally. She looked so helpless. I remember asking her where her family was, so, she shouldn't be traveling the TTC alone. She just looked at me with this look of sadness and said, she was all alone, had no family. Man, I felt bad. I could see she looked so frail and alone, like seeing her grandmother just walking about on her own without anyone. So I take her to Warden Street. She tells me she's okay and thanks me gently and just walks away. I told my wife, who was then my girlfriend, about the experience, and being Barbadian, she said that it was like she was looking through the crowd and knew that somebody that, you would be the only person that would help her. Just one of those experiences that, again, can easily be explained, but was it paranormal? I don't think so. Not in the traditional sense, but... she's been following me for days now. It started with her a few days ago. Obviously, I was in my room, in one of the oldest rooms in this old 1880s house. It was about 2 a.m. and I felt this sinking drop. The one I get when someone's there. I froze and waited. Then I heard clearly, "Psst." My heart began to race as I sat there in absolute fear. I couldn't move. Eventually, the sinking feeling subsided, and I was left alone in the dark with my fear. She left the room, but she was still there. That was the first encounter. After that, I would have to go feed the animals in the barn every morning. I was hearing footsteps above me on the second floor. There's this hole in the ceiling above where the cat's food is. I heard someone get on the floor next to the 2x2 hole. I looked over and I saw a piece of hair hanging down. I froze and watched as it was pulled back up onto the second floor. I ran so fast out of there it wasn't even funny. I had to go feed the animals by walking through the pasture and going in from the back. After that, I started staying up later. I just couldn't sleep. I felt like something was watching me every freaking night. And this was 2 days ago. Starting to fall asleep, it was only 12:40, so it wasn't that late. I was almost asleep when I started hearing this children's music from my room. Then I saw the lady pulling me closer and closer until she was right in my face. I got snapped back to reality to freak me out, but I blew it off. I tried falling asleep again. The children's music started, and she pulled me closer and closer until she was in my face, snapped back again. I tried one more time, and the exact same thing happened. I felt my stomach drop. She was behind my door. I was so terrified, I picked up my stuff and ran as fast as I could and went to another room downstairs to try to sleep. I finally fell asleep around 2:30. I'm not quite sure what she wants with me, and I'm not so sure I want to find out. All I know is that she's here, always around, just waiting. I heard the name of someone who used to live in my home. I recently bought my first home, but being on a budget, we had to settle for an older home. It was built around 1951 and the whole neighborhood was built around the same time frame. During the home buying process, we worked virtually with our real estate agent as we were in an entirely different state. Come move-in time, I could tell the house had an energy about it. Nothing necessarily malicious, just a sort of charge in the air that comes with a house 72 years old. As we begin to explore, we find an odd stuffed toy rabbit in the attic. My wife and I are both superstitious, so we both decide to leave the rabbit where it is and not touch it. Come several months, I began thinking more and more about the rabbit for reasons unknown to me. Suddenly, a name pops into my head. Chester. Chester X. Name excluded to protect the previous homeowners. I think this is weird, and I tell my wife. She thinks nothing of it, just that it's a bit strange and jokes that they probably died on the property. I do a quick Google search, find a younger-looking man with the same name who lives in the same city, but think nothing of it. Why would I contact them just because of their name? Anyways, fast forward to a day ago, my wife tells me that while I'm at work, an older man approaches her while she was washing her car. She's friendly to him and says hi, but she's in no mood to talk. She resumes washing her car, but after a minute or so realizes he's still there. So she starts chatting with him. Turns out he grew up in this house. So he tells my wife all about it, and about how great it was to live in the house. She takes him to the backyard and he tells us all about it. Everything from the fact that his dad built the shed that we have in the corner of our yard to a little stone path I recently found and began excavating. And, my wife is thanking him for his visit. She asks him what his name is. The next thing she told me sent shivers down my spine. His name is Chester. My boyfriend's mother saw something or someone that didn't exist. Question. Hi. So my boyfriend has a question about something his mother experienced. A few months ago, we're certain that him and his mother caught COVID. While he got through it okay, she kept getting worse and worse. We were eventually concerned enough to feel the need to call an ambulance. Well, when she had to go, she died twice. She said she saw nothing when she died, it was just dark. She's a very religious person, so she's a little concerned about it. But anyways, she stated that she saw a big man with grayish-blue satin suit on, kind of a black round sunglass who was apparently her doctor. The first time she saw him, he explained the situation on pulling the ventilator out of her throat. Once it was out, he said that she was having a hard time breathing. They needed to work on it, or the ventilator would have to be put back in. She begged him not to put it back in. He said they would have to, or she would die. The second time he came in and asked her how she was doing. She told him she was doing better and stopped mesmerizing and telling him, "You're the doctor that saved my life." And he agreed. He told her that he needed samples from her and left the room. A nurse came in and his mom asked who the doctor was. The nurse was confused and said that she never saw a doctor that matches that description. And after his mom explained what he looked like. That happened a few times, same exact way. But the third time he came in, she asked the quote-unquote doctor if he could go up to the nurse's station to let them know that he was a real person. He agreed that he would as a nurse walked in. And my boyfriend's mom said to the nurse, "This is the doctor. This is the doctor that saved my life." The nurse looked at him. He told the nurse that he needed samples. Then he left the room, and his mom asked the nurse what his name was. She said she's never seen him before. That was the last time that she's seen him. She's seen him not only at the main hospital, but also at the rehab facility that she had to go to. Unknown entity on the back roads. This happened 8 years ago, almost to the day, and I was living in one city and working in another city about 20 minutes away. Since then, the areas between have been hugely developed, but at the time, everything between these cities was just underdeveloped back roads with nothing around. No buildings, no sidewalks, no lights. Just rough old roads until you get into the other city. To get to work on time, I had to leave my house at 3:30 a.m. One morning, I jolted awake at 3:20, full of adrenaline, as I realized I had only 10 minutes to get myself ready and set my dog up to be alone while I was at work. Needless to say, the circumstance had me highly alert, rushing and focused. Also, I was driving a lot faster. I drive down this road every day as I went to work. I usually take that time to wake up, but this time, I was wide awake. All I could think about was what would happen if I ended up being late. I was really anxious, and suddenly my headlights shone upon something in the distance ahead of me. What I saw was a naked, skinless man crossing the road on foot. And when I say skinless, imagine those diagrams in your life science classes, like everything beneath the skin revealed and intact. Except in this case, with a shiny/wet appearance. Bright pinks and reds all over. Like a living, skinless person. No clothes, no shoes, and notably appearing oddly content. He seemed strangely at ease considering he was crossing the road into nothingness, and this was in front of a speeding car in the dark at 3:45 a.m. There was no walking space suitable for humans out there for miles. The area he was walking into was pitch black, nothing there but weeds and rocks. The direction he was coming from, the same. No light, nowhere to roam, nothing. Was I tripping or what? I was sober, super awake. I know what I saw, and it haunts me to this day. I was 17 years old. The cool thing to do at the time was to go to the Embreeville Asylum in Chester County to explore. For backstory, the asylum was abandoned since the 1980s. At one point, it was a mental institution. It was an elementary school, and then it was a hospital, then a home for the mentally unwell. The asylum consists of 10 to 12 buildings, each the size of an elementary school, all of them dilapidated. There's an unmarked cemetery across the street with numbers for all the graves, but no names. I went with a group of about 8 people at about 10 p.m. We went into several of the closer buildings, and they were creepy, but nothing out of the ordinary. We proceeded to what we referred to as the main asylum building. It was the biggest and the original building. This one gave me the creeps. There were gurneys in the hallways, things that were scattered everywhere, and it just had a kind of a cold vibe to it. We started moving through the building and found our way to a stairwell. I took the lead position and got walking. My buddy and I made our way to the 4th floor and realized the others weren't behind us. We went on ahead anyway. We approached a hallway intersection where to the left and right of us were large day room type rooms that had hallways that lead to open rooms that were widening as you entered them. Before I turned the corner, my buddy asked me if I had said something, to which I responded no. He told me he swore he heard something. At this point, I turned the corner and pointed my flashlight toward the day room. In clear view, I saw something cross left to right inside the threshold of the door. It had the figure of a person, but with a light directly on it. Had no pigment. It was like the absence of color or light, blacker than the night outside. It had dimensions to it, no legs, human-shaped. I turned tail and ran, never again went back at night. I left feeling cold and terrified. It's stuck with me since that day, and I think about it a lot. Mediums in Havana, Cuba. This story happened back in January 2015. My wife and I decided to take a bucket list trip to Havana, Cuba. Ever since seeing Godfather 2, I'd always wanted to see this city. When we left the plane in Veradero, The bus was to take us to our hotel in Havana. Havana is not exactly like you see in the pictures of old run-down tenements that look like the 1860s. There are some very modern areas of the city that look like 1996, but that's another story. On the bus, this lady began to chat with my wife. Now, normally we don't talk to other tourists, simply because I'm traveling to enjoy the city or the country, not talk to other Canadians who I just saw a few hours ago. The lady starts talking to my wife, and only my wife. As I look out the window, I hear familiar names and places from the early 90s. Turns out this lady from Canada is a professional medium who'd lived with my mother in the early 90s in Fredericton, New Brunswick. My wife was intrigued being Barbadian British, but I was more like, just leave us alone? The lady kept staring at me and saying the word forgiveness. My mother and I had not been really on good terms before she had passed several years earlier. In truth, I had not seen her since 1996. I just looked at her and said, yeah, well, it works both ways. I'm not sure why I behaved in such a manner. I just wasn't in a mood for any paranormal stuff, so I just had more than my share in life and growing up as a kid, too. Later at the hotel, I told my wife to trash her business card. But as we talked, I really thought upon what odds were that this woman had not only known my mother, but on that particular day, on that particular month, on that particular year, in all the cities in the world, she'd have been going to Havana and delivered this message. No ghosts, no orbs or creepy skinwalkers, just something I can't explain. What are the odds? Billions to one. Not exactly like bumping into the local mall with somebody that you know. Just one of those incidents that make you wonder how it all plays out. Psychic communicates with my dead brother. So I'll start this story out with a bit of background. My older brother died in a pretty bad car accident about 3 years ago. I got a call from my dad early that morning telling me my older brother was in the hospital and things weren't looking good. So I went to the hospital and my first reaction was nausea and shock to see my brother hooked up to machines in a coma, looking so small and lifeless. As the day went on, my shock hadn't entirely worn off, but I started to feel so angry. Angry that this had happened and angry that he was in this position. The car accident was his fault, but he had been drinking, he was driving too fast and lost control of the car. I was mad at him for what he'd done. He passed away a couple of days ago and I was devastated. Still angry and confused and basically a crying mess. So then fast forward to maybe 6-ish months later. My whole family's reeling from the loss of my brother, and my aunt and 2 uncles decide to have a psychic over. At first, it was kind of a joke. None of them believe in anything supernatural. But my aunt told me that she finally had the courage to ask about my brother, and the psychic wanted to say that he was doing okay. I didn't get all the details since I wasn't there. Then the psychic says that my brother asks, "Is she still mad at me?" I've never expressed my feelings of anger with anyone else in my family because it made me feel terrible. I love my brother, and I was scared of feeling that way, but anyway, my aunt and uncles ask my brother who he's talking about, and the psychic apparently looks puzzled for a minute and then says, "I'm not sure, I can only see fireworks." This is major because my birthday is July 4th, Independence Day in the US, which fireworks are a staple for. I have no idea what to think about this whole thing. I still think about it all the time. I'm no longer angry at my brother, and I've tried to express that to him, but I'm not even a believer in the supernatural, so I don't exactly know how. I hope that he knows that I'm not mad anymore, and, well, that I love and miss him so much. Trying to find a mysterious Instagram reel. Hello. 2 days ago, I stumbled across an Instagram reel that really freaked me out. Unfortunately, because I didn't interact with it in any way, I have no way of finding it again. It doesn't help that I don't remember any of the tags or the account name. So I'm posting here as a last resort. And getting picked up by Paranormal M now, apparently. Because I really want to see this thing again. And here's the description. It's as follows. The reel itself is an interior home monitoring security footage of a living room. There's 2 visible entryways, a set of double doors on the back wall leading to what's most likely a kitchen, and a single door on the right wall most likely opening to a bedroom or a bathroom. I want to say it's an Asian country because of the wooden doors on the back wall, but anyway. There's a younger, maybe middle-aged mom on the couch watching TV with her overweight kid's son. I guess is middle school maybe. They're minding their own business until suddenly, a bizarre, low-to-the-ground black entity with a white face, I believe, pops out around the left double door. Only its face, torso, and arm are visible. Additionally, there may be another spirit present in the single entrance door, but it's so blurry that you can't tell for sure. Both the mom and kid see the black figure, but they have completely different reactions. The mom, maybe used to this, ignores it. The son naturally flips out and screams. I don't remember if there are any subtitles or if you can hear what she says, but I feel like she tells him to just ignore it. The kid tries to, but ultimately panics again, begins to cry, and in response, the mom gets up, approaches the entity, and calmly shuts both double doors. She is able to calmly return to her seat, but just before they get comfortable again, you can actually see and hear quite audibly the entity's hands start banging on the glass on the left double door, either trying to get in or just grab their attention. And as quick as it started, the video ends. I have not seen that. Anyone else? Demon or just delusion? Okay, so I grew up having multiple paranormal experiences, which I'm sure I'll post more of them. My mom grew up messing with paranormal games and spirits, so I feel like in a way she kind of screwed me over. The one I'm talking about now is about 4 years ago. I was in my room about to go to sleep. I was turning off my lamp, since I can't sleep with any light on, and that was set in the corner of my room. I was facing the lamp and had just turned it off all the way as darkness filled the room when I heard my name being said, almost drawn out in a dark voice like, think of your basic demon voice you make when you're trying to impersonate one. At first, I assumed it was my brother trying to scare me. I turned around to confront him. When I turned, there was no one there. The only person in the room was me. I quickly exited my room and checked my parents' and brother's room, who were all either sleeping or occupied, and wouldn't have been able to make it back to what they were doing without me catching them. I ended up just going to sleep thinking I was just hearing things. The next night, only 24 hours later, I was going to bed again and turning my lamp again. There was no voice, and I honestly forgot about it. Anyway, about 5 minutes later, I was covering myself with blankets when I swear on everything, a figure started crossing my room horizontally from me. He looked like if a member of the Blue Man Group was painted black. Crossed my room, paused for a second, side-eyed me so subtly. His eyes were brown, but the white around his eyes were purest white. It was unsettling. After pausing for a second, he continued crossing the room before he just disappeared. I was in shock, but decided not to wake anyone because I didn't want to disturb. I decided to sleep in the living room with the TV on, but it was too uncomfortable. Ended up returning to my room and just falling asleep. Never saw the man again, although I saw different entities. I didn't get an evil vibe from him, but it was unsettling and uncomfortable. To this day, I wonder what I saw. Still gives me chills to think about. Fun fact. That bedroom is still my room, and I'm typing this in there right now. bathroom or the attic. Last year, my now fiance and I moved into my parents' house. My parents had sort of built onto my grandparents' home when they got married, so I now live in what used to be my grandparents' home. This is just to clarify that we have our own undisturbed living area. I have a bathroom attached to my bedroom, which also attaches on the other side to my brother's old room. This night my brother was home and asked if I wanted to go to the pub with him. I declined and went to bed around 10 p.m. My fiancé was working late, so I was alone in my room. Around 2 a.m. I was woken by some banging and scratching on the wall in the bathroom. It sounded to me like somebody had a 2x4 piece of timber and was hitting it against the wall and then dragging it down. This happened repeatedly for a few minutes. I sat up in bed and listened for a while. I didn't feel frightened, and to be honest, I thought that my brother had come home drunk and was just being bizarre. It struck me as odd, though, because I could see the light was not on in the bathroom. After a few minutes, maybe 5, the light did come on, and I heard my brother enter the bathroom. The noise immediately stopped. I didn't think too much more about it because I still thought it was him, maybe fumbling around for a light switch or something. I went back to sleep and forgot about it. The next morning when I was making coffee, my brother asked me the eerie question. "Was that you making noise last night?" A few weeks later, I heard the noise again, but again with no explanation. Finally, another few weeks later, I finished having a shower one morning and had just returned to my bedroom. I heard the noise again, directly on the other side of the door. I was pleased that I could finally discover the source, so I gleefully pulled it open, and, you guessed it, nothing. There was nobody there, no apparent source of the noise, which, by the way, had stopped. I then looked up and remembered that the entrance to the attic is in that room. Weird light outside tent. Scratches. This happened a few years ago on a camping trip, but it feels like yesterday. Me and my friend, both teen girls at the time, we were sleeping a few yards from our aunt's trailer in a little tent. After goofing off for a while, we settled down. I faced one side of the tent and she faced the other. I was just starting to fall asleep when I could tell a bright light was illuminating the tent. You know how you can tell the lights are on even when your eyes are closed? Assuming it was a car or something of sort driving by, I kept trying to sleep. I heard an odd scratching sound, but I didn't think much about it. I felt my friend tap my shoulder, but for some reason thought she just rolled over while sleeping and had done it by accident. Finally, another tap to the shoulder. I slowly and quietly turned to face her side of the tent. There was an incredibly bright light, brighter than any flashlight I've seen. It was pointing straight at the tent. There was only one point of light, so it couldn't have been a car. The best comparison I could draw is a motorcycle, but we would have heard a motorcycle approach the tent, or any vehicle for that matter. This wasn't the scary part, though. It looked as though some kind of hooked saw-like object was being dragged slowly against the fabric of the tent. It made very much visible sort of thing by the abrasive light, but we couldn't see anything holding it up. Then the light just switched off and we didn't hear or see anything else that night. When we worked up the courage to book it for a few yards to the trailer her aunt was in, we didn't see anyone or anything out of place outside. After we got inside, she told, before I had turned around to look at whatever she had seen, multiple shapes similar to the weird hooked saw thing were very clearly dragged against the tent. Still, had nothing seeming to hold them up. All equally terrifying and sharp-looking, but nothing like I'd ever seen. Looked like the contents of a toolbox from hell. My tall hat man, not sleep paralysis. As a kid, I always see shadow figures. No matter the time of day, I still see them too. That's till this day. But nothing as much as I did back then. But being older now and with the greatness of sharing on social media, one thing out of the many other shadows I used to always see was what I called the Hat Man. Funny enough, that's actually what he's called by others, but mine looked a bit tad different to the pictures online or what others have drawn. Besides being a shadow figure that everyone else sees, he was a tall 8 or 9 foot figure. He had a tall hat as well, sort of like Abraham Lincoln's. He would have to bend his body in order to fit into my room, and sometimes in very disfigured ways. Most times I couldn't figure out if he was bending backwards or hunched forward at times. I could also slightly make out his clothing. He wore like a suit with a bow tie and a trench coat. His arms were also ridiculously long. They went slightly past his thighs. Looking it up now and reading about him out of curiosity, the only things I have found about him are sleep paralysis. But the thing is, I never was in any paralysis when seeing him. I could move perfectly. I know this because I was terrified at times and I would run to my parents and sleep with them for the night. Or other times I would turn away and hide underneath my covers, if I knew I'd get in trouble for waking them up. It was almost like every night on that sort of a basis of me seeing things and crying. Sometimes I would have trouble sleeping and look in the corner of the room and he would just suddenly appear. I've also experienced sleep paralysis plenty before when I was older, and what I experienced then, not being able to make a sound or cry, the inability to move, wasn't anything like that when I would see him. I would also see him during the day, not as much as night. He would be in dim rooms or shadowed places. A few times when I was older, like 14 or 15, he followed me around a bit, hiding behind corners and objects. What would you think? I live in my late mother-in-law's house with my husband, sister-in-law, and my brother-in-law. After the past 11 years, me and my husband being together, there's been varying uncertain things happening in and around the house. So I'll start from the beginning. Before my husband and I got together, a friend of his remarked as they were going down the driveway that they didn't want to go any farther because, quote unquote, demons were all over the yard. Another story I heard was my husband's ex-wife was asleep and my mother-in-law came into the room to wake her for church. But my mother-in-law wasn't even home at the time. Obviously, before she passed away, but... Okay, now onto the things that I've experienced firsthand. I have heard the voices of everyone inside of the house speaking or calling out to me or just talking in general. I've heard my husband calling out to me saying, "Baby." Not like he was stressed or scared, but the tone was like he was trying to get my attention. When I didn't see him, I'd call him and he's next door at the neighbor's house. I have heard growling. My brother-in-law, who's a very logical man, saw a man in a top hat. And to this day, if you ask him about it, he'll deny it. My husband swears up and down he hears just hears me just talking all the time. And if you don't believe anything I've written here, this is the part you should believe. My husband and I were coming home and this black mass runs across our path. I swear to you, we should have hit it. And I to this day don't know what it was. And it still brings both of us chills. Whether it was a hellhound, whatever it was, I'm still unsure, but it shot across the road. I saged my home, and it's one of the most negative environments I've ever been in. From what I've researched about the land, there's no Indian burial grounds or traumatic events and no horrible deaths. So why it's there, I do not know. But I know something is within the walls of this house. My grandmother and I saw my grandfather the night before he died. This story happened 15 years ago, but I will always remember it like it was yesterday. My grandfather passed away when I was 12 years old. He was my father figure. My dad wasn't in the picture. My mother and I lived with him and my grandmother, so it hit me real hard when he passed. The night after he died, I slept in my grandmother in his room to make sure that, she wouldn't feel lonely. I was sleeping on his side of the bed, which is right next to their master bathroom. I remember waking up nauseous and immediately bolting for the toilet. As I'm in there, I faintly hear what sounded like someone dragging their bare feet on wooden floors. I looked into the bedroom. My grandmother's still asleep. I don't see anything out of the ordinary. I must be hearing things. I finish up in the bathroom and I'm about to head back to the bedroom when I remember. My grandfather dragged his feet when he walked. I don't think anything of it. I get back into bed. Just as I'm about to fall asleep, I heard the sound again. Feet dragging on the floor. Except this time it sounded like it was just a few feet away from me. I had a reaction, just looked in the direction of the sound, and there he is. He's standing in the doorway to the hallway with one hand on the door frame and the other on his heart. He was looking at me. When we made eye contact, he smiled. I smiled back, pulled the covers up over my head, and eventually went to sleep. The next morning when I woke up, I remembered what had happened and I told my mother. After hearing everything, she told me that I needed to tell my grandmother what had happened. So I do. Come to find out, she had seen him when I did. She had woken up as I was getting back into bed, and when she heard feet dragging on the floor, she looked and saw him standing there. She says they just smiled and stared at each other for a while before he waved, turning around and vanishing, walking down the hallway. Ask Reddit. For those interested, here's my story. My girlfriend and I went on a 14-mile backpacking trip to a beautiful and remote mountain lake. We arrived to the site at sunset and rapidly set up our camp. We were exhausted, but everything was good. First night sleeping there, nothing unordinary. The second night, however, that's what they wrote, don't yell at me. Let me tell you guys about the second night. My girl and I had settled, and our tent was there for the night. We had a lantern hanging up inside the tent for light. We were just chilling and talking. Suddenly, we hear distinct bipedal footsteps approach the tent. Whatever, I mean, other people do hike, but so whatever. It's not too strange, I guess. We were a little weirded out, but we didn't bother looking out at that point just yet. Then it gets freaky, and it continues walking right up to the tent. And this time we're like, okay, what the fuck? Then we pause, then go silent. We're just listening. A short time passes, we forget about it. Now once more we hear footsteps approaching, but this time they're much faster. Sounds like it's running to the tent. I had a rifle, so I grabbed it and got it ready. My girl had a knife, and we no shit braced for whoever this thing was. We did not feel like it was an animal, keep that in mind. But, as you all probably guessed, nothing happened. It ran at the tent. The sound vanished. We got out because we were done being fucked with, and were ready to fight if need be. We look around with flashlights and nothing. No sign of anything or anyone. It was the most raw adrenaline rush I've ever gotten while camping or hiking. Still freaks us out to this day when we talk about it. I think my apartment is haunted, and I don't know what to do. So I moved into this apartment about 6 or 7 years ago. The first few months we lived here, we saw and experienced weird things. About 2 summers ago, I was in my upstairs living room in my bedroom. I had my AirPods in. I started to hear tapping on my window, so I took my AirPods out and I heard stuff hitting the window like little pebbles. But I live on the 3rd floor, so it doesn't really make sense on how somebody could throw stuff at my window. I didn't really care, so I just put my AirPods back in, and then I felt something running up the stairs. Took my AirPods out again, and I could hear somebody definitely running up the stairs, and I assumed it was my brother or my mom. I was just waiting for somebody to pop out, and there was nobody a few minutes later. While my AirPods were back in my ears, I heard somebody whisper in my ear, and when I turned around, nobody was there. Another thing that happened was late one night. It was like 2 or 3 in the morning, I think. I walked out of my mom's room because I had fallen asleep in there on accident. I had to go to the bathroom, and as I was walking to the bathroom, I felt like somebody was watching me from the stairs. And when I came out of the bathroom, my cat was staring at the stairs. I got curious one day and decided to look up my address on Google, and I found out that my apartment was one of the first places built in my town. It used to be like a gas station or something like that. Freaked me out really bad because ever since I moved here when I was really young, creepy things have just been happening to me and my family. I forgot to put in that after I heard all the stuff upstairs with somebody whispering in my ear, I was creeped out to stay up there. So I would just stay in my little brother's room. And my other brother ran into the room in the middle of the night and said the boogeyman was on the stairs. I thought it was really weird coming from him because he's not the type to say anything like that. And he thinks he's like this big, bad, tough little boy. So when he's scared, he doesn't want you to know, so he tries to play it off. But he was like crying and freaking out and it scared me so bad. I disappeared. When I was in junior high school, I was a member of a gang. Nothing like what you see in movies, just a bunch of dumb white kids sneaking around late at night causing fairly innocent mischief. One night we were wandering around random neighborhoods, and it was probably between midnight and 1 a.m. We came across a large party full of high school teenagers. They were drinking and yelling and playing loud music. One of the members of our gang began mouthing off, shouting obscenities at them, and suddenly they were chasing us down the street. Most of my friends jumped fences or scattered into neighboring yards, but myself and another member ran down the middle of the street. It was fairly dark, but there were street lights and a lot of ambient light. The largest group of parties were chasing us, and something inside me told me to stop and stand still. I knew I couldn't outrun them as they were quickly gaining on us, so I stopped. The entire group of guys ran right past me, several of them within a foot of me, and tackled the person I was running with. They roughed him up quite a bit, and they asked him his name. I heard everything that was said, and I watched everything they did. I was waiting for them to turn on me next, but they never did. Instead, they finished with him and they walked back up the street right past me. Not one of them looked at me, even though I was literally standing in the middle of the street, no less than a few inches from them. I waited until they passed, and then I walked over to my friend to help get off the ground, and he was shocked to see me. He asked me where I went. I told him I was standing there the whole time. He insisted I wasn't. He said he was running with me for a second, and I was just gone the next. I recited the whole conversation, and he was incredulous. He insists I was nowhere to be seen, and I've always wondered how this was even possible. Has anyone else ever heard of or experienced anything like this? The thing in my curtain rail. This all started maybe 4 years ago. In my room opposite my bed is a window. The window has these nice lilac curtains with a shiny reflective curtain rail. At the end of the rail is a sphere. It began when I started to see a shadow reflected in that sphere. It filled, well, still kind of does, with relenting terror. It's that kind of terror where your stomach just falls. The figure of a man, or at least a man-shaped thing. It's completely black and seems to get closer when you focus on me. I learned to live with it, never ever looking at the curtain rail. Kept going with this for 4 years now, until it left the curtain rail itself. It's not there anymore. I feel that now I've ignored it wants me to see it. My dog, whenever he's in my room, hates sitting on the bed. This is just a recent thing. I've said this before on this subreddit, either this or r/ghosts, and I think there's something in the laundry room. In my upstairs bathroom, there's a separate room. The door to said room keeps unlocking, sometimes right in front of me. Whenever I wash my face, having to turn my back to the room to the face to the sink, I just feel waves of unease. There was also the time I was home alone and heard something on the stairs. Locked myself in the downstairs bathroom with a knife. I could hear footsteps and loud breathing upstairs and on the stairs. I could also hear my dog losing his goddamn mind. When my mom came home, I felt safe enough to leave the bathroom. My dog was sitting at the bottom of the stairs. He was absolutely fixated. He's the type of dog that when you come home, he'll jump all over you, so you can imagine how weird it was with him just sitting there silently. So far, no harm has come to me or my mother or my dog, but that doesn't negate the fact that I'm absolutely terrified. Some weird shit happened when I was 4. I can't forget it. It was Boston, the dead of night after Christmas Day of '84. I had just turned 4. It was a good year for presents. The one thing I got was a tent bed, like a pop-up tent that you fit over your mattress. I slept on one side of the house while my parents and 3 sisters slept on the other. We were separated by the kitchen. It was a very old house, and the living room. I woke up in the middle of the night to a noise coming from the living room. It sounded like random digital tones. At least I recognize that now. Like the first 10 seconds of ELO's telephone line. I was clutching my Cabbage Patch Kid doll. My sister had one, so my parents got me, the boy, a Red Sox-themed one. I rolled over and I could see out of the vents at the top of the tent. Like a cascade of tiny, shiny diamond shapes. They were floating down around my tent bed. Not through the vent. It didn't scare me or anything. I just thought, hey, look at that. Pretty interesting. Don't see that every day. Still carrying my Cabbage Patch doll, I unzipped the tent bed and walked to my door because I assumed my sister's gonna get an ass whooping. She was up playing with one of the new toys, specifically a Monkey See Radio Shack calculator that she had that made noises. When I got to the threshold, I saw something standing in the kitchen about 5 feet in front of me. It was a 3-foot-tall humanoid blue creature, looking like it was made of modeling clay. It was holding my mom's ancient copy of The Joy of Cooking, and it was reading it, and then looked directly at me with its mouth just round like an O. I assumed in surprise. I immediately noped the fuck out of there, jumped into my tent bed, clutching the Cabbage Patch doll tightly. I was completely terrified and just stayed like that until I eventually fell asleep. Nothing happened like that before or since. I remember it like yesterday, though. Ask Reddit. When I was a teenager, my dad taught me something about witching the baby and about witching in general. It's a knack that some people have. You either have it or you don't. You can't learn it. It seems to run in families because he, my brother, and myself can do it. The basic idea is that you take a golden ring, hang it from a piece of string, and hold it over a pregnant woman's stomach. The ring will start to swing. If it swings in a circle, it's a girl. If it swings in a line, it's a boy. You can also hold the ring over a woman's wrist to find out the gender of the children that she's had in the past, or above a person's head to tell what gender that they are. Now, it's just a folk suspicion, right? My dad learned it from his mom, who grew up in the Hebrides in Scotland. And it's exactly the kind of hedge magic you'd get people believing in over time based on confirmation bias. I've personally seen cases of it working, and of it working defiance of outside factors. I told one of my teachers about it in high school. She asked me to demonstrate, so I did it on her, using the over-the-wrist version. It came out completely accurate, swung in a line a couple of times, then stopped, then swung in a circle, and then stopped again. She'd had a boy first, then a girl. She had a photo of her kids on her desk, so I knew that she had two. But I'd never looked close at it. So at the time, I thought that both kids were boys. So it couldn't have been me unconsciously influencing the witching. I had been wrong, but the witching had been right. Now, end of the day, it could have been any number of things. I still don't really believe in it, but at the same time, there's a little part of me. I think a demon is attached to my mom, and it has controlled her life. This is not just an experience. This has been my whole entire life. Let's go back in time to when my mother was a young girl. My Nana, her mother, had gone over to a friend's house to have a night of drinking. There were plenty of kids fooling around and deciding to go into the house and explore, as kids do. They came across bones, lots and lots of animal bones and goat heads that she had been touching them. Went inside to show everybody, but they had just shrugged her off. That night, her and my Nana had crashed out in the lounge on the floor on the mattress. My Nana awoke, looked over at my mom, and standing there was a very tall black entity with a male statue. Perhaps stature. Its head bent down, just staring at my mother. She believes this is where it all began. Now to when I'm alive and my siblings and our life took a turn. We had moved a lot during childhood, but every single house we lived in, we encountered a very demonic presence within it. From slamming cabinets to laughing in the middle of the night, banging on the front and back doors, objects being thrown, shadows under doors, hooves walking down the hallways, names being called, beings pushed, being hurt physically with starches. I think they mean scratches. Hair being pulled, sounds of bells, and never without a doubt the feeling of being watched. Still to this day is active, but still moving out of home. Nothing has happened in my own home, nor a sibling. Well, it's a big sentence. It's still to this day is active, but since moving out of our home, nothing has happened in my own home, nor my other siblings' home. Only when we return to that house where my mom lives. We've even caught a photo of my mom sleeping on the bed with the wardrobe open and a demonic face was in there just watching her. I've always wanted to reach out and contact the spirit of whatever the hell it is, but I know that's the most dangerous thing I can do. I'm worried for my mom and what may happen to her. Just know that it wants something. The morning my grandma passed, 6 a.m. My grandmother is my best friend. She moved in with my parents when I was born to help take care of me. But the tea is my parents were on the verge of splitting at the time. But that's a different story. My grandma raised me. I was her baby, and would tell me that all the time. And that she also would never leave until I could fend for myself and I was an adult. We had a bond that I didn't fully understand until later on in life. With that being said, I hit my late teenage years and she got sick. I didn't know how bad it was, mostly because my dad, and his mother, my grandma, he hid it from me. One day I get a call from my dad saying, "Hey, your grandma's in the hospital and she's not going to make it. You need to come up here." So I do, and I drive up there confused. I walk into her ICU unit. No one told me that. I bawled and grabbed her hand, told her not to leave me because I needed her, and she shook her head and squished my hand. The doctor told me before I walked into her room that she was sedated on what they called Michael Jackson drug. I'm not making that up, that's what they said. And mostly to be prepared for her not to be coherent or open her eyes. Well, when she did, as soon as I grabbed her hand, she was waiting for me. I leave the hospital, go home, go to sleep. I have this dream of my phone going off, and I remember everything is black and I can't see. But I hear my phone go off with a voicemail, so I check it. And it's my grandma's voice leaving me a voice message well, she always has, "Hey, this is your grandma. I just wanted you to know that I love you, and I'm proud of you, and I'll see you soon. Call me back when you can. Bye." I wake up out of my dream to my dad calling me at 6 a.m. on the dot, telling me that she has just took her last breath. Something weird happened this morning. So I've got to stay in a hotel for a couple of nights for work. So yesterday I traveled to the hotel, and there's a multi-story car park opposite the hotel. And if you're staying there, you can park there for free. So I park up and get my stuff. Some specialist tools I have are a few grand, so I don't like leaving them in my van. So basically I take them, my laptop, my overnight bag with me, and so I'm carrying a fair bit of stuff. I'm parked on the top floor of the car park. I get to the staircase door and I think to myself, for fuck's sake, this is a bit heavy. Also carrying my stuff. So I look for a button on the side to automatically open it, but no button. Fine. I finally get the door open, enter the staircase. There is a motion sensor. The lights in the staircase automatically turn on. So I get to my room, which looks out to the car park, and something keeps telling me to look at the car park. I don't know what it was, just a feeling. Anyway, I go to sleep. I wake up at 4 a.m. for work. That morning I wake up, shower, and get ready. For some reason the car park comes into my head. I look out. A few seconds later the staircase lights come on. No one to be seen. You can literally see the whole staircase. So I'm like, okay. The car park also has motion sensors. None of them are lit. I look at my watch, it's 4:28. Weird time to have automatic lights come on. Unlikely. Then the top door opens fully. No one there. Then it closes. Then it opens halfway and then closes again. And then it opens halfway and then it closes. At this point, I have a real hair-raising feeling. Goosebumps, if you like. I grab my phone, open the camera, push record, aim it at the staircase, and at the same second my phone points at it. The light goes off. Late night phone call. When I was about 15 years old, I got a phone call in the middle of the night that still sticks with me to this day. It was around 3 a.m. on a school night, and that's when I woke up to a phone call. I was wondering who the hell would be calling me this late, but it was from an unknown number. I answered the phone, and there was a lot of wind on the other end, like a person was running. They were screaming my name over and over again. They were terrified, like they were being chased or something. My parents are divorced, and at the time my mom was working 3 jobs, including one at a casino. My first thought was someone attacking her while she was walking out to her car. I screamed, "Mom, Mom, Mom!" But the only thing I heard was this person just screaming my name. Then the call dropped. At this point, I'm in tears because I think my mom is getting brutally murdered, so I run upstairs, wake my dad up, and tell him what's going on. He somehow manages to calm me down and tells me he will call my mom's sister. The next day at school, I go to everybody else and I just ask if they prank called me last night. No one admitted to it, and honestly, no one even seemed suspicious. I had a feeling something more sinister was going on, since the person on the other end was literally screaming at the top of their lungs. When I get home, my dad tells me that he would get a hold of my aunt, and that my mom was all right. Couldn't figure out what had happened. Another weird thing about it was the call felt like it only lasted a few minutes, but the call log said it lasted a little over 10 minutes. That night, I'm getting ready for bed. My dad pokes his head in my room to tell me that my great-grandma passed away last night, right around the same time I got the phone call. I never met my great-grandma before, but apparently she wasn't a very nice woman. Some family members would describe her as a straight-up nasty one. I honestly think I got a call from my great-grandma after she died as she was being dragged to the afterlife. So I've been trying to get ET contact through meditation. While I was under this trance state, it was like my third eye actually opened and my vision went from black static to space. A dark round planet, I think with a misty red aura stretching from the sides. The space was vast and filled with stars, and what I think may have been a star forming. I'm not really sure what it was. This didn't last long before I went back to normal. And the feeling while I was there was, well, I can only think to be love in its most purest form. I also felt excited, of course. I never got body tingles during the meditation, so the visual change was unexpected. Usually I only get visual change when my body's in a state of high vibration. I did get tingles after the meditation, though. I tried telling my significant other about it, but they wrote it off as being my imagination. And of course, that is plausible, but even my imagination isn't capable of the feeling that I had, well, while in the state. I've never felt anything like it before. All my fears and worries were gone. Like I could do anything. I felt nothing but an enormous amount of love. I felt like I was at home. All I've been able to think about is how badly I want to go back. I'm going to try again tonight. I hope I'm able to contact some sort of physical being. I still felt like I contacted something, but nothing in the realm of physicality, or at least not that I could make out. Also, just so everyone is aware, I've never done psychedelics or gotten high for meditation. I do this so others as well as myself can use this, or rather can't, use this as an excuse to discredit my experiences. I've always been sober and completely conscious during these experiences. Haunted by something mischievous, but also giving. Unsure if this is paranormal or not, but I literally can't explain it. It's sort of silly, but it really has me confused. And paranormal happenings is the only thing I can think of. So, this past week I've been losing things that I set down somewhere very obvious, like on my bed in a specific box on the counter. The most recent few experiences were when I was sleeving my text and 17 photo cards that I had like my baggie of card sleeves in the middle of my bed. And it was made, by the way. I got up to grab some washi tape, and when I came back, the baggie of sleeves were gone. I looked all over my room, under my bed, around the bed, in the sheets for almost an hour. Then I gave up. Went to fill up my water, and when I came back, the sleeves were back on my bed. And I was all alone in my house. The next day, I had put a small bundle of photo cards that my friend got into a box. I knew for a fact that I'd put them in there. When I forgot a card in her small bundle, I went to grab it and put it in there, and it just wasn't there. Literally thought I was losing my mind, and I looked all over. And I gave up, found a bundle of cards in a reusable grocery bag in my kitchen, and I really thought shit was getting strange. Later that day, I was leaving to meet my friend and give them their box of stuff. Couldn't find my keys where I always put them. I'd gotten up from my bed before getting ready to leave, and I knew nothing was on it, but guess where my keys were? On my bed. Today I had my purse in the passenger seat and it tipped over, so I went to put the couple things that fell out back into and found a text free fall Kai photo card in between the seat and my center console. I had all the cards in the set, except that last Kai one, and I even tried trading for one trading event earlier that day but didn't get it. Then randomly it showed up for me. What's going on? Am I going nuts? Grandparent bring home Native American doll and shit hits the fan. My boyfriend's grandfather is an antique collector. One of his interests are dolls. Porcelain, to be exact. They picked this up and the previous owner said to be very careful with it because it was quote-unquote special. Completely unfazed by the statement, he didn't ask any further questions. He brought it home with him about 2 weeks ago. The first 3 days were fine, stayed in the kitchen. The following day, my boyfriend and I were laying in our room down the hall talking. It was around midnight, and that's when suddenly 3 light knocks were heard through the door. We look at each other, and from the other side I hear his grandfather say his name. I get up and open the door while he's getting ready for whatever task his grandfather had in store for him. Upon opening the door, I expected to be brought face to face with him, but no one was there. I closed the door, shrug it off, but after I closed the door, I could hear footsteps from down the hall. I go out to investigate, but in the distance I can hear both the grandparents snoring. The following day, around the same time, all power to the house was lost. Didn't return until 5 or 6 a.m. Throughout that night, only one lamp was on. Don't know how, but occasionally it went out, but for the most part, somehow it was still being powered. A few more nights go by without anything happening, until just a few nights ago. All through the night there were screams. Not in the house, but right outside. Last night around 2 or 3 a.m. I was laying down watching videos when my boyfriend sat straight up, rambled gibberish mixed with numbers. I asked him what was wrong and if he was okay. He looked me dead in the eyes, screamed, threw himself back, and continued snoring. I asked him about it earlier today and he has no memory of it. His grandfather's taking the doll to a shop tomorrow. Hopefully, all things go back to normal. Ask Reddit. My then girlfriend was adamant her house was haunted by her past life lover. She was big on Anne Rice, so I never took it too seriously and was quick to dismiss her stories with casual explanations. One day her parents were out. We were dining with her kid's sister, just the 3 of us. Suddenly a loud bang in the wall directly behind me. That wall led to a room in her house. Another bang, and another. The sound was moving along the wall. Then the sounds of stuff breaking. I walked to the room quick. The room was torn apart, stuff all over the place. And as I turned on more lights, I noticed the path of destruction continued along the hall, leading to another room. The kid's sister had my leg in a vice grip. "Don't go," she cried. My girlfriend was pulling my arm. I've been through a lot in my life, including waking up without a limb with no recollection of what happened. To this day, I don't think I was ever scared as that day, both of them crying for me not to go. I had to. I just had to. I literally dragged my leg across the hall until eventually the kid let go and joined her sister. My legs were trembling as I was gathering my guts to turn the light on in the room, and when I did, her cat was there, with a bag on her head. No one remembered that they had a cat in the heat of the moment, but I was always so full of myself, full of my clinical and logical thinking. It went to show that when shit hits the fan, sometimes you just react. You get so pulled by all the ambience that you just forget to apply logic to the whole thing. For a few minutes there, I believed I was about to see a ghost. Ask Reddit. We were raised by our grandparents. My earliest memories involve what my grandmother called the little white ghost. This ghost would turn lights off and on, walk the halls, flush the toilets, and move and hide objects that we would later find in the oddest places. The two scariest events happened one morning and then a different night. I was fixing breakfast early one morning before school. Thought I heard someone behind me. Thought it was one of my brothers sneaking up on me. I turned around real fast. I caught a glimpse of something. Light blue, maybe white. One of my brothers had PJs that color, so I set my breakfast aside and started chasing him upwards to his room. However, when I got upstairs, I realized everything was still, and he was asleep in his bed. I checked my brother, and he was really asleep. I had to go back downstairs by myself and finish getting ready for school. Had jitters all day. The second scariest, at least for me, happened one night after me and my brothers and grandmother were in bed. We kept hearing someone walking in the hall. My grandmother kept shouting for us to get into bed and quit fooling around. We all kept saying it wasn't us. This went on for at least an hour. Finally, I heard my grandfather's car pull into the garage and thought, finally, now this'll stop. I heard Granddaddy come into the entry, remove his work boots and walk to the kitchen, and I fell asleep. The next morning at breakfast, we were talking about what had happened the night before. I said I sure was glad when Granddaddy had gotten home. My grandmother just looked at me, told me that he had pretty much had to work a double shift, meaning he hadn't gotten home yet. Totally creepy. There are so many more stories from when my mom was young, but those were the two scariest things that I personally experienced. Ask Reddit. A woman walking in my house, all dressed in red clothes in the middle of the night. I was 5 at the time and was sleeping between my mother and father in their bed. At this time, my parents and the neighbors couldn't really sleep because of a woman that kept shouting my father's name the whole night until the sun started to rise, every day. The neighbors wanted my family to move after that. For my mother, creepy things happened to her whole life, like hearing people talking to her while she was laying in bed, saying they would kill her and me if she opened her eyes. I was a baby at the time, seeing people walking through the house in the middle of the night, usually 3 a.m., and it happened recently. Objects being thrown out of nothing or more. She told me that since she was 6 years old, a tall albino man dressed in white smoke would appear and keep observing her through windows and breaches up on the planks of the house. She grew up on a small farm. While working on the house of a female friend of hers, she saw a black couple dressed in white standing in the middle of the living room. She was alone with the little boy that day. My grandpa had nightmares every night and couldn't wake up. He screamed vigorously, and even when my grandma and my mother would shake him, he wouldn't wake up. My mother heard people walking inside the house, even when everyone was standing still. It's a farmhouse, by the way. Her dog were beat to death in front of her. My grandma and grandpa had thin air. There's a lot more creepy things that happened to her. My aunt and uncles, but I'm afraid of telling them because they're much heavier than what I already wrote here. Also, I don't know if it's related, but I rarely have a normal dream. I mostly have nightmares, and my father too. It's either I'm being pursued by dead people, or I'm raping and murdering people, or eating human flesh. Sometimes I don't want to sleep because of the nightmares. Terrible. Ask Reddit. There's a local legend in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and it involves a mysterious and supposedly deadly sort of otherworldly creature. Some versions claim that it's man-like and a shapeshifter, capable of blending in with the shadows as it stalks through the desert. Others describe the beast as being curiously canine in nature, albeit with 2 long limbs, black claws, and eyes that seem to burn like pinprick embers in the darkness. One thing that remains the same through every retelling, though, is the high and eerie keening noise it's said to make when it hunts down its prey. One evening when I was about 11 years old, I heard it. I had been lying in bed reading beneath my covers with a flashlight when a mournful howl pierced the air from somewhere across the moonlit sands. My first thought was that it had been a coyote, but as the sound echoed through the night for a second time, I felt a shiver of panic flash up my spine and a deep weight of dread coalesce in my chest. That evil wail was not the call of anything I'd ever encountered, nor of something that should have even existed in the waking world. It was the cry of a nightmare incarnate, and no amount of reason or rationality could shake me of that notion. Though at around the same time as this story, I'd been doing my best to foster a reputation for being an independent and unflappable badass. That goal went swiftly out the window as the screeches seemed to draw even closer, and I quickly ran from my room to seek protection from my parents. Upon reaching their door, though, I was presented with an even more terrifying discovery. The howls were coming from inside the house, along with a lot of heavy breathing and the occasional whisper. I couldn't look my mother in the eye for at least a week. Children running in the hallway for years. My wife and I had a repeated unexplained experience over several years. Usually late at night and quite often, just as we'd gotten into bed, we would hear what sounded like children running up and down our corridor. Of course, we had none. This was 10 plus years ago. The house we were in was built in the 80s and had been renovated in the mid-2000s to include an extension of a large living room, an extra bedroom, and an ensuite. This joined the rest of the house by a short passageway, a room away from our bedroom, mind you. The sound would sometimes begin in the middle of the night, and one of us would just wake the other. For me, it was with a sense of confusion and creeping fear. It clearly sounded like someone small and light, maybe 2 of them running up and down the hallway that joined the original house and the extension. We would sit up in bed and listen for minutes on end. And then, as if turning and running back up the hallway, in my memory, I can feel the hair on the back of my neck sticking up while listening to it and staring wide-eyed at each other through the dark in utter disbelief at what we were hearing. And of course, Any investigation would reveal only silence. As soon as you would take a step toward the hall, the noise would stop. This happened so often it stopped being a surprise. My wife told me a story tonight, which is what prompted me to post this for the first time. That one weekend while I was away, the noise was so loud and persistent that she had to shut the door just to sleep. The house had apparently only had one owner previously. Nobody had died in the home. A fact which was independently researched by the owners after we told them. The owners were both in the police force and had the means to confirm those type of queries. It's something we talk about today over a decade later, and we're just as confused now as we were back then. She patted me on the back to comfort me. I was very close to my nanny. She was barely 5 feet tall and big on hugging and patting her loved ones. I was living overseas, which was in 1993. That's when she was diagnosed with a return of breast cancer. I flew back to see her a month or so after her diagnosis. Took her to her radiation treatments and manicured her nails and watched her stories, soap operas. I did that every day. And after a wonderful visit, which ended with hugs and pats with her little arthritic hands and so many I love yous, I flew home, sure she was going to beat it. Then that phone call saying the treatments hadn't worked and that she couldn't survive. I couldn't afford to fly home again so soon. Nanny passed the message that she didn't want me to see her so sick. Then the dreaded call when she died. I was devastated, totally shattered. The day of her funeral, feeling a million miles from all my loved ones, I got in the shower thinking about Nanny and I started to cry. I knew nobody could hear me in the shower, so I really let go and sobbed. I was standing facing the water, with my back exposed in the rear. And in the middle of my grief, I felt a small, warm hand patting me about the shoulder blade height. I whipped around, embarrassed to have been caught howling with grief, but there was nobody there. We had glass shower doors, and I could see that nobody was in the bathroom. I know in my heart that my precious little Nanny was comforting me. She knew how much I loved her, and, well, that her death left a hole in my heart. But she didn't want me to grieve like that, and she was letting me know that she was still with me, although I couldn't see her. I've never seen or felt anything else since she died, but I can still remember the comfort of her little hand when I needed it most. My work bathroom is definitely haunted. Okay, I'm a male 19. I started working at this restaurant a few months ago. The women's bathroom at my work had always given me bad, energy since I started working there. And today I feel I finally think I'm actually right. So let me go over the evidence. For context, there's 3 stalls and a sink next to the door. At first, the second stall would just kind of always be closed and a light would flicker. It'd be like that every morning. I would always ask everyone, who closed the stall? And everybody would say no. I also clean them every night and make sure to leave it open, and every morning I come back, it's closed. And that light is always flickering. Not a big deal, but whatever. Which brings me to my second evidence. So I also changed the toilet paper in each of the stalls throughout the day. I need a key to open them. This one time I was doing my job normally and I went to the middle stall and the light was kind of weird, but at the time didn't think about it much. I opened the paper holder, put the paper in, closed it, and made sure it was closed shut. As soon as I go to walk out of the stall, it slammed down. And the light just cut off, scaring the shit out of me in the process. Still weird, you know. I have a lock, so maybe it didn't do it all the way. Now this leads me to my third evidence. Since the heater is connected to the women's room for some reason, it's super hot in there. Anyway, Recently, every time I go to the middle stall, I always get a chill and I get cold, even though everywhere else in the bathroom is very warm. That's not all. I also kind of more recently been getting the feeling something's watching me, and I get all paranoid. My body also feels the urge to run every single time after I finish cleaning the middle stall. So that's all my experience for now, but I'll give updates if more happens. But what do you guys think? Am I just paranoid? Childhood encounters, mysterious figures, and unexplained phenomena. I vividly recall an incident from my childhood when I was 6 years old. It was in our new house, which was a new build. At this time, my ma'am was very recently pregnant with my little sister. In the morning, as I sat up in bed with the hallway door open, I glimpsed a figure swiftly passing by. The figure resembled a Catholic nun in black and white habit. The image has stayed in my memory for years, and always when I remember it, I remember my ma'am's pregnancy as if the two were linked in some way. Strangely, never shared this experience, perhaps due to the sense that it wouldn't be believed. As a child, I always felt a presence accompanying me at night, persisting even when we moved to a different house. This feeling often got very overwhelming, prevented me from sleeping alone, and even when I was with someone that it was like something closing in on me and nothing could protect me. This feeling persisted through my childhood up until I would say I hit puberty, and it just kind of stopped. I think my parents always just put it down to being a scared child, but on reflection, I honestly don't think it was that. I honestly feel like it was a true sense of terror driven by something I can't really explain. In another incident around age 10, after we had relocated, I experienced small stones hitting my window while I played in my room. There was never anyone outside, and it's something which has always rattled my brain. Now, as I reflect on these encounters, I'm eager to share my story with the community. Have any of you experienced something similar? Or do you have insight into what these occurrences might mean? I'm open to your thoughts and interpretations. Ghost Tube app. My experience. So I learned about its existence online. There's a guy who would communicate with ghosts at a cemetery and random words would be said in English. I was skeptical but enjoy paranormal stuff, so I decided to download it and try it out. I live in Japan, and I was curious if the words would be said in English. If it was, that was my way of disproving the legitimacy of it. Well, when I tried it, all I heard was sounds almost like laughter. No words I could pick up on. I was speaking to it in Japanese, and every time I spoke, a noise would be made. So I guess the app is designed to just talk back when it hears something. However, I got chills when I told the app, if you're a ghost, don't talk for 10 seconds. Exactly 10 seconds later, I hear a loud ah. I immediately closed the app. When I have the courage again, I'll record it this time. Can someone else explain what the gimmick is? Was it a coincidence? I don't really want to think there's a ghost in my apartment, as I live alone. I will say, as a somewhat tech-savvy person, all of the ghost apps, for the most part, are, it's fooling you a little bit. I am by no means saying that ghosts aren't real. However, generally speaking, if there's a little radar on there, it's tracking like an electronic signal. Maybe it's your router, maybe it's a telephone pole, something like this. And the dot will get closer to you. When it gets close, it will prompt one of 100 and some odd other sounds that will then shoot out at you. Normally they're, non-distinct sounds. If you've ever used an actual EVP, it's much less obvious than this. This is just a little cash grab. Don't be scared of that one. demons across the street. This was years ago. I may have been 16, may have been 17. But while I was visiting my mother in Virginia Beach, I was sitting on the couch watching TV doing nothing, just enjoying myself. It was late at night. As I'm sitting on the couch, I had this very strong feeling someone or something was watching me. And at the same time, the feeling let me know it wasn't a good presence at all. I tried shaking it off, thinking it would pass, but it didn't. It was like it wanted me to know it was there. So, eventually I got up, walked over to the window, looked between the blinds and the standing across the street. There were two demons staring back at me. As I stood there trying to wrap my head around what I was looking at, I will never forget what they looked like. Two demons wearing all black with a black cloak on with the hood over their head. One had burning all red eyes and the other burning green eyes as they just stood there smirking at me as if asking to come outside, or letting themselves be known that they were watching me. I could barely make out the complete face because it was dark, but I was able to see some of it, and it definitely wasn't human. Needless to say, I was paralyzed with fear. But once I was able to move, I thought to myself, let me go get my sister to justify what I'm seeing, or hopefully they'll be gone by the time I come back to the window, or she can tell me I'm hallucinating. I ran into my sister's room, begging her to come into the living room with me, and of course she felt like I was annoying her, because I wouldn't tell her what I wanted, but she did finally agree to follow me to the living room. I told her to look out the window. She had this annoyed look on her face and said, fine. But when she looked, her whole expression changed after a couple of seconds of her looking. She asked me, Are those two demons? Ask Reddit. As a high school/university student, I worked in a restaurant which was an old Iron Master's mansion in the UK. The building itself was around 350 years old, and before it was a restaurant. It was a retirement home complex with like a morgue and an always pitch black attic. I worked there for about 4 years part-time, but full-time in the summer breaks. There would always be the feeling of never quite being alone, even if it was just in the restaurant, and a lone manager in the office. I would often hear floorboards creaking above, sounding like people walking over them, to the point I would go upstairs and investigate. In my peripheral vision, I often would catch the motion of someone turning the corner out of my sight, as if someone was walking away from me. Again, this was to the point where I would walk around the corner and ensure no customers or any other staff members were there. The running joke between the staff was that the ghost was called Mary. And anyone reported anything strange, it was just brushed off as old Mary again. One night, one of the managers organized a psychic evening. The night went as planned, and at the ending of the psychic, she had like a little Q&A. The organizing manager asked the psychic, "Do you get any vibe from this place?" The psychic replied that there was an elderly lady rolling around, and her name was not Mary, but Elizabeth. I was working on the bar that night with one of my friends. The manager hurried over to us in an excited manner and said, "The psychic said the ghost's name is not Mary, but Elizabeth." When he said the name Elizabeth, all the power went out in the building. The only light was the emergency lighting for the fire exits and the one Red Bull fridges, which was on a different circuit for some reason. We all stood there for about 10 seconds, silently frozen. Then the power came back on. We awkwardly laughed and then carried on. After that, I always ensured I corrected people when they blamed anything strange on Mary to Elizabeth. I saw a ghost in my apartment in college. I've never really had any experiences with the paranormal and didn't believe in ghosts or spirits. I still don't, even though I saw a ghost. In 2013, I, a 23-year-old male, was in my 2-bedroom apartment. My roommate went home for the weekend for work, so I had the place to myself pretty much. I picked up an ignorant amount of wings from Pizza Hut around 6 p.m. While I was gorging on food on my couch just watching Sons of Anarchy when I saw a movement out of the corner of my eye from my roommate's room. I looked down the hall and stared for a minute. After not seeing any movement, I just assumed that I was mistaken. Later that evening, after a hard League of Legends sesh grinding with the boys, I logged off around 1 or 2 a.m. to go to bed. My bedroom lights are on, and I was setting up, just to go to sleep. Put a fan up, and I was facing my bedroom door, and that's when I saw a white translucent figure move from my roommate's room into the bathroom, 2 feet from my door and 6 feet from me. I was looking down at my fan when the figure moved in front of my door, so I didn't look directly at it, but it was close enough for me to get a decent idea of the size and color of my peripherals. Someone was in my house. Instinct kicked in, and I just went charging into the bathroom with my box fan ready to fuck some burglars up, and, nothing. Spent the next 30 minutes thinking about what I saw. Then I went to sleep. Didn't see anything else like that the rest of the lease term, but had a couple of weird, really vivid dreams, and I never dream. The figure I briefly saw looked feminine and was shorter, like maybe 5'4", 5'6", white and translucent. Clothes seemed like a wedding dress, or just a dress. Ask Reddit. When I was 11, I was sitting in my room with my dog with the door closed. I heard what sounded like my aunt call my name, which caused my dog to also perk up. Ran down the stairs and asked if anybody called my name. My father was the only one in the house and said that he thought my mother yelled for me. I go outside to the garage as my mom's walking in. She said she swore she heard someone yell for her to come in the house, and, at 15 it happened again. But this time it was at a different house, and my dog was with my mom in the kitchen. I was in my room with the door open. Swore I heard my mother call for me, so I get up and nearly run right into her in the hallway. Turns out she thought I had called for her. I would always hear someone call my name for around 4 years, around 20-ish years old too. The first house we lived in had a guy pass away in the living room from a heart attack. Things would fall from the shelf in the bathroom whenever we would take a shower in that house. My sister recently told me how she hated living there because she felt like she was being watched all the time. Since I was around 15 or 16, I've been getting random scratches. Played it off as like an itching myself in my sleep at first, but it always ended up happening whenever my mother was angry at my father or me. They would always be on my upper arms and chest, never lower. My father gets them far less than I do. Stopped mentioning them altogether about 6 years ago, and my mother claimed my dog must have done the latest one when he didn't even sleep in my parents' room since my father had just gotten up for the day. Long sentence. I've honestly tried to find ways to explain the scratches, but I don't have long nails, and there's nowhere near sharp enough to leave the marks that I get. For now, it has become a small amusement for my boyfriend and I to guess what exactly my mother is angry about when new scratches appear. Wouldn't surprise me if she has some sort of attachment with how much negativity she gives off. Tap on the mirror at midnight. One day I was sleeping, when suddenly I woke up because of a loud noise. It was as if my mirror was being hit very hard several times. At first I thought it was my cat, but I illuminated my room with the light from my cell phone screen, and my cat was sleeping on the other side of the room. My cat woke up, went up to my bed so I could pet him, and so far everything was fine, but what scared me was that my cat was staring at my mirror. At that moment I left the room with my cat in my arms because I felt very scared. All this happened in like seconds, but I still remember it very well. It was 1:29 in the morning. The next day I walked into my room and saw some small handprints on my mirror. There were 5 in total, in fact, but you can only see 3 from a certain angle on my camera. The prints are not normal. They're smaller than my hand and the fingers are incomplete. I told all of this to my family and, well, we put a crucifix on the mirror, as well as praying for wandering lost souls. Every time we pray, the candle flame begins to shake strongly, even though there's no windows in my room. What reassures me is that the flame is also very high, and I think that's a good thing. Today I was talking to my mother after praying, and when she mentioned that we were going to pray every day, the flame began to shake strongly. Nobody wants to sleep in the room. It's been 3 days, and I still feel nervous. We don't know very well what to do. Please, if anyone has knowledge of these phenomena that can guide me, thank you very much. I'm attaching images of my mirror before cleaning it. My gecko thanks you for that. Spooky bathroom. Here is a couple encounters that I've had in my bathroom that I will never shower in ever again. I always feel as if something is in the bathroom and it's down the hall from my room, and I can see it from my bed. This is the first bathroom. My other bathroom is in my room. No issues with that one. So here it goes. One night I was showering in there and I was closing my eyes and washing shampoo out of my hair when I heard my name being called, and I thought it was my husband calling me from the living room. Started yelling from the shower. He didn't respond. Then I continued to shower well, and the next time I closed my eyes, this calling was very close to my ear and more of a whisper. I was very scared and very freaked out. Got out immediately, went to ask my husband if he had been calling me. But he had his headphones in playing games on his computer, saying he wasn't calling me at all. Never heard me calling for him either. I've never heard anything calling my name or even talking. So that was the first out of all the experiences that I've had, but I'll never shower in there again. The second thing that occurred in there was my daughter was showering and had the door open. And like I said, I can see the bathroom from my bed, which is where I was sitting. All of a sudden, I start seeing the light dim and the door just slams. And you have to close that door pretty hard to shut it all the way because there's a rack to hang clothes on it. It slammed so hard it knocked the towel holder off the wall, falling and just closing the light off on my daughter screaming. Ran to the door and couldn't open, as if it were locked. That was the most disturbing occurrence in that bathroom. My daughter was shaking. Finished washing her up, got her the hell out of there. Now I'm the hell out of here. See ya. On the way to work at Nike in Toronto in 2001, past the graveyard. Now this is one of those strange experiences I can't explain. No ghosts, no demons, no aspirations. As I once worked at Nike in Canada in Scarborough back in the early 2000s, this occurred. I started my shift at 5 a.m., so I would leave home around 4:20. The company was literally only a 20-minute walk from my home, so I saved a ton of TTC money. This little cemetery on Brimley Road is one of those old-styled vertical headstone types with a closed fence. One morning in the late fall, I was walking past. They had just finished putting a fence in the front a few days earlier. Lucky me. When I approached, I started hearing a sound like someone dragging their feet through the leaves, matching my stride. At first, I thought it was just an animal scurrying in the underbrush at this part of Scarborough. It's got plenty of woodlands. But then as I walked, I could feel it wasn't an animal. At first, again, I thought it was just some kids playing a prank, but at 4:30 in the morning, the gate was locked, so I stopped and it stopped. I walked, it walked. I couldn't see inside because it was quite foggy and the bush was thick as it was still dark. Finally, my creep meter went off, and I said loudly, Hey man, you ever gonna, not be playing these smart games with people you don't know? Thought I would hear some kids yell some kind of bullshit, run off, but nothing, just cold silence. But I could feel it looking at me, just staring. Walked a little further toward the street, but I kept my pace until I passed by, and then nothing. Since that time, I've walked past the cemetery thousands of times. But nothing has ever happened since. Who knows? Ask Reddit. Not my story, but my friend was at camp with me. We were in the same cabin. We all stayed up until we got tired and went to sleep. My friend, let's call him Chandler, stole some instant coffee packets from the kitchen, and we had them in water at night. Chandler didn't have a good caffeine tolerance, so he just stayed up a bit. All of us went to sleep. I asked him what he was going to do, and he said he bought a novel, and that he was going to read it until he fell asleep. So it's about 1 a.m. and we're all peacefully sleeping, and then we hear the biggest scream. Chandler was crying. He was shaking in his sleeping bag, and everyone in our cabin came over to see what was wrong, to help him out. He was screaming really loudly, and if that didn't wake up other cabins and teachers, then his loud crying after did. Soon all of the teachers were inside our cabin. I had to stay on my bunk bed to not be squashed. Chandler told us that he saw a ghost wandering around our cabin. He said he also heard the wind breeze while the ghost was moving. Another guy in my cabin backed him up by just saying he also heard that. Chandler was sent home, and everybody continued the camp. However, it felt really weird. I talked to him a lot when we got home, and he told me more details. I find it really weird because Chandler's the most honest guy I know, and he seemed really traumatized. I was considering if it was the effect of the coffee, but the night before he had it as well, and didn't see or didn't have hallucinations. Plus, he was a regular drinker and he loved the taste even though it made him stay up. This story shakes me to this day. I need some advice to identify what I seen. I'm 16 years old and from the Netherlands. When I was around 7 to 8, can't remember the exact age. It was like 2014, 2015. It was a warm summer day in the mid-2010s. The best part of my life so far. I was alone out in the garden playing in the pool. I loved playing outside in that garden till daytime. I was just swimming and playing with toy soldiers for like an hour. Then I stood out of the pool and looked up straight, and on top of my shed I seen a very tall figure crouching down. I could tell it was tall because it had its knees just above its head while crouching. Its right arm was gripping the gutter drain on the side of the shed and the other one was holding itself up on the roof. It had jet black skin and a dirty grin on its face. The smile was all the way up to its ears and it had bright white eyes, and as soon as I noticed it, I saw its pupils went pinpoint, but his smile stayed the same. And after about 10 seconds that felt like hours, it jumped into the bush beside the shed, and to be honest, I did piss myself. Genuine piss running down my leg, mind you. Then I stared at the bush for like 2 minutes frozen in shock before running inside and telling my parents. She didn't believe me until years later when I brought the story up again. She said that she knew I saw something. I had many different drawings on the thing and written many stories in school about the thing I'd seen. I didn't go near that bush for years. Sometimes when I'm out and about and I feel like that feeling of being watched, not an ordinary feeling of that, I mean the feeling of that watching me. From the start of last year, I'd become an Orthodox Christian, and that feeling has stopped. And I know many people will think I'm lying about this story, but I'm serious. That day traumatized me, and I remember almost every detail. hear breathing from my window at night. I'm a 19-year-old guy from Romania. I live in a remote village 14 kilometers from the main road. My village is surrounded on one side by a big pine forest. Since I was a boy, I always felt uneasy around that forest. I would only enter it with my father when we gathered wood. But a year ago, one of my cousins played a prank on me, tied my dog to a tree at the edge of the forest at dusk. When I saw my dog missing, I went and started searching for him. I started to hear his barks and whimpers at the edge of the forest. I rushed to him and cut him loose. As soon as I did, he ran and whimpered, absolutely terrified. As I was about to follow him back home, I get a feeling of being watched, and it runs down my spine. I try not to give in to it, and as I turn around and walk back home, I just went normally. When my grandmother was alive, she would always tell me about Strigoi, a kind of half ghoul, half vampire, and also about Prikolki, a sort of dog man. I always laughed at her stories, thinking nothing of them. Maybe they were just folk tales to scare children. That night I left my window half open, but still locked because it was hot. And as I was beginning to try to sleep, I hear this dry breathing outside my window. It sounded like an old smoker on their deathbed. As I heard this, a primal fear set inside me and I began sweating and I couldn't move for what felt like ages. But after a minute, adrenaline kicked in, jumped out of bed, closed the window. From that day forward, I never kept my window open at night. I still sometimes hear taps on my wall, too. Ask Reddit. When I was 16, I had a best friend who lived maybe a 2-minute walk from my house. I used to hang out at her place more often than we did mine. Anyways, her parents always told me that they thought they had a ghost. It was kind of a joke around the house since the house was really old. Oh, we're out of salt? The ghost took it. Something falls, ghost knocked it over. You get it. The house was old enough that random things in the house just didn't work. For example, the upstairs bathroom light switch just didn't work, so the light was basically always on. I was there often enough that I felt that if there's actually a ghost or something, I would have experienced something, but nada. One night, my best friend and I had just come back from watching Paranormal Activity 2. I know, one of the creepiest ones. I'd gone back to bed maybe an hour or two after we got back, which, if I remember right, was about 11 p.m. We'd gotten up in the middle of the night, maybe 3 or 4 a.m., and we had gotten to the washroom. Now, because the light in the bathroom was always on, the rule was to always keep the door closed. Anyways, I do my thing, I go to leave. I open the door and walk out slowly, trying not to make noise. I'm turning the doorknob in a kind of quiet manner to shut the door so you don't hear the click of the latch. I pulled the door closed, turned the knob back to the latch door, heard the door click closed, and right as I let go of the handle, the door just ripped open, like I just shut it in someone's face but didn't swing open. It just ripped open and stopped dead. I remember just turning around and bolting into my friend's room. It was the weirdest thing I've ever experienced in that house. After just watching Paranormal Activity, then having that happen on the same night, yeah. Spooked feels like the right word. I had an evil entity in our home that was attached to a gift I received. When I started dating my wife, I was 15. Her stepdad gave me this rock that had a dragon carved into it. It was cool, actually, and it was heavy. I took it home and placed it on my room inside my entertainment center. As time went by, it became difficult to get a good night's sleep. I would wake up constantly having trouble getting back to sleep. During the same time, I would have increasingly suicidal thoughts. I started withdrawing myself from my family. One day I was watching my small nephew, and I was sitting outside on the phone. I was peering through the window to keep an eye on my nephew who was sleeping on the couch. This is when all of a sudden a small dark shadow about 4 feet tall went from one room into my room. I immediately got chills. I was afraid to go back inside. Another time I was sleeping in my room and I woke up to this, I guess a shadow was standing over me. I couldn't move. I couldn't say anything. The moment I started praying, it descended into my bed and I was able to move again. I got up and ran out of the room and I fell asleep on the couch. One day I was watching a program about hauntings. They had mentioned how a demon attached to a doll. That's when it clicked on me. Everything started happening once I got that rock dragon from my girlfriend's stepdad. I opened my entertainment center and it was gone. I looked everywhere for it and just never found it again. But since it disappeared, everything stopped. I was myself again, and no more shadow people or night terrors. The time a spider spirit stole my weed pen. I used to work at a music and video studio. I was working on an editing project late at night, and the program I was using, you had to push the render button for the computer to compile your changes to the video. So every 20 minutes, the computer would have you think for 2 to 5 minutes, and I'd step outside the door and hit my hash pen before continuing. I was having a great time and very happy with my work, and on one break, I saw a spider sitting on its web, and I grinned and thought, I'm going to get this spider high as hell. Except I was surprised when there was an immediate voice in my head that didn't sound or feel like my internal dialogue that sternly said, "It is unethical to alter a being's consciousness without his permission." Took me a bit back, took a big hit while contemplating this voice, but I was really feeling myself and a grin came across my face and I said, "That spider ain't got nowhere to go, he'll be fine." Blew a huge cloud of hash vapor at the spider. Laughing to myself, I walked back to the desk and looking intently at the computer monitor, I just set the hash pen on the desk to my right. I went back to work, did my thing, and when it was time for my next mini break, the pen was gone. Made no sense. The desk was clean, couldn't find it that night. Came in the next day, told my studio partners the story, asked them to grab it if they saw it. No one saw the pen for months. I started apologizing to every spider I came across. Went out of my way to not disturb any webs. It was basically as nice to spiders as possible, short of dropping insects in their webs. Finally, one day I was at the desk running the boards and recording some music. I needed a writing pen to make a note, and without looking I reached to my right for a pen on the desk, and suddenly I was holding my missing hash pen. Children's voices at night. We lived in New England years ago, in a newer house with the bedrooms upstairs. Our kids were small at the time, so I had a baby monitor set up next to my bed for the youngest kid's room. In the middle of the night, I woke up hearing the distant sounds of several children talking and laughing, sort of like the noises you'd hear in a playground. I sat up, put my ear closer to the baby monitor, thinking maybe our son woke up and was playing in his crib, but the sounds weren't coming from there. I lowered the volume all the way and could still hear children playing. It wasn't coming from the direction of the kids' room, but from the master bathroom on the end of the house. I got up and walked toward the bathroom, puzzled and listening. The voices got louder as I approached. Childish shrieks, the chanting of a game and laughter. All my hair was standing up. I gathered my courage to take that final step around the corner into the bathroom. The second I stepped into the doorway, silence. Nothing was there. No noise at all. I checked the kids' room and all of them were sound asleep. Hubby never woke up during any of this. I went downstairs and looked around, checking that doors were locked. I laid awake for a long time after I got back to bed. Not really scared, but definitely puzzled. I asked an older neighbor what was on our property before our house was built, thinking maybe there had been an old school or a house with kids. He said it was dairy farmland as far back as he could remember, 70 years. I never heard children playing again, but I can hear it in my head as clearly as the night that it happened. And probably as clearly as you'll hear me say, "See ya." Doppelganger or what? Throughout high school, I worked at a grocery store from ages 15 to 18. I got my driver's license at 16, like most kids where I live, and when I was 18, I'd left the job. I'd come home the next summer on my university break, and I was in the store shopping when my manager came up to me and let me know that she had found my driver's license in the back of the store the previous week on the ground and returned it to me. I was so wildly confused, as I knew I had my ID because, well, I'm a college student who goes out to bars every weekend, and I hadn't worked there in about a year. I checked when I got my car, and, well, it was an exact duplicate driver's license that I already had. So I had two. While I was in university, I had to update my license to the full graduated one. And I opted to take a new one, and it was like the same photo that one of my old boss gave me, so it wasn't my old one that I had when I worked there. My university was an 8-hour drive from my hometown, and there would have been no way the license would have been mailed to my high school job, as well as me at uni. Really weirded me out. It was so odd that my manager didn't think it was weird either. I ended up giving it to my sister, who was only 16, because she wanted it to boot booze from her and her friends, but she was even too creeped out to use it. I think we burned it the next time I came home. Would that be some weird paranormal thing, or am I crazy? For some reason, it really impacted my sister, and we're quite a bit older now, but she still brings it up every now and then and speaks about how off-putting the whole thing was. A weird experience. So I was having an argument with my significant other. I started yelling at him. When I got angry, I shouted that I was going to leave him. The first time I did this, my door slammed shut in the bedroom, and I thought it must have been a draft or something. We laughed, thinking it was a dramatic effect. He went on to say the vibrations of my voice must have been so bad the door couldn't take it. Anyway, since then, we've bickered like any other couple. To fix the draft, we got stuff installed around all the windows and doors in the house. A few weeks later, once again, I'm in my room arguing with him, and I tell him again that if he doesn't change, I will leave. I'll move in back to my parents' house. This time, I was not shouting, though. As soon as I said it, both my wardrobe doors flung open, and we both got scared. Again, we put it down to the draft, even though we both knew that this had been fixed. Moving on from that one night, I was having a nightmare and woke up in my sleep in the middle of the night only to find straight after I woke, my significant other was also having a nightmare, and he accidentally scratched me while he grunted and grit his teeth, arching his back backwards and trying to breathe. I thought he was having a seizure, so I turned on the light only to see once again the doors were open in the room, both the door and the wardrobe. My significant other woke immediately after, and the only thing he said in slurred speech was that it went out the window. The odd thing is, he doesn't remember any of it. He only remembers that he had a nightmare and can't remember what about. He only remembers me looking at him terrified in the middle of the night. Ask Reddit. This had been bothering me for a long time. When I was in 4th or 5th grade, I went to a sleepover. We were in the basement. Parents were asleep on the second floor. We were also supposed to be asleep, so we took turns being stationed at the top of the basement stairs in the kitchen, listening, just in case we woke our parents up. On my turn, I heard a noise. I crept down the hallway toward the black staircase to listen. There was a bathroom door there, like a half bath just off the kitchen. The door was cracked and the light was on. When I looked through the crack, I saw a woman. She was young, 20s or younger. I was young at the time too, so I may have misjudged. Normal clothes, no weird visual effects. Didn't seem like a ghost, but like a real person. Very curly blonde hair, almost wet-looking 80s ringlets. She was looking down at something, but looked up at me through the door and looked concerned and scared. I immediately felt like I had caught her, like I wasn't supposed to see her there. Since I thought she was a real person, I ran back down the basement steps, told the other girls to hide. We did for a few minutes, but after nothing happened and they started to question me. I'd sort of assumed that somebody else was in the house. Maybe my friend had an older sister I'd caught sneaking back in. It wasn't anyone but us and the parents, and after a little while they assumed I'd made the whole thing up as a prank. Never had an explanation for it. I don't think she was a ghost. The house wasn't that old. If I was hallucinating or sleepwalking then, 30 years since, it's never happened again. Ask Reddit. My parents and I were coming back from a trip to Mexico some years ago and they saw a levitating person. We used to drive to and from our trips to Mexico, so we left that morning at around 4:35-ish. Anyway, it's a lot of desert around that part of Mexico, and where we go, it's very hilly too. But there are these small towns in between that we have to go through to get to the main roads. We're probably 20 minutes into our trip when I feel the car slowing down. I didn't make too much, well, I don't make too much of it really, since there's a lot of huge speed bumps around those parts. I was in the back seat playing on a DS and I looked up. My parents were both looking into an alleyway trying to see something. I asked what it was they were looking for, and they described it as a person wearing a white robe. They said it kind of looked like E.T., that kind of robe he was wearing at the beginning of the movie. Apparently they had seen this person coming down from floating in the air, they said. When she touched the ground, my parents said that she jet into this alley that was dimly lit in view from the speed bump we were at. I saw the alley and no one there. There were no doors in this alley, no ladders, nothing. No way she could have ran the whole thing. She just kind of vanished. There's a strong belief in witches down in Mexico. My parents are both convinced that they saw a witch that morning. They're both from Mexico, and have both run into paranormal stuff there, including witches. To this day, you can see the awe in their faces whenever they talk about it. And I feel the sleep in my eyes, and I'm going to pass out. Hope you guys too. See ya. A spirit that presents as a female keeps showing itself to me. I've been experiencing paranormal activity for 7 years now, and have believed it for about 6. I started seeing this female spirit 1 year after moving into my new house in 2019. I'd just gotten done being outside all day long during the summer and hanging out with my family, so I decided to take a shower. During my shower, I kept getting this feeling of being watched. Then I heard knocking on the bathroom door, followed by my dad's voice saying my name. So I opened the front door, figuring that he needed something from the bathroom. But when I opened it, no one was there. So I closed the door and figured I was just hearing things. And then I heard the knocking in my dad's voice a second time, so I figured he must have been messing with me to scare me. But again, when I opened the door, no one was there. Finished my shower and shrugged it off. Then I was looking at myself in the mirror and sort of popping pimples when I caught a glimpse of something in the mirror. So I looked up again and was frozen in fear. There was a lady with dark brown hair, makeup running down her face, and a white dress on. Her skin looked pale. Then I turned around and she was still standing and staring at me. Sounded like she was mumbling or whispering something. I couldn't make it out. After standing there again, frozen in fear, I ran out of the bathroom and screamed. After that experience, not only has this female spirit been presenting itself, but so have other spirits, but not exactly like this one. Not as clear and in human form. Most just as shadows. Generational spirit. I recently, being a month and a half ago, moved in with my fiancée and her 2-year-old daughter. Well, mine in every way, but blood. Not important, though. We got to talking about this subject, and my fiancée disclosed her connection with an entity that has only form of a very tall, blacker-than-night human figure. His name is Grim. As far as she knows, he's been with her family since her dad was 9 when his oldest brother started to abuse him. According to her, it was the kind of abuse that would get you killed if anybody found out. Anyways, he supposedly appeared and followed her father around until she was born and then started to watch over her. And then some life things happened with her mother and father, and Grim bounced between the 3 of them. Grim isn't malevolent or evil per se. He's just there. Sometimes moves small things around. Think like stuffed animals or cups. But he does mess with people in and out of the way techniques that start to abuse my fiancée or her mother. And then my fiancée had her daughter, and Grim began watching over her since her bio dad is a complete waste of air. He did some bad things to my fiancée many times. Anyways, she's been saying that she's been seeing him in her new apartment outside her daughter's room when she goes out to help her in the middle of the night. Just standing there watching, not touching or anything. We had the conversation come up, and I tossed some theories around, and we agreed. Grim is a protective spirit. Then my fiancé said he placed his hand on her shoulders reassuringly. They did to me, but I'm not kidding. 100% felt something there. Ghost in my house. I live with my sister, her husband, and 2 kids. The 2 kids are 1 and 2, so you have to be very quiet when they're sleeping. I was working night shift for a while, and at about 2 or 3 I'd come home for lunch. One night I had come home, I'm about to leave, everyone's asleep. I'm in the kitchen smoking, and like completely hacking up a lung, and I hear a voice clear as day whisper, "Shut up!" It was back to back about 3 times. "Shut up, shut up, shut up." It was a man's voice, so I assumed it was my brother-in-law telling me I needed to be quiet. And since I was about to leave anyways, I just got my stuff and left. I did note that when it happened, I was surprised. I was especially surprised that I couldn't hear his door open, as it's usually pretty loud. I asked him about it the next day, and he had no idea what I was talking about. I could tell he was serious and not messing with me. A few days later, in the middle of the night, I heard a crash in the living room from my bedroom. I see a painting has fallen off the wall and landed about 6+ feet away from where it was hung. Also, one of the owners of the house died in the living room. He was an old man, and to be honest, I think he sleeps in the recliner and wants me to shut up at night. I'm an extremely paranoid person who gets creeped out really easily. Didn't feel at all scared. I don't think he's mean or anything. I think he's just old and cranky and is like, "Can't even get some goddamn sleep when I'm dead?" Like, I completely get that. Seeing things as I wake up. But it It's something that's never happened to me in 27 years of life, and I would love to hear thoughts or even similar stories. So to preface, me and my boyfriend lived in a house where 2 previous owners have unfortunately passed away in, the second being his dad. We moved in after his passing to keep the house in the family. I've had small stuff happen from time to time in the 2 years we've lived here. Like the first 2 months we lived here, it was freezing all the time in the house, and I usually run warm and don't get too cold easily. I thought I saw my lampshade move on its own. A light I swear I turned off is on again later. About 6 months ago, I remember waking up in the middle of the night to turn over and face my boyfriend. I wrap my arms around him, open my eyes, and I see what looks exactly like his father standing over my boyfriend's side of the bed. I couldn't see features, but as if a man was truly above our bed with his father's hair, his father's height and build. It took everything in me not to scream, and I'm surprised I didn't wake up my boyfriend with how bad I jolted and gasped. My eyes adjusted and realized I was looking at a poster that we have on our wall of some big dragon animal. I shook it off, but truly never knew if what I saw was real. Never happened again. But last week I was facing the other way, woke up to what I thought was a scary little girl who looked like a doll with button eyes. But in a heartbeat shifted back into my dresser. That one woke my boyfriend up since I screamed and jumped over to him. I want to understand why this is happening. So again, I'd love thoughts. A growl from hell. When I was around 16 or 17, I had to share a room with my younger sister. I was very thankful I shared this room with her. We always heard some of the weirdest noises. Either that, or we would have some crazy nightmares that felt so real, and that's why I wanted to share this encounter. It was around summertime. We used to leave the windows cracked open to let the cool breeze in. It was late at night, maybe close to midnight. At that time, I enjoyed putting on MTV to fall asleep to. Something about hearing music late at night just helps you ease into your slumber. Anyway, I'm just watching the music videos they were playing on the TV when my sister and I hear this gut-wrenching, deep, hateful growl outside by our window. That scared the absolute shit out of us. We literally grabbed each other and asked ourselves if we both heard it. I can't even begin to explain how terrifying that growl was. That was my stomach, and a bird. Sorry. That growl is the stuff you hear in movies, but even then it sounded just so unbelievably real. My sister and I tried to come up with a reasonable explanation as to what it could be, but we couldn't find one. Couldn't have been a dog. The way it growled was just too deep for a dog to do. Needless to say, we stayed up all night until finally we saw daybreak, then passed out from the exhaustion. Has anyone ever experienced or heard something like this? I'm telling you, this wasn't normal, nor did it feel safe, and I'm 28 now and still remember clearly how disturbing that growl sounded, and what it made us feel that night. Skinwalker Encounter. Last summer, my National Guard unit was activated for a force protection mission for about a month and a half. We were conducting roving patrols in our Humvees, and my platoon was put on night shift 5P-FA. We were given a map of checkpoints that were to hit each shift. At about 2A, me and my partner were making our turnaround on our checkpoints and hitting the furthest one out of the TOC. This checkpoint was out in the middle of nowhere and had trees surrounding the whole area. It was an artillery range, by the way. When we got there, we got out and started roaming on foot, but stayed close to the vehicle to look for suspicious activity. There was nothing to report or activity because it was so barren, just like every night. We sat on the hood of the truck for a while before leaving, and my partner played this weird Skinwalker call audio he found on Spotify. It was weird, and he was just messing around. But Not even a minute later, all of a sudden, everything went really calm and the same sound from the audio came from the darkness and the thick of the woods. We both looked at each other, kind of spooked. Then something from the woods started running towards us, and we instantly jumped in the vehicle and took off without looking back. Neither of us believe in skinwalkers, so we thought it might have been an animal and that our minds were simply playing tricks on us because of the long shift in the late night. But nevertheless, it was a pretty scary experience. Everything from the eerie calmness to the terrifying shriek coming from the complete darkness of the woods. All of that was enough to keep me up the rest of that night. Spooky experience in an old Belgian hotel. A colleague and I attended a seminar in Belgium. We were billeted in a hotel housed in a building from the 19th century. While the interiors had been modernized, they retained the old facade of the building, lending a lot of character to it. At the end of the busy first day, my colleague and I went to the back room to rest before joining the other participants for a night out. I went to the bathroom to freshen up, while my colleague started dozing off in his bed. I had been in the bathroom for 10 minutes when I heard blood-curdling screams coming from the bedroom. I ran outside to see what was happening. Found my colleague having a nightmare. I shook him vigorously to wake him up. When he did wake up, I asked him what he dreamt of. He said he had a very vivid dream where he saw several children huddled together on the side of our room. They looked like they were dressed from another era. They looked frightened. A European nun then walked in and pressed her hands tightly around his neck. That's when he started screaming. We dismissed the nightmare as a result of jet lag or exhaustion. The following morning, when we were having breakfast at the hotel restaurant, we asked the waiter what the building was previously. Apparently, the building was initially a convent, and then was transformed into an orphanage run by nuns up into the 1980s, before it was abandoned and then later converted into a hotel. We got goosebumps after hearing the story. After recalling his nightmare, we thought maybe it was not really a nightmare. Instead, he had a ghostly preview of the hotel's past. My parents and I were coming back from a trip to Mexico some years ago when they saw a levitating person. We used to drive to and from our trips to Mexico, so we left that morning at around 4:35-ish. Anyway, it's a lot of desert around that part of Mexico where we go. Very hilly too. But there are these small towns in between that we have to go through to get to the main roads. We were probably 20 minutes into our trip when I feel the car slowing down. I don't make too much of it since there's a lot of these huge speed bumps around those parts. I was in the back seat playing on a DS when I looked up. My parents were both looking into an alleyway, trying to see something. I asked what it was they were looking for, and they described it as a person wearing a white robe. They said kind of like that thing from E.T. was wearing at the beginning of the movie. Apparently, they had seen this person coming down from floating in the air. When she sort of touched the ground, my parents said that she just jet into this alley that was dimly lit and in view from a speed bump that we were at. I saw the alley and no one there. There were no doors in this alley, no ladders, nothing. No way she could have ran the whole thing. She just kind of vanished. There is a strong belief in witches down in Mexico. My parents are both convinced that they saw a witch that morning. They're both from Mexico, and have both run into paranormal stuff there, including witches. To this day, you can still see the awe in their faces whenever they talk about it. And whenever I say, see ya. Ask Reddit. So me and my friend were in Scouts camping, around 16 years old at the time. The site we went to had the old army-style tent that you see. It looks like a mini lodge with a short pole on each side and two long ones in the center to give it kind of a house look. We had a tent to ourselves after putting it up. We chose a platform away from most of the group as we were older by a couple of years. It was on a hill and you could stand under the far edge of the quote-unquote foundation. It was a steep hill that you would have to climb up, kind of come from one side of it. But going to sleep, one night me and him just shooting the shit, sitting on our cots. Someone kicks the far end of my cot. I was looking at it the whole time and I knew I didn't see the canvas touch the cot, so wouldn't have been somebody kicking the side of the tent into my cot. Weird. Happens again a few minutes later, thinking it's strange, and we both go to bed. I wake up soaked. It had been raining that night, my feet are dirty, and I'm tired as fuck. My buddy starts telling me a dream that he had. I woke up, ran out of the tent, down the hill to Sam's tent, asked him, "Where's Darman at?" He pointed toward our tent, but I ran toward the bathroom. Not a minute later, Sam comes to our tent and hands me a hat and says, "You left this at my tent last night." I didn't go to his tent. He retells the whole dream my buddy had, but says that it was me that did it apparently, not my buddy. Even saying that Darman, asked, "Where's Darman?" Mind you, my buddy and I looked nothing alike. He easily had 100 pounds on me. I was blonde and he had brown hair. We believe he had some weird body swap thing. Shadow Man. Hey everyone. I thought I'd come on here for some advice, because I'm absolutely terrified, but over the past few days I've seen a shadow figure either stood at the end of my bed or walking past the end of it. And it's scaring me so much I think this might be just a man from his features. But it's scaring the hell out of me and I haven't been able to sleep in days. I can only sleep during the day when someone in the house is awake. I've tried sleeping with lights on, my TV, and other things, but I just can't sleep. It's gotten to the point where I'm just bringing all my food upstairs because I know I won't sleep and I'm too scared to go downstairs. The other day I actually broke down in tears to my mom because this is how scared I am. I can't sage my room or anything involving smoke because I have chinchillas in my room. But this shadow figure is about 6'2", and I'm a very short 15-year-old girl. I'm so scared. If anybody's able to help, it'll be greatly appreciated. Edit. I would also like to say the shadow figure has also touched my face, and I felt it, but it's never hurt me, but I am still very scared. I've also posted this on another subreddit, and people just keep saying it's sleep paralysis or something else. But I know it's not sleep paralysis because I do have sleep paralysis, and this isn't that. And if you have chinchillas, assuming that they're in a cage, I would consider that a mobile home. Move them outside a bit, do your thing. Bring them back in later when the smell's a bit gone. You can do it. See ya. Strange happenings at home I can't explain. 2 months ago I heard a loud groan type noise over my head while watching TV on my couch. It lasted about 4 seconds. I immediately stood up and turned the lights on. Listened to the street sweeper go by my house. Sorry. I thought maybe it was an animal in the attic, but it sounded like it was right above my head. Since then, I've heard knocking on my front door. I have a camera out there and it only activates when it detects movement. It never catches the knocking, but it is reoccurring. Sometimes it sounds like it's coming from the wall. It's fast and it doesn't repeat, but it does happen. Things in the house keep moving around. There's even an instance of this on my Instagram where the entire bin of cat treats are in the middle of the kitchen floor. I only noticed that they were there because I heard my cat eating them. It perplexed me how they got there. That isn't the only thing moving around. Last night next to my bed, I put my Gatorade down on my nightstand. When I went to go for it, it was now moved to the floor a quarter of the way underneath my bed. This morning I noticed a cup that had been tucked away in the back of the cabinet since I moved here. It was now dead center on the kitchen countertop. I have cameras set up in my house in case it's me sleepwalking, but so far I haven't caught anything on camera. I don't know what exactly is happening, but something is happening. Ask Reddit. This happened when I was a kid, like around 10. We have a garden with many trees, and behind that garden is an empty plot of land. That's wild trees. We, which is me and my brother and sister, we used to like playing around the trees and climb the wall connecting the empty plot and our garden. One day in a weird, sort of a bird-looking miniature version of an eagle was sitting on the trees of the empty plot. It looked like it was made of wood, but obviously it was alive as it hopped from branch to branch. We were very curious as we weren't sure about its species. So we started an argument. I said that it was an eagle, but my siblings said it can't be because it's too small. When we were arguing, we heard a strange voice and it said that it was hungry. We started looking around to see who was speaking, but we saw no one. The voice came again and said, "You guys decide amongst yourselves who I am going to eat." It was then that we realized that it was a weird bird that was speaking. We were pretty cowardly. All three of us ran away from there. A loud voice came from behind us, boom, and I woke up from my sleep. Anyways, it wasn't just a normal dream because all three of us, me and my siblings, we had the same dream. We were so fucking scared, and the most scary thing is that we saw that bird sitting on a tree in our garden that very day. We avoided our garden for months. Ask Reddit. I have a couple. One time I had my golden earring. They're 50 years old and they're precious to me. They were forgotten on the table in a hotel. Usually I wear them on, but that day I didn't, and I remembered it too late. We were already away from another hotel. It was a summer trip. I felt sad, but at some point I suddenly had a strong assurance that they'll be there in another hotel in another city. When we came in, they were lying on the floor in the room that I was staying. I didn't unpack my bags in the room yet, didn't tell anybody how I found them. It was so weird, as if it was so sad that they teleported or something. At one point I had a dream where I was told that in 2 months from the day I'm dreaming, a rock star will be dead. Didn't say which one, but as I woke up I immediately put a date on my calendar out of curiosity for some reason. In 2 months, the 21st of July, at the day after the date that I was told Chester Bennington had died. I didn't listen to Linkin Park, only maybe to one song or two, but was sad and shocked. As if it was something I saw coming. It was so weird. I do have my calendar as the proof still. I had a similar experience years later, and I dreamed that there were riots in the streets. And there were some black folks fighting against racism, and the next week BLM movement happened. I don't think I had a prophetic dream since then, but it was a bit freaky for me when all of it happened. Funny that those prophecies didn't have anything to do with me or my personal life or interests. Ask Reddit. My sophomore year of college, I was in the library late one night and suddenly heard, "Hey," in one of my ears, just the one. Now I had headphones and listening to a podcast while writing a paper, so I ignored it at first, but quickly I heard it again louder in the same ear. I took my headphones out, look around, and see no one. I hear it again, and it's a harsh whispered "hey" in one of my ears. Starting to think it's one of my friends pranking me, hiding between the shelves. I go check him out, find no one I know. at least who looks like they're trying to get my attention, and this is when I start thinking that someone's messing with me to get me away from my laptop. So I hurry back to my table, but I find everything untouched. At this point, I'm freaked out and decide to go back to my room for the night. I tried rationalizing it like, oh, I'm tired, or maybe I'm just stressed out. But as I'm packing up my stuff, I heard hey in the same low whisper and felt a sudden warmth on my ear, kind of like when somebody actually is whispering into it. I hurried out of there as fast as I could without drawing attention to myself. Called my sister to tell her what happened. She told me that it was probably someone messing with me, or just overheard someone behind me in another room or around a corner. That's when I told her that I was sitting at a table in the corner of the room, my back to the wall and my ear that I heard the whispers in was facing the closed window on the 3rd floor of the library. Ask Reddit. I had an older brother who would steal anything that wasn't glued down. So one time when I was like 9 or 10, I thought he'd been coming into my room at night. I had gotten this spy kit as a gift, and one of the things that was in it was an intruder detector, which had a simple clock attached to a tripwire. I had the idea of one night proving that he was coming in my room to sort of pilfer whatever was being set up. The tripwire at my door to have proof that he was coming into my room at night. I awoke several hours later when the tripwire tripped, and it was loud because it was pulled with a lot of force. I still remember 30 years later that snapping sound. I sat up startled thinking I caught my brother sneaking in, but no one was there. A second later my door slammed shut hard. And at that point I thought it was the wind or something, but saw the tripwire was pulled into the room, like something had caught it entering the room. I sat up straight as an arrow, very freaked out. A few minutes later, I opened the door to see if anybody else was up, but the whole house was asleep, and it was clear that they had been all night. I left the light on, stayed up for the rest of the night, and nothing else weird ever happened, though. And I lived there until I was about 21, albeit on and off from 18 to 21. I should note that I don't believe in supernatural anything, but this is the one thing I have no explanation for. Vivid dream about my late mom shortly after her passing. So I know a lot of times dreams about people we miss or have lost can happen, but this one felt very different somehow. Extremely real even, like it was actually happening. So my mom passed away around 10 days before this dream happened. In the dream, I was at a party which was being held in a hall of a restaurant that my mom and I really liked, but hadn't eaten at or talked about for years prior. She was sitting in a booth dressed nicely, but not super fancy or anything, and just enjoyed a drink and smiling. I ran over, pushing past people in my way, some of the people I knew, some I didn't. That was just so I could get to her. When I did get to her, she smiled and said, "Hello, princess." She always called me that. I started sobbing. I could feel my eyes stinging and everything. Sat next to her and begged her to please come back to me. She said, "But I'm here now. It's okay, darling." I pulled her in to hug and said, "But you're not. You're gone. I miss you so much." She started playing with my ponytail and said, "It's okay, princess. I'm here now and I love you." That's when I woke up. And for another 30 seconds after waking up, I could smell her perfume. She died in a hospital and hadn't been in my room for over 2 months, so it couldn't have been anything on my bed or sheets or anything. Grandma's smell. My maternal grandma, whom I was really close to, passed away in 2003. When she was alive, she was very, and I mean very, fond of using creams like Deep Heat and Counterpane, so she always had this lingering scent of menthol wherever she went. She regularly stayed at our home, other times staying with one of my other numerous uncles or aunts' homes. After she passed away, we kind of gave away her old clothes, cleared out her old medicines and creams, since nobody else in our house used them. Anyway, fast forward for a few months later, I was having dinner with my parents and siblings, and we were talking about old Grandma, how we missed her. We joked about how she always had that menthol smell around her that was really no longer in the house. Then suddenly my mom went quiet. My dad went quiet. Then the rest of us went silent. Finally, my mom asked, "Who's been using deep heat cream?" We all looked at each other and we all knew that none of us had used it or even had it in the house. And in that instant, we all knew that all of us had caught a whiff, that familiar old comforting menthol scent. After a few minutes, though, it was gone. It was as though Grandma had popped by and let us know that she missed us, too. She was still with us. None of us felt any fear in that moment either, just an odd sense of comfort. A few times after that, we would sometimes catch a whiff of the familiar menthol scent, and we'd know Grandma had maybe popped by just to check in on how we were all doing. Ask Reddit. In the middle of the night a few years ago, I saw a figure pass in front of the glow of the alarm clock. It went into the darkness at the foot of our bed. I thought it was an intruder. I had awoken because I thought I heard our apartment door open and close. And then the figure. First, I thought it was my husband, but when I inched my foot over to his side of the bed, I felt him next to me. My heart was pounding so hard I could hardly hear anything else. Till then, I'd always thought it was silly when someone felt afraid that people can hear their heart pound, but I get it now. So after about a minute of staring into the blackness where the figure had disappeared, I grabbed the bedside lamp and threw it at the foot of the bed. I heard it crash into the wall, leap out of bed and grabbed the flashlight in the dresser, dropped it, made 2 huge steps to my left, turned on the bedroom light. No one there, just my husband staring at me like I'd lost my mind and the lamp lying on the floor. I explained what happened. He made a sweep of the apartment, even though the bedroom door was shut. The apartment door locked, and there was absolutely no way anybody could have entered without making every single floorboard in that old apartment creak to wake the dead. It was 3 a.m. or so on a Saturday, so we got up for some hot chocolate and just watched a few episodes of Frasier until we were both able to calm down. Nice choice. I've had sleep paralysis before, and this was nothing like that. Lucid dream? Maybe. Who knows? Virgin Mary. I was lucky enough to have my great-grandparents be part of my life until I was in my 20s. I was very close with them. I was born to a teenager mother, so my grandma was only 37 when I was born, and my great-grandparents were in their 50s. My great-grandparents were very devoutly Catholic. It ended with them, though, and their children, and then my mother and me were never baptized or went to church. My family is super enmeshed. We visit each other multiple times a week, and we spent a lot of time at my great-grandparents' house when I was really little. Years later, I was told that they had a Virgin Mary statue that was about my height when I was like 2 or 3 years old. It stood in a corner in the floor in their house. They told me that I used to sit and talk to her. Lots of gibberish because I wasn't, fully forming sentences or using a lot of words. They also said one time I got angry with her. I slapped her across the face and she broke. They would often try to teach me about Jesus and Catholicism after that, and I did go to church with them sometimes because I knew it would make them happy. Interesting side fact, more for a laugh than anything. My name backwards is Satan. Natasha. And I was born 6 weeks early and weighed 6 pounds, 6 ounces at birth. Was it demons? When I was a kid, maybe around 11 years old, we lived in a house, and I shared a room with my sister, who was 16 at the time. Nothing weird ever happened until one night when I was woken up from the blinds above my head by the window, sounding like they were being tapped on. Kinda got a little scared. I just put my head under the covers thinking it'll stop or just go away. The next thing I heard was my jewelry box over my dresser open and close. That was the moment I became absolutely terrified, knowing my sister is next to me asleep in our room and the door is closed with no one else inside. I tried to wake my sister. She was a bit of a jerk at that age toward me. She didn't wake up at all. I thought maybe I should just start praying. I was praying very hard and all of a sudden started hearing howling, like as if an animal was in pain and becoming more and more distant. I remember this very vividly as I'm now 33 years old and will never forget this night. I moved out of that room the next day and never went in there again. I've never slept without a TV on either, and ever since that day I have had very many other encounters, but nothing was as terrifying as this. Not sure if something's really been with me my entire life, or if I'm sensitive to the feel and kind of hearing things around. Does anybody know if that howling could have been demonic, or if anybody had rarely heard anything similar to this? A Thanksgiving night to remember. When I was 16, my parents, sister, and I drove 5 hours to my uncle and aunt's about the day before Thanksgiving. My uncle and aunt set the entire family up to sleep in their upstairs guest room. They had a bunk bed, an air mattress, a futon, and a twin bed. They warned us the room gets very hot, especially when a lot of people sleep in it. I shared the futon with my mom and fell asleep with a sheet and a blanket without issue. In the middle of the night, I woke up laying on my back, very hot under the covers. I immediately removed them and turned to my left to go back to sleep. I felt my mom put her hand on my right side, just above my waist, and was annoyed because it was hot and she was making it worse. I reached my right arm over to move her arm, felt the empty futon bed beside me instead. I looked, and I was alone on the futon. Immediately, I had goosebumps all over. My mom had moved to the floor to cool off and was nowhere near to touch me. I woke her and begged her to come back to the futon. She returned and I put the blanket back on regardless of how hot it was. I did not want another unwelcome cuddle from who knows what. The next day, my uncle and aunt mentioned that the others had had experiences in that room. Voices and touches, but they didn't want to scare us beforehand. That surely was a Thanksgiving to remember. Can someone help me find out what this is, and how to do it? So basically, my dad is 50, lived in South Africa till he was 17, and when he was about 13 or 14, him and his friends would skip school. They'd stay at his house whenever my nan and granddad were at work. One of his friends told him about this ghost thing, which was a rumor in his school. He can't remember how it worked exactly, but it was something involving a book, a rubber band or elastic band, and a key, I think. All of his friends were in his room and the door was locked. They did the thing with the book and heard many, many loud bangings on the door. And after a while, they were obviously kind of shit scared and they went outside and there was a large scratch on the door that wasn't there before. Only noticeable if you were told it was there, but it was big. Does anybody know what the fuck this was? I've looked everywhere and I have no idea what this is or how it worked. I'm obviously not going to do it, but I want to know what it was and how it worked. My dad sounds genuine with this story. I want to know if anybody else has tried whatever this was and what happened to them. And what if the door wasn't unlocked? By the way, this is an edit because I changed my mind. It's probably for the best if you don't tell anybody how to do it. I'm assuming it was dangerous if it left a large scratch on the door and was banging on it. It was probably trying to get in. My Pop's Mylar balloon. I have a quick story to share with you all that you might appreciate. My pop died in our local hospital back in 2002 after a long fight with colon cancer. In his room when he died, there were some items that we sort of brought to cheer him up, and we thought maybe he might get better. Among those items was a Mylar balloon in the shape of a big yellow smiley face. After he passed, we brought all of his personal items home and put them into his room, which used to be a downstairs family room that we converted when he moved in. A few days after he passed, my mom and I were in her room, and she was crying, and I was trying to console her. I know you don't know me, and I could totally be making this up, but I swear, while we were both sitting on the end of her bed, his smiley face balloon, now nearly deflated, it drifted into her bedroom and bumped her leg. We were both stunned. The balloon traveled from the family room up a half flight of stairs, turned left through her kitchen, then turned left again and went up a second half flight of stairs to the bedroom hallway, again, making a left turn into the bedroom while we were sitting. There were no windows open, and the house isn't any draftier than any other house I've lived in. There was no discernible moving air. We all know that Pop was telling us to be happy. I haven't thought about it. Finding small teeth. This is the weirdest thing to ever post about, and almost the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. We can share about the others later. I've always felt a connection to what some may call spirits or the other side, but nothing have ever really happened to verify this, and I've thought past things like, show me a sign, how can I know this is real, etc. For context, I work from home and have my youngest with me home all day, every day. I only leave for grocery pickups, and other times I leave, there's a trustworthy adult here with my kids. Randomly last summer while cleaning my bedroom, I found a tooth. It looked like a child's first lost tooth, or one that was very small. I knew I didn't keep my kids, and it was really freaking me out for a moment, but I chalked it up to, well, we're living in my husband's and my grandparents' house. He lived here as a child, and I've never had a sinking or doubtful feeling here that this tooth was on the side table where we change our phones, and I would have seen it. Today, almost 7 months later, the same thing happens. I find a small tooth in the same place in the same room as before. I seriously even checked my son's mouth. Like, did you somehow lose a tooth while sleeping and place it on my bedside table? Ask Reddit. So I went to college in a town with a giant cemetery with graves dating back to the very late 1700s. My friend lived in an apartment complex that was maybe a quarter-mile away, if that, from the cemetery. She would frequently send me Snapchats of weird shit going on in her house, like a dog staring into open and dark closet growling sort of a thing. I witnessed that happening in person a few days later, but with the door closed, and the suspense felt like I was opening that closet. It was unnerving. Anyways, I remember that we got together at her place one night to celebrate St. Patrick's Day with some beers and homemade fried food. The way her small apartment was set up was that where you could see into the kitchen from the living room, like an open concept or whatever they call it. I went in there to grab her a beer and myself some food. And as I closed the fridge, I see a glimpse of somebody walking down the hallway to her bedroom. No problem, I just start walking that way and while saying, "Hey Aaron, here's your beer." All of a sudden I hear, "Where are you going?" She apparently had been on the couch I guess the entire time and didn't move a muscle or see anything. Gives me the chills thinking about it. Definitely saw someone walk toward her back room. Ask Reddit. This happened just last week. I was sleeping. I believe it was roughly 2 a.m. My dreamscape was creating this very odd scenario where I was observing a small dog with a terribly disgusting bowel movement that smelled horrible. The smell here is the key. That exact smell actually woke me up. Now, I thought perhaps the cat had used his litter box, but upon further inspection the next morning, I realized this was not the case. A rotten, nasty shit type of smell. For those of you who may not know, this smell is often associated with the presence of a demon. In my now half-awake state, I can smell this horrible, horrid stench, and I'm instinctively concerned for my safety. At this point, the next thing I can is recall that I was contorting into this strange and severely uncomfortable position on my bed. I was screaming bloody murder, but no sound was actually coming out. And fast forward, maybe, and I'm in like a dream again. In this dream, I'm very vehemently reciting prayers to this thing over and over and over. Eventually, I believe it must have left. My consciousness or subconsciousness was under a demon attack. I don't know what happened, but I know it affected me enough to freak me out through the next couple of days. Something happened that I can't explain. It's been about 2 months since this happened, and I still can't explain what happened. On Thanksgiving, on my way home to my parents' house, they told me that my grandmother was rushed to the hospital overnight. They told me it didn't look so good, so I should stop in and see her. I went there and my cousins were leaving, so I would have some time before anybody else arrived. She was completely unresponsive. She was always very religious, and while I'm not, I decided to say a line of the rosary. As I was about 2 or 3 prayers in the room, it seemed to get darker like during an eclipse, and my rosary turned a bluish color. It also felt like someone's hands were on mine. When I finished, the sky seemed to open back up. I went outside the room after saying my goodbyes, and I mentioned the darkness to someone. They asked what I was talking about. This was someone at the front desk, so they would have seen it. And later that day, my grandmother woke up and was fully responsive. She continued on for about another month before she just got too sick, and well, all of her grandkids and children made a trip to see her in that last time. Choking in sleep / presence. I had this experience last night. I went to be around 2 a.m. and I woke up something during the night to sound of somebody walking. Watch out, guys. I felt like someone was there, walking in my room, so I closed my eyes again. It felt like there was a presence there trying to lift the covers from near my face. I was too scared to open my eyes. I could only do so after it felt like they were walking away. I saw nothing in the dark. A few moments later, I felt that same feeling of someone walking toward me. So, I closed my eyes again. This time, not only did I feel the same presence try to peel my covers back, but they applied pressure on the left side of my throat. Now I sleep with my head tilted to the right, so I don't know if they were trying to suffocate me or check for a pulse. It didn't feel strong enough to choke me. I couldn't move after they left the second time for a minute. Then I pushed myself far from the edge of the bed. The bed is in the corner, in parentheses. I saw a shapeshifter. So I was sitting in my car facing an alleyway in a downtown area. Midday, I watch a black cat stroll into a bush. Mind you that it was a small, thin hedge, maybe 3 feet tall and 2 feet wide in a corner of a building, against 2 walls. Out of the same damn hedge exits an older white male in all black sneaking out holding his hands to his chest, curled up like you would be imitating a cat with a fish held between its teeth. I locked my car and just watched as he kept sneaking with the fish in his mouth until I couldn't see him anymore. Now, I've seen crackheads before, and this is very similar behavior to someone out of their mind, but there's no possibility that a tall, lanky man would fit in that hedge. I just saw footage of a similar event, but you can see the transformation happen in seconds on camera, which reminded me of what I saw recently. So now I'm here. Welcome. I can't be the only one who's witnessed something like this. Walking on the stairs above me. When I lived with my parents here in the UK, I used to bathe quite late in the evening, 10 or 11 p.m., and usually had no issues or interruptions. For a bit of context, above the bathroom is a little corridor/landing with doors to the 2 bedrooms that connects to some stairs that go to another corridor outside the bathroom in a sort of Z shape. So essentially, I heard creaking above me on the landing, which slowly moved down the stairs like someone was slowly walking. The stairs are noisy, by the way, since they're not well built. This continued for about 5 minutes as the noise kept moving down until the creaking reached outside the bathroom door, and then completely stopped. I was pretty uneasy as I was expecting to hear my parents complain or say something, but there was nothing. I eventually opened the door, and there was nothing there, no lights on or anything weird. And when I went upstairs to my parents, they were asleep and their door was closed.